On a life-and-death arena, a guy with level 159, named Walnut, was desperately begging for mercy before the young man with level 200 across from him. Zhou Zhang, level 200, stood proudly and arrogantly, boasting loudly, "Anyone else want to come up?" Everyone around him had lower levels and looked at him with admiration. Is there really someone who can reach level 200? His equipment is all top tier, stronger than the leaders, but no one has ever heard of this master's name. At the same time, our young man Zhou Zhang was sitting behind the screen, proudly shouting, "Ha, do you know what I had to sacrifice to become the boss of this server? The things I went through once I was level 20, punched in the face by a gorilla. Then, at level 50, I had to climb trees to avoid wolves at night. When I hit level 120, a fire dragon spat on me, and I ran away in a cloud of smoke. It's been 5 years. I've endured in this game for 5 long years, just so you can be stunned today. Remember my name." Before he could finish his boast, the young man's face turned completely blank. The computer screen displayed, "After verifying your account, abnormal data was detected, and your account will be locked for processing." So, after 5 years of struggling to reach level 200, his account got locked just like that. Zhou Zhang, in a fit of rage, punched through the computer screen, but the consequence was that he was immediately electrocuted and vanished on the spot. A moment later, Zhou Zhang suddenly opened his eyes. He was falling freely, surrounded by a pile of swords. The impact was so strong that he coughed and choked on water. In front of him, a group of people were still mocking him, saying, "A trash like this is the son of the leader?" Someone from the sideline sneered, "Who says fate is fair? He must have been born in the right place." A man with a bald head, holding a single strand of hair and a fierce expression, shouted angrily, "Get up! Didn't you hear me? I said, stand up." As Zhou Zhang regained some clarity, he thought to himself that he might still be dreaming. He forced himself to get up and grabbed a sword in his hand. The crowd was still there, impressed. No wonder he's the team leader. Even though he's the leader's son, he doesn't care about face. A person beside him chimed in, "The team leader has been quite lenient. If it weren't for this useless fool, how could he even withstand 2 hits? Zhou Zhang smirked dangerously, thinking with amusement, killing people in a dream isn't illegal, right? He then walked toward the man, who was still sneering, "I never thought you'd have a man's courage for once." Just as Zhou Zhang was about to ask the man for a little blood, a young man with green hair suddenly rushed forward to stop him. "Young master, let's go. It's over, let's go home." Without saying another word, the young man grabbed Zhou Zhang and pulled him away. This guy was really strong. Suddenly, memories of this world appeared in Zhou Zhang's mind. It was clearly not a dream. It seemed like he had crossed over into another world. Indeed, he had crossed over. Just now, after receiving the memories of this body, he understood everything clearly. This place was similar to the world he had been living in. However, a cosmic storm that occurred over a decade ago had destroyed this world. The storm also altered the original appearance of the creatures in this world. Many people had become bloodthirsty, cruel zombies. But that disaster had also awakened a strange ability in many others, called spiritual energy. Those who possessed spiritual energy could unleash combat power several dozen, or even hundreds of times greater than an ordinary person's. This man was Zhou Zhang's father in this world. He was a level 5 spiritual energy master and also the leader of the surrounding cities where Zhou Zhang lived. Starting with a father who was a leader wasn't bad, but Zhou Zhang thought, "Why am I just a useless piece of garbage who can't even cultivate successfully?" Still in a daze, his father returned, "Xiao Zhang, I'm back." Zhou Zhang couldn't recall the memories just yet. Is this man really the leader, father? Is he really a master? But in my memories, he just looks like an ordinary man. This father doted on his son immensely, rubbing his head and comforting him. "I've heard everything. Don't blame Uncle you," he said. "That old man is just angry because he couldn't turn iron into gold." The young man's face clearly showed frustration and resentment. "That's right, if it weren't for his blessing, I wouldn't have ended up here." The father sitting next to him said, "Come on, try again." Maybe this time it will awaken your vital energy. Using the method of energy circulation that I taught you, guide your vital energy. The young man thought to himself, it seems that, although I can't cultivate, my father still tries to help me with this method. It's really touching. Zhou Zhang made up his mind to take the initiative. Just because I couldn't do it before doesn't mean I can't do it now. After 2 hours, he was still just a lifeless shell, unable to sense any vital energy. He felt utterly useless and disappointed. He couldn't sense any energy, only a vague feeling. His father, understanding him completely, said, "Xiao Zhang, it's okay if you can't feel it. Don't blame yourself. Even if you can't cultivate, so what? As long as I'm here, no one will dare to lay a hand on you. Rest for a bit." Still deeply moved by his father's love, he suddenly heard the system activate, asking if he wanted to re-enter the game. He looked down at the screen in a daze. Isn't this my level 200 rogue alias in the game? He selected yes on the system screen. This was the attribute page for his rogue alias in the game, but unfortunately, it was only level 1. The system displays level 1, strength 29, physique 18, charisma 10, agility 35, and no experience. The young man stared at it for a long while. Is this really all the skills I can use? The skill weakness scan helps to check the weaknesses of a target. However, it cannot be used on high-level targets or characters at level 10. He raised his hand to his chin. It looks like the system only brought along a level 1 thief and these skills. Isn't that just trash? And this isn't even a game, so how am I supposed to level up here? The servant called him to dinner, but the young man, face in his hands, was basically too disheartened to eat. The other person seemed to still try to persuade him, you have to eat, you know. Do you realize there are many people outside who don't even have food to eat? The young man was about to lift his head to retort when a beautiful woman appeared in front of him. Her name was Su Yunwen, non-martial class, strength 8, physique 10, charisma 9, agility 15. But being non-martial, she was not part of the fighting character line. He was stunned when he saw her. She thought he was about to do something perverse or something, so she seemed quite tense. She angrily left, but Zhou Zhan was actually talking about the attribute panel, which seemed to have been misunderstood. The attributes of others in his eyes would be data, but a high level would merely be a question mark. Zhou Zhang wondered, if that's the case, can the monsters outside the city be seen? Indeed, my attributes are only slightly higher than an average person's. It seems that in order to level up, I need to find something reliable to protect myself. He stepped outside and saw the data of everyone around him. The young man with blue hair was Lan Shi, level 2, strength 79, physique 71, temperament 74, agility 61. He told Zhou Zhang, the master has instructed that you no longer need to participate in training and shouldn't wander around. Zhou Zhang, uninterested in the affairs of the world, turned back and asked him, do we have guns here? The blue-haired young man led Zhou Zhang to the shooting range. The man with blonde hair was Yin Bosun, level 2, strength 80, physique 79, temperament 80, agility 76. He greeted Zhou Zhang in a friendly and polite manner. What brings young Master Zhou to the shooting range today? The person behind him also made a sarcastic remark. Could it be that you've understood the situation and given up being a martial artist to switch to practicing shooting? But Zhou Zhang truly paid no attention to their implied meaning and directly acknowledged that he had come here to practice shooting. He stood there with a foolish smile, helpless in his own way. The young man had finally decided to try shooting, just like everyone else. They stood there, wondering, Yen leader, has this kid accomplished anything yet? In reality, they all thought Zhou Zhan was just playing around. At this point, being good at shooting was nothing compared to leveling up as a martial artist. Zhou Zhan was naive beyond belief, even planning to borrow the gun just to play with it for a few days. The blonde-haired man didn't hesitate and immediately let him borrow it. He even said with a smile, as long as he's happy, that's all that matters. But Zhou Zhang didn't just take the gun, he also grabbed a lot of ammunition. There were some suspicions, but the blonde-haired man dismissed it, saying, it's nothing, just a useless kid. Let him have some fun with a few challenges. Zhou Zhan, along with his servant, continued on without paying attention. If they kept going straight ahead, they would soon leave the city. Right now, Zhou Zhang only had a gun in hand. Going outside would be very dangerous. It was hard to tell if he had any plans, but he seemed so confident. "Don't worry, I just want to try shooting a few zombies and see if I can level up." The young man with green hair stood frozen for 5 seconds, but really, how could anyone say anything to this young master? In the end, he helplessly followed Zhou Zhang to the wall. This wall was built to defend against zombies and beasts. Beyond it lay the zombie hell, wreaking havoc everywhere. It was truly dangerous. The young man jumping over that wall is Su Li, a stage 3 individual with a strength of 135, physique of 120, national traits of 125, and agility of 110. He complained that this place was not somewhere anyone could just come to casually. When he saw Zhou Zhang say that he wanted to help him kill zombies, Su Li almost went mad, grabbing Zhou Zhang by the head and neck. "What the hell are you talking about, you brat? You think you can kill zombies? Stop causing trouble for me and get lost." While dealing with the foolish kid, an announcement flashed on the wall: zombies had breached the checkpoint. This time, Zhou Zhang seemed determined and was set on seizing this opportunity. "Uncle Su, I know everyone looks down on me, but please give me a chance to show my shooting skills." Seeing how earnest the boy was, Su Li decided to give him a chance. Through the scope, the zombies were all at level 1 and level 2. This is a zombie? So you can see their health and level, but I wonder if there are any experience points for killing them. Zhou Zhang took a decisive shot at the zombie's arm. However, the blood on that arm was too little, so he focused again to find a weak spot. He aimed once more, hitting the zombie precisely, and the system notification confirmed 100 experience points earned. Zhou Zhang was overjoyed. "I was right. You can indeed earn experience points by killing monsters." He seemed to double his motivation, continuously landing finishing shots on the remaining zombies. The experience points kept skyrocketing. In the end, he leveled up. Zhou Zhang was extremely satisfied. This was the feeling of leveling up, a sensation even more comfortable than soaking in a hot spring. The uncle gave him a compliment. "Although your shooting skills still need some practice, it's clear that you have some talent." After leveling up, Zhou Zhang gained 5 free attribute points. He allocated them. "For now, based on what I know, let's boost agility by 3 and strength by 2. He then noticed a star crystal on one of the zombies. Not every zombie had one, so it seemed Zhou Zhang had gotten lucky. Star crystals came in white, blue, green, purple, orange, and red. These were a type of currency among martial artists, much easier to use than regular money. Even a low-level white crystal was enough to trade for a week's worth of food for an ordinary person. Zhou Zhang even bargained with the boss to trade this crystal for a few packs of cigarettes for his buddies. The uncle accepted it but still felt that helping the young man practice his shooting was the right thing to do. The others stood there, stunned. The captain didn't expect that Zhou young master, who's considered useless in rumors, isn't half bad. Half a month passed, and Zhou Zhan was still sitting there, persistently aiming and shooting at everything. Currently, he had reached level 4 in the rogue profession, with the following stats: strength 45, physique 26, disposition 81, and agility 55. Truly a person of perseverance, practicing relentlessly while eating. The uncle sitting beside him, holding a cigarette, calmly said, "Kid, you've been sitting here for over half a month. Are you really planning to give up on your training?" Zhou Zhang replied nonchalantly, "No matter how high one's martial skills are, they can't avoid bullets." Hearing this, the uncle could only shake his head and felt the need to explain in order to snap him out of it. "That's only true for low-level people like us. Do you know? From level 6 and above, there are people who aren't even afraid of sniper bullets. This kid really doesn't know fear. If that's the case, I'll have to think of another way to guide him." The uncle also found Zhou Zhang quite remarkable, especially his vision and shooting skills. At that moment, Zhou Zhang's gaze suddenly focused on the ground below. In the distance, a few people were fighting off zombies around a car. He suddenly realized, "Isn't that the patrol car my dad drove out in early this morning?" Sure enough, it was the patrol car of the leader's team, with a horde of aggressive zombies chasing after it. Without hesitation, Zhou Jing declared that he would take care of the zombies behind them. In no time, his precise shots had wiped out the monsters, earning praise from everyone for his rapidly improving shooting skills. Zhou Jing's father had recently been facing many troubles due to the growing strength of the zombies outside. He had reminded everyone in the team to strengthen their defenses and be on guard for any unexpected dangers. However, the young man felt that his father was definitely hiding something. The car was perfectly intact when it went out, but now it was damaged so much. Furthermore, a second-tier martial artist had also been attacked and injured by a zombie. The person who had been scratched by the zombie seemed to be in trouble. His father ordered, "Stop the car and finish off the person scratched by the zombie." Although his tears were constantly falling, there was no mercy. Zhou Zheng stood still like a stone at this moment, and it was only then that he realized how cheap life truly was in this world. During dinner with the family, Zhou Zhan was still in a daze. The girl asked him, "Why aren't you eating anymore?" and saw that he looked flustered, as if something was wrong. His father reminded him, "You need to adapt to today's events so that you can inherit my position in the future." He asked, "But others are not mine." His father explained, "In order to ensure the survival of many, sacrificing one individual is necessary. From tomorrow, no going outside. Butler Sue, stay close to him." The next morning, when the butler wasn't paying attention, he slipped down using a rope. There was still someone in the house who was in cahoots with him. That person said, "Young master, I agree to take you outside. I've already disobeyed the leader's orders. The forest is too dangerous. How about we go kill some zombies instead?" Zhou Zheng felt that killing zombies had become boring. In fact, his experience dealing with zombies was too little. What he needed now was to level up quickly. The monsters in the forest and zombies were fundamentally not of the same tier. The green-haired butler remained adamant, speaking in a stern tone, "My task is to protect you, so I hope you don't make things difficult for me." Zhou Zheng didn't want to keep living under the protection of others and become useless. He raised his gun, even aiming it at the butler, and declared firmly, "My life, I will protect it myself." Before he could do anything else, Zhou Zheng noticed a danger behind him. It was a gray shadow snake, a highly venomous species. What was strange was that the green-haired butler hadn't realized the snake had approached. Zhou Zhang thought to himself, "Even I, someone who isn't a martial artist, noticed it. How could he not?" Meanwhile, he continued to rummage around the snake's body in search of a star crystal. Not only that, Zhou Zhang casually grabbed the snake without any fear. The green-haired butler panicked, shouting loudly, "Young master, stop joking around. This is the hideout of the gray shadow snake. Even rank 3 martial artists would find it hard to deal with. You're being too reckless." But for Zhou Zhang, this dangerous place was truly a sanctuary. He seemed to enjoy himself and feel at ease in such a challenging environment. When he returned, the boy standing on the city wall saw Zhou Zhang and greeted him cheerfully, "Young master, you're back so early today?" Zhou Zhang did not forget to remind, "How many times have I told you, you should call me Brother Zhou, not young master anymore." After saying that, he tossed a star crystal he had just found to the boy. Seeing this, it was clear that Zhou Zhan was a person full of affection. "I found this today. I don't need it, take it and use it to treat your sister's illness." Zhou Zheng's kindness moved the boy to tears, and he kept exclaiming about his super VIP kind-heartedness. The green-haired man, carrying a large bag, asked jokingly, "Young master, are you still bringing meat for them today?" For over half a month, most of the snakes that Zhou Zhang had hunted were brought to the villagers here. If he sold them, he would surely make a considerable amount, but Zhou Zhang didn't care about that at all. As soon as he approached the house, a group of children rushed out and hugged him. One of them shouted joyfully, "Today, I was the first one to catch Brother Zhou Zhang." Zhou Zhang looked at the children, his face softening with tenderness. He playfully scolded one of them, "You little monkey, running so fast, aren't you afraid of falling?" This time, Zhou Zhang continued to bring snake meat to them. He was warmly welcomed by everyone, but in stark contrast, the green-haired man was completely ignored. He sat in a corner, muttering resentfully, "I'm the one who worked hard to fillet the snake meat, and no one cares. What a bunch of ingrates." In Zhou Zhang's sack, there were many different kinds of snakes. An elderly woman anxiously asked, "I've heard that the gray shadow snake is very difficult to deal with. Zhou Zhang, don't you think you're taking too much of a risk?" The young man also knew how to speak in a way that would reassure others. "Don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of with me. These small snakes, to me, are nothing that could pose a threat." The ant standing beside him didn't understand everything, but still spoke with confidence. "Zhou young master is an expert marksman. One shot in their head will be shattered, even the Snake King wouldn't stand a chance." As usual, Zhou Zhang left every 3 days and returned home at night. His father seemed to know everything, unable to hide his stern expression. "I told you not to go out, but for the past half-month, you've been getting more and more reckless." The butler, standing beside him, could only bow his head and apologize. "It's my fault, I haven't managed young master well." But in reality, this couldn't be entirely blamed on her. Zhou Zhang's father narrowed his eyes and sighed. "So those rumors out there, about the legendary marksman, are all true?" Zhou Zhang scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "Ha, isn't it said that when God closes one door, he opens another? In the field of shooting, I do have a bit of a talent." However, Zhou Zhang's father was not pleased. He expressed his concern. "I don't want you to get too involved with those from the lower ranks. Sooner or later, they'll become a burden on you." Zhou Zhang remained silent, feeling discontent with his father's mindset. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired guy and his gang swaggered down the street, overhearing people discuss who was the better marksman between him and Zhou young master. Most people chose Zhou Zhang. This infuriated him, and he spat out, "A piece of trash like him can be compared to me? Fine, I'll show you all who the real marksman is." Just as he mentioned the person arrived, and he was extremely enthusiastic. "Hello Yen leader, good morning." The name in question was obviously annoyed inside, but still had to put on a polite and welcoming face. He said, "What a coincidence, Zhou young master, I was just looking for you." Zhou Zhang paid no attention to what he wanted to say, only feeling that the weather was perfect for hunting. Being ignored by Zhou Zhang made the blonde-haired man furious, but he had to hold back and show some restraint. He pretended to smile and said, "Zhou young master, recently people have been talking about your legendary sharpshooting skills. I wonder if I'll have the luck to challenge you to a shooting contest." Though he said this, in his mind, he was thinking, "You piece of trash. I'll show you what the peak of shooting skill really looks like." Zhou Zhang simply replied, "No time." The blonde man decided to bet a green crystal and presented the most enticing challenge. "As the son of the leader, you wouldn't dare to decline a challenge, would you? Why not take this opportunity?" Zhou Zhang agreed. "All right. How does Yen leader want to compete?" To his disappointment, the challenge turned out to be a mobile billiards match. Zhou Zhang, feeling thoroughly let down, said, "Don't you think this is a bit boring?" He issued a challenge, hunting outside the city for 1 day. Whoever catches the most valuable prey will win. Although unwilling, the challenge had been made, and the blonde-haired boy had no choice but to accept. "All right, we'll start the competition a week from now. Zhou young master, you should start preparing." Yen Bosun seemed quite confident in his abilities. However, the final result was still uncertain. The two young men sat on a tree branch, chatting and laughing. The green-haired youth couldn't hide his concern and warned Zhou Zhang. "That Yen Bosun is two-faced and extremely cunning. Don't let his appearance deceive you." Zhou Zhang, seemingly accustomed to people like him, simply shrugged. "I've met many like him. Those who wear a mask like him are often poor actors, yet they don't realize it." The green-haired youth grew more uneasy. "Now that you've agreed to hunt with him outside the city, isn't that too risky?" But Zhou Zhang remained resolute. "No matter what, I have to show him the difference between himself and this world. Especially with people like Yen Bosun, who always think they're right." During the hunt, Zhou Zhang seemed to have found his target, a giant fly. He was becoming increasingly adept at close combat, moving closer to the prey step by step. When Zhou Zhang's father learned that his son had made a hunting bet with Yen Bosun, he wasn't worried. Instead, he calmly said, "Perhaps we should prepare something." The old man sat on the roof, puffing on a cigarette, his eyes gazing down at the city below. He clicked his tongue and said, "A view like this isn't something you get to see every day. The show is about to begin." He chuckled, then continued, "No wonder he's so well liked, always treated well wherever he goes. And remember this, tomorrow, Zhou Zhan will win the duel. It's sure to be a day of celebration." The man with the green hair, standing nearby, sighed, then suddenly realized, lately, young Master Zhou has changed a lot. Out of nowhere, he's being welcomed by everyone. Zhou Zhang smiled foolishly, scratching his head as he said, "Everyone has to grow up eventually." Elsewhere, Zhou Zhang's father still felt a bit uneasy. Though he trusted his son, he still hoped that Zhou Zhan would fully understand what he was doing. In the meantime, he and a few others were busy handling unfinished business. As for Zhou Zhang, he had gone to an old house to look for something. The old man inside noticed and asked, "Is there something you need?" Zhou Zhang replied, "I'm looking for a strong bow." The old man raised an eyebrow and said, "I have one. But not everyone can use it. If you can't pull 150 kilograms of draw weight, don't even think about using it. There aren't many people who use it now, but if you want it, I'm happy to give it to you." The butler, hearing this, couldn't help but ask, "Young master, wouldn't a crossbow be more convenient if you need a weapon?" Zhou Zhang laughed, "It's not about that. I want to train my eyesight, arm strength, and precision. There's nothing better for that than a bow." The butler muttered to himself, "He's not even a martial artist yet, how does he think he can draw that bow?" There was some noise coming from over there, and the child was shouting loudly, "Grandma, what's that thing on your head?" The butler, in fear, suggested, "Young master, how about we go practice outside the city instead?" He still maintained some decency and went to apologize to the old woman. As for the little kid, he kept jumping around with the name growing on his grandmother's head, seemingly thrilled by the idea that a name was growing on her head. While he was still bouncing around, the uncle came out and grabbed him by the collar. "Kid, don't play with something so dangerous." Everyone was shocked. This name had shot with such precision, hitting a tiny fly. The uncle exclaimed, "Is this a scam or something? Truly unbelievable." The green-haired guy was now stunned as well. "Young master, so it's really that accurate?" Finally, Zhou Zhang had reached level 15, so he could probably unlock 2 new skills. The 2 skills in this game were very useful, but he didn't know how effective they would be in real life. He needed to find a place with stronger monsters to test them out. Seeing the bamboo forest ahead, he was thrilled. "I didn't expect there to be a bamboo forest here, the scenery isn't bad." The butler, following him, was already exhausted. "Young master, the sword wild boar here, martial artists at rank 4 or 5 don't dare to provoke it. Let's just observe and leave." It looked like a wild boar. Upon spotting Zhou Zhang, it immediately charged at him. This is a wild boar, and Zhou Zhang looks like he's rushing headfirst into certain death. The butler couldn't wait any longer and went out to protect him, but Zhou Zhang didn't need it. His speed was truly astonishing. In one swift strike, he launched a surprise attack on the boar's back and, in the blink of an eye, dealt with the wild boar. See? These 2 skills can also be effective in the real world. The other guy was still in awe, amazed. Isn't this guy really a martial artist? The corpse of the boar would now be taken care of by the butler. Its former glory had now become a meal for the family. Even his father was left speechless in surprise. First it was the gray shadow snake, now it's the sword wild boar. Now I don't know whether to praise or scold you. Zhou Zhang ate with great relish, and casually asked his father to lend him some crystals or gold. For tomorrow's competition, I want to be able to make my own decisions. The blonde guy had always considered Zhou Zhang to be a useless waste, but recently, he had been training like a madman. If he truly thought of him as a useless person, why train so excessively? Seeing him panting and out of breath, the blonde guy couldn't help but feel exhausted on his behalf. Zhou Zhang was determined, "I will win. Not just this match, but the rank 3 martial artists as well." He had indeed leveled up, see that? Zhou Zhang, this is the gap between a genius and a waste. Finally, the day of the hunting competition arrived. The atmosphere became lively with cheering crowds. A group of people, unclear whether they were volunteers or hired, shouted in support of Yan leader. They were all tall hot girls and young men who looked distinguished, creating a glamorous image. In contrast, Zhou Zhang's side was much simpler. His supporters were just old men and women, ordinary villagers, and a few children from the village. Despite the difference in circumstances, they were all united in their belief in righteousness and full of faith in Zhou Zhang. A boy in the crowd shouted out, his eyes sparkling, "Hurry up, Zhou kid. Big brother will definitely win." Yan leader just stood there, arms crossed, sneering. Zhou Zhang's crowd might have seemed humble, but that didn't bother him at all. Instead, he felt happy and excited to see his supporters. Zhou Zhang looked friendly and gentle, even walking over to pat the boy who had cheered him on and teasingly asked, "Xiao Shiyu, have you placed a bet on me winning?" The boy, embarrassed, turned red. "We're poor, big brother, I only have a belt." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhang laughed heartily, pulled a star crystal from his pocket, and handed it to the boy. "Take this and place your bet. This time, we'll definitely win." Behind them, Bosun frowned at the scene. "How can you let children place bets?" Zhou Zhang responded casually, his face full of confidence, "Don't worry, this isn't really a bet, we're definitely going to win." Bosun gritted his teeth, speechless. "You're way too confident." Zhou Zhang just smiled, even kindly wishing Yan leader good luck. "Yan leader, good luck to you." Yan leader looked at him with an irritated gaze but said nothing. Finally, both of them got onto the vehicle, ready for the competition. The starting horn sounded, signaling the beginning of the hunt. This time, the contest was set by both sides that regardless of the hunting methods used, the outcome would be determined solely by the value of the hunted prey. High above, someone watched as two vehicles sped away and then asked Zhou Zhang's father, "Leader, are you sure you don't need to send someone to quietly protect the young master?" The father shook his head, his gaze thoughtful. "No need. I can protect him for a while, but his future path must depend on himself." In a dilapidated building, the phone rang. The one who picked it up was Tang Lai, a rank 5 martial artist. His tone calm, he accepted the mission. "Handle target number 2 for now, payment will be 1 green crystal." In his hand was a file on Zhou Zhang. Tang Lai skimmed through it, smiling as he relaxed his muscles and twirled the knife in his hand a few times, then muttered to himself, "Out of respect for the green crystal, I should warm up a bit before starting." At the same time, a female spy hurried in, reporting, "Master, they have accepted the mission." In the dimly lit room, someone sat sipping wine, his eyes gleaming with interest. "A cripple and a green crystal worth a bad trade like this. I'll only do it once in my life. But once I provoke that person, after the plan succeeds, I'll get double the return." Elsewhere, on an old vehicle, Zhou Zhang was fiddling with the map given to him by Butler Su. However, he couldn't help but complain, having a map is almost like not having one. The map indicated a marked area where 3 wolves frequently appeared. Zhou Zhang stared at that area, his eyes cautious, very dangerous. "I need to be even more careful." Zhou Zhang decided to get off the vehicle to warm up. He thought, then I'll start with shadow wolves as a warm-up. Ahead of him, a series of shadow wolves appeared. After a fierce battle, he managed to take down 5 of them. However, his body had reached its limit. Checking his status, Zhou Zhang realized he had reached level 16, only slightly behind a rank 3 martial artist. His entire body was sore. In his hand was a small vial of red liquid, labeled Small Health Recovery Potion. According to the description, the potion could restore 120 health points within 6 seconds, 20 points per second. Zhou Zhang wondered, "I wonder if this healing potion will work on me?" He decided to try it. He opened the vial and smelled the liquid, which had a scent somewhat like detoxifying water. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Zhang poured the potion directly onto the wound on his chest. However, there was no effect. Puzzled, he thought, could it be that I'm supposed to drink it? Not wanting to waste more time, he swiftly brought the vial to his mouth and drank it in one gulp. Just a few seconds later, the wounds on his body began to heal at an incredible rate. Zhou Zhang was astonished. Is this for real? Can my recovery speed really be this fast? Did I seriously bring such a powerful potion into this world? Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the forest, 3 people were resting against a tree. Yang Yu, a rank 2 martial artist, along with Zhou Lanbo and Gui Yu, both rank 3 martial artists, were enthusiastically discussing the bet between Yan Bosun and Zhou Zhang. One of them spoke, their voice filled with excitement. This duel is definitely going to be very interesting. The subordinate named Yang Yu asked, Big brother, those 2 are competing today, have you placed your bet yet? Zhou Lanbo cursed, bet my ass. We're risking our lives to earn a bit of money, I don't want to throw it away on that. Unconsciously, Gui Yu noticed someone approaching, and it was none other than the old man Tang Lai. He pretended to scratch his head foolishly, as if he had accidentally run into someone. Gui Yu immediately stepped forward, wary, and said, Stop, don't come any closer. Tang Lai put on a kindly face and pretended, Don't be alarmed, I'm just lost. I wonder if any of you have seen this person today? In his hand was a photo of Zhou Zhang. Yan Yu, caught off guard, covered his mouth but still exclaimed, Isn't this Zhou Zhang? We just saw him this morning. Zhou Lanbo was startled, quickly shouting, Xiao Yu, shut up. Tang Lai immediately revealed his true face, lunging at Gui Yu with a dagger, catching her off guard. Zhou Lanbo ran away, yelling for Yang Yu to follow, but in the end, he was too late. With a snap of his fingers to the brain, Yang Yu collapsed. Tang Lai continued to eliminate Yang Yu, clearing the area of everyone and leaving no trace behind. On another side, Zhou Zhang was still hanging from the tree branch, sneezing repeatedly. No way, my physical condition is so strong, and yet I caught a cold? The young man sitting on the tree branch did so because there were many shadow wolves below, and the white one in the distance was the Wolf King boss. But looking at the tattered equipment he was carrying, he knew for sure that he wouldn't be able to defeat the boss. It was already 1 p.m., and he couldn't even find a worthy prey. He was truly becoming useless. Suddenly, he saw the health bar approaching his area, confirming that it was definitely a human. The man appeared with a red health bar, radiating killing intent. The young man guessed that it seemed he had mistaken him for the target. Unconsciously, Tang Lai looked up at the tree branches and, in the blink of an eye, the person was gone. He muttered to himself, Not here? Could I have felt wrong? Quickly, Zhou Zhang had moved to another spot. Tang Lai was indeed too strong compared to the current strength of the young man. He had always lived a peaceful and kind life, but for some reason, he kept running into unnecessary troubles. It was clear that this person had come for him. Were there really people who wanted him to face such misfortunes? The best offense is a good defense, and there was no way to hide forever, it would ruin everything. Zhou Zhang decided to charge out, risking everything. After a powerful explosion, the man was momentarily caught off guard. Tang Lai had to admit that Zhou Zhang's speed was incredible, and every strike was decisive. However, Zhou Zhang was deeply worried. With this kind of martial technique, he couldn't keep it up for long, and he would have to use his ultimate move soon. The young man, having activated his ambush, pushed Tang Lai back with one strike. The old man was still bewildered, unable to believe it. No, this isn't right, I clearly blocked that blow. After a powerful strike into a tree, the old man was injured, but in reality, it was only a small amount of blood, and the injury wasn't serious. Now, with time to look his opponent in the eye, Tang Lai immediately recognized the person before him as Zhou Zhang, exclaiming in shock, unexpectedly, It's you, how could this be? Zhou Zhang didn't see any information about the old man at all, while Tang Lai cursed inwardly, martial warrior trainee? A useless thing? Those intelligence agents are all dead. How dare they call him a martial warrior trainee? I almost met my end. Zhou Zhang calmly asked, Did Yan Bosun send you? Tang Lai didn't want to respond, his face growling with killing intent. You're stronger than I imagined, but a person about to die doesn't need to know much. With one finishing blow, Tang Lai managed to sever a large tree trunk. Zhou Zhang still held on, knowing that he couldn't match strength with strength in this situation. He continued hiding behind the tree, observing and looking for ways to extend the time to exploit any weaknesses. Tang Lai began searching. Your hiding skills are impressive, but in the end, you won't escape. After identifying good positions to attack, Zhou Zhang began to make his move again. However, his weapon was truly formidable, and all he could do was use speed to crawl quickly. Tang Lai stood there and began lecturing. You clearly don't understand the physical attributes of a rank 6 martial artist. I could dodge this type of bullet even with my eyes closed. In an instant, Zhou Zhang climbed back up the tree. After some careful consideration, the only option left was to call for backup. From above, the young man continuously shot down, hitting wherever he aimed. As Tang Lai chased after him, Zhou Zhang kept running ahead. Zhou Zhang led him to a stone outcrop. He jumped down, and Tang Lai, thinking it was an easy catch, followed suit. What he didn't know was that Zhou Zhang was luring him into a fight with shadow wolves. Tang Lai was surrounded and stood there, looking bewildered. You crazy fool, do you want to die? In that moment of inattention, a shadow wolf bit into his leg. The commotion awakened the boss that had been peacefully resting on a nearby rock. The moment it woke, it let out a deafening roar. This was exactly what Zhou Zhang had planned. Now both of them had to face the boss shadow wolf. Zhou Zhang surveyed the situation and figured there might be a chance to break through the encirclement from that direction. Tang Lai, still oblivious to the danger, turned to Zhou Zhang and asked, "Are you trying to cut off your own escape route?" "For me, getting out of here is not difficult." In Zhou Zhang's hands were 2 grenades, and the young man responded to him with a faint, savage smile. "Is that so? Then let's increase the difficulty a little." After the grenade exploded, the black smoke obscured the view. Tang Lai swung his sword recklessly, but was scratched by the Wolf King boss. It was indeed furious, while Zhou Zhang stepped back from the battle, sitting on a tree to enjoy the show. He said, "Hee, I'll leave this place to you, feel free to play and have fun." Meanwhile, his own injuries were being healed thanks to the healing potion he carried. Tang Lai, surrounded on all sides, was panicking and furious. The moment the sun set was also when the chaotic sounds below ceased. It seemed that everything had come to an end. Looking down, Zhou Zhang saw that both the boss and Tang Lai were severely injured. With little effort, he descended and stroked his chin, muttering. Unexpectedly, he managed to single-handedly wipe out the wolves. Is this the combat power of a rank 5 martial artist? After being bitten by the boss once more, Tang Lai completely fell. Zhou Zhang approached to see if there was anything interesting to loot. Eventually, he discovered a bag full of gems. Truly someone with money. In addition, he found another item. Just as he was curious about what it might be, he realized the boss hadn't completely fallen yet. You decided to bring the knife to put an end to its pain. At the competition area, many people were nervously waiting, as both of them still hadn't returned by the scheduled time. Even Yen Bosun's father was eagerly waiting, joined by a few onlookers who exchanged polite remarks. "Commander Yen, it seems like young Master DM is sure to win this time, right? Let's congratulate him in advance." Although Commander Yen was overly confident, he still had to appear modest. "You flatter me, the results are not in yet." "Haha, no rush, no rush." Butler Su, with a worried expression, turned to Lan Shi and asked, "Young master, is everything all right?" Lan Shi fully trusted Zhou Zhang's abilities, but it was only his father who stood silently, deep in thought, saying nothing. The moment Yen Bosun's car arrived, the crowd cheered loudly. "Yen leader has returned in triumph. Quickly look at the game trophies in the car. They're huge." Yen Bosun's father approached and asked if his son was hurt, to which he confidently replied, "Fighting that useless person was nothing." After saying that, his father brushed his hands off and didn't need his son to stay and hear the results. He told him to go home right away, even turning to wait for Zhou Zhang's return before announcing the outcome. The moment Zhou Zhang's car appeared, the common folk erupted in cheers, partly to celebrate that he had returned safely. "There's young Master Zhou, it really is him." As soon as they arrived, the car emitted a cloud of black smoke, leaving Zhou Zhang stunned. "Someone must have chosen this car for me." Both opponents got out and waited for the results. Yen Bosun smirked. "You're back pretty quickly, I thought I'd have a little more time to rest." Zhou Zhang, not backing down, retorted immediately, "You'll have plenty of time to rest in the second half of your life." Yan Bosun then played his hand, raising his hand high. "Everyone, I have a suggestion. Let's not tally up the hunting results at the same time. We'll go one by one. What do you think?" Hong Chang, the leader, watching from the sidelines, could already guess his intent. "That guy is trying to insult my son." As for Zhou Zhang, not only was he unfazed, but he also responded playfully, "I'm fine with it. If you like, go ahead." But Bo Sun was still confident he had it in the bag. "Well, let's start with mine, then. Place your bet on Zhou Young Master's performance." He thought to himself, how long can a useless guy like Zhou Zhang keep pretending? They began announcing, "We'll tally up Yin leader's hunting results first." As soon as the trunk was opened, everyone exclaimed. Without missing a beat, Bo Sun patted Zhou Zhang's shoulder. "Zhou Young Master, who do you think won this match?" They were still in the process of wrapping up the tally, and what Bo Sun brought back was a wild boar with a sword stuck in it. The smug look on his face made one want to give him a few slaps. However, he continued to elaborate, "Wait a moment, I think we should check the star crystal inside the hunting item and calculate its value. After all, this is a standard third-tier hunting item, not just any hunting item can be compared." The staff member seemed hesitant, worried that Zhou Zhang might suffer a loss, but Zhou Zhang waved his hand and said, "It's fine, just finish up quickly, I still need to go back and take a shower." The shouting grew louder, cheering for Bo Sun. Indeed, there was a crystal inside, a white crystal, along with a crystal from the sword wild boar, worth roughly the same as a middle-rank white crystal. Zhou Zhang sat cross-legged, commenting as if genuinely impressed, "It's not bad. The luck isn't ordinary." However, Bo Sun stood with his hands in his pockets, and upon hearing that, he replied, "Luck is something only the weak need. I don't need luck to win. If not, I'll toss you 2 more crystals." Not only did Zhou Zhang not disagree, but he also responded enthusiastically, "All right, then I'll thank Yin leader." This action made Bo Sun angry, silently cursing Zhou Zhang as a shameless waste who donates to the tree but still likes to climb it. He continued to clap, acting as if nothing were amiss, and said, "Please, everyone, don't get too excited, the sword wild boar is just an appetizer, the real main course is down below." After the staff rummaged through, it was found that there were still rank 3 fortaist spiders underneath. The civilians could only clamp their mouths shut, unable to speak. "This kid really has caused a stir. These are fortaist spiders, many martial artists wouldn't dare to provoke them. A rank 3 fortaist spider is valued at 3 white crystals." The hired girls, who had come to cheer, were now screaming loudly, getting carried away, "Yin leader, I want to bear you little monkeys." One side was excitedly shouting the 3 words "Yin leader," while the other side, the civilians, were crying, fearing that Zhou Zhang was truly going to lose. There was no longer any restraint. Bo Sun stretched and turned around to taunt, "Zhou Zhang, this is the gap between you and me, between a cripple and a genius." Zhou Zhang, still barely hanging on, responded bluntly, "Seems like you're quite familiar with your own status as a cripple." Bo Sun, enraged, was about to retort, but Zhou Zhang didn't want to waste any more time. "All right then, let's see who the real cripple is. Time's too tight for me to hunt anything worthwhile, I only have one shadow wolf." As he yanked the curtain aside, the moment the shadow wolf boss lay there, Bo Sun's nose started running, his eyes bulging out. A shadow wolf? The leader, astonished, couldn't even believe his own eyes. "Is that a rank 4 shadow wolf king?" Butler Su clapped his hands, extremely excited. Can the young master really hunt a rank 4 wild beast now? After examining the situation, the results showed that a rank 4 shadow wolf was worth a low-level blue crystal. The people standing there looked at each other and began to discuss, how many high-level white crystals can be exchanged for a low-level blue crystal? Foolish, 1 low-level blue crystal equals 100 high-level white crystals. My God, what is there even to compare at this point? A child sitting on an elderly man's back cheered loudly for Zhou Zhang. "Oh, brother Zhou Zhang won." At this point, the kind-hearted villagers also started shouting, "Long live Zhou Zhang, 1 second to annihilate." Bo Sun was unconvinced. He was certain that Zhou Zhang had cheated, because even a rank 5 martial artist wouldn't dare challenge a Wolf King boss, and Zhou Zhang alone could never have defeated it. As for Zhou Zhang, he simply pointed back and declared, "If I can hunt this Wolf King boss, I should thank you. Dealing with trash like you, I had no choice but to invite a rank 5 martial artist." Yen leader is indeed generous. Bo Sun, stunned and visibly shocked, said, "What did you say? You clearly wanted to cheat, yet you're accusing me." While his son was spraying hardening spray in frustration, Bo Sun's father stepped forward. "Rebellious son, shut up. Zhou young master is indeed a dragon among men. I'll discipline this unruly child when we get back." Zhou Zhang only used half an eye to glance at him, but with just that brief look, he immediately judged that this squinty-eyed fat man was not the type of person to be trusted. Zhou Hongchang also decided to step in and defend his son. "Commander Yen, you've spoken too harshly. The two young ones were just competing, there's no need to make it such a big deal. Xiao Zhang was simply lucky, he can't compare to Bo Sun's skills." The old man, Commander Yen, clearly showed his insincerity. Luck is also a part of strength. However, right after that, Commander Yen returned and immediately punished the female spy Zhou Zhang. "Why is that useless fool still alive and running around? And he even managed to bring back that Shadow Wolves King? Looks like the assassination organization is just a bunch of useless people. I can't wait any longer, prepare to execute Plan B." As for Zhou Zhang's family, as soon as they arrived home, the whole family celebrated with a lavish feast. Hongchang seemed very proud of his son. "Kid, you did great, but you went a bit too hard on the drinking for your first time." While biting into a piece of meat, Zhou Zhangren realized that no matter the world, drinking was definitely not his strong suit. It was also the first time for Hongchang to congratulate his son like this. "Xiao Zhang, congratulations on winning the competition, you're growing up." In a moment of excitement, the young man still didn't forget to ask his father about Yen Bo Sun and Yen Xuan. Then he hesitated. "But wait, the one who ordered the assassin behind it isn't confirmed yet. If I say it, it might lead to a lot of trouble." Seeing his son suddenly stop, Hongchang reassured him, "You don't need to take Bo Sun's accusations of cheating to heart. That brat is certainly skilled, just a bit too arrogant. Your uncle Yen will teach him a lesson." It seemed that his father still had no doubts. Zhou Zhang decided to set the matter aside for now and investigated himself first. In the dark room with no lights on, Zhou Zhang kept reviewing the item he had found at Tang Lai's place. "This won't explode, will it? It seems I was overthinking. Could this be some kind of communication device?" At that moment, Butler Su entered with a stiff gait, carrying a large sack of star crystals that had been brought over during the competition. "Where would you like me to put this, sir?" Once again, the attractive face and figure of Butler Su distracted Zhou Zhang, making it hard for him to focus on the issue. The young man, flustered, responded, "No need, just put it down quickly." The young gentleman, ever the gallant one, took the sack from Butler Su's hands, telling her that it was something he could handle himself. Butler Su thought this was her responsibility, but Zhou Zhang bluntly replied, "To me, you're just an ordinary girl. There's no need to bind yourself to the role of a butler every day." The two exchanged gazes full of lingering emotions, when suddenly, Hongchang walked in, interrupting their conversation. "Xiao Zhang, Butler, are you both busy?" Butler Su quickly excused herself, leaving space for Hongchang and his son to talk. "You won the competition today, which has cleared up the doubts many had about you. Now, you should start learning to manage Wei City." Zhou Zhang hesitated and confided in his father, "I don't want to be some kind of manager, I just really have something I'd like to ask of you. Could you help me use these star crystals to craft some better equipment?" Meanwhile, Yen Bo Sun was sitting across from his father, discussing today's discontented victory. "What? You're saying that the useless Zhou Zhang cheated?" The assassin said, "Look at the wounds on Shadow Wolves King's body. It's obvious that the one who killed Shadow Wolves King was someone else." Upon receiving this information, Bo Sun immediately stood up in anger. "Father, did you hear that? That bastard!" Yen Xuan slammed his hand on the table and said, "I know, leave it for now." Bo Sun, still unwilling to calm down, angrily said, "You must seek justice for me, this concerns my reputation." But Yen Xuan's cold, sharp gaze signaled for his son to leave. The bratty Bo Sun muttered as he walked away, "Don't think that just because your father is the leader, he can do whatever he wants. This isn't over yet. As for Zhou Zhang, he was still diligently practicing shooting zombies to level up. Having just finished off a level 20 zombie, he also reached level 20. Thanks to this bow, his leveling speed had skyrocketed. Looking at his skill panel, he noticed a new skill called Jump Strike, which allowed for 3 consecutive attacks, each dealing 200 points of damage. Just then, you heard a growl. Turning around, you saw a gigantic elite causing chaos. Zhou Zhang was not the least bit intimidated, instead, he was thoroughly intrigued. It certainly had a challenging presence. Something had emitted a signal, drawing the attention of this massive elite. Lu Yongshan spoke into the comms, the final step of the mission has been activated. After scanning for weaknesses, Zhou Zhang shot a demo arrow directly into its brain. However, after pulling the arrow out, it showed no signs of weakening. He was quite surprised, an elite really is an elite. No matter where it explodes, there's no blood. How had it noticed him? It seemed it had realized that he was the one who attacked it, as its bloodshot eyes began to scream in fury. It flailed wildly, harming the nearby zombies. Zhou Zhang remained calm and even complained, "This elite has quite a temper." Immediately after, he executed a new move, jumping to strike, seizing the moment to shoot an arrow into the back of its neck. Then, he plunged a knife into its back. At this point, the elite's health had been reduced by more than half. After a deafening explosion, Lu Yongshan also noticed him as he wiped his sword clean. How could something causing this much disturbance make such a loud noise? As for Zhou Zhang, he had already taken down the elite. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. Wow! It's a blue crystal. Looks like I just hit the jackpot. The crows flew across the sky in flocks. Zhou Zhang was riding his motorcycle, but was stopped in the middle of the road. "Who's there? Stop your vehicle now." After recognizing the familiar face, the young guard became excited. "So it's young Master Zhou." Zhou Zhang, puzzled, asked right away what had happened, since he hadn't noticed any security arrangements when he went out early in the morning. The young man, holding a gun and scratching his head, replied, "Actually, we're not too sure ourselves. We heard from the higher-ups that there seems to be some activity from the zombies in the town up ahead." Zhou Zhang stroked his chin, thinking, "Zombies, no wonder the zombie density today seems much higher than usual." He immediately rushed to find his father, who was in a meeting. "Xiao Zhang, you came at the right time, come over here and listen." After greeting everyone, old he continued, "Leader, we've determined the direction. A large group of zombies is heading towards Wei City, and we estimate they'll reach the safe zone of Wei City by tomorrow. Moreover, there are also some giant zombies mixed in with them." Lao Yu, puffing on a cigarette, thought for a moment before saying, "The defensive strategy is too passive. In my opinion, we should take the initiative from a distance and deal with them." Xian was also present and added, "I agree with Lao Yu's suggestion. After all, we still need to go harvest food in the coming months. As the head of logistics, I don't want to see Wei City face a famine disaster 6 months from now." Zhou Hongchang anxiously asked about the situation. "Lao Su, has the news of the city's defense mobilization leaked out yet?" He replied, "Don't worry, even if someone guesses, they wouldn't dare to talk nonsense." Hongchang sighed, clearly troubled, and then suddenly became agitated. "Lao Yu, Lao He, tomorrow morning, gather the troops and follow me out of the city. Lao Yan and Lao Su will handle the rear, and while I'm away, Zhou Zhang will have full authority to make decisions in my stead." Everyone was stunned, and clearly, Zhou Zhang would be even more surprised. After everyone left, only the father and son remained together. Hongchang continued to advise his son, "Xiao Zhang, while I'm away, you must study and manage things well." Zhou Zhang hesitated. "Father, I don't think this zombie wave is as simple as it seems. I think you should reconsider." Hongchang tried to reassure him, "Silly child, your father is a rank 5 martial artist. Besides, this time, we are only luring the zombies, there's no real danger." Zhou Zhang agreed, "Since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you." Zhou Zhang gave one last piece of advice: "No matter what happens, you must be on my side. You must come back safely." Looking at the family photo, Hong Chang began to cry. Xiao Zhang has grown up. Please, watch over him and ensure everything goes smoothly. A few days later, the patrol team returned, and Zhou Zhang froze when he heard the news that his father had encountered an accident. Immediately, he climbed into the car with Ramsey to check the situation. Ramsey, do you really think my father is in trouble? He replied, I'm not sure, but I recognize that man. He's definitely a member of the patrol team. On the way, Zhou Zhang felt puzzled, as there was no sign of any fight with zombies along the way. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong and asked directly, Hey, where are you really going? The driver responded smoothly, We're almost there, but he had no idea that Zhou Zhang had already sensed the anomaly. The blood column on the car had turned red, indicating it was broken clearly. This was a trap. As soon as the car stopped, he saw a group of armed men standing ready, all of them tough-looking. One of them spoke up, Finally, you're here. You've kept us waiting too long. The driver grinned maliciously, Zhou young master, you can get off the car now. Ramsey looked at them and began to understand the situation. Just then, Yan Bosun stepped forward, of course, just as you think. Ramsey stepped in front, ready to protect Zhou Zhang. Yan Bosun, do you dare to betray the leader? Bosun didn't say much, immediately taking action against Ramsey. Zhou Zhang caught Ramsey with one hand to prevent him from falling, then directly faced the three men with Bosun. It seems the sabotage of the trial was your doing. He calmly lit a cigarette. Bosun arrogantly replied, It's no secret. Either way, both of you are going to die here today. Your father is a very wise man, and to lure him out of the city, we've put a lot of effort into setting this up. Zhou Zhang could no longer tolerate it, his gaze dropped as he spoke, Get him out of the city. What on earth have you all been doing? Bosun leaned in and blew smoke directly into Zhou Zhang's face. What do you think? He's been in that position for too long, it's time for a change, isn't it? Ramsey, sitting nearby, called out to inform Zhou Zhang that these people were at least stage 2 and hinted that they would hold them off so Zhou Zhang could escape. A man standing outside the group shouted, Hey, do you think we're deaf? Neither of you is leaving. Zhou Zhang's face darkened, ready to make an example of each person one by one. The loudest among them would suffer first. You're right. None of you here today will leave. With lightning speed, Zhou Zhang sent a few flying, while the remaining ones rallied together, determined to stop him from escaping. Well, if everyone's getting a turn, I'll oblige. Seeing Zhou Zhang's strength, they realized they were no match for him. Aren't you just an intern martial artist? Zhou Zhang showed them what true courtesy was. Whoever says I'm just an intern martial artist doesn't know what they're talking about. With a single slash of his blade, all that was left was blood, nothing but blood. Yan Bosun immediately went into crisis mode, grabbing 2 guns and firing wildly. This has to be a trick. He must have taken something. Keep him contained. Once the effect wears off, he'll be nothing but trash. Hundreds of bullets were fired at him, but none of them hit Zhou Zhang. Filled with killing intent, he swiftly moved toward Bosun and kicked him squarely in the face. After spitting blood, face to face with Zhou Zhang, Bosun still couldn't believe it and muttered, Impossible. I'm clearly at stage 3. Zhou Zhang, already disgusted and fed up with his words, replied, Is that all you know, differentiating people based on their levels? That's a pretty narrow view, Yan leader. Although his throat was at risk, Bosun still tried to threaten him, You can't harm me. The city is now entirely under my father's control. If you harm me, your father won't be safe either. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhang only wanted to tear him apart even more. Killing you now would be too merciful. Where did they take my father? Bosun's eyes were bloodshot, sweat pouring down, unsure whether to tell the truth. Positioned in the east, he thought Zhou Zhang wasn't paying attention, so he pulled a knife from his chest, intending to beg for mercy. But Zhou Zhang, with a taunt, swiftly stabbed him in the throat. Before he completely perished, Bosun still tried to gasp out a final threat, I'll be waiting for you down there. Ramsey, horrified by the scene before him, panicked, Young master, what should we do now? Zhou Zhang didn't hesitate and immediately replied, Of course, we'll deal with the traitors and rescue my father. In a different turn of events, Hong Chang was following Lao Su, leading him towards the zombies. However, upon observing their state, Hong Chang sensed something was off. In a moment of distraction, Lao Su struck from behind, injuring Hong Chang. Luckily, he managed to dodge just in time, so the wound wasn't severe. Lao Yu revealed his true face, holding a sword dripping with blood, and said, "Still stronger than I thought, even after such a sneak attack, I couldn't handle you." Zhou Hong Chang was stunned to discover that his closest ally had betrayed him. "You betrayed me?" Lao Su, arrogant, rested the sword on his shoulder and replied, "Lao Zhou, that sounds a bit harsh. I'm not the only one who betrayed you." Immediately, a group of people who had been hiding earlier now revealed themselves. Without needing any further words, they all attacked Hong Chang simultaneously. Hong Chang stood in shock and fury. "Is this all you've got, a couple of insignificant minnows?" From behind, Yin Chuan also appeared. "What if you add me to the mix? Farewell, Lao Zhou." They all joined forces to attack Hong Chang, cornering him. The others provided cover with guns, and facing them alone made things unbearably difficult for Hong Chang. Yen Chuan and Lao Lu appeared from behind, launching an assassination attempt, and with a loud explosion, the blade sank into Hong Chang's shoulder. He fell into a state of extreme fury. "Why? You were the ones I trusted the most." All the betrayers stood to the side, their eyes cold. How much is trust really worth in this world? You have no power, your whole life has been that of a defeated dog. Hong Chang's face was cold as he laughed maniacally. "Ha, do you all wish for my death? Then come and try it." There were no boundaries left. Hong Chang raised his sword high, ready to strike relentlessly at the bald old man. Yen Chuan staggered, realizing that he was neither strong enough nor capable of facing Hong Chang. He continued shouting, calling for help from the people behind him. "Lao Yu, Lao He, why aren't you attacking yet?" Hong Chang's anger surged, his killing intent growing stronger by the moment. As for Zhou Zhang, he and Ramsay were making their way toward his father. As Zhou Zhang walked, he thought to himself, though he's just an ordinary father, no one should be allowed to take his life so easily. When they reached the barricade, the vehicle stopped. Before them was the place where the leader's soldiers were stationed. Zhou Zhang glanced around and noticed that the blood posts were completely empty, confirming that the guards here had been wiped out. A man carrying a gun stepped forward, blocking the vehicle, and pretended to greet them warmly. "Oh, it's young Master Zhou, huh? The leader is chasing zombies. Do you need me to lead people to find him?" The red blood posts clearly indicated that this man was no good. Zhou Zhang no longer bothered with pleasantries and responded, "No need. How about I escort you to another place instead? The only place a traitor like you deserves to go is hell." Meanwhile, Hong Chang was still facing all the traitors alone. He swore that, even if it cost him his life, he would drag them down with him. Lao Yu curled his lips. "You're about to die, and you're still being so stubborn." Yen Chuan, after losing an arm, screamed for the remaining people to quickly deal with Hong Chang. He also activated his power, sending a curved knife toward Hong Chang in an attempt to attack him. Hong Chang only had a sword to block it, but unfortunately, the blade sliced his hand, causing the sword to fall. Seizing the opportunity, the traitors quickly closed in and thrust their daggers straight into Hong Chang's abdomen, shouting, "Why don't you just die already?" But just as Yen Chuan, hiding a sharp dagger in his sleeve, advanced, he was hit by a powerful palm strike from Hong Chang. The pain was so intense that Yen Chuan screamed and staggered backward. Sen glanced at Yu Jianzhong, muttering to himself, "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If I die, the entire grain supply of Wei City will be destroyed. You won't get anything." Upon hearing this, Yu Jianzhong immediately charged at Hong Chang. "It's time to go, Lao Zhou." At the moment when Hong Chang was gravely wounded and unable to fight back, and the tip of the sword was nearly at his head, it was Zhou Zhang's arrow that struck just in time. Everyone was stunned by Zhou Zhang's sudden appearance. "Who are you people saying needs to go?" Yu Jianzhong broke into a cold sweat, his face full of shock. "That shot. It couldn't have come from a useless person like you." Hong Chang slowly regained his composure, laughing loudly and saying, "My son is a useless person? I'll show you who the real useless ones are. Xiao Zhang, hold off Yin Chuan for me. I'll take care of the two useless ones and then come help you. Zhou Zhang, with a sharp gaze, was ready to support his father. He then threw a bottle of medicine to Hong Chang and said, "Father, take this first." Hong Chang grabbed the bottle with a look of great surprise. While his father was drinking the medicine and recovering, Zhou Zhang decided to face Yin Chuan. "I just received your son, now it's your turn." Upon hearing this, Yin Chuan felt uneasy. "What have you done to Bo Sun?" Zhou Zhang sneered. "What do you think I've done to him? You and your son have done despicable things like that, and yet you have the nerve to question others?" Yin Chuan realized his son was dead and immediately attacked Zhou Zhang. However, with incredible speed, Zhou Zhang dodged all the attacks and quickly charged forward, causing Yin Chuan to lose more than half of his health. Overwhelmed, Yin Chuan stood there, screaming for help from He Yin Chang. Nearby, He Yin Chang also rushed toward Zhou Zhang but was kicked by him, losing half of his health. He flailed, and for some reason, began to slash wildly. As he absent-mindedly looked up, Zhou Zhang descended from the sky. Before delivering the final blow, Zhou Zhang called out, "Goodbye." The scene shifted to a different development. Many civilians were moving into the city. An elderly farmer asked a soldier, "Brother, what exactly happened outside the city? Why are you forcing us to enter the city?" He replied to the old man, "I heard there's been a zombie wave passing through. Don't worry, stay within the city for 2 days, nothing will happen." Suli would temporarily take the leader's place to command the soldiers. "All right, focus, everyone. The leader is out there fighting, we must protect this city well." However, Suli felt uneasy but silently hoped that Lao Zhou wouldn't run into any trouble. Butler Su, alone at home, gazed anxiously at the sky, her eyes brimming with tears. She recalled Hong Chang's words, "Su Yunwen, for all these years you've cared for Xiao Zhang like your own brother. I've considered you like my own daughter. If Wei City falls this time, I'll have to entrust Xiao Zhang to you. Don't worry too much. This isn't me giving you my last will." Now, after Hong Chang had recovered from his injuries, he had decided to fight to the end against those scoundrels. Lao Yu, however, was not ready to give up so soon. Knowing he couldn't stand against them, Lao Yu turned to seek help from Yin Ching, but it was too late. Hong Chang struck immediately, his sword thrust into the chest, disintegrating the old man. Before he closed his eyes, Hong Chang warned him once more, "If you want revenge, wait for me in the underworld." Zhou Zhang was also filled with killing intent. The appetizer is done, now it's time for the main course. Knowing death was imminent, Yin Chuan tried to put on a show of intimidation. "You can't kill me. If I die, everyone in Wei City will die with me." Hong Chang found the words unbearable and, in a fit of anger, thrust his sword into the ground before shouting, "Shut up, traitor of Eugene Zhong. I had heard rumors, but never did I expect you to sink so low, and worse yet, to risk the lives of people in Wei City." Yin Chuan, though unable to do much anymore, still retorted fiercely, "What good does your ranting do? As for Wei City, even if I have no achievements, I have certainly endured hardships. By what right does your foolish son think he can trample over me? If I press this button, all of Wei City's food stores will be destroyed. Now tell me, Zhou Zhang, where is my son?" Zhou Zhang smiled confidently and affirmed, "I told you, he is safe for now. But if you press that button, I will make sure both you and your son suffer a fate worse than death." Suddenly, Lu Yongshan appeared in the tree and revealed himself, causing Yin Chuan to lose his temper. "Consider this a gift for the landlord. I'll give you a piece of news for free. I swear on the honor of the Dark Shadow, your son, Yin Bosun, has been dead for a long time." Upon hearing this, Yin Chuan froze, growling in disbelief as he prepared to press the button, but Zhou Zhang wouldn't give him the chance. He immediately shot the button out of his hand and closed in on him. "Now, I'll take you to meet Yin Bosun." Just then, Lu Yongshan appeared out of nowhere, saving Yin Chuan's life. He was a rank 6 martial artist. Carrying Yin Chuan by the collar as if he were carrying a dog, he replied to Zhou Zhang, "It's not quite proper to harm the landlord right in front of me. My hunters, upon looking at his face, see that he is a man who will stop at nothing. Today, I suppose I'll have to trouble all of you to stay here. Yan Xuan, feeling a glimmer of hope, expressed his intention to offer a reward. Eliminate them for me. I can triple, no, quadruple the reward. Lu Yongshan turned to stroke his bald head and said, Boss, do you still not understand the situation? Your son is dead, everything you have is destroyed. Right now, the only person who can save you is me. Taking all your assets shouldn't be too much, should it? Just then, Ramsay ran over to report that the troublemakers on the other side had been dealt with. Zhou Zhang, concerned that Ramsay might be in danger, quickly warned, Don't come over, there's a rank 6 martial artist here. Upon hearing this, Ramsay panicked, unable to believe his eyes. This was the first time he had encountered a rank 6 martial artist of this caliber. Hong Chang, not wanting his son to be dragged into this, reminded, Xiao Zhang, I'll hold him off for a moment, you all should run. Zhou Zhang, unwilling to let his father face danger alone, replied, Don't joke around, old man. With your current condition, how long do you think you can hold off a rank 6 martial artist? Ramsay, in fear, began to flee ahead, but Lu Yongshan immediately chased after him, saying, Did I give you permission to run? Do not let him touch me. Zhou Zhang blocked the strike with a single swing of his sword. A mere rank 6 martial artist, do you really have to treat me like I'm nothing but a piece of scallion? What was there to fear from a rank 6 martial artist like him? To him, everyone else was just trash. He was so disdainful that he casually picked his ear, now irritated. He truly hadn't realized that he had been attacked. He only felt that the prey was more bothersome than a fly. This time, he had indeed lost everything. Finally, Ramsay flew the vehicle over, urging everyone to quickly get on to escape. Zhou Zhang didn't forget to hand Lu Yongshan 2 grenades, which exploded in the blink of an eye. This old man, ever since losing his son, seemed to have become completely dazed, constantly falling into a negative state and breaking down. What was this dark shadow assassin nonsense? In the end, they were all a bunch of trash. If I can't have it, don't even think about having it. Yan Xuan raised the button, about to press it to destroy the entire food stockpile. Seeing that his advantage was about to vanish in an instant, Lu Yongshan couldn't afford to delay any longer and immediately grabbed his hand. Don't be unreasonable. I wouldn't mind taking you to meet your son. Yan Xuan, neither man nor ghost, continued to laugh stupidly like a mad old man. This loss of control made him press the button, and in an instant, the food storage exploded, turning into ash. As they watched the food warehouse burst into flames, everyone collapsed in helplessness, tears streaming down their faces. The fire blazed with an incredibly fast speed. Suli heard a loud explosion from within the city, and immediately, someone ran out to report, Su leader, it's bad. The food storage has suddenly exploded. In the moment of chaos, unsure of what to do, the enemy arrived. They charged forward like a horde of maddened spirits. Suli, holding a rifle, began shooting frantically at the zombie wave to temporarily halt their advance. Citizens, retreat inside the city. You all, even if you have to use your bodies to block them, hold on as long as you can. A few soldiers had already fallen while facing the zombie wave head-on. In a brief lapse of attention, Suli was also grabbed by one of the zombies. Turning around, he saw a gaping mouth ready to devour him. In that moment of peril, Zhou Zhang acted swiftly, saving him with a precise shot. Upon seeing Hong Chang and Zhou Zhang, Suli joyfully exclaimed, It's the leader! The leader has returned! A young man standing behind in panic announced, Captain, the civilians have all retreated inside the city. Suli immediately issued an order, everyone, stop guarding and focus on protecting the interior. Only after Hong Chang and everyone had temporarily reached safety could they begin discussing the betrayal. No one had expected that all of this had been caused by Yan Xuan. Updating the current situation, the food storage had exploded, and the martial artists had suffered heavy casualties. Looking down at the chaotic zombie wave outside the city, Hong Chang appeared deeply worried. With the scale of the battle, even if there were more level 5 martial artists, it would still be difficult to hold out. Zhou Zheng decided to speak up, so now we can't continue to resist. I think we can lead the people away and wait for the zombie wave to pass before returning. Hong Chang, after hearing this, seemed pleased and turned to Su Li, saying, "Look, this young man really has the mindset of a leader, doesn't he?" After all, he was very proud of his son. Butler Su brought a glass of water for each person. While drinking to quench their thirst, Hong Chang turned to his son and said, "Xiao Zhang, you're not wrong." Zhou Zhang understood his father's meaning and immediately responded, "All right, then I'll prepare to retreat." Suddenly, Zhou Zhang felt dizzy, his head spinning uncontrollably, unable to stay clear-headed. Butler Su caught him with one hand, while Hong Chang continued speaking, "But it's a pity that in this situation, with so many people and no food, we can't withdraw completely." It turned out that there was something in the glass of water that made Zhou Zhang feel groggy. Butler Su anxiously asked Hong Chang, "Leader, is this really okay?" Hong Chang just let out a loud laugh. "As the leader, this is the only time, the last time I'll be stubborn. My son is all in your hands now." The moment the helicopter took off, Zhou Zhang suddenly woke up with a start. As soon as he opened his eyes, he panicked, "Ramsey, Su Yunwen, why am I on the helicopter?" Ramsey, tears streaming down his face, reported, "Young master, leader. He insisted on staying behind." Zhou Zhang immediately opened the helicopter door and looked down with tear-filled eyes. He was in turmoil, not knowing what to do next. His father was in a life-or-death situation, and he was discussing with Su Li. "Lao Su, if possible, you must survive." Su Li remained incredibly optimistic, saying, "Stop joking, since becoming the team leader, my life has never been just my own anymore." Without hesitation, Hong Chang immediately gave the order, "Relay my command, any martial artist who wishes to leave should protect those who cannot fight from behind the mountain and retreat. Those who wish to stay, come with Zhou Hong Chang and I into this hell, and let's stir up a commotion." The moment Hong Chang activated his full 100% strength, he always thought of his son Xiao Zhang. "Even though everyone once doubted you, I have always believed. I believe that one day, you will become a part of this apocalypse." Shortly after, he charged into the sea of flames and became the brightest star in the dark night. Zhou Zhang sat in the helicopter, completely in despair, repeatedly tugging at his hair. Ramsey didn't know what else to do, only turning back to comfort him, "Young master, I understand how you're feeling right now, but in this situation, the leader's actions are meant to protect you." Tears continued to fall from Zhou Zhang's eyes, his voice choked with sobs. "Ramsey, we're deserting. My father and the others, they don't deserve this fate. If I had discovered Yen Xuan's plot earlier, Wei City wouldn't have ended up like this." Through the headset, Butler Su also offered words of comfort to Zhou Zhang. "The young master, the leader, once said that in times of chaos, living another day is a privilege. No one can predict their fate for tomorrow. What happened is not your fault. The greatest comfort to the deceased is for you to continue living." The helicopter's noise was deafening, and Ramsey choked up but tried to hold back his emotions. Butler Su was right. We should live well, that's the best thing we can do. At that moment, something attacked the helicopter. It was the monster, and the helicopter was under assault. Ramsey, determined to protect the young master to the end, was ready to risk his life. "Let me go chase them off." Zhou Zhang didn't want to just sit there, watching everyone suffer because of him. He pushed Ramsey inside. "Stay and protect Butler Su." "That's an order." With that, Zhou Zhang leapt down and initiated a confrontation with the monsters. Consumed by pure rage, he no longer wanted to show mercy to them. As he was running, the monsters kept chasing after him, and he heard something from below. In front of the helicopter, there was a gigantic, savage-looking monster. After roaring several times, it wandered off. It seemed uninterested in the helicopter. Ramsey hesitated. "It's the first time I've seen such a huge monster." After settling into the helicopter, Zhou Zhang began praising Butler Su. He hadn't expected her helicopter piloting skills to be so exceptional. She was not only beautiful but also highly skilled. Butler Su blushed, shyly responding. As the two of them were enjoying their conversation, Ramsey suddenly exclaimed in delight, "Young master, look over there, that's the human settlement." The two young men sat together in front of the map. This map had been bought by Ramsey from a wandering martial artist many years ago. If the map was accurate, the place they had just spotted was Titan. At the mention of the name, Zhou Zhan was greatly intrigued. But before he could further investigate, Butler Su anxiously reported, "Young master, the battle we just had damaged the tail of the helicopter. We need to land immediately, or we won't be able to hold on much longer." Zhou Zhang agreed, "Alright, flying directly over there by helicopter seems a bit too showy. Find a place to land." After the helicopter landed in an open field, the three of them began to discuss. It was not yet 2 p.m., and if their calculations were correct, Titan was about 20 kilometers away. If they traveled continuously, they should be able to reach it before nightfall. Before they could start, they encountered an animal that made Butler Su gasp in shock and scream. Zhou Zhang thought it was a dangerous creature and immediately grabbed his defensive knife. However, when the creature appeared, it was green in color, almost like a plant. It showed that the creature was extremely safe, causing the young man to turn and comfort the only woman. "Don't be afraid, this wild animal doesn't actively attack people." This was the first time he had seen Butler Su so frightened, and also the first time she had left the city. Butler Su, embarrassed, felt that she had been a bit too startled. Here, if such a wild monster had appeared, it surely couldn't be far from where humans gathered. Ramsey was delighted to spot a nearby highway. Following this road, they could quickly reach Titan City. As soon as he saw a vehicle approaching, Ramsey immediately drew his sword in preparation. Zhou Zhang also immediately drew his weapon, ready for battle. A man with a stylish appearance stepped down, his gaze briefly scanning all three of them, but ultimately stopping on Su Yunwan. He licked his lips with ill intent, prompting Zhou Zhang to shoot 3 arrows at him without hesitation. However, the arrows struck 3 venomous snakes lurking behind. The others who witnessed this couldn't help but admire, thinking that his archery skills were indeed impressive. After shooting the arrows, Zhou Zhang coldly threatened, "You'd better be careful, this is the wilderness, danger lurks everywhere." Someone sitting inside the vehicle called out, "A Chang, don't start trouble, we need to leave quickly." Then, he turned and got back into the vehicle. The vehicle sped by, leaving behind a trail of dust. Watching it, Ramsey ground his teeth in anger. "Those bastards, daring to make a move, I'll risk my life to take them on." Meanwhile, Su Yunwan lowered her head and repeatedly apologized, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault that everyone almost got into danger." Zhou Zhang shook his head to reassure her, "Don't blame yourself, it's not your fault, being beautiful isn't a crime." He then turned to advise Ramsey, "Right now, you can't defeat them. You need to focus more on training." Upon hearing this, Ramsey could only reply begrudgingly, "Yes." Su Yunwan sat down, her gaze sweeping over the other two before flashing a bright smile. "How are you all? Did you run into any trouble?" In the distance, the group in the vehicle was still discussing. One person turned back to ask, "Boss, why did you stop me? Didn't you see that girl?" The boss answered calmly, "The one with the bow isn't someone to mess with. We have urgent business and no time to waste. As long as they're still in Titan City, there will be another chance to meet them later." The scene shifted to the outskirts of Titan City. A level 2000 stag, exuding a majestic aura, was leisurely grazing. Zhou Zhang looked at the stag in amazement. The uncle standing next to him asked, "Do you want to take the carriage?" Zhou Zhang appeared doubtful. "Take the carriage?" The uncle laughed and replied, "It's very hard to find an opportunity to ride a horse car elsewhere, so it's a bargain for you ladies." The horse car, hearing the uncle's words, also chimed in with 2 sounds, which piqued Su Yunwan's interest as she reached out to pet it. Zhou Zhang turned to ask, "How much will it cost for the 3 of us to get to Titan City?" The uncle thought for a moment, calculating in his mind, "I have to squeeze this fat prey." But before he could answer, other drivers rushed over to make their offers. "My ride is cheaper. This is a premium Lincoln. The price is reasonable. Or my horse car is also cheaper?" The uncle looked at the chaotic scene, muttering angrily, "Damn it, I forgot about these wolves." In the end, he won by shouting, "The 3 of you only need to pay 1 low-rank white crystal to go right away." Finally, the 3 of them got into his vehicle. On the way, Zhou Zhang couldn't help but ask curiously, "Did you catch this horse car yourself?" The uncle laughed heartily. I don't have that kind of skill. I bought this treasure with a medium-rank blue crystal from a tamer. Zhou Zhang was puzzled. A tamer? The uncle explained, they are martial artists who specialize in taming various mutated monsters for fighting or selling, so they are called tamers. Then he looked at the three of them and continued, looking at you, you must have come from somewhere else to Titan City to find relatives. The question left all three of them silent. Seeing this, the uncle quickly smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Su Yunwen looked at Zhou Zhang and noticed his somewhat solemn expression, so she spoke up to comfort him. Young master, don't be sad. The leader definitely wouldn't want to see you like this. But he interrupted her, saying, who said I'm sad? I'm just thinking about how to make something happen in Titan City. The three of them approached the entrance of Titan City. Before them was a large sign clearly stating the entrance fee, 1 star coin per person. An uncle pointed ahead and said, everyone, Titan City is right in front of us. Su Yunwen suddenly became intrigued by a nearby map stall. She walked over and said, Auntie, can I have a map? Zhou Zhang looked at the fee board and exclaimed, no wonder it's a big city, even entering requires payment. After entering the city, they sought out a small inn called Happiness. However, the place was too old and run down, leaving all three feeling disheartened. Eventually, they decided to move on and found a large hotel named Peter. Here, a beautiful receptionist dressed in revealing attire welcomed them. Welcome, esteemed guests. A standard room for one night is only 2 low-rank white crystals. Zhou Zhang was a bit surprised but did not hesitate. No problem. In his heart, he thought, the price is a bit high, but it's still much better than other places. That night, while lost in thought in the hotel room, Zhou Zhang heard a knock at the door. When he opened it, he saw Su Yunwen standing there with an embarrassed expression. Young master, may I come in? He nodded and invited her in. The two sat facing each other, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Finally, she spoke up, her voice flustered. Actually, the money we brought is only enough to stay here for a week. Zhou Zhang was taken aback and leaned back in his chair. Oh. The next day, outside Titan City, Zhou Zhang and Ramsey were strolling down a crowded street. Ramsey followed behind Zhou Zhang, unable to suppress his curiosity. Young master, the ranks of martial artists here don't seem to be very low, do they? Hearing this, Zhou Zhang turned around and explained to Ramsey, in a large city like Titan, the rank of martial artist also represents one's privileges. The higher the rank, the more opportunities and resources one receives. After listening, Ramsey sighed. Hayes, with a rank like mine, even if I wanted to work as a mercenary for someone, they probably wouldn't even need me. Zhou Zhang nodded in agreement. That's indeed the case, because here the number of martial artists is so high that they have become commonplace. Seeing Ramsey looking dejected, Zhou Zhang patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him, don't be discouraged. Ranks are achieved through training. Though the competition here is fierce, there are plenty of resources available. Ramsey still appeared hesitant, not fully committed. As they continued walking, Zhou Zhang thought about the events of the previous night. Although Su Yunwen said there wasn't much money left, I still have over 1,700 white crystals and a bit of blue crystals in my pocket. However, to survive in Titan, I understand that I can't just wait for luck to come my way. Yet, what surprised him was that instead of focusing on that, his mind kept drifting back to the image of someone's slim waist and smooth, fair skin from last night. Suddenly, a beautiful girl dressed boldly approached them, her eyes filled with flirtation. She unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Ramsey's, her voice sweet. Oh, you two handsome guys, look at how dreamy you both are. Do you want to hear some gossip? Asking me is the right choice. Both of them immediately looked at her. Ramsey hurriedly pulled his arm away, his face turning slightly red. Zhou Zhang was also taken aback by her boldness. Zhou Zhang looked at the girl in front of him, his eyes filled with curiosity mixed with a hint of disdain. He thought to himself, wow, a third-level martial artist who is so bad off that she has to sell information. However, the girl maintained her bright smile, unfazed by his gaze. Who said martial artists in Titan City are so cheap? After saying this, she leaned closer to Zhou Zhang, whispering teasingly in his ear, I wonder how Su Yunwen would react if he saw this scene. It would surely be quite a spectacle. Zhou Zheng frowned slightly, but the girl continued, my information source is very reliable. One question costs only 5 coins. Moreover, I also have a map of the monster distribution around Titan City. Just one white crystal, and I guarantee you won't regret it. Although he was initially skeptical, Zhou Zheng quickly decided to purchase the map after her convincing pitch. Ramsey, standing beside him, voiced his frustration, this girl clearly just wants to rob us. Zhou Zheng simply smiled and replied, who says we are strangers in a strange land? Spending a little money is better than running around aimlessly. The two continued on to a large building. This was the first stop in Titan City. Inside, the atmosphere was bustling with long lines of people. A girl sitting at the registration desk glanced at them and asked, what are you two lining up for? Zhou Zheng stepped forward and quickly answered, registration. He took a piece of information paper from his pocket and handed it to the girl. Receiving the paper, she nodded and continued, please place your palm on the testing table to determine your strength, then fill in the appropriate information here. Zhou Zheng was taken aback by this. He looked at the modern testing table and thought, is there technology like this? It was no wonder he felt this way, he looked like a country boy visiting the city for the first time. Zhou Zheng calmly placed his hand on the testing table. Immediately, the system displayed the result, intern martial artist. The girl who had just registered immediately showed a disdainful attitude upon hearing this. Although he had already determined his rank, he would later become a martial artist intern of the Martial Artist Guild, able to go there to accept missions. Every 3 months, he would come here to pay the membership fee. Then it was Ramsey's turn. The system identified him as a second-level martial artist. Upon hearing this, the girl smiled brightly, her attitude completely different, congratulations on becoming a member. Here is your nameplate. This attitude was truly worlds apart from that towards Zhou Zheng. When they reached the resting area, Ramsey asked, young master, is registering for this really useful? Zhou Zheng answered Ramsey's naive question, of course, this is the fastest way to level up and make money. He then looked at the map and pointed to a spot, this place is very suitable for me. Our ranks are different, so when accepting missions, you shouldn't follow me. Hearing this, Ramsey was confused, how can that be? I still have to protect the young master. But Zhou Zheng confidently replied, you've been following me for so long, do you really think I need someone else to protect me? At that moment, he tossed a blue crystal to Ramsey, take this to cultivate. Don't let me down with my expectations for you. Seeing the blue crystal, Ramsey was startled, young master, we are really short on money right now. I can't accept this. Seeing Ramsey speak so loudly, Zhou Zheng raised his hand to gesture for him to be quiet, don't worry, this is my personal money. The butler won't know. Then I stood up and left, if you still feel ashamed, then go ahead and risk leveling up. Ramsey was moved by these words. On a certain bus, due to the overcrowding, everyone was angry, stop pushing, I'm about to suffocate here. Another person muttered, once I get rich, I will definitely buy a private vehicle. As for Zhou Zheng, he remained silent and did not say anything. Finally, there was an announcement on the bus, we have arrived, everyone please disembark. A group of people quickly stepped off as if they had been freed. Zhou Zheng crossed through a normal rural house, thinking to himself, I didn't expect this place to be so lively, even though it's far from the city. A man saw Zhou Zheng and called out, young man, who are you? Do you need to rent a vehicle? I can give you the lowest price. Zhou Zheng noticed a motorcycle, how much is this motorcycle for a day? The man replied, a deposit of 2 white crystals, it costs 5 coins a day, and fuel is separate. He then took out a map and asked, boss, I want to go to this place, help me calculate enough fuel money for the round trip. Seeing the destination he wanted to go to, the boss was surprised, huh? The wild beasts in that area, even a level 5 martial artist wouldn't dare to touch them. Are you sure you're not going there to hand over your life? However, Zhou Zheng appeared very confident, that's right, I am indeed going there to hand over my life, but I will be sending them off to meet the Grim Reaper. In a certain part of the forest, a pack of wolves was feeding when suddenly one of them was attacked. The remaining wolves were startled and switched to alert mode. The system announced that they had received 1,600 experience points. Zhou Zhang was incredibly pleased and exclaimed, "Oh, that's quite a lot of experience points." In his heart, he thought, "Bear Rock area, it seems this place will be my playground for the time being." The young man used his weak point scanning skill and shot arrows at the wolves. 3 of them were quickly defeated. He pulled the arrow from the corpse of one of the animals, but he had no money to buy new arrows. "The wear and tear over the past few days has been quite severe, I can't keep using them." But just then, an opportunity arose. He thought he could take advantage of this place to practice close combat. The remaining wolves approached him, and one lunged forward to attack. Zhou Zhang thought to himself, "That's a pretty quick speed." Another one rushed at him, but he managed to dodge it. "Come on over, let's practice my dodging skills together." After a fierce battle, only one wolf was left. It lunged at him again, but Zhou Zhang dodged all of its attacks. "Alright, that's enough training for today, it's time to send you on your way, isn't it?" With that, he decisively struck the wolf multiple times. After the fight ended, the young man collected 2 blue crystals. That's quite a harvest, but to become stronger, relying solely on the rogue's skills isn't enough. It's time to research star power thoroughly. By the afternoon, Zhou Zhang confidently returned without a scratch. "Boss, I'm here to return this vehicle." The boss unexpectedly looked at the car. "Is this how you finally ended up in the wild?" Zhou Zhang chuckled and replied, "It's somewhat similar, because the car, when returned, was both damaged and dirty, looking extremely shabby." The boss broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, "Are young people nowadays really not afraid of death?" Zhou Zhang then returned home, and as soon as he stepped into the room, Su Butler and Ramsey were alarmed by the mess. "Young master, why are you so dirty?" "Young master, were you robbed?" The young man scratched his head and replied nonchalantly, "I might have overdone it a bit during practice." He then turned to Ramsey and asked, "Ramsey, how about you? Has the amount of blue crystals increased?" Ramsey responded, "Young master, fortunately, thanks to that blue crystal of yours, I feel like I'm leveling up to level 3 these days." Su Butler was taken aback. "Young master, we are currently short on money, and yet you still gave him the blue crystal?" Zhou Zhang was naturally caught off guard, sweating profusely, but still confidently said, "Don't worry, Su Butler." Then, Zhou Zhang confidently handed over the fruits of a day's harvest to her, saying, "Look, this is what I hunted today. It's 2 blue crystals." Su Butler was utterly surprised upon seeing them. "Young master, is this just from one day?" Zhou Zhang coolly affirmed, "That's right, Su Butler. You might have to work hard for a few days. After all, staying at my hotel isn't the best option. These 2 blue crystals should be enough to buy a place here, right?" Transitioning to the next day, still in the same area as before, Zhou Zhang continued to rummage through the monster carcass and found another blue crystal. "This week, I've managed to collect 3 blue crystals already. It really is a place where one can train while also striking it rich." The young man let out a sigh of relief, pulling out a vial of potion, "But the current intensity is no longer enough for training. I need to choose another place to practice." At that moment, he glanced over and noticed some mushrooms. These mushrooms really are a rare sight. He recalled what the informant had told him the day before. "That's right, I'll give you an important piece of information for free. If you come across any plants you've never seen before while outside, you must definitely pick them. Most of those plants are mutated ones that absorb star power, it's hard to encounter them." The more he looked at the mushrooms, the more certain he became, these must definitely be the mutated plants. He could sense the star power contained within them, even he could perceive it. As usual, he rented that large motorbike. Whenever Zhou Zhang returned, the bike rental owner felt perplexed. "It's this crazy guy again. If I didn't know his level, I would seriously doubt whether he fights large monsters every day." People gathered around, buzzing with chatter. "The madman has survived to return today? Looks like he's been torturing himself again all day. Every time, he ends up like this. Doesn't he fear that one day he might die?" Outside, despite the chatter, Zhou Zhang paid no attention as he returned the bike. The boss responded as usual, "This crazy guy is back early today." Zhou Zhang replied, "I want to stroll around the market in the city a bit." The boss was surprised to hear this. Even a madman knows how to shop? Then he watched him get on the bus. The scene shifted to Titan City Market, where a seemingly effeminate boss was selling limited edition from around the world Chanel perfume in Titan City. There's only one bottle, one high-rank white crystal. Don't miss it as you pass by. He then approached a customer and said, "Buy a bottle for your girlfriend, it's very cheap." The person was taken aback. "Who are you calling Big Brother?" "Look closely, I'm a woman." One couldn't really blame the boss, as the person had an extremely burly figure. At that moment, the boss hurriedly apologized. "Huh? Forgive me? Beautiful girl." Just then, Zhou Zhang stepped forward and handed over a medium-rank white crystal, picked up the perfume bottle, sniffed it, and said, "One medium-rank white crystal, no extra charge." The boss was overjoyed as if he had struck gold, immediately responding, "All right. All right. I really lost out on this one, just to make a sale." But his face was extremely bright and cheerful, as if he had just caught a fat sheep. He was so happy that he forgot about the wig that someone had grabbed. Zhou Zhang took this and thought to himself, "Yunwen will surely love this." The bald-headed boss continued to sell. "Beautiful girl, I still have a 6-god perfume, there's only one bottle left in the world, one high-rank white crystal, I can take it with me." Zhou Zhang finished his work and walked into a small alley, thinking, there shouldn't be anyone around. He took out the monster carcass from his space and wrote on a sign, "One complete medium-rank white crystal, one incomplete low-rank white crystal." This is the skin of a level 3 mutated leopard. Before long, someone came to inquire, "Boss, can you lower the price a bit?" Zhou Zhang replied bluntly, "Sorry, no bargaining." The buyer looked at him skeptically, seeming doubtful. Looking at his appearance, he's just an intern martial artist. How could he hunt so many level 3 monsters? But this beast's skin is indeed genuine, there's no way he's being cheated. It turned out this person was Chang Zhan, a level 6 martial artist. "Alright, I'll take them all," Chang Zhan said, handing a card to Zhou Zhang. "Brother, let's be friends. My name is Chang Zhan." Zhou Zhang read the words on the card, which was a convenient combat equipment card, and asked, "Chang brother, don't you need to count the goods before leaving?" Chang Zhan smiled and replied, "For friends, I always trust them. With my eye, I can tell whether the goods are sufficient just by looking." He got into his vehicle and waved goodbye, saying, "Brother, if you need any equipment in the future, come to my shop." Zhou Zhang waved back amicably. Some people hadn't even had the chance to negotiate before the slots were filled. "Huh? Has everything sold out so quickly?" The leader said, "If we had that wolf skin for equipment, the success rate of our mission would definitely be improved." Leader frowned, "Forget it. In fact, increasing defensive tools against the iron armor doesn't hold much significance anymore. We have already spent 5 days on this task, can we only cancel the appointment?" Zhou Zhang, sitting nearby and eavesdropping, chimed in, "Two of you, if it's the weakness of the iron armor, I happen to know about it. Perhaps we can make a deal." The leader was still skeptical. "You know the weakness of the iron armor?" Zhou Zhang confidently affirmed, "That's right. You are high-level martial artists, but you surely have not encountered this type of beast before. To deceive someone, you must at least present a good reason." Nevertheless, Zhou Zhang handled the situation very calmly and confidently. A level 4 iron armor, when attacked, will curl up, making a very strong defensive maneuver at multiple levels. It is clear that a level 7 martial artist would have no way to deal with it. If I'm not mistaken, you probably have no information about it, right? You just accepted the mission on seeing a level 4 mutated beast, but didn't expect this mutated beast to be so difficult. At this moment, the leader seemed to have gained trust in Zhou Zhang. He continued to persuade, "I'm not forcing everyone to believe me." The leader then made a decision regarding the price. Zhou Zhang negotiated, one low-rank blue crystal. The other person questioned him upon hearing his offer, "Why don't you go rob it instead?" Zhou Zhang stroked his chin and glanced at him, "I've seen your mission details. The reward is 5 low-rank blue crystals. You can still make up the 4 blue crystals after purchasing my information." However, if you cancel the agreement, it will cost 30% more, which is more than the price of one crystal. At this moment, leader Xiao Hang introduced himself, Warhammer Group leader, Xiao Hang. Your news better be accurate, or you surely know the consequences. Zhou Zhang enthusiastically extended his hand to shake hands with Xiao Hong, introducing himself, intern martial artist Zhou Zhang, congratulations on completing your mission. Just as Zhou Zhang turned to leave, Xiao Hong said quietly, starting from the beginning, the 11th strike always attacks the point that can break the defense. Is it really that simple? The younger members still didn't believe it. One of them murmured, Leader, why does it sound like this guy is just talking nonsense? However, Xiao Hong seemed to have already believed it. He thought, not at all, I can sense that he has something about him. Just an intern martial artist? I fear that kid is not as simple as he appears. The scene shifted to the hotel lobby, where Sue Butler presented several photos and said, Young master, I found some suitable places. Ramsey, sitting beside him, was also very excited. Sue Butler is really impressive, in such a short time, he has found so many good houses. Sue Butler was pleased to receive the compliment, it's what I should do. After reviewing the options, Zhou Zhang immediately decided to finalize the deal, let's take this house. The other two were surprised, this house is in the first suburban area, so the price is a bit high. The first area, isn't that the wealthy district? At this moment, Zhou Zhang was full of confidence, wealthy district, let's go enjoy the life of the rich for a bit. When they arrived, everyone exclaimed, it's much more beautiful than in the pictures. This is called an object that exceeds its value, the broker said, feeling incredibly joyful as he saw everyone satisfied. Sir, the keys to the house have been handed over to your lady. Wishing you prosperous business, and looking forward to the next transaction with you. Su Yunwan, hearing this, felt an overwhelming sense of delight in her heart, but pretended to say, Young master, I'm sorry I didn't clarify things with the manager, leading to his misunderstanding. Zhou Zhang looked at her, noticing her blushing, and gently said, It's okay. At that moment, he picked up the bottle of perfume he had bought at the market and said, I almost forgot this, it's a gift for you. Su Yunwan blushed even more at the gift, while Ramsey, trailing behind, thought to himself, Hey, it seems like the two of you have forgotten something. This was because only Ramsey was struggling with a huge pile of luggage on his back, while the two of them were acting like a joyous couple. The scene shifted to Chaoyang Market, where Zhou Zhang stood in front of a stall selling arrows, examining the merchandise. Suddenly, the man they had encountered on the road to Titan City saw him and exclaimed, Boss, it's that kiddo. The boss, still smoking his pipe, looked towards Zhou Zhang and remarked, Your kiddo still hasn't forgotten that woman, has he? The man, unabashedly craving for women, replied, That's right, boss. I've fallen in love. This is called being loyal. The boss responded, I'm not stopping you, but you have to wait until our work is done. The scene shifts to a forest where Zhou Zhang is riding his motorcycle when he encounters a group of people blocking the way. One of them shouts, Stop! The barren marshland has already been claimed by our Tianhe gang, if you know what's good for you, get lost. Zhou Zhang quickly replies, What if I say no? The man takes a step forward with a knife, saying, Just a silly trainee martial artist, are you looking to get yourself killed? Zhou Zhang chuckles lightly, If you touch my pride, you won't fare well either. That statement, I return it to you. The group seems to be searching for 7-color mushrooms. Leader Song, I would never dare to trick you. If it weren't for the mutated leopards protecting the area, I would have gathered them long ago. The stoic leader, Song, replies, All right, brothers, eliminate all the mutated leopards around here, and search carefully. The old man is sweating profusely, thinking, Leader Song, if we really find the 7-color mushrooms, then what about my debt? This rough fellow is indeed quite scary, the old man thinks to himself, no wonder he is the leader of Tianhe gang, here I am, a level 4 martial artist, and I feel no different from a waste in front of him. They continue to eliminate all the wolves. The man with a face as dark as coal receives a report, Leader Song, there's an intruder, and Zhao Lao San, Zhang Guang, and Lu Qi have been eliminated. The dark-faced man panics, how could a level 5 martial artist be taken down like that? Waste is still waste, don't let anyone escape. Those who harmed our Tianhe gang will pay, keep some people searching for the mushrooms, and the rest will search the area. If anyone is found not to be from our group, wipe them out without mercy. Zhou Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it all comes down to the skills I've just learned. Otherwise, dealing with 3 level 5 martial artists in an instant would not be simple at all. The figure lurking behind the bushes was Chen Yuyong, a level 4 martial artist. He seemed to have spotted Zhou Zhang, but in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Who is plotting against us? Who could it be? Zhou Zhang thought to himself. In the sparse reed field, a gang hurriedly dispersed, searching everywhere. Zhou Zhang frowned, hiding in a corner by a large rock, contemplating. It seems that the one in the middle is the leader of this group. I need to find an opportunity to deal with him. He squinted to get a better look at the person in the middle, and it turned out to be Song Yan, a level 7 martial artist. He was astonished, his eyes widening. A level 7 martial artist? No matter how fast I am, it won't make a difference. Zhou Zhang felt a bit anxious, thinking to himself. He racked his brain. It seems I can only abandon the plan to eliminate them all. Zhou Zhang knelt down, his hands touching the ground, his eyes tightly shut, murmuring some mysterious incantations. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, and one of the gang members exclaimed in surprise, "What was that sound?" He slowly looked up at the sky, noticing a few blades of grass floating, wondering, is it the wind? In a thicket near the meadow, Zhou Zhang leisurely took a sip of water. Just moments ago, he had used the wind-chasing technique to escape the gang's pursuit. He frowned, staring at his own hand, cursing inwardly. The training plan was going so well, and now they've ruined everything. Zhou Zhang helplessly sighed, turned his head, and said, "Huh?" He quietly continued on, delving deeper into the forest. Unconsciously, Zhou Zhang stopped. He had accidentally stepped on something. Curious, he bent down to pick it up and discovered a cold human bone. Zhou Zhang muttered in shock, "What is this?" A thought flashed through his mind, and he slowly lifted his gaze. A horrifying scene appeared before his eyes. Dry human skeletons were trapped in a giant spiderweb. Zhou Zhang fearfully exclaimed, "It's over." At that moment, a purple orb shot out from somewhere, heading straight toward Zhou Zhang. With quick reflexes, he leaped to the side, narrowly escaping the attack. The orb struck the ground with great force, creating long streaks of fire. In the deep darkness of the forest, pairs of glowing red eyes shone like 2 gemstones. From the shadows, a gigantic spider slowly crawled out, its long legs stretching as it moved. The creature rapidly charged toward Zhou Zhang, faster than lightning. Zhou Zhang jumped into the air, aiming his bow and arrow at the monstrous beast. Zhou Zhang decisively released his shot, and the arrows quickly hurtled toward the giant spider. Before long, the spider angrily spat a stream of dark purple liquid at Zhou Zhang. With quick reflexes, he jumped to other branches, narrowly avoiding several of its strikes. But it didn't stop there. From the deep darkness of the forest, more pairs of glowing red eyes flickered. Zhou Zhang's presence had caused a disturbance among the giant spiders. He panicked, hiding behind a large tree, muttering to himself, "There's no way to break through their defenses. They're so fast, this is going to be difficult to handle." Before he could gather himself, a beam of light shot toward the tree where he was hiding. Zhou Zhang was terrified, quickly dodging, but the giant spiders did not relent, determined to chase him relentlessly. They continuously spat out several streaks of a dreadful liquid towards him. Thanks to his inherent agility, he managed to evade the vicious attacks time and again. However, after a series of fortunate escapes, Zhou Zhang finally failed to dodge one strike. He fell straight from the air to the ground. The giant spider swiftly approached, enveloping him. It opened its mouth wide, baring its sharp fangs towards Zhou Zhang. A foul, putrid breath, reminiscent of rotting corpses, assaulted Zhou Zhang's nostrils, causing him to shudder with fear. In his panic, Zhou Zhang frantically grabbed an object nearby, quickly raised it, and aimed it directly at the creature, shouting, "Hey!" A flash of light ignited in the air as Zhou Zhang seized the knife and plunged it forcefully into the spider. Blood burst forth from its body. He stared wide-eyed in astonishment, exclaiming, I can't believe I broke through its defenses. The giant spider, having lost a fawn, thrashed in anger, blood oozing from the wound. In its fury, it used one of its legs to stomp down heavily on Zhou Zhang's hand. He quickly reacted, managing to escape the predicament, standing up hurriedly to face the monster directly. It growled angrily several times. Zhou Zhang gazed at the blade in amazement, unable to hide his surprise as he blurted out, "Star power." He joyfully exclaimed, "Martial artist, I've finally become a level 1 martial artist." After days of anticipation, Zhou Zhang had finally reached martial artist level 1. The subordinate driving couldn't contain his excitement. He turned to the big brother and said, "Boss, this time our harvest is considerable." Not long after the joy, the underling panicked and jerked the steering wheel upon seeing someone ahead. The pickup truck swerved around, steering away from the person casually walking in front of the vehicle. That person was Zhou Zhang. He walked straight up to the car, raised his hand, and flashed a friendly smile at the driver. The underling, seeing Zhou Zhang's appearance, which was wild and somewhat terrifying, became furious and shouted directly at him, "Do you want to die?" Zhou Zhang, unfazed by the man's anger, calmly asked, "Big brother, would it be convenient for me to hitch a ride with you?" The driver, in his rage, yelled at Zhou Zhang, "Get out of here." Zhou Zhang pouted and replied, "All right, don't be so petty." The driver, his face contorted with anger, was about to open the door to teach Zhou Zhang a lesson. However, Boss Watt intervened, saying, "Forget it, let him get in the car." The driver reluctantly withdrew his hand, muttering, "Consider yourself lucky." Boss Hua called Zhou Zhang to get in the car, and he respectfully bowed his head, saying, "Thank you, Boss Hua." After that, he climbed into the back, sitting among a pile of goods. There was another blond man sitting in front. He had an undercut hairstyle and a long scar running across his nose. The blond guy extended a pack of cigarettes towards Zhou Zhang as soon as he sat down. Zhou Zhang looked at the pack, politely declined, saying, "Thank you, I don't smoke." Then, he struck up a conversation with the person next to him. "I just arrived in Titan City not long ago, do you know your group?" The blond man replied briefly, his face devoid of any joy, and began to light a cigarette. After hearing the group's name, Zhou Zhang couldn't help but secretly marvel to himself, although everyone on the vehicle is strong, the group name sounds strangely feminine. On the way, Zhou Zhang maintained his professional smile and continued to ask, "Big brother, do you know how many places in Titan City offer star power training?" The blonde-haired guy seemed a little annoyed by the interruption but still responded, "Area 3, martial artist training, but it's not cheap." After a while, the car reached the outskirts of Titan City. Zhou Zhang got out, smiled, and said with a slightly awkward tone, "Thanks, I owe you all a favor." Hearing this, the driver got goosebumps, waved his hand, and sighed, "Yeah." Zhou Zhang walked towards the dormitory area, thinking about his next steps. If he successfully became a level 1 martial artist, he would also need to consider how to advance further in martial arts. As he approached, Ramsey, seeing Zhou Zhang's figure, joyfully exclaimed, "Boss, I've advanced to level 3 martial artist." Zhou Zhang's mouth fell open in surprise. Ramsey excitedly ran up to him and gave him a big hug, saying, "It's all thanks to the blue crystal you gave me that I've reached this point." Zhou Zhang also felt happy for him. He softened his tone and announced, "Actually, I've made a breakthrough too." Upon hearing this, Ramsey immediately felt Zhou Zhang's muscles and exclaimed in awe, "So you're now a level 1 martial artist?" Su Yunwen heard him shouting and ran out, her reaction even more exaggerated, with tears sparkling in her eyes as she sobbed for him. Finally, looking at the reactions of the two, Zhou Zhang felt the bicycle bell inside him ringing non-stop ring. Then, the three of them headed into the house together and celebrated with a party. Zhou Zhang proudly said to the two, Ramsey and Su Yunwen, "I once said I would help you live a better life, for the beautiful life that lies ahead of us." With a toast, the three raised their glasses to celebrate their recent achievements. The next day, Zhou Zhang and Ramsey went to the martial artist training center in Area 3. Ramsey, amazed by the neat and modern facilities, couldn't help but ask, "Training here must be expensive, right?" Zhou Zhang calmly replied, "As long as we can level up, no matter the cost, it's worth it." Upon entering, they found the place crowded with people training, most of whom had already reached level 4. Ramsey exclaimed in shock, the levels of these people are so high. Zhou Zhang also couldn't help but feel amazed and lucky. Indeed, it is high level. Thankfully I managed to hunt the demon-faced spider, or else I wouldn't even have the qualifications to come here. Then, a charming receptionist came over to guide them. If you two need to train, please follow me this way. Entering the room, the receptionist asked for their information. May I ask what level of training you require? Zhou Zhang responded resolutely, let's start with a level 3 room. The receptionist tapped on her touchscreen tablet and said, the level 3 training room requires a blue crystal. This is the access token for that room. Before entering, you need to sign a waiver. After completing the procedure, Ramsey looked at Zhou Zhang with gratitude in his eyes, filled with motivation as he said, brother, I will not let you down. Zhou Zhang felt a ring sensation again. He waved his hand and said, all right, no more touching words, just hurry inside. Once Ramsey entered, Zhou Zhang continued working with the receptionist. He said, please arrange a level 5 room for me. The receptionist was taken aback by this and exclaimed, what? With great anxiety on her face, she asked once more, excuse me, are you sure? A level 5 training room? Zhou Zhang confidently affirmed, yes, open it quickly. The receptionist still looked worried. She cautioned him, I must be clear with you, this is not a simulation training ground, you're going to fight real monsters. Zhou Zhang replied calmly, I know, just select it. On the tablet was the image of a mutated black gorilla at level 5. The receptionist could no longer hold back, reluctantly proceeding with the necessary paperwork, and then led him to the entrance of the training room. Watching Zhou Zhang's silhouette disappear, she sighed heavily, a mutated black gorilla could be as strong as a level 6 mutated beast. Is he really not intentionally seeking his own demise? The staff member guided Zhou Zhang to the training room and instructed, you have arrived at your training room. Insert the access token, and you may enter. Good luck. Zhou Zhang looked at the spiritual energy spilling out from the door and felt a bit tense. Through this door, he could also sense the smell of danger, no wonder it was a mutated ape. Oh, look over there. A voice interrupted his thoughts. A guy with a buzz cut came over with another guy sporting a crew cut and a chubby one wearing a crop top, heading towards Zhou Zhang. Young Master Luo mocked, this is the first time I've seen someone choose to commit suicide like this. He stuck out his tongue, raised his hand to his neck, and provocatively said, if I were you, I'd make a cut across my neck, it would be quicker than this. Zhou Zhang shot him a sideways glance, what does it have to do with you? These guys were the ones who started the trouble first, and when they were met with a simple retort, they stared at Zhou Zhang in shock. One of them shouted, you stop right there, apologize to us now. Zhou Zhang glanced at them and asked, what's up? Do you want to come in and take a look too? The others turned pale upon hearing this, frozen in place. Zhou Zhang enjoyed watching their expressions, laughing mockingly, oh, looks like you're too scared, huh? Before stepping into the room, he smiled and tossed them a parting remark, then go back to where you came from. After Zhou Zhang insulted them, the others could only stand there humiliated, unable to say anything, just lingering at the door. Only this name grinds teeth and tears the tongue. The people around witnessing Zhou Zhang's resilience were buzzing, did I hear that right? I can't believe someone is so tired of living that they would challenge that thing. I saw him go in there with my own eyes. Moreover, that guy is only a first-level martial artist. The guy in the crop top lit a cigarette, softening his tone. Young Master Luo, don't get angry. Taking a drag, he disdainfully remarked, that guy is definitely just asking for death. Young Master Luo took the cigarette, smirking as he said, dying like that would be a bargain for him, if he doesn't die at my hands, he should consider himself lucky. He deliberately spoke loudly to mask his fear and humiliation in the face of Zhou Zhang's aura. Inside the training room, the wind howled incessantly, swirling into a vortex. Zhou Zhang approached the sleeping chimpanzee. The system announced, the creature has been released, please prepare for battle. Zhou Zhang drew his weapon, looked at the chimpanzee, and said, hey, whether I can break through to a second-level martial artist this time depends on you. After a while of keeping its eyes closed, the chimpanzee finally opened its eyes. It glared at Zhou Zhang with blood-red eyes full of killing intent. The chimpanzee stood up, its massive form 50 times larger than his, awakened from a beautiful dream. It roared in anger, pounding its chest to assert its dominance. It was a level 6 black monkey. The roar of the chimpanzee echoed outside the door, attracting many people who stood in front, listening intently. The guy with the grass hair exclaimed, "In my whole life, I wouldn't dare face this thing." The blonde guy, hearing the chimp's loud scream, laughed triumphantly. I guess it's over now." He nodded towards the gentle receptionist and said, "Aren't you going to go in there and deal with the body?" The receptionist, confused, asked, "Huh?" Bang! The sound of a hit from inside the room echoed outside, startling the onlookers. "You scared me to death." Young Master Luo took a step back, but he was still very pleased, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and excitement. It seems like there's no need, this time, there will definitely be nothing left, not even bones." This young master eagerly pulled out a piece of blue crystal, pointed it at the staff member, and said later, "Send me the video from this room, I'll enjoy it slowly when I get home." The staff member waved his hand in refusal. "That's not really appropriate, we can't disclose the private training sessions of our clients." The young master leaned closer to the staff member, his face mischievous, saying, "If you're dead, why keep it so secret?" Then, continuous sounds of beating came from the training room. Bang! Crash! The young master suddenly turned around and exclaimed, "Huh? What's going on?" The guy in the black crop top said, "Could it be that Kiddo is still not dead?" 30 minutes later, the sounds of punches and kicks continued to echo. The guy with the straw hair, trembling and weak, asked, "Am I not dreaming?" The people behind him were also left speechless. Immediately, the young Master Luo swung his hand and slapped the guy with the grass hair. The grass-haired guy rubbed his painfully stinging face and shouted, "Young Master Luo, why did you hit me?" The young Master Luo, in a frenzy, looked at his reddened hand and muttered, "If it hurts, it seems I'm not dreaming after all." He had to retract the smug expression he had earlier and exclaimed in shock, "A first-level martial artist fighting against a fifth-level mutated beast, how did that kid survive for half an hour?" In the room, Zhou Zhang knelt on the floor. He looked up at the massive monster in front of him. The giant ape was also panting, its energy level had dropped by more than half. The floor was now full of large holes. The giant ape swung its fist down at the spot where Zhou Zhang was kneeling, but he nimbly jumped up to avoid it. The giant ape lost its momentum and slammed its fist down onto the floor. The reverberation from the punch dazzled the onlookers. The giant ape punched down hard, and blue light emanated from the attack. Zhou Zhang watched the flow of spiritual energy moving around his body and joyfully exclaimed, "I've broken through, second-level martial artist." He excitedly looked at his knife. The giant ape swung its hand to knock Zhou Zhang away. Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, it skillfully dodged by jumping high. Zhou Zhang, with both hands holding the knife, fell down and plunged it deep into the nape of the beast. The chimpanzee screamed in agony and collapsed on the floor. Zhou Zhang leaped onto the chimpanzee, earning 7,000. The receptionist couldn't help but be astonished as she looked at the blue crystal, vaguely muttering, "Level 6. Only after saying this did she come to her senses and shouted towards Zhou Zhang, "A level 6 mutated viper. Does he want to challenge a level 6 mutated viper?" The others, upon hearing this, turned their heads in unison to look at the male protagonist, their eyes wide with disbelief. They exclaimed, "He's really gone mad. Let's see if he can survive this. At such a young age, he's just looking for trouble." Hearing their discussions only fueled Zhou Zhang's determination to enter the room. He wore a smug and arrogant smile. After a moment of chaotic noise, the atmosphere in front of the battle rooms returned to normal. At that moment, in front of one of the rooms, Jiang Chang, now at level 7, was watching a battle video on his tablet while laughing heartily, saying, "This is quite interesting." After watching, he seemed somewhat incredulous and asked Zhou Zhang, "Are you sure he's only at level 2? The subordinate replied, "Absolutely, before fighting the mutated chimpanzee, he was only a level 1 martial artist." He gently adjusted his glasses and seriously suggested, "Activate the training room's camera, start a live stream of Zhou Zhang's training room and broadcast it to the main hall for me." Zhou Zhang, hearing this, hesitated and said, "But we need the subject's permission." He calmly responded, "Leave these matters to me, just do as I say." While puffing on a cigarette, he continued speaking, "Regardless of whether this kid can successfully challenge or not, this promotional video is going to make a ton of money." At that moment in the hall, when the screen suddenly flickered, the crowd moved closer to observe and began to murmur, "This day has finally come, I can't believe someone is live streaming it." The guy in the hat quickly added, "I heard it's a level 2 martial artist challenging a level 6 mutated viper." The guy with the mohawk skeptically remarked, "Are you kidding? Not to mention the level difference, even a level 7 martial artist would have a hard time dealing with the toxin of a mutated viper." Just as the crowd finished discussing, the screen suddenly flickered again. Seeing a stream of green gas surging up, the long-haired guy confidently stated, "That's the toxin." The guy in gray beside him, feeling disheartened, said, "What's the point of live streaming anymore? Isn't it already over?" But contrary to their assumptions, Zhou Zhan was still standing unharmed amidst the toxic gas. Zhou Zhan was currently still at level 2, but his energy level seemed to have decreased a bit due to the fight. He quickly used his spatial ability, then took out a vial of medicine and muttered to himself, "The antidote from the game should work in this world, right?" Saying that, he immediately downed the entire vial of antidote. His energy level quickly turned red and was now in a fully energized state. While spinning the knife boastfully, Zhou Jing smiled with delight and said, "Come here so I can broaden my horizons with your prowess." Hidden within the toxic mist before him was a giant python with piercing red eyes. The black-haired guy couldn't help but exclaim in confusion, "This isn't clear at all. It's not a matter of clarity, but how can that guy survive for so long in such toxic fog?" The brown-haired guy gasped in astonishment and added, "Look at that person's speed, can a human really be that fast?" As the toxic mist gradually dissipated, the figure of the python appeared on the screen, only for the screen to suddenly glitch and go dark. The crowd, seeing this, expressed their doubts, asking, "What happened? Was that a mutated python just now?" After a fierce battle, Zhou Zhang panted heavily and said, "Level 6 is indeed harder than I thought, but I've successfully leveled up to level 3. It seems I should find some people to discuss this free livestream." The black-haired guy curiously asked, "Which side won in the end?" The brown-haired guy chimed in, "Is that how it ends?" Seeing Zhou Zhang unharmed, the subordinate suggested, "Sir Zhou, Manager Jiang Chang wants to meet you, please come this way." Zhou Zhang quickly replied, "Just in time, I also want to meet him." A moment later, in Jiang Chang's office, Zhou Zhang coldly spoke, "I hope you can give me an explanation." Suddenly, he snapped his fingers and replied, "Sir Zhou, please calm down." As soon as he finished speaking, a girl quickly entered carrying a tray. Then, the girl uncovered the white cloth on the tray, and he sincerely said, "To express our goodwill, today this is the money you have earned, and we will also reduce your taxes. Of course, this is not enough, so we have prepared everything for you. As for this card, all your training room rental fees will be discounted by 80%. Zhou Zhen quickly took the card, turned around, and coldly demanded, "It's best if you don't disclose my other information to the outside." Jiang Cheng immediately assured him, "Of course not." Seeing him prepare to open the door to leave, Jiang Cheng felt a bit flustered and asked, "May I ask you a personal question? How did you manage to kill the level 6 mutated viper?" Zhou Zheng slightly turned his head, glared at him, and replied, "Do your people always like to pry into others' secrets?" Jiang Cheng hurriedly suggested, "I'm sorry, I misspoke. I don't know if you would be interested in joining the Beast King Union? With our resources, someone as talented as you would definitely become a level 6 martial artist in less than a year." Zhou Zheng coldly affirmed, "I'm not interested." After that, he decisively opened the door and slammed it shut. While glancing around the crowd, people were whispering, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I definitely wouldn't believe it. I really want to know who that person is. There are only a few geniuses among titans. Where is he? Could it be that he left me behind and ran off by himself?" In Jiang Cheng's office, a subordinate with a mohawk hairstyle couldn't help but ask curiously, "That guy is only a third-level martial artist, wasn't that a bit beneath him?" Jiang Chan leaned both hands on the table, bowed his head, and replied in a deep voice, "Just a third level? Potential isn't measured by rank. At this point, he suddenly fell silent for a moment, then hesitantly continued, I really shouldn't have done this new livestream. Meanwhile, outside the competition area, Zhou Zhang was walking while mumbling, it seems completely useless now. That's right, I remember that person said he opened a shop selling equipment, he must sell daggers too. After a while, Zhou Zhang stood in front of the equipment shop, and upon seeing the grandeur of the store, he couldn't help but exclaim, with the scale of this shop, my wolf skin is a bargain for him. In the spacious room, which was originally meant for enjoying a hot cup of coffee and chatting, Chang Zhan's face was quite tense. He crossed his arms over his chest, the cup of tea on the table still untouched, while sitting across from him was Zhou Zhang, who was leisurely sipping his coffee. Finally, Chang Zhan broke the prolonged silence. He leaned forward, scratching his cheek awkwardly and asked, Brother, am I seeing things, or have you really leveled up to level 3 in just a few days? Zhou Zhang smiled brightly and replied, It's nothing, I'm just putting in a bit more effort than others. Understanding that Zhou Zhang didn't want to elaborate, Chang Zhan said, Even if you don't want to talk about it, you definitely found a reason to wait. Putting his coffee cup down on the table, Zhou Zhang got straight to the point, Big brother, I came here this time to buy some equipment from you. He immediately perked up, No problem, I can give you a few items. Zhou Zhang began to fumble in his pants pocket, pulling out a bundle of blue cords. Brother Chang inquired, Do you also buy this, Brother Chang? As soon as he picked up the item, tears welled up in his eyes, and he flushed with emotion, Blue light spider silk, this is high-grade material for crafting equipment. As was the habit of someone in the industry, he immediately took out a magnifying glass to examine the bundle of spider silk closely, commenting as he observed, such a rare material can only be found on the bodies of level 6 demon-faced spiders. Facing Zhou Zhang, he sighed, it seems that for this kid, all those theories about rank are completely ineffective. Zhou Zhang remained silent, merely smiling gently, Chang Zhan, please offer a sincere deal. Unfortunately, the cash I have here is only enough for 11 million. How about 15 blue crystals? Chang Zhan hesitated for a moment, then snapped his fingers in agreement, okay. Suddenly hitting the jackpot, Chang Zhan laughed joyfully like firecrackers, lunging forward to grab Zhou Zhang's shoulders and shake him vigorously. He expressed his gratitude, saying, Today, I've obtained top-quality materials, and I'm very happy. Let's go to the parking area, I'll make you a weapon for free. Chang Zhan led Zhou Zhang to the workshop. At that moment, everyone was busy working, some were forging, others were casting, and there were also several auxiliary machines nearby. After looking around for a while, Zhou Zhang commented, I didn't expect your forging methods to be so traditional. Chang Zhan replied, the machines that produce these items are meant for the general public. After all, weapons for martial artists need to focus on conductivity. Zhou Zhang recalled his knowledge about conductivity, I know a bit about it, it's about channeling star power into the weapon to enhance combat effectiveness, right? Chang Zhan nodded, that's right. With blue light spider silk, we can create a weapon with conductivity as low as 13%. Standing at the workstation for the crafting process, Chang Zhan carefully put on gloves and specialized safety goggles. He added, with blue light spider silk, we might even be able to surpass the legendary conductivity of Ningxi's weapon. With that, Chang Zhan dropped the silk and began the weapon crafting process. After a while of melting, filing, and soaking in water, the weapon was basically complete. Placing it on a tray lined with a thin cloth, Zhou Zhang could see Chang Zhan's dedication to his craft. He handed the weapon to Zhou Zhang and said, Brother, from here on out, it's all about your luck. At first, when Zhou Zhang touched the dagger, a strange sensation washed over him. He was secretly amazed at how light it was, he twirled it around to test its balance before officially gripping it. Instantly, the courier seemed to merge with the dagger, exuding an extraordinarily remarkable aura. Chang Zhan witnessed everything, staring in dumbfounded amazement. With such momentum, one could easily mistake him for an 8th or 9th level martial artist. The dagger began to exhibit its properties, adapting to its owner. Seeing this, Chang Zhan felt a pang of regret, 20% of the value of this dagger had already been lost. The dagger had a 20% conductivity, and he had unwittingly given away a value equivalent to a medium-rank vampire crystal. Of course, the recipient was overjoyed, unable to keep his mouth shut, as Chang Zhan personally saw him out. Zhou Zhang turned back, lingering with reluctance, and said, "Thank you, Brother Chang." Chang Zhan irritably replied, get lost, or I'll regret it again." Now, as he re-entered, Chang Zhan strode forward assertively, insisting, "If I can make this one, I can certainly make another." Stepping out onto the street, Zhou Zhang became markedly quieter, alone, and he didn't need to pretend anymore. As he walked past a group of people, one of them suddenly took notice of him and called out to the person next to him, "Young Master Luo, isn't that the kid who mocked us back at the training facility?" Luo Tianyi immediately lifted his chin, revealing his unscrupulous intent. Earlier at the training facility, they couldn't hit anyone. But outside, there weren't many such rules. A chubby subordinate interjected, "But that kid could single-handedly take down our mutated monkeys." Not letting this guy finish expressing his concerns, Luo Tianyi landed a straight punch to his face. The man cursed, "What do you know? That trash is definitely using some kind of illusion. How could a third-level martial artist possibly?" Fueled with anger, Luo Tianyi suddenly paused, turning to the thin man and asking, "A third-level martial artist? When I first met him, wasn't he just a first level?" He confirmed it, and then he became level 2. After hearing that, Luo Tianyi furiously kicked this guy right in the butt, continuing his tirade, "Do I need you to point that out?" Then he raised his voice to give an order, "No matter what level he is now, go and cripple him for me." On a street corner, Zhou Zhang was chatting with a little girl, perhaps asking her something, when suddenly from behind came the voice, "Kid, you finally fell into our hands." Luo Tianyi's group was right next to him, and despite two of his underlings looking at each other nervously, sweating bullets, Luo Tianyi remained arrogant. "Let's see if you can still be so arrogant this time." Zhou Zhang turned around, using the most innocent look he could muster, and asked brightly, "Who are you?" Being treated with such disdain, it was no wonder the others weren't going crazy. Luo Tianyi ordered, nearly jumping in rage, "Break his legs for me." Of course, before the two could even move, Zhou Zhang had already struck. One kick sent the tall guy crashing into the wall, while another kick struck the short guy in the throat, causing him to gag and faint right on the spot. Luo Tianyi was in a state of panic, stumbling back and stammering as if he had seen a ghost, "Why you?" Suddenly, above her head, a large beam that had just been talking with Zhou Zhang was in the process of falling. The girl could only open her eyes wide, unable to react in time. For the moment, Zhou Zhang pushed Luo Tianyi aside. He quickly assessed the situation and ran as fast as he could. Just before the beam fell, he neatly scooped the girl into his arms, gliding past Luo Tianyi, who stood frozen in shock, unharmed. He delivered a blow to Luo Tianyi's back, causing him to pitch forward in a daze, directly into the path of the falling beam. Luo Tianyi barely managed to gasp out a scream, unable to orient himself or choose a direction. The large piece of wood came crashing down, but Zhou Zhang and the girl had safely landed on the ground. He gently asked, "Are you okay?" The girl was still terrified and only mumbled in response, Luo Tianyi stood up, pointing directly at Zhou Zhang's face, threatening, "You dare lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am?" Zhou Zhang answered calmly, as if teasing him, "You were the one who provoked me." Indeed, the spot on Luo Tianyi's head where the beam had fallen began to bleed, a small trickle of blood appearing on his face. Yet, he seemed unfazed, arrogantly running his fingers through his hair and boasting, "Kneel down and apologize, or when you go outside, I'll show you what it means to live worse than dead." Hearing these words, Zhou Zhang truly could no longer restrain himself. He furrowed his brows tightly, exhaling a long, heavy breath. Next, he immediately rushed to Luo Tianyi's side, standing close behind him. Without needing to use any techniques, his speed alone was enough to scare him to death. Before Luo Tianyi could regain his composure, Zhou Zhang forcefully kicked his ankle, and with a painful crack, Luo Tianyi immediately fell to the ground, clutching his leg and crying out in agony. The people in the street, hearing the commotion, had gathered in large numbers. Zhou Zhang coldly said, "What I hate the most is being threatened by others." Luo Tianyi cried so hard that his tears mixed with his snot and saliva, screaming for mercy, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, I was wrong." Zhou Zhang ignored him, turned around, and left, saying coldly, "Everyone must show respect to avoid fear." A few whispers could be heard. This kid is so bold that he doesn't even fear the Luo family, just reckless for a moment. What a pity. Luo Tianyi continued to hold his leg, groaning. As Zhou Zhang stepped out of the chaos, he thought to himself, this world is one where the strong prey on the weak. Luo family, I won't be polite in using you as a stepping stone for my advancement. At the Luo family mansion, Luo Tianyi was lying on the bed recovering from his injuries, having returned in a carried state. He was being held in someone's arms, with a personal doctor always on standby. When he met Luo Guahai, the doctor reported the situation of his son, leader Luo. I have done my best. The young master's leg is shattered, and even if it heals, it may leave lasting consequences. These words struck Luo Guahai like a bolt from the blue, causing him to anxiously ask, will there be any impact on the promotion of ranks in the future? The doctor sincerely replied, yes, yes. The meridians are damaged, and one may not want to accept the truth. Luo Guahai shouted in denial, no, it can't be. Luo Tianyi lay on the bed, tears streaming down like a waterfall, screaming at his father, Dad, it's all because of that Zhou Zhang. You have to take revenge for me. Luo Guahai glared at his son, scolding him, useless, how can you still cry? Temporarily regaining his breath, he gazed out the window, pondering how can a third-level martial artist incapacitate a fourth-level martial artist? Who exactly is this Zhou Zhang? After thinking for a moment, he called his subordinate, a bin, to investigate a bit about Zhou Zhang. The latter replied succinctly, yes. With a sinister glint in his eyes, he swore, no matter who it is, anyone who dares to touch my son will pay the price. The next day, Zhou Zhang was at the Titan market. As he walked, he thought to himself, recently, it seems that the situation with Xiaoqian is quite fierce. I need to find some work to earn money. Suddenly, someone called out to him, pulling him back, Master, Master, we meet again. Xiao Heng approached him, greeting, last time, thanks to your method, we were able to complete the mission. Zhou Zhang smiled in response, is that so? That's good. Xiao Heng introduced the brothers, this is the master I told everyone about. They respectfully greeted him, hello, Master. Zhou Zhang politely said, could you please change the way you address me? Xiao Heng tightly grasped Zhou Zhang's shoulder and said with appreciation, brother, you are being too modest. In just a few days, you have risen from an intern to level 3. If you're not a master, then who is? Then he remembered something and negotiated with him, by the way, our squad wants to head to the county town. Do you want to come alone? Zhou Zhang hesitated. What if there's a chance to make money? His face then brightened, and Xiao Heng smiled, saying, of course, let's go. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the central square, where one member of the team stepped forward and announced loudly to the gathered crowd, Hammer Squad is recruiting strong individuals, preferably at level 5. Sitting in the vehicle, Zhou Zhang thought to himself, this is just like fighting a boss in a game. Xiao Heng added more information, the location is in the Wei City area, and the reward is 1 medium-rank blue crystal. A voice from the crowd asked, are you guys looking for people? This person was Zhang Sun, a level 6 martial artist. The crowd immediately erupted in chatter, it's a level 6 martial artist, why is he coming over here looking for a mission? Xiao Heng eagerly extended his hand to express goodwill, saying, yes, we are in need. Zhang Sun ignored him, displaying a look of disdain as he replied, I could temporarily join your team, but the reward needs to be increased by 1 blue crystal. Xiao Heng then suggested, how about we distribute according to contributions? What do you think? Zhang Sun immediately became unhappy and complained, are you joking? How do I know you guys will get any benefits from this? What if there are only a few white crystals? Wouldn't I be losing out? Zhou Zhang took his bow from the vehicle, thinking to himself, while there's no one around, I should take out my weapon first so I won't expose my game backpack later. He tightened his grip on the bow and pondered for a moment. Brother Chang said to use spider silk to help create a transmission property of 11%, I wonder if it will work. Zhang Sun jumped onto the vehicle opposite Zhou Zhang, sitting cross-legged on the edge of the car, bragging, oh, you play with a bow too? But that bow of yours can only hunt wild rabbits. Zhang Sun flaunted, a supreme product from the 100 Blades Company, with a transmission property of 5%. Now that's what I call a bow. Faced with this attitude, Zhou Zhang remained silent, holding his tongue. Xiao Heng advised everyone, experts, the wind blows hard in the cargo area, you should sit inside the vehicle. Zhou Zhang politely replied, no need, it's nice to get a bit of fresh air. Zhang Sun looked at him with contempt, pointed directly at him, and mocked, expert? If he's considered an expert, then what am I? An expert too? At Chaoyang City, outside Titan City, Zhou Zhang and Zhang Sun had boarded the vehicle and were preparing to leave. Suddenly, the captain of the Hammer Squad got out of the car and lightly said, gentlemen, let's buy some supplies here. A man surnamed Li cheerfully called out, hey, crazy guy. Another named Zhao chimed in, crazy guy, it's been a while since we've seen you around. Hearing this, Zhou Zhang burst out laughing, huh? Li brother, hello. Zhao brother, hello. The Wang man handed a vial of medicine to Zhou Zhang and said, crazy guy, this is the traditional medicine for injuries I found a few days ago. I don't need it, you take it. Zhou Zhang shyly replied, Sir Wang, that's too much. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Sun was extremely astonished. He thought to himself, are these people blind? It's just a third-level martial artist, do they really need to curry favor like this? Then Zhang Sun pretended to be nonchalant, raised his weapon, and said, the weather isn't bad. Zhang Sun thought, what a bunch of country bumpkins, let me show you what nobility looks like. However, everyone seemed completely uninterested, busy laughing and crowding around Zhou Zhang. Even a bonus of 10 points for the region couldn't compare to the liveliness of those around Zhou Zhang. Zhang Sun felt embarrassed and utterly confused. In the end, everyone waved goodbye to Zhou Zhang and loudly reminded him, crazy guy, travel safely, and don't bring back a person full of injuries. After leaving, Zhou Zhang held Uncle Wan's vial of medicine in his hand, thinking, this medicine smells great, although its effectiveness probably can't match that of blood essence. The blood essence is limited in quantity, so it's better to use this unless it's a critical moment. Suddenly, Zhang Sun called out, hey, raising his voice to say, wait a minute, I still advise you to switch to something else. Zhou Zhang replied, I'm used to this. Seeing this, Zhang Sun couldn't help but pass judgment, you just keep pretending. This situation is truly a case of the dog barking at the cat with a lot of fur. After a while, the vehicle had taken the team to the area outside Wei City. The buildings here have all collapsed, even blocking the way. Unable to proceed by vehicle, Zhou Zhang took the initiative to get out. Suddenly, the car behind them honked, attracting the attention of the combat team. A group of aggressive individuals swept past them, even sticking out their tongues in a provocative manner. Seeing this, the captain of the Hammer Squad whispered, that's the bastard Crazy Bear, we need to be even more careful from now on. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhang fell silent and did not respond. The deeper they went, the more severely the structures were damaged. Captain Xian Gang led the way and boldly stepped on the monsters. A zombie suddenly lunged at them ferociously, clearly very thirsty. However, a shot with a sharp green energy pierced straight through the zombie's head, successfully taking it down in an instant. The archer was Zhang Sun, who posed dramatically like an ostrich. Zhou Zhang, standing behind, praised, your archery is amazing. Looking over at the monsters, the captain estimated that they needed to break through to the business street within 5 minutes, or else the zombies would only increase in number. Zhou Zhang cheerfully said, Master, thanks to you, those 2 blue crystals won't be easy to get. Hearing this, Zhang Sun irritably asked, what about you? Are you just here to watch? Zhou Zhang innocently replied, in the team, everyone else has already received their share based on contributions. I'm not working, so I don't get any rewards, it's you who should be earning your pay. Feeling played, Zhang Sun let out a slight hiss, you're something else. Then, he charged directly towards the group of monsters, sending one flying away. The captain exclaimed in astonishment, indeed, a level 6 martial artist, so strong. Another member's eyes lit up, Captain, the money we spend is worth it. At that moment, another group of aggressive zombies approached, they are all level 30 zombies. A worried member said the zombies outside the business city have all mutated, continuing to fight hand to hand is very risky. Hearing this, Zhang Sun picked up his weapon and confidently said, "Let me give it a try." However, even when he shot an arrow straight into the zombie's head, it was not enough to even tickle it. The undead showed no signs of feeling and continued to advance. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang loudly mocked, "Great shooting skills." Zhang Sun froze like a statue, standing dead still. At that moment, Zhou Zhang began to draw his bow and said, "I should get some exercise too, you all rest for now, leave this to me." The captain worriedly said, "Master, these zombies are not the same as those outside." Zhang Sun angrily shouted, "Do you think you're a master? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." Despite this, Zhou Zhang showed no fear and confidently charged towards the monsters. Zhou Zhang drew 3 arrows at once and thought to himself, with so much experience, it cannot be wasted. Immediately, 3 arrows were shot out simultaneously. They struck straight into the heads of the zombies. Zhou Zhang continued to launch attacks, not giving them a moment to breathe. Seeing Zhou Zhang bleeding from the effort, Zhang Sun irritably exclaimed, "Leader, I don't understand why you recruit people like this. There's not a shred of organizational discipline, and they don't know their own limits." Little did he know, the entire squad was engrossed in watching Zhou Zhang's performance and paid no attention to Zhang Sun. This only made him more frustrated. "Leader Xiao, I'm talking to you." At that moment, Zhang Sun also stepped back to assess the situation. He was astonished, his mouth agape, and exclaimed, "Damn it." Zhou Zhang dashed through the horde of zombies with lightning speed. The arrows in his hands pierced straight into their heads, not missing a single one. The entire squad was now wide-eyed in amazement. The system continuously updated notifications, received 700 experience. Received 700 experience. Received 700 experience. Zhou Zhang quickly leaped high. He drew his bow with a serious expression. Instantly, an arrow shot straight into a massive zombie, causing it to spew fluid everywhere. After a moment, Zhou Zhang let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "Finally cleaned up nicely. It seems there's hope to reach level 30 today, by then, I can learn that skill." Witnessing the recent display, Zhang Sun was left speechless, exclaiming in 3 minutes, "Is this kid even human?" Zhou Zhang, having finished his task, confidently said, "Please help me pick up the arrows, some of them are still usable." A member had not yet recovered, and he quickly replied, "Ah, okay." Everyone cheered in unison, "So strong. A super cool master." The members surrounded Zhou Zhang and began to praise him. "I told you, you really hide your skills well, from now on, you will be my idol." After a while, everyone started to clean up the scene. Looking at the zombie lying sprawled at his feet, Zhang Sun suddenly paused for a moment, then he pulled out a knife and stabbed it straight into the creature. At the same time, a green liquid oozed out, and a green stone also flew out. Boom! Seeing this, a member sat down and exclaimed, "Brother, such good luck, one stab, and you got a gem already." He was about to stand up but suddenly remembered. That member gently said, "Right, Master, you also need to retrieve your name." Hearing this, Zhang Sun's face darkened. He closed his eyes tightly and thought to himself, "A level 6 martial artist dissecting a corpse is a waste, and I still have to retrieve the name of a level 3 martial artist." After finishing the task, Leader Xiao pointed in the distance and said, "Brothers, the business street ahead is the key point." The captain directed the work. "Ru Qiu, Chen Man, you two go drive the pickup truck in here, wait a moment for the truck to come in, the noise will definitely attract a bunch of zombies." Then, he glanced at the masters of the team and said, "I'm afraid we'll still need your help later." Hearing this, Zhou Zhang smiled confidently, while Zhang Sun still felt uncomfortable. Just as Leader Xiao said, when the vehicle arrived, the zombies also staggered over. They groaned and growled in turn. Zhou Zhang handed a bow and arrow to a team member and quietly said, "Help me hold this for a moment." He turned to provoke Zhang Sun, "Are you up for a little challenge?" Zhang Sun immediately pulled out a sharp weapon and replied, "If we're fighting, then let's fight, I'm not afraid of anyone." Hearing this, Zhou Zhang showed a look of delight, then quickly dashed off, "Then I'll take the lead." While Zhang Sun was still in a daze, Zhou Zhang charged forward at breakneck speed and successfully took down numerous zombies. One after another, they fell before him. Zhou Zhang landed lightly after dispatching the last remaining undead. He thought to himself, the rogue system combined with the star power of a martial artist, this feeling is truly marvelous. Before I could even do anything, I was already overwhelmed by the opponent. Zhang Sun, still dazed, held his weapon and muttered to himself, I've lost. At that moment, a team member spoke up, Leader, look at your weapon. The captain noticed the small but powerful dagger. It was a weapon with high conductivity. Zhang Sun grimaced, thinking, this weapon has a higher conductivity than any weapon I've ever encountered. I want to steal it. Zhang Sun quickly slapped his face to shake off that wicked thought. Calm down, instead of trying to steal something from that pervert, I might as well go kill a level 3 mutated beast. Zhang Sun tightened his grip and thought to himself, I, Zhang Sun, won't stoop to doing something so despicable. Then, Zhang Sun started swinging his weapon and shouted, kill. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had cleared out the zombies completely. Zhou Zhang looked up and thought, just one more level. Suddenly, Zhang Sun cheerfully said, Master, my name is Zhang Sun, it's a pleasure to meet you. Zhou Zhang turned to shake hands amicably. Zhou Zhang, I can't accept the title of Master. Zhang Sun suddenly switched to a flattering tone, don't be modest, you can certainly take on that title. I dare say, even our leader, a level 7 martial artist, is not as strong as you. At that moment, the team members joyfully cheered, we've hit the jackpot this time, brother. We're definitely going to reap big rewards. Meanwhile, Zhang Sun felt a wave of shame as he thought about his hometown river. Just let me die. Why be arrogant? Why act like I have no dignity? Why do I keep pretending? What am I asking for with a fixed reward? Suddenly, a team member called out to the leader in alarm. He was panting as he reported, Leader, a massive zombie is heading this way. At the same time, a gigantic undead creature, bulging with muscles and sporting a buzz cut in the literal sense, charged aggressively toward them. Leader Xiao immediately ordered, everyone get in the vehicle, we're retreating. Seeing Zhou Zhang still lingering behind, the captain quickly urged, hurry, get in the car. Zhou Zhang raised his weapon and gently instructed, you all go ahead, his speed far exceeds that of the transport vehicle. We need someone to hold him off, or we will lose everything we've gathered today. The zombie glared with murderous intent and marched straight towards the small team. In terms of size, it was several dozen times larger than normal zombies. Zhou Zhang focused intently on the zombie and then took a deep breath. At that moment, the gigantic zombie quickly grabbed hold of a car. It bared its sharp teeth and let out a series of deafening roars before hurling the car toward the combat team. With a fierce howl and overwhelming hostility, each of its steps caused the ground to tremble violently. Zhou Zhang urgently instructed, move quickly. If you stay here, you'll be a burden to me. Seeing this, Zhang Sun appeared somewhat puzzled. He thought to himself, it seems I have underestimated this kid's strength. Zhang Sun hurriedly turned to Leader Xiao and said, he's right, I trust him. We should leave first. Hearing this, the captain loudly declared, we'll wait for you on the highway. Zhou Zhang then gave a thumbs up to indicate he understood. The small team quickly departed, leaving the gigantic zombie for Zhou Zhang to handle. At that moment, it stomped heavily on the ground and let out a tremendous roar. Noticing that the zombie intended to chase after the combat team, Zhou Zhang leapt into the air and called out, your opponent is right here. The two collided, creating a powerful explosion. Watching from afar, Zhang Sun couldn't help but be astonished, is this level of combat capability really something a third-tier martial artist can achieve? Seizing the opportunity while the zombie was kneeling on the ground, Zhou Zhang activated the weak point sweep skill. He smirked slightly and said, looks like you're not as undefeatable as you seem. At that moment, the vicious zombie launched an attack, but Zhou Zhang, agile as ever, had already left behind without anyone noticing. He shouted a taunt and charged straight at the zombie. 10 minutes later, the Hammer Squad waited anxiously for Zhou Zhang on the highway. Growing impatient, one member quietly asked, it's been so long. Why hasn't the expert returned yet? It wasn't the leader Xiao who barked, shut up. Zhang Sun spoke up, saying, that madman's strength, there's no need for us to worry. At that moment, one member used binoculars to observe the situation and happily shouted, "He's back! The expert is back!" After confirming the figure, Hang, carrying a bow and arrows, whispered to the others, "Definitely an expert. I told you, he's fine." Zhou Zhang handed Chen Man a green stone and spoke softly, "In order for us to stay as a team, the spoils naturally need to be shared." Chen Man exclaimed, "You took down that huge zombie all by yourself?" Sitting in the vehicle, watching everyone gather around Zhou Zhang, Zhang Sun thought to himself, he could have claimed that blue crystal on his own. This strength, this attitude. At that moment, Leader Xiao spoke, "From now on, in Titan City, I only submit to you." Suddenly, someone called out, "Brother." Zhang Sun gave a thumbs up and complimented, "You're strong enough, I admire you now." At this moment, two vehicles sped over and blocked the Hammer Squad's path. The team sneered, "Not a bad haul, huh?" The captain retorted, "Of course, it's stronger than some teams that got stuck running out covered in mud." Hearing this, the members of the wild team felt slightly uncomfortable. The bald-headed captain snarled angrily. Meanwhile, Zhang Sun thought to himself, "Why is it so difficult to take a break?" He stood up and shouted directly at the group looking for trouble. Seeing Zhang Sun act like this, they started to fear. One of them whispered, "Boss," they even dared to bring in a level 6 martial artist. Upon hearing this, the bald-headed captain's face drained of color. He shouted, "Let's go." Zhang Sun made a face of disdain and scolded, "A bunch of big fish bullying small ones." At this, Zhou Zhang thought to himself, higher levels are the ticket in this world. I need to speed up my cultivation. 3 days later, Zhou Zhang had defeated numerous monsters and reached level 30. Looking at the information, he happily exclaimed, "Finally reached level 30. The system shows promotion, making the target within 1 minute increase speed by 50%, cooldown time 2 minutes. It instantly moves the thief near the selected target." Facing a fierce monster baring its teeth, Zhou Zhang muttered to himself, "Just a little more, my martial artist rank is about to break through." At the Zhou family, the place was incredibly noisy. A subordinate pushed a wheelchair forward and spoke up, "Young master, this is the place where that kid resides." Luo Tiani, furious, growled, "Zhou Zhang, I will show you what it means to live a life worse than death." After defeating the monster, Zhou Zhang sat down next to it to collect his spoils. Holding the sharp green stone in his hand, Zhou Zhang suddenly felt something strange. He saw a martial artist in a panic, surrounded by a group of monsters. He realized, this person is no ordinary fighter, green star power, level 7 martial artist. Zhou Zhang raised his bow and thought to himself, a level 7 martial artist in Titan City must not be considered an unknown character. At that moment, the martial artist was struggling among the aggressive beasts, overwhelmed by the pressure, and looked completely disoriented. Just then, an arrow with green energy zipped past, successfully saving his life. Zhou Zhang proudly emerged from the bushes, even striking a dramatic sleigh pose. Upon seeing Zhou Zhang, the martial artist felt a glimmer of hope. He quickly rushed toward him and shouted, "Brother, lend a hand, you're definitely part of this." The martial artist was Zhang Shaoqi, a level 7 martial artist. Without further words, Zhou Zhang quickly shot 3 arrows toward the beasts. After that, Zhou Zhang grasped the dagger in his hand, lifted it, and quietly said, "You keep one of them occupied, I'll take care of the other 2. Once the task was completed, Zhang Shaoqi asked in surprise, "What's your name?" "A 3rd-level martial artist, and yet you could easily handle 2 black monkeys?" Zhou Zhang silently collected the spoils and replied succinctly, "Zhou Zhang, where's the benefit you mentioned?" Zhang Shaoqi abruptly changed his tone, "Oh, does your kid dare to ask for something? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you to silence you?" Zhou Zhang calmly responded, "You won't be able to kill me." Seeing this, Zhang Shaoqi felt a slight shiver of fear. Why does this kid feel even more dangerous than high-level martial artists? Then, Zhang Shaoqi suddenly burst out laughing. He took out an item and said, "Peerless treasured monkey wine, you've hit the jackpot this time." He continued, "It took me a whole week to lure the Monkey King and most of the monkeys away. Your kid just got a free ride." Holding it in his hand, Zhou Zheng smiled with satisfaction, not forgetting to tease, if it weren't for me, you would have been dead just now, so you're not at a loss either. Zhang Shaoqi raised her voice and said, I can keep an eye on all of Titan City with no more than 10 people, and you are one of them. In a few days, I need to do a guild mission. Are you coming? Zhou Zhang replied, no problem. While enjoying the breeze on his motorcycle, Zhou Zhang thought to himself, today's harvest isn't bad, perhaps I can consider buying a stall for Su Yunwen to keep her from getting bored at home every day. At that moment, Luo Tianyi poked his head out and ordered, break it down for me. The group of subordinates immediately began to ransack Zhou Zhang's house. Su Yunwen, inside, asked in shock, what do you want to do? Luo Tianyi wore a scheming expression and said, what do you think? Let's take her for some questioning. As Su Yunwen was taken away by the group, she screamed in fear, let me go. At that moment, Lan Shi angrily shouted for them to stop. He yelled furiously, you bastard. Let Su Butler go. Seeing this, Luo Tianyi sneered with contempt, oh, Zhou Zhang's dog. Luo Tianyi growled an order, kill him for me. A while later, when Zhou Zhang returned home, he heard the people around him buzzing with discussion, it's too tragic, who told you that the Luo family has such power? He sensed that something was off. Seeing Lan Shi sprawled on the ground, Zhou Zhang anxiously called out, Lan Shi. He hurried to assess the situation, only to hear Lan Shi weakly whisper, I'm sorry. I can't. Before she could finish her sentence, he staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Zhang was extremely shocked and shouted, Lan Shi. After admitting Lan Shi to the hospital, Zhou Zhang remained outside the operating room, his face showing clear signs of worry and tension. Once the surgery was over, Zhou Zhang rushed to the doctor and asked, Doctor, how is she? The doctor replied solemnly, her life has been saved, but her limbs may not recover. Looking at Lan Shi in the hospital room with her frail body, Zhou Zhang couldn't help but feel heartbroken. He remembered the whispers about the power of the Luo family, and he already knew in his heart who was behind this incident. It was Luo Tianyi. His eyes burned with the fire of revenge. That night, Zhou Zhang stormed the Luo family mansion. Standing on the stone wall, he coldly whispered, are you ready to face my wrath? Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Luo Tianyi licked his lips with a twisted expression, chuckling with delight, I've been waiting for you. He had bound Su Yunwen to a cross, grinning widely as he jeered, hee hee. Su Yunwen remained unconscious, completely unaware of her current predicament. One of the henchmen nearby bowed his head and asked, young master, shall we begin the interrogation? Luo Tianyi smirked cunningly and barked, get lost. What does this have to do with you? Stay away and don't make me uncomfortable. The fearful contact person replied, understood. Looking at Su Yunwen tightly bound, Luo Tianyi gritted his teeth and hissed to Zhou Zhang, I want you to regret this for the rest of your life. He splashed a bucket of water on Su Yunwen. Luo Tianyi sinisterly remarked, I must say, you are indeed a rare beauty of Titan City. He smirked, holding the dagger in his hand. Zhou Zhang must really like you, right? Just humiliating you isn't enough, I also want to ruin your beautiful face. At this point, he suddenly lowered the dagger. Luo Tianyi turned his head outside and shouted loudly, everyone get in here. Who told you to tie her up so high? After Su Yunwen was lowered to the chair, he brandished the dagger close to her face and threatened in a low voice, but as long as you agree to be my woman, I won't destroy you. Su Yunwen disdainfully spat a mouthful of saliva at Luo Tianyi's face, and he angrily shouted, you wanna die? Suddenly, a stream of fresh blood splattered on the ground. Zhou Zhang had arrived just in time and pressed the dagger against Luo Tianyi's neck, causing him to groan in pain. Zhou Zhang spoke, you are right about one thing. Then he warned in a low voice, you are looking for death. Hearing this, Luo Tianyi was so frightened that his face lost all color. At that moment, tears streamed down Su Yunwen's face. Zhou Zhang smiled gently and said, Yunwen, I'm late. Immediately, Su Yunwen embraced him tightly. Zhou Zhang gently patted her head, then he carried Su Yunwen away from the Luo family villa. He landed on a branch. After setting Su Yunwen down, Zhou Zheng carefully instructed, "Wait for me here, no matter what happens, do not make a sound." Su Yunwen anxiously said, "Young master, don't come back." However, Zhou Zheng firmly replied, "I killed his son, things have reached a point where I cannot stop until I die." Hearing this, Su Yunwen had no choice but to let him go. Zhou Zheng softly reassured her, "Don't worry, wait for me to come back over here." Luo Guahai quietly asked, Bing, did Tian Yi go looking for Zhou Zheng today? The subordinate replied, "Yes, but he couldn't find him and brought back a woman instead." Upon hearing this, Luo Guahai angrily slammed the table and exclaimed, "All day long, only thinking about women." Bing spoke up, "Then I'll go remind the young master." Luo Guahai, in a fit of rage, said, "Forget it, for now, don't." Before he could finish his sentence, a strange noise suddenly occurred. Bing quickly took a defensive stance and shouted, "Who is it?" Luo Guahai snorted coldly from behind. He disdainfully said, "Not bad at hiding. Unfortunately, the level is too low." At that moment, a figure gradually emerged from the darkness. After getting a clear look, Luo Guahai exclaimed in surprise, "Are you Zhou Zhang?" Bing beside him immediately spread his arms to protect the leader. Zhou Zhang replied coldly, "That's right." He thought to himself, "Is this the aura of a rank 8 martial artist? Fortunately, I did some investigation at the guild before coming here." Luo Guahai casually sat down and ordered, "Very well, kill him." Bing responded, Then, Bing charged fiercely towards his opponent. Zhou Zheng calmly identified the opening and dodged, simultaneously launching a powerful counterattack. Luo Guahai took a drag from his cigarette and commented, "Humph, your speed is indeed very fast, but your attacks are merely a tickle to Bing." At that moment, Bing disdainfully smirked, "Humph." Suddenly, he realized something was off. Bing turned around and discovered a large gash on his back. Zhou Zhang thought, the system skill is a force damage mechanism, no matter how thick your skin is, it won't help. At this point, Bing, infuriated, charged forward while shouting, "Die!" Luo Guahai anxiously watched the scene unfold, sweat pouring down like a stream. In an instant, Zhou Zhang successfully countered, causing Bing to cry out in pain, "Ah!" After taking down the subordinate, Zhou Zhang turned to Luo Guahai and said in a low voice, "It's your turn." Luo Guahai stood up, his voice calm yet powerful. The young man indeed has some peculiar tricks. Then, he suddenly shouted loudly, "But you are too arrogant." The force emanating from Luo Guahai's body erupted violently, causing the stone table to shatter into numerous pieces. The loud noise startled the subordinates outside. A few of them whispered to each other, realizing the sound came from the leader's room. Immediately, they shifted into a state of alertness, preparing to respond. Outside, Su Yunwen heard the commotion and couldn't hide her worry. She called out loudly, "Young master." In her heart, she silently prayed, hoping nothing adverse would occur. Inside the room, Luo Guahai spoke in a threatening, confident tone, "Here, there are at least 30 rank 4 martial artists or higher. Even if you sprouted wings, it would be difficult for you to escape." Zhou Zhang remained unruffled, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied sarcastically, "Did I say I wanted to escape?" As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from Zhou Zhang, enveloping the entire room. The two forces twisted together, neither giving way, creating an atmosphere so tense it felt ready to explode. Just then, a subordinate rushed in, breathless, reporting urgently, "Leader, it's not good, young master." Luo Guahai furrowed his brows and said sharply, "Tian Yi? What happened to him?" Zhou Zhang scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain, "Before coming here, I casually killed him. There's no need to be so tense." Hearing this, Luo Guahai's eyes widened in shock, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "What did you say?" The subordinate behind him stammered in confirmation, "Leader. The young master really has." Luo Guahai looked at Zhou Zhang, his gaze unable to hide his astonishment, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. He mumbled, "No. This is impossible." Seeing this, Zhou Zhang thought to himself, he has lost focus, it's a good opportunity. At that moment, Luo Guahai furiously shouted, I will chop you into 100 pieces. His gaze clearly captured the image of Zhou Zhang charging towards him. Luo Guahai powerfully executed the flash technique, and even though Zhou Zhang's dagger pierced his abdomen, he remained unfazed. Zhou Zhang was shocked and thought, rank 8 martial artists, unexpectedly frightening. Luo Guahai gritted his teeth and endured the pain, then he shouted loudly, die. Luo Guahai unleashed a powerful strike, but Zhou Zhang managed to dodge just in time. He continued to gather the torrent of energy within his body. Despite Luo Guahai continuously launching attacks, Zhou Zhang remained agile in avoiding them. He silently analyzed, 3, 2, 1. After pushing off forcefully from the sofa to gain momentum, Zhou Zhang fixed his determined gaze, now is the moment. The cooldown for the flash technique was complete. Zhou Zhang activated the skill disappears, then he landed and plunged the dagger straight into Luo Guahai's chest. Zhou Zhang had accurately pinpointed the location, however, Luo Guahai only flinched slightly. He gritted his teeth and yelled, not painful, not itchy. Afterward, Luo Guahai began to counterattack. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang was a bit surprised. He kicked Zhou Zhang hard into the wall. Collapsing in the dust and smoke, Zhou Zhang smirked mockingly, ha, do you think I can't avoid this blade? Zhou Zhang radiated a fierce aura and declared, my father once said, only those who can be cruel to themselves are the ultimate victors. He produced a vial of red medicine and stated, from the moment I stabbed them, you were already defeated. At that moment, Luo Guahai realized in shock, your blade is poisoned. Zhou Zhang replied, rank 6 Ghostface Spider, even rank 8 martial artists would die without a doubt. Meanwhile, Luo Guahai was gradually exhausted and had to kneel on the ground outside. Su Yunwen silently prayed, God, please protect the young master immediately. Zhou Zhang, panting, appeared right before her, let's go. Su Yunwen joyfully exclaimed, young master. At that moment, Zhou Zhang thought to himself, this is bad, the injuries caused by rank 8 martial artists, even a blood vial cannot fully recover. Seeing his body sway, Su Yunwen anxiously called out, young master, you. Zhou Zhang, exhausted, gradually let go. When Su Yunwen saw him fall, she gasped and called, young master, the Luo family has already begun to search and spread out, he can't have gone far. Su Yunwen carried Zhou Zhang on her back and silently urged, young master, you must not have anything happen to you. She gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her face, yet she still tried to drag her small body forward. A determined voice rang out, as if she was encouraging herself, this time, it's my turn to protect you. Meanwhile, 2 investigators were looking into old Luo's death. The cause of death has been determined to be poison. This type of poison is strong enough to take down an 8th rank martial artist. It seems there is an extraordinary figure emerging in Titan City. Elsewhere, Su Yunwen was still worrying incessantly about Zhou Zhang. She continuously encouraged him, her voice trembling, young master, hang in there. We have to find herbs to stop the bleeding. Suddenly, Zhou Zhang grasped her arm and weakly said, Yunwen, in my bag. There's medicine and bandages. Hearing this, Su Yunwen hurriedly searched his bag and found a small vial of red medicine. She carefully poured the medicine onto Zhou Zhang's wound, each motion gentle and attentive. Zhou Zhang looked down at the deep wound on his body, thinking to himself, this wound is too severe, even HP potions can't heal it immediately. As the ointment from the uncle was applied, the pain reduced significantly. With a voice full of worry, Su Yunwen asked, young master, how do you feel now? But Zhou Zhang merely closed his eyes quietly, whispering, perhaps, I need to sleep for a while. The next morning, the early sunlight gently filtered through the leaves, shining down on Zhou Zhang's eyes. He woke up, finding himself leaning against Su Yunwen. She immediately rejoiced and exclaimed, young master, you're awake. Zhou Zhang replied, his hand resting on the wound on his body. Aha! Looking at her, he offered a faint smile filled with gratitude, the wound is healing. Su Yunwen smiled gently and said, that's great, it's all thanks to that ointment. Zhou Zhang replied sincerely, I'm just glad you're here. His words made Su Yunwen suddenly blush, and she shyly lowered her head. But at that moment, her stomach let out a loud growl, making her even more embarrassed. She let out a soft exclamation, her face turning bright red from shame. Zhou Zhang chuckled, his eyes filled with teasing yet gentle warmth. Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious. At the morning market outside Titan City, people were buzzing with conversation. I heard that Luo Guahai and his son have both been killed. One person said, I wonder who could be strong enough to do that. That's an 8th rank martial artist. A brown-haired person remarked, this has even shaken the Titan Guard team. The black-haired man replied, that's right, there hasn't been a case this big in Titan City for many years. Zhou Zhan listened to the chatter, quickly calculating in his mind, the Titan Guard. Will I be discovered? On the Titan Guard team, an investigator was intently reviewing Zhou Zhang's file. At that moment, a subordinate entered and reported seriously, Captain, I have meticulously interrogated all the parties involved. I can assure you that this matter is absolutely related to this kid. The investigator looked down at the file, his eyes showing doubt. Zhou Zhang? A 3rd rank martial artist? Could he have done this? At the hospital, Sue Butler was sitting beside the hospital bed, crying uncontrollably. She choked out through her tears, hic hic. It's all my fault. I caused Lan Shi to end up like this. Lan Shi, sitting nearby, gently comforted her, Sue Butler, this isn't your fault. I'm the one who's too useless. Now I've become a cripple. You don't need to worry. Zhou Zhang felt a heavy weight in his heart as he spoke resolutely, I will definitely find a way to treat you. Lan Shi trembled all over, tears streaming down her face as she choked out, young master, you don't need to go through all this hardship for me. Suddenly, the door swung open. 2 Titan Guard team members walked in, their tone solemn, is Zhou Zhang here? We are the Titan Guard team. Zhou Zhang calmly replied, it's me. One of the 2 asked, so you must have met him, right? Zhou Zhang nodded, let's go talk outside. Lan Shi, standing nearby, softly said, Butler, young master. However, Sue Butler only stood there awkwardly, shaking his head repeatedly, no, it's fine. Young master said it's nothing. Lan Shi frowned, what do you mean it's nothing? Sue Butler stammered, no, it's nothing. I don't know anything at all. After a round of investigation, the 2 Titan Guard team members left the room. Zhou Zhang saw them to the door, politely saying, be careful. If you need any further investigation, feel free to come find me. I will absolutely cooperate with the guard team. As they departed, one of the team members asked the captain with uncertainty, Captain, all the clues clearly point to him. Why don't we arrest him? The captain gazed into the distance, his eyes deep as he replied, reason? A rank 3 martial artist could kill a rank 8 martial artist, can you believe that? Or perhaps there's a force behind him helping him. The team member remained unsettled, but Luo Guahai is dead. Should we just let this go? The captain pondered, Luo Guahai's death is a fact. But this matter might have touched on an even more terrifying power. This is definitely not worth the risk. After a pause, he continued, so how should the report be written? The team member answered, the cause of death is recorded as Luo Guahai accidentally consumed extremely toxic plants and died. Chang Zhan was holding glasses and saying, there are so many perfect rank 6 viper skins, brother, with this batch of snake skins, it could solve a tough problem for my older brother. Zhou Zhang replied, if it can help brother Chang, then that's great. Chang Zhan ordered a servant bring the materials down at the highest market price to settle the accounts for my brothers. But Zhou Zhang waved his hand, no need. He asked brother Chang, do you know who has the best medical skills in Titan City? Chang Zhan surprisingly asked, have you been injured? Zhou Zhang lowered his face and said, I have a friend who was beaten and had his limbs broken. Suddenly, Chang Zhan shouted, who is the bold one that dared to harm one of our people? I'll find someone to help you teach him a lesson. Zhou Zhang then smiled gently and said, thank you, brother Chang, I've already dealt with that person, but my friend's injuries. Chang Zhan quickly said, if we're talking about the best doctor in Titan City, it must be Medicine King. At Medicine King's clinic, the people in line were discussing, there are so many people, did you see? It's not easy to invite him. Chang Zhan turned to Zhou Zhang and said the person sitting at the reception is named Wang. He's a disciple of Medicine King Fan and very skilled in both Western and Chinese treatments. Medicine King called out from inside, "Gentlemen, what seems to be the problem?" Zhou Zhang stepped in and said, "Dr. Wang, we have a friend with a rather troublesome injury, and we want to find Elder Fan." The Medicine King replied, "To have my master treat you, having money is not enough." Zhou Zhang insisted, "Please let Elder Fan know, my friend's injury is indeed very serious." The Medicine King coldly answered, "Go back, a rank 3 martial artist like you won't be able to find the herbs my master requires." Zhou Zhang leaned on the table and firmly said, "Elder Fan's condition for a diagnosis is to find the herbs." The Medicine King questioned, "Herbs? Most of what my master needs grows in areas inhabited by rank 5 or above mutated monsters. Do you think you can manage that?" Chang Zhan tried to dissuade him. "Zhou Zhang, let it go, brother. I know a few famous doctors, let's find someone else." Zhou Zhang merely lowered his head and said, "Brother Chang, I want to look around here first." "Since you're so busy, there's no need for you to come with me." He replied, "That's fine, if you need anything, be sure to find me." Zhou Zhang responded, "Sure." Inside the clinic, Zhou Zhang stood outside and said, "This must be the back courtyard of the clinic." Then he quickly dashed toward the city wall, jumped high over it, and landed inside the clinic. An old man was diligently tending to his plants, but it seemed he was well aware that Zhou Zhang was standing behind him. The old man was Fan Tai, an 8th rank martial artist, known by the nickname Medicine King. Suddenly, he stood up, stretched, and smiled, saying, "I'm getting old. After sitting for just a little while, my waist is sore and my back hurts. You've been standing there for quite some time, so you must have something you need help with, right?" Hearing this, Zhou Zhang stepped forward, clasped his hands respectfully, and replied, "Mr. Fan, I have a friend who has broken his bones, they are shattered and cannot be treated." Medicine King pondered for a moment and then responded, "You've come here, so you must know the conditions under which I will treat someone, right? If you want my help, you need to find me the herbal medicine I specify. Your friend has broken his bones, you say? Then you must find me 2 skeleton herbs." After hearing this, Zhou Zhang nodded in confirmation. "Skeleton herbs, got it. I understand. I will do my best to find them." With that, he turned and left. At the Martial Artists Association, Zhou Zhang began inquiring about the skeleton herbs. People said that this type of herb was extremely rare, worth as much as a low-grade purple crystal, and only grew in dangerous places like Poison Fog Valley. Determined to find this herb, Zhou Zhang drove into Poison Fog Forest, surrounded by toxic fog. Along the way, he gently shook the vial of medicine in his hand, silently thinking about the critical condition of his friend. Suddenly, from a distance, 2 strangers observed him and exclaimed in surprise, "Does that guy really dare to enter Poison Fog Valley? Does he want to die?" Ignoring their chatter, Zhou Zhang remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on his mission. The dense trees rustled, adding to the tension in the air. He murmured to himself, "This journey is indeed dangerous, but I must find the skeleton herbs, otherwise, everything will be in vain." Suddenly, a voice shouted as a warning, "Be careful, it's a rank 6 venomous snake." Zhou Zhang immediately turned around in confusion. Then he looked towards a cave, intuition telling him that there was good loot inside. He stepped into the cave. As he walked, he thought, "Is it just one?" Suddenly, a 6-headed venomous snake appeared inside. But beneath the body of the venomous snake were skeleton herbs. The skeleton herbs were indeed here, but this venomous snake was not going to be easy to deal with. He threw a stone at the venomous snake and jumped toward the skeleton herbs. Just as he was about to reach out to pluck them, the venomous snake lunged at him. Zhou Zhang hurriedly jumped back. Later, he said, "If you don't want to let me take them, then don't blame me for killing the snake to get the goods." Indeed, there were no openings at all. The venomous snake, having missed its tasty prey right in front of it, roared in anger, baring its fangs, and once again attempted to strike at Zhou Zhang, but fortunately, he dodged in time. Zhou Zhang unexpectedly fell backward, there were truly no openings whatsoever. both sides grappling, swaying back and forth. Zhou Zheng quickly thought, if this were a game, I'd definitely be hitting a bug right now. Suddenly, he pulled out a bow and arrow from his bag and said, I really miss the days when I could exploit bugs to defeat monsters. 3 hours later, he gasped, I have no nostalgia left now. After a while of fighting, the venomous snake lay sprawled on the ground, pierced by dozens of arrows from Zhou Zheng. Finally, it can come to an end, I've had too much experience. He picked up a piece of jade from the ground and said with a smile, this is a profit, each head of the snake has a green crystal, but this one is the most important. Outside, a group of people was struggling against the spirit snake. Everyone, hold on, it can't last much longer. Suddenly, the venomous snake opened its mouth wide and bit one of them, level 1 mutated venomous snake king. It's over, it has evolved. Zhou Zheng heard the noise from inside. What's that sound? Could there be another boss in this jungle? The crowd shouted, don't be afraid, let's go together. With that, the venomous snake charged again, but then it suddenly turned its head elsewhere. One of them joyfully said, it seems it's in a weakened state, let's chase it for our fallen brothers. As Zhou Zheng walked, he thought, I've collected a total of 5 crystals, 1 skeleton herb is equivalent to 1 purple crystal, this time, I really hit the jackpot. Suddenly, the venomous snake lunged at him, but it was currently in a state of energy depletion. Zhou Zheng glared at the venomous snake in front of him and coldly said, do you want to die? As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly used flash, ending the snake's life in a single strike. On the other side, a group of people was taken aback by his actions, buzzing with questions, who is it? Which bastard dares to do something like this? In a cheerful mood, Zhou Zheng continued driving back. Along the way, he mumbled, I wonder if Brother Chang would be interested in this king snake? When he returned to Medicine King's place, the old man saw him from a distance and mocked, Kid, is there really no door for you to enter my place? Zhou Zheng paid no mind, took out an item, and asked, is this it? Upon seeing the skeleton herbs, Medicine King was overjoyed, took it in his hands, and kept exclaiming, yes, this is it. You little rascal, I never expected you to obtain such a rare herb. Do you know how much a skeleton herb like this is worth? Zhou Zheng calmly replied, I don't know if it's valuable or not, but you have to keep your promise. At the hospital, Medicine King carefully examined Lan Shi's condition. Seeing the shattered bone wounds, he shook his head, the person who did this was truly cruel. Fortunately, we have skeleton herbs, otherwise, with such serious injuries, even I would be helpless. Half an hour later, after completing the treatment process, Medicine King turned to Lan Shi and said, Kid, you are lucky to have a precious friend. In a week, you will witness a miracle. Lan Shi was moved and was about to say something but hesitated. Zhou Zheng, standing beside him, smiled and clasped his hands, saying to the old man, Elder Fan, thank you for saving Lan Shi. Medicine King chuckled softly but didn't forget to lightly scold, so now you know to call me Elder? Zhou Zheng waved goodbye to Medicine King and softly said, I've already paid enough for the procedure, we don't owe each other anything. Medicine King merely bowed his head in response, his tone slightly annoyed, don't come looking for me again next time. Zhou Zheng turned and walked inside, where Lan Shi was waiting. Upon seeing him, Lan Shi hurriedly said, Young master, I really have troubled you too much this time. Zhou Zheng replied calmly, if I were injured by someone else, would you find a way to save me? Lan Shi immediately responded in a panic, even if it means risking my life, I will save the young master. Hearing this, Zhou Zheng smiled faintly and nodded in satisfaction, so it is only natural for me to save you. After all, you are family to me. Lan Shi was moved, tears welling up in his eyes as he choked out, I will definitely work hard to cultivate and ensure that something like today never happens again. Suddenly, a ringtone echoed. Beep beep beep. Zhou Zheng took out his phone and answered the call. Looking at the screen, he murmured, this is the communication device the Martial Artists Guild gave me when I registered, I didn't expect someone to call. A familiar voice came from the other end, Zhou Zhang, it's Zhang Shaoqi. Zhou Zhang replied, Brother Zhang, what's the matter? Zhang Shaoqi said, about the mission I mentioned last time, do you want to take it on? But I must warn you, this mission is extremely dangerous. Think it over carefully before deciding. Zhou Zhang pondered for a moment, then pointed to a dart in the equipment storage. Brother Chang, how many of these darts do we have left? Chang Zhan, the equipment manager, replied with a smile, 100. If you need them, take them all. Zhou Zhang nodded, also prepare a few regular daggers for me. Chang Zhan responded enthusiastically, right away. At 9 Rings, Star Crown Hotel, a group of 4 people was discussing inside. Zhanhu, rank 8, said, I've heard that there's a rank 3 guy who wants to join this time. Lu Qianjun, rank 8, replied, we must trust Zhang Shaoqi's judgment, anyone he takes note of can't be a loser. Zhang Shaoqi, rank 8, added, thank you for waiting, everyone. Lu Chuanchang, rank 8, smiled and said, you've broken through to rank 8 now. Zhang Shaoqi nodded and replied, I just broke through a few days ago. Zhan Hu remarked, the probability of success for this mission has increased significantly. He responded, yeah. One of them asked, Brother Zhang, is that rank 3 guy you mentioned reliable? It's already past 8 o'clock, and he still hasn't shown up. Lu Chuancheng then said, isn't he here now? Whether he's reliable or not, we'll know soon enough. At that moment, Zhou Zhang walked in. Zhang Shaoqi introduced, everyone, this is our final new member. He introduced himself, hello everyone. My name is Zhou Zhang. Zhan Hu also introduced himself, I'm Zhan Hu, and I've always heard Brother Zhang praising you. Zhou Zhang replied, I look forward to your guidance moving forward. Zhan Hu joked, you think you're better than me, huh? Zhou Zhang laughed and said, Brother Zhan Hu, I'm not underestimating you, I'm just afraid that with one handshake from you, I'll fall apart. Zhang Shaoqi clapped to signal, everyone is here, let's head to my reserved room on the rooftop to discuss the next steps of our plan. Then all 5 of them stepped inside, and Zhou Zhang quickly jumped onto the soft bed. At that moment, Zhan Hu was downing a bottle of wine. Wow, refreshing. Zhang Shaoqi, sitting cross-legged, said, I'll reiterate, this mission has a very generous reward, but the danger is also quite high. If anyone wants to withdraw now, it's still not too late. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Zhang Shaoqi continued, the reward will be divided, each person will take 1 share, and the remaining 4 shares will be distributed based on contributions. Suddenly, Zhan Hu pointed and shouted, I find that unfair. I have no issue with others taking 1 share, but what does he base his share on? He replied, oh, then how do you think it should be divided? I haven't thought of that yet. How about this, each person gets a fixed 5%, and the remaining 70% is divided based on contributions. Zhou Zhang raised his hand in agreement and said, this method of division is good, I have no objections. Zhan Hu also agreed, saying, then I have no objections either. Zhan Hu thought to himself, this kid agrees to such a division, does he really think he will earn more than these rank 8 people? Zhang Shaoqi said, if we've settled the negotiations, then I'll offer a little benefit up front. Everyone can go to the martial artists mall and choose 1 piece of equipment no higher than medium rank green crystal, I'll cover the cost. Zhou Zhang suddenly asked, the martial artists mall is an online marketplace established jointly by the Martial Artists Association and the Titan security team, but it's only open to martial artists of level 7 and above. This means I'm still not qualified. Zhang Shaoqi quickly replied, you may not be qualified, but the computer at the Star Crown Hotel is qualified. With that, Zhou Zhang started exploring the hotel's computer. This is similar to the Wabao site before I transmigrated here, but the items on this one are much more valuable. There are way too many goods, it seems that Titan City is not as simple as I thought. This is an elf bow with a 30% transmission probability, priced at 2 high-rank purple crystals. Wow, even selling myself wouldn't be enough to buy 2 high-rank purple crystals, I can only hope that this mission will allow me to earn enough for them. Demon Shadow Mountain cat boots, these would suit me perfectly. The goods have been delivered. The shipper said, thank you for purchasing from the Martial Artists Mall. Zhan Hu chuckled and slapped Zhou Zhang on the shoulder, the happiest one is this kid, he scored a green crystal even before setting out. Zhang Shaoqi, standing nearby, thought to himself while sweating bullets, he's not happy for real. Those couple of jars of wine I gave him are worth several purple crystals already. Seeing Zhou Zhang open the package, Zhanhu suddenly exclaimed, "OMG, is this extravagant?" Zhanhu said, "A medium green crystal to buy a pair of shoes." Zhou Zhang put them on and jumped up, saying, "No wonder these shoes are worth a medium green crystal, the feeling is completely different. With these on, I feel much more secure. If we can finish this mission quickly, I might be able to buy an elf bow." Outside, two vehicles were moving at high speed. Brother Zhang in front stopped briefly. Zhanhu turned to Zhou Zhang and said, "Kid, come with me, let's get off the vehicle." Zhang Xiaoqi said, "Zhou Zhang, they need to test your strength a bit. I trust you, but in the end, we still need them to trust you." Zhou Zhang replied, "Captain, I understand." When they arrived, Zhanhu immediately pointed at the group of monsters and said, "Zhou Zhang, how about we deal with these two appetizers before the main course?" He answered, "No problem." Zhang Xiaoqi, waiting outside, said, "Level 3 against 2 level 4s, are we being too ruthless?" Blood Sword Lu Chuan Chang, are you seriously using the word ruthless? Stop joking. He couldn't even pass a single checkpoint, so there's no need to throw himself into the jaws of death. It really is too cruel. Two sand wolves, it's truly ruthless. On Zhou Zhang's side, one of the monsters had already fallen, being torn apart by the remaining two. He walked forward, bow and arrows in hand. One of them howled loudly. The howl echoed through the entire forest. Zhanhu clicked his tongue and said, "This isn't good, this is a sand wolf den. Let me go and pull Zhou Zhang back." Zhanhu turned around, his eyes sharp and cold. "Aren't you all eager to test him? A pack of wolves would be more convincing than just two, wouldn't it?" Zhou Zhang remained silent, only quietly knocking 3 arrows onto his bow, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. "They're coming." Moments later, a horde of sand wolves charged toward him like a whirlwind. Zhou Zhang calmly drew his bow, each arrow flying off the string like lightning, piercing straight into each wolf. Whimpering sounds erupted as the pack quickly fell to the ground. He turned around, his voice calm, "Well, my shooting skills haven't dulled." On Zhanhu's team, everyone stared in astonishment. One member couldn't help but exclaim, "Monster! What on earth have you been eating to grow this strong? Are you going to leave any chance for us ordinary folks to survive?" Zhou Zhang merely shrugged, smiling lightly, "Just hard work. That's all." The two vehicles continued to race along the dusty road. Zhang Xiaoqi reminded the team, "We've entered the outskirts of the red zone. Zhanhu, get ready to work." Suddenly, Zhanhu poked his head out of the vehicle, his sniper rifle quickly aimed at a target. The sound of gunfire rang out continuously as a giant bird flying in the sky was hit, falling down and emitting a brilliant light before lying still. Zhang Xiaoqi shouted a warning, "Everyone, be alert! We're about to enter the mutated red zone. Don't let your guard down." The convoy halted at an open area. One of the team members pointed in the distance, "The target is 50 km away. We must be extremely vigilant while passing through the red zone." Suddenly, Zhou Zhang raised his hand for silence, his voice calm yet firm, "Wait. There are mutated beasts nearby." Zhanhu frowned, doubtful, "Are you sure?" "We don't sense anything." "Don't talk nonsense." Zhou Zhang replied coldly, his gaze sharp, "Trust me. Prepare for battle." Having said that, everyone hurriedly prepared. In the desolate forest, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared, growling from the bushes. It suddenly lunged out, and Zhang Xiaoqi shouted, "Everyone be careful, it's a rank 8 forest leopard." The leopard pounced towards them, baring its sharp teeth and claws, aiming for Zhanhu. "Where do you think you're going? You have to go through me first." The spotted leopard and Zhanhu were locked in a struggle, while the others rushed in to slash at it. The leopard let out a painful roar. It widened its blood-red eyes and, once again enraged, charged at Zhanhu, but a blade intercepted its mouth. Zhou Zhang was using his sword to block it, and a long-haired man with green hair rushed in, throwing a spear that struck the leopard, causing it to stagger and fall. Seizing the opportunity, Zhanhu raised his mace and delivered a powerful blow to it. "What goes around comes around, here's your payback." Zhou Zhang watched silently, thinking impressive, no wonder they are rank 8 martial artists. If these people surrounded me, I definitely wouldn't be able to escape. At that moment, the leopard had broken free from Zhan Hu and laughed, saying, not bad luck, just arrived and already got a green gem. Zhou Zhang then pointed at the leopard and said, Hu brother, don't you want the corpse of this one? He replied, I can't hold this thing, it's both heavy and dirty, and the smell of blood will attract other wild beasts. If you guys aren't taking it, then I won't be polite anymore. The stuff on me that the beast robbed could sell for quite a bit of money. Zhou Zhang then said, in order to buy the elf bow, I guess I'll have to save up from now on. The group continued to move forward. With 17 kilometers left, everyone persevered. Zhan Hu laughed and said, once this mission is completed, I'll drink for a whole week. Lu Chuancheng scoffed, first, you need to survive until the mission is completed, let's not forget, this time we're challenging a level 9 wind god. Zhan Hu replied, what's there to be afraid of? Last time it came to Titan City causing trouble, it was still chased away by level 9 martial artists, right? Zhou Zhang suddenly had a bad feeling, what's going on? Ever since we stepped into this place, something feels off. He looked into the distance and saw a corpse hanging from the branches of a tree. Oh no, everyone be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the vines wrapped around the people below. What is that? The vines rushed forward, and the long-haired green-haired guy quickly dodged. What is that? Why is it so strong? Zhou Zhang said, let me handle it. Zhou Zhang then slashed a few times. However, the vines still wouldn't let go, continuously launching their tendrils. I didn't expect it to be this tough. If that's the case. Suddenly, he became serious and slashed down decisively. On this side, Zhan Hu and the others are struggling with it. This thing is not easy to deal with. The vines are starting to retract. Quickly save the team leaders. A few people have already been wrapped up high by the vines. Zhou Zhang then said, as long as these plants launch an attack, HP will be revealed. If there is HP, then there must be a weakness. We can determine the weakness, but it's hard to see. These vines are not easy to handle, but the trunks are all weaknesses. Saying that, he started shooting continuously at the trunk. We should go too, you all step back and let me. But Zhou Zhang spoke with certainty, trust me. Saying that, he continued to shoot continuously at the trunk. The system panel appeared, gaining 5,000 experience. The experience was quite rich. The vine trees were shot until they were smoking. Zhou Zhang hurriedly rushed up, and the long-haired green-haired guy shouted to Mom. Then he helped those who were hanging in the trees down one by one. Zhang Shaoqi suddenly shouted, I will chop you up for firewood. Lu Chuancheng pointed, no need, it's already over. Saying that, the two of them looked towards Zhou Zhang. He had finally leveled up. Everyone started to stand up and move on. Suddenly, Zhan Hu found a metal ring and quickly raised it, saying, isn't this the great dragon ring of Zhongli Shi? This is a divine artifact with a 20% conductivity. Unexpectedly, a rank 8 expert like Zhongli Shi also died here. It seems that many squads that came to slay dragons perished in this place. Zhang Shaoqi said with a smile to Zhou Zhang, if it weren't for you, I would have met the same fate as them in my inheritance. Zhou Zhang replied with a smile, thank you, my brother, we are a team, there's no need for formality. Zhan Hu clapped Zhou Zhang on the shoulder, laughing, ha ha ha, very brotherly. Ha ha, from today onwards, you are my comrade in life and death, including me as well. Suddenly, from the hill, rocks and earth came tumbling down. The sound was quite powerful, albeit somewhat light. A dragon was perched at the mountain's summit. Zhang Shaoqi looked through the binoculars and reported, as per the intelligence, its wing is severely injured, I will test its attack strength. Zhan Hu provided cover for Qian Jun and understood, get down to take aim with the semi-automatic sniper, that big creature is in for a hit. Then unexpectedly, Zhou Zhang rushed forward, swinging his sword to strike at the dragon's wing lying there. But strangely, it seemed unfazed. Zhan Hu immediately fired a shot. The dragon suddenly roared, its voice echoing out. Zhou Zhang quickly jumped back as the dragon took to the skies and dove straight towards them. Shanhu, crouching low, managed to evade the attack. With a swift motion, the dragon kicked Shanhu straight into the rock wall. He was caught off guard and couldn't brace himself. Zhou Zhang shouted loudly, "Let's go together." Seeing this, the spirit dragon opened its mouth wide, a fireball appeared, and it breathed fire towards Zhou Zhang. So strong, could this monster really have no weaknesses? I can see it now, its weakness. The divine dragon then unleashed a powerful stream of fire down towards the crowd below. The long-haired green-haired man, in panic, shouted, "Captain, what do we do now? We can't get close to it. Are we really just going to give up?" If I'm not mistaken, its backlash must come at the cost of life corrosion. And that position could definitely cause damage. We might as well take a risk. Zhang Xiaoqi shouted loudly, "There's no other way, retreat first." Suddenly, Zhou Zhang charged forward and delivered a strong blow to the belly of the wind god pterosaur. The spirit dragon, hit hard, cried out in pain and angrily shouted back at Zhou Zhang. The people around yelled, "Zhou Zhang, it's over, there's no way to dodge this attack." Zhou Zhang replied, "Using this skill can hit its health, it seems there's a chance." With that, the spirit dragon fell down, crashing forcefully to the ground. Zhou Zhang turned to team leader Zhanhu and said, "Captain, you guys use long-range guns to hold it back, the rest is up to me." Upon hearing this, Zhanhu couldn't hide his admiration, realizing that this was indeed a monster. "What are you still standing there for? Distract it. It can inflict damage on the wind god pterosaur." How on earth did this kid manage to do that? It's utterly beyond reason. The wind god pterosaur let out a roar, intensifying the atmosphere around them. Zhang Xiaoqi immediately charged forward, and just then, Zhanhu fired a shot at the monster's head, laughing, trying to breathe fire without my permission, huh?" Both sides plunged into battle. "Captain, how could you have found such a freak?" Zhang Xiaoqi calmly lit a cigarette and replied gently, "Well, it all started with that bottle of honey." Zhanhu was taken aback, not expecting such a profound response from him, and continued to express his admiration. "I didn't realize my own limitations and wanted to challenge it." "Captain, weren't you the one who warned me against seeking death? Everyone, look at his attacking style, I've never seen anyone wield their energy like that." The wind god pterosaur raised its head, preparing to spit fire. Zhou Zhang rushed forward, shouting, "Everyone get back, it's about to blow." Moments later, the wind god pterosaur unleashed a massive jet of flame. Zhou Zhang noticed that it had likely sustained heavy internal injuries earlier, and now it was just a matter of waiting for it to bleed out and die. Half an hour later, the wind god pterosaur finally fell. However, unexpectedly, it leveled up at that moment. Zhou Zhang could only sigh, "Truly. It's just too powerful." On Ming or NGH, level 35 can now learn that skill. The bandit main skill instantly pulls the thief next to the designated target, entering stealth mode, and the stealth state disappears after being attacked or launching an effective attack. The cooldown time is 2 minutes. Zhang Xiaoqi commanded, while yelling high and recorded the corpse. "Ahu, prepare for dissection, everyone, be quick." Ahu approached and stabbed the wind god pterosaur, but suddenly his knife broke. "This damn thing is still tough even when dead." At this moment, Lu Qianjun had to use his energy. "We're rich now, one scale is worth a green crystal." Zhou Zhang interrupted, "What's a green crystal? There's even a purple one here." If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I still couldn't imagine a level 3 kid could kill a dragon. He laughed, just lucky. Zhanhu scolded, "Your freak is being modest. If it were me, even if I combined all my luck in a lifetime, I still couldn't do it." In the Star Crown hotel room, Zhang Xiaoqi said this time, "There's quite a bit of loot, everyone discuss how you want to distribute it." Zhanhu then asked, "Are we exchanging for star crystals or distributing the items directly?" Zhang Xiaoqi replied, "Zhou Zhang's contribution is the greatest, let's decide first." Zhou Zhang scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "I think we should just do it based on demand. If we want physical items, we distribute physical items. If we want star crystals, we exchange for star crystals to distribute." But I have a feeling that the scales of the wind god pterosaur definitely won't just be one green crystal. After all, the special properties haven't been fully tapped yet. Zhang Xiaoqi said, that's right. Who then interjected, then I'll also take physical items, I trust Zhou Zhang's judgment. Based on our previous agreement, each person will take 5%, leaving 70%. Zhou Zhang asked, no one has any objections to taking half, right? Everyone replied, of course, no objections, no objections. Zhou Zhang raised his hand and said, if you all trust me, I know a reliable equipment shop. We can sell the skin of this dragon to him, and then we can distribute the proceeds. The team leader agreed, you can handle this. Everyone still has a small portion set aside to give to the Martial Artists Guild in exchange for contribution points. Director Shen, holding his glasses, said while examining, that's right, it really is the wind god pterosaur. They presented the evidence, Director Shen, this is the proof that we killed the wind god pterosaur. He laughed heartily, ha ha ha, you all have worked hard. Then he turned and said, the president of our Martial Artists Guild also wants to express some gratitude towards you, so he has decided to increase your contribution by 10%. At the same time, he grants you all 10 stars. The lobby of the Martial Artists Guild buzzed with excitement as the mission titled Wind God Pterosaur was completed. People were talking animatedly, look, I heard this mission was accomplished by them. A 10-star member? That's a rank I wouldn't even dare to dream of achieving in my lifetime. Master, please give me your autograph. Everyone flocked around Zhou Zhang. Struggling to push his way through, Zhou Zhang said helplessly, fortunately, I didn't wear the damned badge. Please give me a room, I need to investigate some things. The girl replied, sure, please. Suddenly, the receptionist exclaimed joyfully, Mr. Zhou, please wait a moment, I will get a room for you right away. Mr. Zhou, take care, next time, just come to me for any procedures. Zhou Zhang left dejectedly, saying, it seems the power of that badge is far greater than I thought. A villa in Sector 5 of Titan City. The chubby guy chuckled while typing, the top transmission weapon of Titan City is about to be mine. Heh, I haven't eaten or drunk anything and have been risking my life to earn money just for today. Treasure, I'm coming for you. Suddenly, the chubby guy yelled, huh? Ah, which bastard stole my elf bow? Mr. Chu, your goods have been delivered. Please confirm. Inside the box was a bright green bow that sparkled, living up to its reputation with a transmission capability of up to 30%. 2 high-grade purple crystals were also quite valuable. Zhou Zhang casually took them out and said to Chang Zhan, equip Brother Chang with this. How many nights have you been awake? Chang Zhan smiled and replied, hee, it's just a small matter. I won't hide it from you, I've used the materials you brought to create quite a few good items. Recently, I'm planning to hold an auction, and you must come when you have the time. Zhou Zhang raised his glass and said, an auction sounds perfect. I also have some items here that could elevate your equipment to a new level. Chang Zhan asked in surprise, do you have new materials? Zhou Zhang smiled and said, the skin of the wind god pterosaur. You're not joking, are you? Outside, in the wilderness beyond the jungle, do you lack anything? Chang Zhan raised an eyebrow and replied, that spear boar was clearly discovered by us first. Ha, if we hadn't stepped in to help, you would have been killed by that spear boar long ago. How could you possibly need us to save you? It's truly a case of good intentions being taken for granted. It seems you want to steal the sword, right? I'm serious about killing you. Zhou Zhang hurriedly retorted, I didn't mean that, I was just joking earlier. At that moment, a 6th-level martial artist with long green hair coldly snorted. Suddenly, laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. The person turned around and shouted, who is laughing? Zhou Zhang stepped forward and said, what kind of dignity do you have? Why do you like to join a low-level team to pretend to be a great figure? Then he scratched his head and awkwardly replied, isn't this a bit boring? Just going out for a stroll, right? Zhou Zhang continued, it's not easy for a small team to hunt and kill, you shouldn't join in anymore. The other guy replied, right, I was just joking, not trying to rob anyone. By the way, Zhou brother, our team leader wants to meet you. Zhou Zhang turned away and said, "My phone number is 180,668, just contact me." He replied, "Okay, Joe brother, take care." The small hunters unexpectedly said, "That guy seems to be only level 3, he might be the child of some high-ranking official." Suddenly, a pig appeared out of nowhere and charged at Zhou Zhang, who quickly took it down. Indeed, it was still stealth training like in the game. As long as you could practice silently, it was almost like being invisible. Then he dialed on his phone and said, "Practicing stealth, a few kilometers ahead in the Black Monkey area is also a good place, just be a bit more agile and don't leave the alert range." When he arrived at Red Tripod, he was confused. "Wait, am I not on the wrong path? This isn't a private garden." Someone there said, "Red Tripod is fully enclosed, you better leave quickly if you know what's good for you." He thought, the place isn't wrong, but my goal must be deeper inside. Zhou Zhang stealthily moved, then seemed to vanish as he entered. Grr, the growl of the star crystal rushed towards him. Zhou Zhang immediately transformed, thinking to himself, "These beasts are coming again, hold them off for me." Zhou Zhang became invisible and hid on a nearby branch. Before him lay the territory of the Black Monkey. The Red Tripod Company was not simple, he never expected there to be so many formidable martial artists. He sensed that these monkeys were very organized, and there was definitely a king monkey behind them. 2 hours later, Zhou Zhang finally found his stealthy feeling. Today, he aimed to break through to level 4 and felt quite good about it. Suddenly, a cave of the star crystal pack appeared before him. Zhou Zhang thought, "Indeed, there is a king monkey, but there are too many monkeys around, killing this king monkey won't be easy." That's right, he suddenly realized why the monkeys were desperately trying to block outsiders. The female king monkey was sitting there eating fruit when suddenly a monkey charged out from the bushes. Zhou Zhang quickly stepped out and weaved through the star crystals. Suddenly, among the star crystals, a monkey challenged and rushed quickly towards another monkey. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, aiming for the monkey below that was holding fruit as if to snatch it away. Zhou Zhang unexpectedly leaned back to dodge and then told himself, "It's almost time, let's go for it." Zhou Zhang hurriedly dashed towards the king monkey. Suddenly, one of them noticed him. Zhou Zhang was panting with fear of being discovered. He tried to climb the tree. 1, 2, 3. There are a total of 7 flowers. This time I'm going to strike it rich. But I need to think of a way to lure the king monkey away first. Suddenly, he had an idea and jumped up the tree. The star crystals below were cheering. It was at that moment that he suddenly leaped towards the king monkey that was lying down. The flowers began to shake and fly up. The king monkey turned around. Zhou Zhang tried to stay silent, but the king monkey had already noticed and roared loudly. He covered his ears and said, "The sound waves are too strong. I'm done for." One of them was charging towards him and then jumped over. Zhou Zhang was taken by surprise, not understanding what was happening. The king monkey on the tree roared, "Dashes, flash." Zhou Zhang quickly used a dodge move and ran towards the king monkey. The king monkey began to wake up, its eyes shining with anger. Then it swung its arm and charged violently towards Zhou Zhang. The star crystals below were cheering. The roar was terrifying. What is that sound? Damn it, the leader unexpectedly appeared. The king monkey charged forward. At that moment, Zhou Zhang glanced around and let out a sigh of relief. "Sorry, I didn't mean to lead it to you guys. I've just broken through to rank 4 martial artist." Meanwhile, everyone was evacuating. "Don't panic, just board the vehicle in an orderly fashion. Don't waste any of the black fruit you've gathered, load everything onto the vehicle." Zhou Zhang jumped out of the thicket, surveyed his surroundings, and said, "Phew, it seems that King Monkey is being blocked by those higher-ups." He dashed straight to the vehicle, waving goodbye as he went. "You all hang in there, I'm heading off now." Zhao, the leader, spoke with a serious expression, "Make sure to identify that kid correctly. He stole our Red Viper King." The person standing there said, "His vehicle looks like the one that was parked near your team on that day, and I also found out that he sold the skin of the Red Viper snake around the same time." He exclaimed, "Zhou Zhang. The other person continued, Zhao leader, I've completed your commission, but as a friend, I'd still like to remind you of something. Zhou Zhang is now a member of the Martial Artists Guild with a 10-star rating, and he completed the Wind God Terracer mission alongside Zhang Xiaoqi and the others. It won't be as simple as it seems to take action against him. Zhao leader, furious, threw his belongings around and shouted, Are we just going to let our brothers die unjustly? He replied, Zhao leader, I know a little about this, you might be able to resolve your difficult issues. Zhou Zheng pondered, the dark shadow behind the name Blood Orchid with its muscle-enhancing and blood-activating properties. Zhou Zheng continued, if it falls into the hands of someone who knows how to concoct medicine, it would definitely be a priceless treasure. Saying this, he held the vial of medicine in his hand. Wang Zekuan laughed heartily, Are you quite wealthy, kid? So mysterious, inviting me here for a meal, what's the real story? Zhou Zhang replied, I feel embarrassed to say, but I still don't know your real name. Wang Zekuan laughed loudly, Ha, I only know your nickname is the Madman. Then the two shook hands to become friends, officially introducing themselves, My name is Zhou Zhang. The other person shook his hand, and I am Wang Zekuan, but you can just call me old man if you like. Zhou Zhang smiled and said, Uncle Wang, you must have a reason for coming to see me today. Zhou Zhang took out the blood orchid and asked, Do you know what this is? Wang Zekuan looked at the flower, gently stroked its petals, and replied, This is the first time I've actually touched a real blood orchid. After that, he hurriedly returned it to Zhou Zhang, saying, Madman, you keep it. If anyone finds out about this, it will cause trouble. At the Martial Artists Guild, it is bought for the price of a purple crystal, you shouldn't let others see it. Then he sighed, if I were still the chairman of the Sky Medicine Organization before the New World, I would definitely buy this rare item at any cost. Unfortunately, now that I am at this level, this thing has become unattainable for me. Zhou Zhang smiled lightly, poured some wine, and said, Uncle Wang, I'm not here to ask for your help with any evaluations. I was wondering if you'd be interested in collaborating with me? Your drug formulation techniques combined with my blood orchid will yield fantastic results. Hearing this, Wang Zekuan was surprised, collaboration? You value me? I have nothing to pretend about, but do we have enough power to protect the confidential formula? Furthermore, my ointments require substantial financial backing to support them. Zhou Zhang raised his glass, confidently stating, Uncle Wang, rest assured, both of these issues are not a problem for me. The two clinked glasses in celebration. Someone asked, Are you opening a store? Zhou Zhang replied, Yes, I'm preparing to open a convenience store to sell healing medicines and some other supplies. Su Yunwen added, But I don't have any business experience yet. Lan Shi comforted, You'll get used to it as you operate. I'll help you manage. Don't worry, with me here, no one will dare to cause trouble. Zhou Zhang chuckled, so selling medicines and opening a convenience store means I've hit the jackpot with a computer mouse and a monitor, right? Lan Shi laughed in response, then let's make a plan. 5 days later, Zhou Zhang led everyone to the newly opened store. A friend asked, Huh? Crazy guy, is this the store you just opened? No way, right? Zhou Zhang smiled and introduced, This is the store manager Su Yunwen, and she's in charge of security. Su Yunwen bowed her head in greeting, Uncle Wang, hello. Wang Zekuan looked somewhat skeptical, is that all? What can we expect from a thief of this level? I was too careless, this crazy guy is still quite young. I need to find an opportunity to talk to him more carefully. Zhou Zhang and Wang Zekuan were sitting outside the store, waiting for someone to arrive when suddenly a car stopped, and a group of people approached and greeted them. Brother Zhou, we're not late, are we? Zhou Zhang invited them in, you're just in time, please come inside. Wang Zekuan, observing from the side, thought, these people seem to have decent skills, but they're still somewhat lacking in protecting the blood orchid. At that moment, two gangsters in the distance were watching. Boss, when should we go collect the protection fee? The younger one replied, what's the rush? Let's wait until those impressive guys leave, then we'll collect. The boss shouted angrily, collect? You must be joking. A group led by Zhang Xiaoqi arrived and said, "Kid, we're not late, are we?" Wang Zhekoan was surprised to see them and exclaimed, "Rank 8 martial artists, isn't that cheap now?" "No wonder he has the confidence to open this store, he truly is crazy, I'm still too young." On a gloomy afternoon, with thick clouds overhead, the thunderous sound of firecrackers mixed with lively applause filled the small street. A crowd was gathered in front of a newly opened grocery store named Zhou Store. They shook hands with the owner and congratulated him. "Congratulations, Boss Zhou, on the grand opening of Zhou Store." The cheers and words of gratitude echoed continuously, dispelling the gloomy atmosphere. While everyone was immersed in the joyous mood, on the rooftop of the building across from the convenience store stood two figures, Xiao Jian and Lu Yongshan, arms crossed, watching the scene below. Xiao Jian glanced at Lu Yongshan with curiosity and asked, "Shan brother, he's just a rank 4 martial artist. Is he really worth your effort?" Lu Yongshan, with his fierce face, white hair, and scars that further accentuated his menacing aura, stood unmoved. One could only imagine the battles he had endured that cost him one of his eyes. In a dark tone, he replied, "Last time, he escaped." Xiao Jian, whose youthful face was marred by long scars that stripped away his innocence, looked at Shan brother and seemed to suddenly realize something. Whatever words were on the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. Shan brother's voice grew heavier as he continued, "This is a humiliation I must erase with my own hands." Meanwhile, on a highway in the city outskirts, two white pickup trucks sped like lightning. Inside, someone asked, "Zhou Zhang, Zhou brother, with our strength, can we really kill that king monkey?" Zhou Zhang glanced at his companion, thought for a moment, and said, "They say the king monkey is already injured. As long as we coordinate well, there should be no problem at all." When Zhou Zhang's car reached the edge of the forest, a dark and dense woodland greeted him. The sound of crows cawing echoed ominously. He stepped out of the car and immediately noticed another unfamiliar vehicle parked nearby. Letting out a sigh, his voice tinged with a hint of curiosity, he remarked, "I wonder which youngster got here before me. It seems someone has beaten us to the punch." Suddenly, a ferocious star crystal beast appeared before everyone. It bared its razor-sharp fangs, growling menacingly. Its deafening roar sent shivers through the group, forcing them to retreat a few steps. This beast was none other than the legendary King Monkey. Amid the chaos, a baby monkey from the King Monkey's group was struck down by the people, rolling over to the feet of the massive star crystal beast. Seeing its disciple fall in battle, the King Monkey let out an enraged howl, its eyes burning fiercely as it stared at the group, as if ready to devour them alive. Overwhelmed with rage, the King Monkey stepped back a few paces, then leaped high into the air, propelling itself towards the group with terrifying speed. Yang, the leader of the Zhanhu squad, realized the imminent danger to his team and shouted desperately, "Run!" But one of their comrades, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen in place. The young man trembled, unable to move. Seeing this, Yang's voice grew frantic as he shouted, "Achong, get out of the way!" Yang raised his weapon, prepared to charge in, but it was too late. The King Monkey landed a devastating blow, striking the young man with a powerful swipe. The powerful attack sent him crashing into a tree trunk, then collapsing to the ground, groaning in pain. Taking advantage of the moment, the King Monkey leaped up again, intending to deliver a decisive blow. The young man, drained of strength, could only open his eyes and await death. Seeing his comrade on the brink of life and death, Yang, the squad leader, didn't hesitate. He threw himself forward, weapon in hand, intercepting the King Monkey's attack. The impact was so forceful that dirt and rocks flew in all directions, and dry leaves fluttered down like rain. Seizing the opportunity, Yang shouted to his team, "I'll hold it off. Quickly deal with the smaller ones and then come help me." In the dense underbrush nearby, two heads peeked out, observing the scene. They were Zhou Zhang and Xiao Hong, the captain of the Blade Squad. Watching the battle unfold, Xiao Hong remarked to Zhou Zhang, "That's the Zhanhu team." Zhou Zhang, surprised, stared at the chaotic scene and marveled at Zhanhu's remarkable coordination. He watched as the King Monkey, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, surrounded by the Zhanhu squad. Despite their fatigue, their determination to defeat the King Monkey seemed to fuel their strength. Zhou Zhang exhaled deeply, his voice tinged with regret as he muttered, "This is a misstep. Snatching the king monkey from this team doesn't look like it'll be possible." As everyone focused on the king monkey, a strange voice suddenly rang out from ahead. At the same time, another voice echoed, "I heard the sounds of a fight." The voice startled everyone, leaving them confused and on edge. Emerging from the forest came Su Yuan-jun, followed by a Tao and several others. Each of them bore fierce expressions, their faces marked with long, menacing scars. Su Yuan-jun scanned the group before him, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he smirked at their sorry state. Twisting a short dagger in his hand, Su Yuan-jun chuckled and said, "Perfect timing." As Su Yuan-jun and his team appeared, everyone instinctively turned to face them. Yang, the leader of Zhanhu, immediately recognized Su Yuan-jun, and his heart sank with unease. Though he tried to mask his irritation, Yang forced a polite smile and said in a friendly tone, "Allies from the Inverse Wind Guild. We, the Zhanhu team, are currently engaged in a battle with the king monkey. I hope you can give us some leeway. Once this is over, we'll gladly host a banquet in your honor." Hearing this, Su Yuan-jun burst into laughter, his tone dripping with mockery as he toyed with the dagger in his hand. Behind him, a Tao gave a sinister grin. Su Yuan-jun raised an eyebrow, sighed theatrically, and sneered at Yang, "Leader, do you think we came here for a vacation? A banquet? Really?" Yang's face darkened at his words. Glaring at Su Yuan-jun, he retorted coldly, "Su Yuan-jun, a person should know their boundaries." Before Yang could finish speaking, a sudden flash of silver cut through the air. A dagger sliced past his face, narrowly missing him, forcing Yang to stumble back several steps in shock. The dagger was thrown by Su Yuan-jun himself. Laughing maniacally, he taunted, "No need for that banquet, because you won't live to see another day." The dagger plunged straight into the chest of a Zhanhu team member standing behind young leader. Watching his teammate groan in pain and collapse to the ground, young leader cried out in despair, "Xiaoyi!" Xiaoya's sword slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the ground with a metallic clang. Seizing the moment, Su Yuan-jun pulled out a pair of razor-sharp claws from his belt. He barked orders to his crew, "Team 1, kill the king monkey. Team 2, follow me. Let's erase Zhanhu from existence." With that, Su Yuan-jun lunged toward young leader, his lethal weapons gleaming ominously. From the sidelines, Xiao Hong observed the carnage unfold. Shaking his head, he sighed, TSK, what a waste." He paused his commentary to take a closer look at the situation, then turned to Zhou Zhang, his voice calm but his expression grim. "This situation doesn't bode well." Before Xiao Hong could finish his thought, Zhou Zhang was already prepared to act. His posture radiated a sense of unshakable resolve as he emerged from the dense underbrush. Seeing Zhou Zhang step forward, Xiao Heng's eyes widened in surprise. "Zhou brother!" he exclaimed. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhang charged into the chaotic battle between the three factions. He moved swiftly and decisively, shedding any burden of doubt or hesitation. With lightning speed, Zhou Zhang closed in on a Tao, his dagger raised. Moments later, a Tao crumpled to the ground, his story ending there. This sudden turn of events enraged the king monkey beyond reason. It slammed its massive fists into the ground with an earth-shattering force, baring its razor-sharp fangs as it let out a deafening roar. Everyone around was trying to avoid the counterattacks of King Monkey, but a Tao stood there, doing nothing. People looked at him curiously and shouted, "A Tao, why are you just standing there?" Upon closer inspection of a Tao's face, his eyes were wide open, his mouth was moving as if he wanted to say something, and his complexion was pale, devoid of any color. Everyone thought a Tao was scared and was about to tease him, but unexpectedly, a loud thud echoed as a Tao fell to the ground, with a shadow flickering behind him. Seeing a Tao suddenly like that, everyone around froze, unable to believe their eyes. Surrounding Zhou Zhang's body was some unknown energy. He stood firm on the ground and then leaped towards King Monkey, unleashing attacks that the naked eye could not follow. He was as fast as lightning, provoking King Monkey, then launching a series of attacks so quickly that King Monkey couldn't counter. It trembled and cried out in pain. After a while, King Monkey heavily fell down, kicking up a cloud of dust around. Seeing King Monkey down, a brave person stepped forward to check, finding that King Monkey was still breathing faintly, but its fangs and star crystal had disappeared. They announced loudly, "It seems that not only did that person kill King Monkey, but he also took the star crystal and the King Monkey that the Martial Artists Guild requested." Another person exclaimed at Zhou Zhang's recent performance, "Can a person be that fast?" Suddenly, everyone seemed to remember something and shouted, "Oh no, someone has stolen King Monkey." After snatching the star crystal and the teeth of King Monkey, Zhou Zhang dashed straight into the deep forest, running while laughing joyfully and whistling. He thought to himself, how lucky to have encountered two fools. Su Yuanjun, seeing the star crystal and King Monkey's teeth stolen right before his eyes, went mad with nowhere to vent his anger. He grabbed a knife and threw it straight at his teammate, shouting angrily, "Useless, the three of you let one person steal everything." Xiao Hong stood outside, watching the scene unfold, along with his teammates behind him, all of them gaping in astonishment. They stammered, "A Zhou brother has stolen again. This is what martial artists are like, fast as the wind." Zhou Zhang hid behind a tree, observing the group searching the forest for him. He silently thought, "I can't escape now." To prevent a situation like Luo Tianyi's from happening, his gaze suddenly turned sharp as a knife, and his face darkened. He looked at the people in front of him and thought to himself, "Anyone who has seen my appearance will not survive." Zhou Zhang hid in the branches of a tree, watching Su Yuanjun and his teammates combing through every patch of grass, searching for the nameless brat who had stolen the star crystal and King Monkey. After rummaging around for a while without finding anything, he questioned the subordinate behind him, "Are you sure that kid ran this way?" The subordinate replied confidently, "No doubt about it, although he is very fast, I can guarantee he came this way." Su Yuanjun frowned, his face darkened as he said, "I never expected someone could silently kill a 6th level martial artist and, in such a short time, take all the valuable things from King Monkey. This person is not simple." The subordinate behind interjected, "That person seems to only be at level 4. Su Yuanjun was astonished, he couldn't believe it and asked the subordinate again, "Level 4? Su Yuanjun seemed to hear something, he raised his hand to signal the subordinates behind him to be quiet. Everyone fell silent, becoming alert. Su Yuanjun raised his hand, listening intently for a moment, and he wondered, "I can't hear any sound from him at all. How can a rank 4 martial artist run so fast?" While he was still puzzled, Zhou Zhang leaped down from the tree, holding a pair of throwing knives, a liquid spraying out. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in behind Su Yuanjun's subordinates. Before they could regain their senses, his blade had already taken the lives of those subordinates. He moved like a gust of wind, unleashing techniques that were invisible to the naked eye. The sky was overcast, and flocks of crows, startled by something unknown, took flight into the sky. At this moment, only Su Yuanjun and a subordinate remained. The man surnamed Su, furious, yelled at Zhou Zhang, "Who the hell are you?" Zhou Zhang looked at the two panicked figures before him and coldly replied, "You don't need to know." Suddenly, Su Yuanjun broke into a cunning smile, looking at him as he said, "Not wanting to speak is fine, just wait a moment, I have ways to make you talk." Zhou Zhang immediately used his invisibility technique, smirking as he said, "Oh really?" Su Yuanjun and his subordinate were thrown into confusion, shouting, "We've encountered a ghost." Zhou Zhang closed in behind Su Yuanjun and slit his throat, coldly stating, "What does knowing so much matter to a man about to die?" After dealing with all the lackeys of that young Su, he leisurely sat down on a stone, tossing a pouch of money up and down in his hand, cheerfully saying, "There's quite a bit of money here." He then looked towards the depths of the forest, still needing to handle the remaining stragglers. At that moment, the Zhanhu squad had been defeated by the Inverse Wind Guild. Leader Yang, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, but the subordinate of the Inverse Wind Guild surrounded him. He regrettably said, "Brothers, I'm sorry, I can't help you." Before Leader Yang could finish his sentence, the subordinate of the Inverse Wind Guild hastily took his head, and thus, Leader Yang met his end. Xiao Hong looked at the scene before him, sighing in regret, "The Zhanhu team is doomed like this." Zhou Zhang, who had returned and stood behind him without him noticing, coldly said, "Not just Zhanhu." Xiao Hong jumped in surprise and exclaimed, "Zhou brother, you're back." He looked at the fallen young leader and then at the subordinates of the Inverse Wind Guild, coldly continuing, "Today, the heaven-defying society must also disappear. Xiao Hong seemed to realize something, his face filled with fear as he stammered, "Could it be that their leader Su Yuanjun has been taken down by you?" At that moment, Zhou Zhang raised his hand to count, 1 person, 2 people, 3 people. Zhou Zhang turned to his subordinates holding guns and said, "Cover me, brothers, wait a moment before firing." The subordinate replied, "Okay." Xiao Hong was sweating profusely as he watched him. The subordinates of Su Yuanjun were resting on the stone nearby, looking at the pile of corpses in front of them. One of them remarked, "Yang Yinghua is indeed tough to deal with." Another subordinate asked, "Why hasn't the leader returned yet after so long?" At that moment, Zhou Zhang stepped out from the bushes, slowly approaching the group. One subordinate shouted, "Look over there, that kid has robbed our king monkey clean." Another one questioned, "Wasn't the leader supposed to be hunting him down? Why is he back here?" A member of the group said, "Don't worry about that, look at the elven bow in his hand." Seeing the elven bow in Zhou Zhang's hand, a weapon that channels high-level power, the faces of the subordinates immediately showed greed. A savage laugh echoed, "This time we're going to get rich." While they were still pleased with their thoughts, Zhou Zhang drew his bow, aimed directly at the subordinates, and shot 3 arrows. The arrows, infused with spiritual power, shot straight ahead, catching them off guard and forcing them to retreat a few steps. The arrows hit their targets, sending them flying several meters away. One subordinate shouted, "Be careful." They all rushed forward, attacking Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang quickly knocked 3 more arrows. One member of the group saw this and shouted, "Do you think I'm that easy to deal with?" Just as he finished speaking, a bullet suddenly flew in from somewhere. He was startled and quickly reacted, using his sword to block it, causing the bullet to change direction. The members of the Inverse Wind Guild quickly fell back, backing up against each other, reminding one another tensely, "Everyone be careful, he's not acting alone. He has accomplices." Zhou Zhang turned his head towards the bushes where Xiao Hong was hiding. He gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Great coordination." Xiao Hong laughed heartily, "I've been wanting to deal with these bastards for a long time." At that moment, outside the edge of the forest, the assassin Lu Yongshan had chased them all the way here. Xiao Jian wiped the gun in his hand and asked Yongshan curiously, "Shan brother, don't we need to go inside?" Lu Yongshan puffed on a cigarette, shaking his head while exhaling a long stream of smoke. He replied leisurely, "It's not necessary, with their strength, they won't go deep before turning back." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yongshan stood up abruptly, looking into the distance, "They're coming." Xiao Jian caressed the barrel of the gun and flashed a terrifying smile, "Watch me." After this battle, Zhou Zhang gathered a pile of spoils. The subordinates behind him looked at him, marveling, "Zhou brother is too strong, he can take down 5 people by himself. This is the first time I could shoot freely at high-level martial artists." Xiao Hong turned to look at Zhou Zhang, thanking him, "This time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, we might not have collected so much." Zhou Zhang smiled shyly, waving his hand as if to say it was nothing. He also praised Xiao Heng's team, "Your team coordinated very well too." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Zhang felt a dangerous aura lingering around. His face turned serious, and he immediately used his invisibility technique to dash toward Xiao Hong, pushing him out of the way. Mr. Xiao Hong looked back in confusion, "Zhou brother, flash." As soon as the two left, a bullet with an immense destructive force suddenly shot straight towards the spot where Xiao Hong and Zhou Zhang had just stood. Zhou Zhang ordered everyone to hide behind the ancient trees. He reminded them, "Be careful, someone is aiming right at us." On the other side, Xiao Jian used the scope of his sniper rifle to search everywhere, his face showing immense anger because Zhou Zhang managed to evade his attack. Xiao Jian cursed, how could he possibly escape? Lu Yongshan looked toward the place where Zhou Zhang had just been standing, furrowing his brow in deep thought for a moment before suddenly recalling something. He spoke to Xiao Jian, "This kid." Zhou Zhang turned around to discuss with everyone, "You all stay hidden, I'm going over there to take a look." Xiao Hong anxiously looked at him and reminded, "Zhou brother, be careful." With that, Zhou Zhang dashed out, using his agility skills to stealthily maneuver through the branches towards Xiao Jian and Lu Yongshan. Lu Yongshan, seeing him hiding among the trees, slowly drew a mirror from his waist and said, "He's coming." Xiao Jian raised an eyebrow, surprised, not expecting him to take the initiative to come to his death. Lu Yongshan jumped down from the cliff to intercept Zhou Zhang. Xiao Jian looked at Shan brother, frowned, and contemptuously said, "He's just a rank 4 martial artist, do we really need to be that afraid? Today, you will see who is truly suited to be a killer." Xiao Jian carried a sniper rifle and ran after Lu Yongshan. Shan laughed disdainfully when he heard Xiao Jian say that and replied, "If you enjoy putting on a show like that, you can take the first fight." At the same time, Zhou Zhang was standing on a nearby tree branch observing the conversation. He muttered to himself about the two. Zhou Zhang smiled slyly, recited an incantation, and his body began to turn invisible. Xiao Jian, holding a dagger in his hand, rummaged through every patch of grass looking for clues. He looked puzzled and said, "Why is there no one around here?" Suddenly, Zhou Zhang appeared behind him. He looked at him with cold eyes, then glanced at the martial artist who came into view before Xiao Jian, a level 6 martial artist, who was overly confident in himself. "Unfortunately for you, you have encountered me, Xiao Jian, also a level 6. Lu Yongshan suddenly appeared before him from the depths of the forest. The name Lu Yongshan. His face briefly displayed surprise as he looked at Lu Yongshan, and memories of the past started flooding back. Lu Yongshan stood on a branch, holding a long sword, and looked at him and another teammate, laughing loudly, saying, "None of you are leaving today." Fragments of broken memories continued to emerge in his mind until a scene appeared. Del Chat GPT Del. Amidst the blazing inferno, Zhou Zhang's comrade looked at him with a regretful gaze, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Xiao Zhang, try to keep living." Zhou Zhang stared intently at the name Lu Yongshan in front of him. The rage he had suppressed for so many years suddenly erupted with ferocity. He roared, "The grudge from Wei City, I'll make you pay back tenfold." Xiao Jian was busy searching when he suddenly froze, feeling as though someone was standing behind him. He spun around quickly, scanning his surroundings, but saw no one except for a few grasshoppers hopping about. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he thought to himself, "Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Could I be mistaken?" He glanced around, only to meet Zhou Zhang's piercingly cold eyes. A malicious thought flashed through his mind, "If they want to play, I'll play along." Zhou Zhang dispelled his stealth technique, landing lightly in front of Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian immediately assumed a fighting stance, his vigilant gaze fixed firmly on Zhou Zhang. Gripping the knife in his hand tightly, he slowly advanced toward Zhou Zhang. A cruel thought gleamed in his mind, with just one strike, I can kill him. But just as he lifted his foot to lunge forward, his body froze in place. His legs refused to move, as if bound by an invisible force. Panic and fear etched across Xiao Jian's face. He gritted his teeth, his worried eyes locked on Zhou Zhang, who stood there with an enigmatic smile. Stammering, unable to hide his terror, he muttered, "Why? Why can't I move my body?" Zhou Zhang raised his hand, curling a finger toward Xiao Jian as if beckoning a dog. The gesture was laden with contempt, startling Xiao Jian. He hadn't expected his presence to be discovered. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Jian charged recklessly. The sword in his hand erupted in fierce flames, the fire reflecting the madness in his eyes. He shouted, his voice brimming with hatred, "Just go die already." Facing him, Zhou Zhang merely smirked coldly. As Xiao Jian swung his flaming sword down, Zhou Zhang casually stepped aside, effortlessly dodging the attack. The blade crashed heavily into the ground, sending dried leaves and dirt flying into the air. Xiao Jian stood stunned, his face a mix of disbelief and confusion. How could he dodge my attack so easily? Fear began to creep into his eyes, growing more evident with every passing moment. At that instant, he felt as if death was looming over him. Zhou Zhang moved like a shadow, appearing and disappearing with ghostly precision. He launched a series of counterattacks, each one deliberate and razor-sharp. Blood splattered through the air with a single devastating strike from Zhou Zhang. Stepping back gracefully, Zhou Zhang's cold gaze fixed on Xiao Jian, who now teetered on the brink of collapse. Xiao Jian's sword slipped from his hand, the metallic clang as it hit the ground resonating heavily in the tense silence. He dropped to his knees, blood pouring from his wounds as he groaned in agony. Hidden in the nearby grass, Lu Yongshan held his breath, observing the scene in shock. His mind raced. In just moments, Zhou Zhang unleashed such terrifying counterattacks, reducing Xiao Jian to this state. Xiao Jian clutched his head in pain, rolling on the ground as he screamed, "Ah! Ah! No! Don't kill me!" Lu Yongshan stood watching, sweat soaking his back, having incapacitated a level 6 martial artist with a single blow. Zhou Zhang looked at Xiao Jian, who lay unconscious on the ground, then turned to the bushes behind him, stating that Lu Yongshan was hiding there. He coldly said, "Lu Yongshan, the world is indeed very small. Tens of thousands of people in Wei City are waiting for you to reunite with them." Lu Yongshan's eyes widened, a drop of sweat rolling down his face to the ground. He realized he had been discovered. At that moment, Zhou Zhang stood next to a corpse lying on the ground and said, "Lu Yongshan, there's no need to hide anymore." Lu Yongshan, who had been crouching in the tree, was startled by Zhou Zhang's voice. Then, Zhou Zhang's expression darkened as he continued walking and said, "When I was still an intern martial artist, I could save her from your grasp. Now that I am level 4, do you think a level 7 can kill me? There are many things in this world that you won't understand even if it costs you your life." Hearing this, Lu Yongshan's face turned pale with fear, and his face was now drenched in cold sweat. With a greenish complexion, Lu Yongshan jumped down from the tree, still holding his sword. Lu Yongshan approached the spot where Zhou Zhang had stood earlier, but Zhou Zhang had now disappeared. He thought to himself, "Not here anymore. He couldn't have run away, could he? No, that's not right. What is this feeling of being targeted?" As if sensing an ominous presence, a pair of blood-red eyes filled with killing intent appeared behind Lu Yongshan. His entire body emanated a bluish glow, and his face turned pale. Then, a dark shadow swept past from behind Lu Yongshan. A bit startled, he swung his sword backward and shouted, "Zhou Zhang, I know you are nearby, show yourself." 10 minutes later, Lu Yongshan was still searching for Zhou Zhang. He was moving about while using considerable force to slash down many trees in the forest. After becoming excessively tired, he stopped, panting heavily, and said, "Could it be that brat has fled? Is he just putting on a show?" Exhausted, Lu Yongshan crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath. He used his sword as a support. Lu Yongshan continued, "Damn it, I didn't expect to be scared off by a rank 4 martial artist to the point of not daring to take action." Zhou Zhang was hiding somewhere, observing Lu Yongshan's every move. He thought to himself, "Waiting is the moment when you let your guard down." Unbeknownst to Lu Yongshan, Zhou Zhang launched himself downward, employing the flash technique, his entire body shone in deep blue, with his eyes glowing brightly as he descended from behind Lu Yongshan. Zhou Zhang, after using his knife, struck directly at Lu Yongshan's shoulders. At this point, Lu Yongshan had already sensed the attack and swung his sword backward to strike Zhou Zhang. However, with his skills, Zhou Zhang jumped up and executed a flip in mid-air. After landing, Lu Yongshan looked up in sheer fear, while Zhou Zhang activated the bone-changing technique. Both fighters leapt backwards simultaneously. Lu Yongshan sneered, "Not bad for a sneak attack, but unfortunately, it's useless." Zhou Zhang and Lu Yongshan now stood a considerable distance apart. Zhou Zhang wiped his hands and calmly said, "Ever heard of the ghost-face spider?" Lu Yongshan's expression faltered for a moment, but he quickly retorted, "What are you talking about?" Facing a visibly fatigued Lu Yongshan, Zhou Zhang spoke again, his tone unhurried, "It just so happens that I acquired some of the ghost-face spider's venom, and conveniently applied a little to this blade." Lu Yongshan's eyes widened in shock. "Poison?" he exclaimed. Suddenly, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Zhou Zhang stepped closer, his voice cold and steady. "When I think about the innocent people you've slaughtered, and my father among them, I realize I shouldn't let you die so quickly." As Lu Yongshan struggled on the ground, Zhou Zhang sat down on a nearby rock, speaking casually, "But I know your kind won't give up any useful information. No matter, I'll figure out who sent you soon enough." Meanwhile, in a quiet noodle shop, the voice of a customer called out, "Boss, another bowl of noodles, please." In the same noodle shop, Zhou Zhang sat across from Xiao Hong, continuing their conversation. Xiao Hong, it must have been hard on you all handling the equipment in fur this time. Let's use star crystals to split the shares first. Xiao Hong, ever humble, replied, Brother Zhou, no need to be so formal. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have achieved anything this time. Xiao Hong raised his glass again, his face lit up with a cheerful smile, and said, Brother Zhou, let me buy you a drink. Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out. A woman on the other end of the line said, Zhou Zhang, are you spacing out when being asked something right now? Zhou Zhang froze for a moment before replying, it's me. The voice continued, Wu Chaoyun, captain of the Flash Lightning team. Do you know Zhang Sun? Hearing this, Zhou Zhang quickly responded, so it's Leader Wu. I've heard so much about you. When Wu Chaoyun heard Zhou Zhang's compliment, she felt immensely proud and replied, You flatter me. There aren't many people who can make Zhang Sun submit, so let's get straight to the point. Leader Wu then continued, in 4 days, the Flash Lightning team has a mission to complete in order to raise the team's ranking. The reward is 1 purple crystal, plus 5% of the mission payout. Brother Zhou, are you interested? Hearing this, Zhou Zhan was somewhat surprised. At the Martial Artist Association, an elderly man was demanding what they owed him. That elderly man spoke again, Cheng should be fine this time. He was already on the brink of a breakthrough before joining, so there should be absolutely no problem. A man with striking red hair stepped forward, raising a hand in greeting as he said, Boss, I've finally made my breakthrough. The elderly man sitting there was just smoking a cigarette. He glanced over at the man's physique, his muscles, and his arms before he remarked, Boss, I'm now a level 5 martial artist. The elderly man added, Good, you're exactly the kind of person I value. Yang Hua placed his arm around Cheng's shoulder and said, Today, we have to celebrate. What do you want? Cheng seized the opportunity and spoke to the boss, Boss, I still can't forget that woman. Then, Cheng recounted, the first time I saw her, I couldn't escape the thought of her. A vivid image of a girl jogging and a luxury car stopping to look at each other flashed in his mind. Suddenly, there was a soft ah, and a door opened, revealing someone standing inside. Su Yunwen, holding flowers in her hands, blushed deeply and shyly asked, Zhou Zhang, why are you suddenly giving me flowers? Zhou Zhang, embarrassed, replied, I just saw a poor child selling flowers. Ramsey, feeling helpless, glanced at Zhou Zhang and said, Young master, if you could spend a bit of your training time balancing it with romance, then. Suddenly, a beeping sound rang out. A white car sped through the streets, and someone arrived, delivering a bouquet of stunning red roses. Ramsey, puzzled, asked, Young master, where did you get so many roses from? Zhou Zhang quickly refused and said, This has nothing to do with me. At that moment, Cheng appeared, laughing heartily, and said, Of course, it has nothing to do with you. This is my gift for Miss Su. After speaking, Cheng stepped in from outside with an incredibly cheerful expression on his face. Su Yunwen, seeing Cheng walk in, instinctively exclaimed, It's you. Hearing Yunwen's words, Cheng smirked and replied, Humph, Miss Su, I didn't expect you to still remember me. He stepped closer to Su Yunwen, continuing, I'm not the type of person who likes to force others. If you could just. Suddenly, a subordinate beside Cheng interjected, saying, Cheng, why are you pretending to be a gentleman? This isn't your personality. But don't forget, Zhou Zhang is still around. At that moment, Zhou Zhang appeared, his face filled with murderous intent. He stood in front of the group of troublemakers, squinting his eyes and spoke coldly, I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of here. Upon hearing Zhou Zhang's words, Cheng raised an eyebrow and asked, What did he just say? The subordinate behind him burst into loud laughter, and after finishing, he mockingly said, He told us to leave. He chuckled sinisterly, looking at Zhou Zhang before saying, Are you counting on yourself? As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of blue light shot towards them, causing the atmosphere in the shop to grow tense. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, full of provocation, What are you trying to do? Zhou Zhang smiled coldly, his sharp gaze locking onto the opponent, What do you think I'm going to do? You dare to act like this in my shop? Aren't you afraid? Chang was taken aback, his expression one of shock. His voice trembled with fear as he stammered, Is this the speed of a level 4 martial artist? From a distance, Chang's boss stood observing the situation. Although he felt a bit intimidated inside, he maintained his composure, his eyes glinting with malice. His threatening voice echoed, commanding, Let Chang go. If not, I will flatten your shop. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Zhou Zhang held a knife close to Chang's throat, his gaze icy. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, Young master, don't act rashly. It was Ramsey. He tried to intervene, Young master, they started it first. We can call the Titan guards for help. Upon hearing this, Chang broke into a sweat, his eyes flickering with panic. He clenched his teeth and silently repeated, The Titan guards? I'm not afraid. But soon after, Chang changed his demeanor. He burst out laughing, his tone dripping with sarcasm, Zhou Zhang, right? If you dare to kill me, you won't escape the punishment of the Titan guards either. Even in his dire situation, Chang remained defiant, showing no signs of repentance. Zhou Zhang let out a cold sneer, his voice laced with disdain, Oh, you said it. With that, he coldly shoved Chang towards the door. Chang staggered, his legs trembling, his eyes filled with fear and confusion about Zhou Zhang's intentions. Once outside, Zhou Zhang surveyed everyone present. He still had a tight grip on Chang's throat, causing panic in him as he ground his teeth. Zhou Zhang didn't say a word, only tightened his grip further, leaving Chang's face pale with fear. Zhou Zhang glared, coldly asking, You're scared now, aren't you? At this moment, Chang's accomplices were in disarray, shouting loudly, Damn it! Let Chang go! In the distance, a group of people approached, their shouts resonating loudly. The instigator at the front immediately raised his hand. After speaking, two individuals rushed towards Zhou Zhang with lightning speed. In the sky, two shadows in blue glided gracefully through the air. It turned out to be Su, the leader, and a member of the Titan escort team. Both landed on the ground in an impressively dramatic manner. The captain looked at Zhou Zhang with a serious expression and called out, Zhou Zhang. Ah Chang, as if finding a lifeline, quickly turned and pleaded, You have to stand up for me. He assaulted me right in the middle of the street. Xiao Hang stepped forward, his voice cold and sharp. He pointed at Zhou Zhang, threateningly raising his voice, Zhou Zhang, are you not going to release him? Do you want to be killed on the spot? Upon hearing this, Ah Chang immediately changed his attitude. No longer afraid, he turned to look at Zhou Zhang, arrogantly challenging him, Keep being reckless, if you dare. Zhou Zhang slightly curled his lips, his voice deepening as he emphasized each word, The thing I hate the most is being threatened. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhang pressed the knife against Ah Chang's neck, blaring coldly, If you want me to release him, that's not impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Zhang forcefully shoved Ah Chang towards the people outside and shouted, Catch him! Fortunately, the boss behind managed to catch Ah Chang in time. He called out in a panic, Chang! Ah Chang clutched his neck, his eyes filled with panic and pain. A groan echoed. In an instant, Tan could no longer move, collapsing right in the boss's arms. He had gone to meet the Grim Reaper. Seeing this, the boss was furious, shouting and cursing at Zhou Zhang, You bastard! But Zhou Zhang maintained a calm demeanor. He shrugged and coldly replied, He died in your hands, what does that have to do with me? The boss, hearing this, was so enraged that he could hardly contain himself, ready to charge at Zhou Zhang recklessly. Xiao Hang, standing nearby, was also furious, gripping his sword tightly, preparing to confront him. However, Su, the leader, intervened just in time. He tightened his grip on Xiao Hang's hands, speaking sternly, Stop! Everyone, stop! He slowly stepped forward, trying to remain calm, looking at Zhou Zhang and advising, Zhou Zhang, this has gone far enough. Do not kill anymore. His voice was deep but firm, No matter your status, you must not underestimate or trample on the order of Titan City. The boss, taken aback, stammered in disbelief, I must be hearing things? Zhou Zhang frowned, casually twirling the weapon in his hand, his tone dripping with mockery, the captain is exaggerating. I'm not a demon. He chuckled softly, his cold gaze sweeping over the terrified crowd. He continued, as long as they don't cause trouble, I certainly don't want to kill anyone. Su, the leader, had a dark expression but still raised his voice to remind them, why aren't you leaving quickly? Do you want to wait to be killed? The crowd panicked, bowed their heads, and repeatedly responded, yes. Yes. After everything was settled, Zhou Zhang appeared calm, even looking towards the Titan guard team with a friendly gaze. He suggested, Captain, would you like to sit in the shop for a bit and have a cup of tea? But the leader Su did not respond. He simply turned his back and walked away, letting out a cold snort. The boss's group also left in anger. Outside, the crowd of onlookers began to chatter excitedly. One person in the crowd exclaimed in surprise, their eyes filled with excitement, this is the first time I've seen the Titan Guard handle a situation like this. Another leaned in and whispered, but with a curious tone, I didn't expect this grocery store to have the Titan Guard protecting it. Someone else immediately speculated, their eyes lighting up, doesn't that mean the goods here are of absolute quality? The atmosphere suddenly became lively. One person shouted, I'm going ahead, let me buy first. From behind, an angry voice rang out, do you dare to cut in line? Don't young people know the ethics of martial arts? Another person frowned and shouted angrily, damn it, you all line up for me right now. Inside the shop, Su Yunwen was startled by this scene. But she quickly regained her composure, her tone gentle yet serious as she tried to reassure everyone, please don't rush, our stock is very sufficient. Standing behind the crowd, Zhou Zhang waved at her, instructing, Su Butler, I'm stepping outside for a bit. I'll leave everything in the shop to you too. Hearing this, she nodded respectfully, secretly admiring, the young master has become so capable now, I was just worried about him earlier. In another corner, Su, the leader of the Titan Guard team, frowned, his gaze heavy with contemplation. Xiu Hang, on the other hand, was extremely angry, wildly swinging his sword through the air. He was dissatisfied, his voice tinged with irritation, Captain, I can't believe our Titan Guard team has turned into a bunch of turtles hiding in their shells. Su slowly explained, his tone calm, let me ask you, what is the 16th rule in the order code? Xiu Hang turned his head, his eyes wide with astonishment, stammering in response, How could that be? Su's expression was serious as he continued, a level 4 martial artist is already a 10-star member of the Martial Artist Association. He paused, took a deep breath, and sighed, his voice incredulous, it truly is hard to believe, but this is the reality. Su continued, his tone bitter, as if trying to elaborate, a 10-star member has the right to operate outside the rules. At the same time, the boss's group was sitting in a car, leaving the scene. The vehicle sped down the main road. Inside the car, one of the henchmen turned to the boss, looking frustrated, and asked with dissatisfaction, Boss, are we really just going to let this go? The boss chuckled coldly, his eyes flashing with danger, let it go? He scoffed, tightening his grip on the cigarette but in his hand, his voice filled with hatred, unless he never leaves Titan City in this lifetime. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, each word hissing through clenched teeth, otherwise, I will make him understand what it means to live a life worse than death. The car sped down the road. When it reached a turn, it unexpectedly collided with a horse-drawn carriage. However, it seemed that no one noticed this unusual occurrence. Inside the carriage, Zhou Zhang suddenly appeared. He lifted the curtain to look outside and gently suggested to the old driver, Sir, a blue crystal is following that car. Elsewhere, in the dense green forest, an aggressive wild boar appeared among Mr. Wu's group. Sharp iron blades protruded from its body, ready to defend itself. But before it could do anything, a beam of golden light shot through its head at lightning speed, causing it to collapse instantly. The wild boar lay motionless on the ground, causing confusion among those around it. One person in the group spoke up, his voice filled with worry, Captain, what's going on? Wu Di frowned, turned to look at the person who had asked, and replied in a deep voice, I don't know either. Suddenly, a boss appeared. He leisurely stuffed his hands into his pockets, a cigar dangling from his mouth, and walked up to the group. His voice was casual yet powerful. You guys have turned the wild boar I raised into this state. How do you plan to compensate me? Behind him, his subordinates followed closely with guns, their cold gazes sweeping over each person. Hu Zi, the one who had just been criticized, reacted immediately. He angrily tried to justify himself. How is it yours? You let it go. Without waiting for Hu Zi to finish, Wu Di anxiously interrupted, Shut up. Wu Di quickly stepped in front of the boss, trying to keep his voice soft yet respectful. Boss, ignorance is no crime. Consider this white crystal as a token of goodwill. I'm looking through a bunch of white crystals. He smirked coldly as he spoke. TSK, is that all you've got? You can't even buy a single pig hair with this. His tone grew increasingly contemptuous, his sharp gaze exuding danger. He tilted his head, his voice cutting through the atmosphere like a knife. Or how about this, you can pay with your lives. High up on a branch, Zhou Zhang sat quietly observing below. He witnessed the whole scene unfolding, his cold eyes displaying a hint of disgust. He murmured to himself, a bunch of trash. When in a bad mood, they come out to kill indiscriminately. As he finished speaking, a loud explosion erupted from behind the boss's vehicle. Boom! The shocking sound made everyone turn their heads in fear. The boss was startled, his expression filled with terror as he shouted, What's going on? Who fired a shot? From the crowd, a panicked voice yelled out, Not me. Before anyone could regain their composure, another explosion followed. Boom! Everyone jumped, and the boss stood frozen in shock with his mouth agape. His eyes suddenly flickered with a mix of fear and anger, and he blurted out, There's a marksman. From a distance, a panting subordinate ran up urgently, reporting, Boss, they're getting away. Taking advantage of the chaos, Wu Di's group has slipped away. At that moment, Zhou Zhang's figure gradually emerged. He stepped slowly out of the shadows, showing no fear. When the boss saw him, he didn't express anger but merely chuckled coldly. His eyes sparkled with unusual delight. It's okay, there's something more fun now. Zhou Zhan lightly spun the weapon in his hand, his expression relaxed yet slightly challenging. He smirked, his voice cold as he spoke, bullying the weak is boring. Let's play together. The boss maintained his cold smile, his sharp gaze fixated on Zhou Zhang. He smirked sarcastically, hee, offering yourself up again. As soon as the words ended, one of the boss's lackeys, losing patience, boldly charged forward with a sword to attack Zhou Zhang. He shouted loudly, Die! Zhou Zhang did not hesitate at all, he surged forward powerfully, and with a single sharp slash, he cleaved the lackey in half. His body collapsed to the ground. Another one, unaware of his own limits, also rushed in. Zhou Zhang easily dispatched each one, every strike swift and precise. A terrified scream echoed, Boss, save me! The remaining lackey, standing with his back to the boss, his face filled with fear, spoke up, Boss, I can't see where he is. Upon hearing this, the boss also became flustered. His eyes darted around, his voice trembling with fear, How can this be? That kind of martial arts is not something a mere human can wield. From behind, the boss's gaze swept over the destroyed vehicle, and he shouted angrily, This brat has wrecked our car. Does he want to cut off our escape route? His voice was steady, but there was a hint of tremor as he questioned, But where on earth is he hiding? Suddenly, a panicked subordinate shouted, looking down at the ground, Boss, have these fallen leaves been here since earlier? At their feet, the leaves were neatly arranged, forming a small circle. The boss's men were now standing in the center of that circle. The boss began to feel fear, sweat pouring down like rain. He stopped, his voice suddenly turning frantic, No, get out of this circle quickly. But it was too late. A powerful gust of wind suddenly struck them, sweeping up the leaves and crashing into the bodies of the lackeys. The strong wind forced them to scream in despair, Ah! Zhou Zhang, like a moth drawn to a flame, charged toward the boss with an unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the man. The boss suddenly burst into loud laughter, his voice echoing through the tense atmosphere. Then, with a cold but authoritative tone, he praised, A level 4 martial artist wiping out my entire team? Impressive. Zhou Zhang remained calm yet brimming with confidence as he replied without hesitation, "You're not the first to tell me that." The boss frowned, a glint of challenge flickering in his eyes. Gripping his sword, he pointed it at Zhou Zhang's face and asked, "Do you dare to fight me fair and square?" Zhou Zhang smirked faintly, his voice steady but tinged with playful defiance. "Sure." As soon as the words left his lips, the two launched into combat at a breathtaking speed. Zhou Zhang's gaze was unwavering, filled with determination to teach the boss a well-deserved lesson. Late at night, Zhou Zhang sat in the back of a horse-drawn carriage on his way home. The old driver, curious, asked, "Kiddo, how was your haul today?" Zhou Zhang shrugged lightly and replied with an indifferent tone, "Nothing special." The old man, still concerned, pressed on, "Didn't catch anything valuable?" Zhou Zhang stayed silent, not answering. His mind drifted back to the image of the boss, nothing truly valuable. As Zhou Zhang remained deep in thought, the sudden ringing of a phone shattered the quiet. Startled, he looked down and quickly picked it up. From the other end came an excited voice. Zhou Zhang couldn't help but smile, his face lighting up with enthusiasm as he replied confidently, "Brother Chang, an auction? Don't worry, I'll be there on time." Zhou Zhang arrived in front of a luxurious hotel where the auction was taking place. He looked at the powerful black ticket in his hand, surprised that he was so famous. Ramsay, who was beside him, gazed with curious admiration and asked, "Young master, who are the extraordinary people you know?" Then, a beautiful receptionist in neat attire politely bowed and smiled, saying, "Hello, sir, this is your room number 9. Su Yunwen stepped inside, his eyes sweeping over the lavish room, exclaiming in surprise, "This room is so lavish." "Wow!" A voice echoed from the speaker system as a beautiful female MC appeared, solemnly announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction officially begins." The female MC enthusiastically continued, pointing at the item on the table, the first auction item. At that moment, in the luxurious room number 9, Zhou Zhang sat calmly inside. The young man Ramsay, who accompanied him, observed the auction through a glass window, curiosity mingled with eagerness as he asked, "Young master, aren't you going to participate?" He shook his head, his voice gentle yet firm, "For now, I don't wish to buy anything." The MC continued to introduce the items, her voice rising in excitement as she lifted the red cloth. "Next is auction item number 37. Due to the 35% thermal conductivity, it's an extraordinary dagger." Someone in the crowd sitting nearby gasped in awe, his eyes lighting up upon seeing the item, with its 35% thermal conductivity. He clicked his tongue, a hint of regret in his voice, "What a pity, it's just a dagger, I can't use it." Suddenly, Zhou Zhang exhaled repeatedly, calling someone on the phone, his voice clear and decisive as he said, "Brother Chang." His eyes shone with determination, "I will take this dagger." The brown-haired female host held the microphone and continued the auction. "We will now begin the bidding. The starting price is for a low-grade purple crystal." Upon hearing the host mention the starting price of the crystal, the crowd below buzzed with excitement. One guy remarked, "Cheaper than I thought." Another chimed in, "After all, it's just a minor weapon, which means a 35% ratio." A guy sitting above, noticing another looking through a magnifying glass, exclaimed in surprise, "A low-grade purple crystal?" The auction grew increasingly lively, with everyone competing to place their bids, 1.2 low-grade purple crystals, 1.5 low-grade purple crystals. The host continued as the crowd made their offers for the crystal. Suddenly, Zhou Zhang received a call, and the voice on the other end said, "Zhou brother, this dagger is a consignment from the Star Meteor Company, I really can't go through the auction directly." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhang replied, "I understand, I will bid according to the rules." The voice on the other end, hearing Zhou Zhang's response, continued, "But I have a way to help you get the dagger." Zhou Zhang's expression changed upon hearing this, a look of suspicion crossing his face. The female host then began to speak again, "Now we have a high-grade purple crystal. Is there any guest who wants to raise the bid?" Another person spoke up, 1.7 high-grade purple crystals. When someone bid 1.7, the people below became bewildered. A young man wearing a tie gasped in shock and said, 1.7 high-grade purple crystals. Oh my goodness! The guy with the magnifying glass was no less surprised. He shouted, "The world of the wealthy." The young man sitting next to him, also holding a magnifying glass, chimed in, "It's just a dagger." It seemed that no one in the audience believed that anyone would bid such a high price for a dagger. The value of the dagger didn't merely stop at 1.7 high-grade purple crystals, it had already risen to 2 high-grade purple crystals. When Zhou Zhang bid 2 high-grade purple crystals, Ramsey and Su Yunwen were dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Ramsey grabbed Zhou Zhang's hand and said, "Young master, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Wrong bidding will incur a 10% bidding fee." Su Yunwen also looked at Zhou Zhang with a worried expression. In contrast to everyone else's anxiety, Zhou Zhang maintained a calm demeanor. When the MC heard someone bid 2 high-grade purple crystals for the dagger, she was thrilled, her face beaming as she called out, "2 high-grade purple crystals, is there anyone willing to bid higher? If not, I will close the bidding." The MC was very excited, her hand already holding the gavel as if ready to finalize the sale. After waiting a long moment without any further bids, the MC declared, "Congratulations to the guest in box number 9. The 2 high-grade purple crystals have successfully bid for this exquisite dagger." The host just said, holding the gavel, signaling that the auction was successful. Perhaps due to her excitement, when she brought the gavel down, sparks flew. Once the auction was successful, Zhou Zhang picked up the dagger and spun it around, looking incredibly cool, like a 10-star character. He gazed at the dagger with excitement as it gleamed brightly in shades of blue. Su Yunwen looked on, her mouth agape in astonishment. Zhou Zhang said, "Thank you, Brother Chang." Upon hearing this, Chang Zhan waved his hand dismissively, signaling, "What are you talking about? Thanks to the Wind God Pterosaur's skin you provided, we could acquire this Wind God Pterosaur's armor of the last bid." When the Star Meteor Company learned that the buyer of the dagger was the one who supplied the Wind God Pterosaur's skin, they immediately agreed to postpone the payment date for the dagger. After saying this, a gigantic robot appeared on screen, and Chang Zhan continued, "After all, this is an ultimate life-saving item, with a conductivity rate reaching 30%. It's worth far more than this exceptional blade. 1.5 pieces of high-grade purple crystal. I offer 2 pieces. Zhou Zhang responded, "A life-saving ultimate item?" From my perspective, Zhou Zhang holding the dagger looked incredibly impressive. Zhou Zhang went on, "A good weapon is the strongest life-saving ultimate item." He held 2 daggers in both hands, as if preparing for battle. The enormous unicorn was staring at Zhou Zhang, its face fierce, surrounded by a mysterious red aura. Zhou Zhang was not afraid at all and said, "No surprise it conducts electricity at 35%, even the defenses of a level 7 monster can be easily broken through." Suddenly, a loud scream erupted in the room. It turned out that the scream had come from Hu Zi. He shouted, "We've encountered a ghost, this is definitely a level 7 room." Another level 4 martial artist appeared. Upon hearing Hu Zi's scream, Zhou Zhang went into the room. With a cheerful expression, Zhou Zhang raised his hand and asked, "Wu leader, where is the meeting point?" "The main road to the east outside Titan City, Nature's Restaurant." People were bustling in and out all around them. Nature's Restaurant had a beautiful natural scenery. With a cloudy sky covering the lush green mountains, a small restaurant nestled among the trees presented a picturesque sight. Some people were walking around below. Anyone would want to visit such a dreamy landscape. When Zhou Zhang entered the room, a level 6 young man approached him and said, "Brother Gao Shou, you made it." Several level 7 and 8 guys were still seated, chatting happily. The level 6 guy cheerfully told Zhou Zhang, "Over here, Kato Zhang Sun isn't on gatekeeping duty, he got shot down on the spot." "Oh really?" At that moment, Zhou Zhang sprayed some mist, awkwardly smiling, and said, "Actually, my surname is Gao, my given name is Shou. It's a pleasure to meet everyone." Wu Chaoyan stood up, extended his hand to invite Zhou Zhang to a seat. He said, "Gao Shou, welcome. I am the team leader of the Lightning team organizing this operation." This time, when everyone had settled down, Wu Chaoyan spoke up again, "Thank you all for coming to help the Flash Lightning team complete the mission to level up. Since everyone is here, I'll introduce this mission. The crowd focused their attention as Wu Chaoyun pointed at a map and said, "The number 1 People's Hospital in Yi City, fully equipped with advanced medical devices. The Martial Artist Association requires us to retrieve at least 3 sets of equipment to consider the mission complete." Hearing this, Zhou Zheng frowned and thought and commented, "This mission is incredibly difficult." Wu Chaoyun, surprised at his remark, responded, "That's correct. This is an abyss-level mission." In the Martial Artist Association, missions are ranked as normal, elite, abyss, and hell level. Wei Heng's eyes widened in shock, his jaw nearly dropping as he exclaimed, "This." The man beside him added, "It's on the same level as the Wind God Pterosaur mission." With a broad smile, Wu Chaoyun raised his hand and declared, "Everyone, so far, only 3 abyss-level missions have been completed. Finishing this one will earn enough contribution points for everyone to be promoted to 10-star members." Tu Fu, with a bold expression, slung a massive hammer over his shoulder and placed a hand on his chest, proclaiming confidently, "I'd say it's worth trying if it gets me straight to a 10-star membership." Clearly brimming with confidence in his abilities, Tu Fu's fierce face turned toward the crowd as he bellowed, "Any weaklings here should just go home and sleep." The sudden outburst left everyone stunned. They stared at Tu Fu, their mouths agape in disbelief at his audacity. Zhou Zhang, upon hearing Tu Fu's words, angrily shouted, "Tu Fu, say that again." Tu Fu, equally defiant, yelled back, taking advantage of Wu leader, "When faced with a tough task, you ought to run away. Is there anything in this world that's so easy?" Wu Chaoyun, witnessing the argument between the two, felt a bit awkward. He said, "Everyone, please calm down. I respect everyone's choices." With a proud expression, Tu Fu punched Zhou Zhang in the face while he was drinking water, causing Zhou Zhang to contort and spit water everywhere. He said, "Gao Shou, do you dare to go?" Tu Fu thought that by doing so, Zhou Zhang would be intimidated, but that was not the case. Zhou Zhang, unfazed, calmly picked up his cup of water and responded, "Of course. According to what Wu leader said, if we've made a promise, how can we just change it?" Upon hearing Zhou Zhang's words, HNH was delighted. With a beaming face, he patted Zhou Zhang on the back and said, "Ha, well said." Zhou Zhang was somewhat shocked by HNH's enthusiastic slap on his back. With a joyful expression, HNH looked at Zhou Zhang and proclaimed, "With that statement, from now on, you will be my brother, Tu Fu. Who in Titan City would dare to bully you? I'll crush their skull." Hearing Tu Fu say that made Zhou Zhang very happy, and his face lit up with joy. Zhou Zhang chuckled awkwardly, thinking, "Why do I always end up befriending someone who enjoys violence like this?" One person in the group remarked, "Who said they're not going? Whoever doesn't go is a grandson." Tu Fu also spoke up, saying, "That's right, I've never been afraid." Wu Chaoyun was very happy to see everyone united in this way. He clasped his hands together and said loudly, "So thank you all in advance." Wu Chaoyun continued, "Let's set off immediately, everyone, get on the vehicles." The vehicles that had been prepared beforehand quickly sped down the main road. Wu Chaoyun was holding a piece of paper and reading, then he said, "From here on, we can only proceed on foot. We need to clear the remnants of the Yi City territory ahead to establish a temporary base. Everyone must be cautious." After hearing Chaoyun's words, those surrounding him shouted in unison. Tu Fu slung his weapon over his shoulder and, while walking, said, "Younger brother Gao Shou, there are many zombies here, you have to stick close to me." Hearing this, Zhou Zhang scratched his head and said, "Oh." Suddenly, Tu Fu attacked someone with his weapon. His strike was so powerful that it sent the person flying into the air. Zhou Zhang, standing beside him, exclaimed, "Tu Fu brother, actually, I'm not one of the Gao family, my real name is Zhou Zhang." As soon as Zhou Zhang finished speaking, Tu Fu was taken by surprise and turned around to say, "Huh, kid, but..." At that moment, Tu Fu didn't pay attention to Zhou Zhang's words, as the monster he had just struck was falling from behind him, and it seemed eager to devour Tu Fu. Before the creature could act, a beam of light shot through and pierced straight into the monster's head. Right after that, Tu Fu turned to Zhou Zhang, raised his hand to give a thumbs up, and said, "All right, for this arrow, I forgive you." At that moment, Zhou Zhang was holding a bow and arrow, and he could only force a smile to brush it off. After walking for a while, the group decided to take a break in front of a dilapidated high-rise building. Wu Chaoyun said, "Everyone, take a moment to rest and regroup. We'll set off in 10 minutes. Wei Hong was sitting leisurely, wiping the blood off his sword, and with a calm expression, he said, "Gao Shou, the mutated zombies inside are not as simple as they seem now. You're not really planning to go in, are you?" Then, he swung his sword to demonstrate his strength and continued, "It's only level 4, going in there is just asking for death. When that time comes, don't drag us down with you. Some money isn't something everyone can earn." The teammates sitting behind him burst out laughing upon hearing this. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of Wei Hang. Both Wei Hong and the teammate were taken aback and turned to look. At that moment, Tu Fu, with a hammer slung over his back, said, "He can't earn that money, but you can? Just by looking at you, it's clear you're clumsy." Hearing this, Wei Hong was extremely angry. He stood up and shouted, "Tu Fu!" Seeing him so furious, Tu Fu deliberately mocked, "What? Go ahead and try." Zhou Zhang then unexpectedly appeared. With a bright smile, he rubbed his hands together and said, "Tu Fu, let it go. Wei Hang is just worried about my safety. Let's not argue anymore." At this moment, Zhou Zhang was thinking to himself that if it weren't for the fear of affecting the mission, he would have taught Wei Xing a lesson about how to be a person by now. Zhou Zhang was feeling very awkward. He could only continue to say, "Forget it, just let it go." 10 minutes later, someone appeared in a powerful support suit, with bright legs, striding so forcefully that it shattered the pavement beneath him. Everyone in the group was wearing support suits, one by one leaping over the rooftops. Xing and Zhou Zhang were running together. Noticing that Zhou Zhang was running quite fast, Xing silently thought, "Not bad, at such a high speed he can keep up with the team. It seems that if he can't fight back and just runs, he should be fine." Suddenly, explosions began to occur one after another in the other buildings. Wu Chaoyun, holding his sword in one hand and binoculars in the other, looked through the binoculars and said, "High-level zombie." Suddenly, Chaoyun shouted, "Hide, it's coming." Everyone's faces turned pale with fear. Suddenly, a gigantic dragon appeared, soaring into the sky. Compared to it, Zhou Zhang's group was like a speck of dust. The dragon flew above, circling and destroying an entire building. That monstrous dragon then changed direction, picking up a zombie beneath it as it flew. Wu Chaoyun, both panicked and frightened, asked, "What on earth is that monster?" Wei Xing, standing next to him, replied, "At least level 10 or higher." Wu Chaoyun raised his hand to signal and continued, "While the beast attracts most of the zombies, we need to leave quickly." Everyone obeyed the orders of their superiors. At Yi City's top public hospital, a high-level zombie appeared, its body massive and deep blue in color. Everyone was standing at a distance, observing. At that moment, Wu Chaoyun spoke up, "It's not easy. There's also a green-scaled zombie below. Should we kill it?" Wei Hong, hearing this, replied, "Although green-scaled zombies are slow-moving and have a high chance of dropping purple crystals, their defense is extremely difficult to penetrate." Suddenly, Chaoyun turned and said, "Wu leader." Zhou Zhang then asked, "Is the speed of the green-scaled zombie really that slow?" Wu Chaoyun immediately responded, "Of course. Although its scaled armor provides high defense, it also significantly limits its speed." Right after that, Zhou Zhang declared, "Then I choose to kill it." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and frightened. What Tu Fu shouted at Zhou Zhang, "Kid, has your brain cramped or something?" Zhou Zhang turned to look at Tu Fu and calmly said, "Tu Fu, I know my limits." At that moment, Zhou Zhang silently thought to himself, "Maybe others can't break through the zombie's defense, but my theft skill has coercive properties, it might just work." Wei Hang then spoke, "Limits? Your limits involve dragging a dozen of us to our deaths?" Hua Tufu was furious, shouting, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Wei Hang turned to look at Chao Yun, pointing at Zhou Zhang as he said, "Am I wrong? What else does this kid know besides archery? Can he really break through the defenses of a level 4 zombie using just arrows?" Listening to Wei Hong, everyone was stunned in agreement. At that moment, Zhou Zhang had an expressionless face as he said, Wei Hang is right, arrows alone won't breach a zombie's defenses. Then, Zhou Zhang reached down to touch the daggers at his thigh. He continued, so. He drew out 2 daggers, spinning them skillfully, then said, I also have this. Wu Chaoyun, seeing this, exclaimed, ultimate blades. Wei Hong, standing next to him, remarked, so, he indeed managed to auction the ultimate blade that day. HNH, standing behind, added, impressive, kid, you've been holding back. Hearing HNH's words, Wei Hong shouted, what if you have high-level weapons? A level 4 martial artist challenging a level 4 king zombie is simply seeking death. Zhou Zhang looked toward HNH and replied, I believe I can contend with the level 4 zombie, but I need everyone to help me eliminate the surrounding zombies. Trust me. Upon hearing this, HNH raised his hand and nodded, I believe in you. The rest of the teammates behind also echoed, if that's the case, no problem. Gao Shou, I believe in you this time. Looking at the high-level zombie, Zhou Zhang thought to himself, hey, we haven't had some fun yet. Zhou Zhang charged forward, using his skills to slash through numerous zombies, the strikes creating a zigzag pattern. As he prepared to attack a zombie from behind, it seemed to have sensed him. The zombie suddenly turned around, reaching out with its hand and opening its mouth in a horrifying manner. However, before the zombie could do anything, Zhou Zhang had already dashed past, leaving a knife thrust that pierced through the zombie's body. A teammate standing at a distance felt the impact and remarked, indeed impressive. Wu Chaoyun nodded in agreement, saying, I really underestimated this kiddo. Moments later, the high-level zombie recognized Zhou Zhang and charged at him. Zhou Zhang showed no fear as he ran towards the high-level zombie. The zombie kicked hard, and the force of the collision sent several other corpses flying. Despite being knocked back, Zhou Zhang continued to press forward. Zhou Zhang and the zombie resumed their attack. Next, Zhou Zhang executed a flurry of strikes, hitting hard at the zombie's wrist. Noticing the damage was too low, Zhou Zhang thought, the defensive power is too strong, no wonder it's made from top-tier material that has been forged into a green topaz. Then, as Zhou Zhang was falling from the air after the high-level zombie's attack, which was still screaming, he observed the high-level zombie and silently thought, its movements are indeed very slow, much slower than the wind god pterosaur. But suddenly, a master-level zombie was crushed to the ground by the weapon's hammer. The zombie let out a wretched scream. After cleaning up the basic zombies, Hin looked towards Zhou Zhang and the high-level zombie, then he said, this kiddo really resembles a catfish. Wei Hong, who was standing next to him, swung his sword to attack an approaching zombie and said, we can't injure it, no matter how agile it is, it's useless. Wei Hong continued to attack the zombie, leaping down and using his sword to slash at it. He shouted loudly, everyone, hold on. We must buy him some time and space. 2 hours later, everyone in the group was standing close together to defend. The zombies kept coming to attack. Wei Hong, now losing his composure, shouted angrily, damn it, he really wants to pull us into the water. Wei Hong was still fighting the basic zombie, his face flushed with anger and drenched in sweat, and he continued to shout, what have we even done to that bastard? Besides jumping up and down like a monkey, has he done anything to the zombies? Wu Chaoyun was exhausted, he also tiredly looked towards Zhou Zhang and thought, could it be that Zhou Zhang really? Suddenly, the high-level zombie vomited out a streak of green fluid. Zhou Zhang, standing nearby and ready for battle, was taken aback by the sight. Wei Hong exclaimed, why did he collapse? Wu Chaoyun, standing beside him, added, I didn't see any zombies injured. Tu Fu, hearing the two of them, spoke up, why care so much about it? At that moment, a zombie was charging towards Tu Fu and attacking. Seeing the zombie rush in, Tu Fu launched a hammer strike, sending the low-level zombie flying. At the same time, Tu Fu shouted loudly, we must trust our brothers, protect this place, success is right in front of us. The others, hearing Tu Fu's words, excitedly cheered loudly. But suddenly, the high-level zombie stood up again, and the battle between Zhou Zhang and the high-level zombie resumed. Zhou Zhang's face now clearly showed signs of exhaustion. He was panting and thought to himself, although I can kill it like this, it will still take at least 2 more hours. The pressure is too great for my brothers. Suddenly, Zhou Zhang had an idea. He smirked and thought, I've got it. Next, Zhou Zhang turned and ran away. The high-level zombie, seeing this, stomped in anger and chased after Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang ran quickly and leaped onto a building. The zombie was still hot on his heels. The high-level zombie was tricked by Zhou Zhang. Its massive body collided with the building, causing it to collapse on top of the high-level zombie. Zhou Zhang, meanwhile, was safely hiding on the roof of the building. After that, Zhou Zhang looked down at his teammates and shouted, Tu Fu, come help me. Seizing the moment, Tu Fu quickly stepped up, then immediately jumped up, using his weapon to strike hard at the high-level zombie's leg, while also shouting loudly, Alright, I'm on it. With a loud bang, Tu Fu struck the zombie's leg with immense force, causing it to roar in pain as the surrounding ground shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. The high-level zombie roared angrily and turned, reaching out its massive hand in an attempt to grab the human attacking it. The zombie strained, extending its hand further, desperate to catch Tu Fu. Suddenly, Zhou Zhang appeared above the zombie's head. He called out, Hey, big guy, your target's over here. Hearing Zhou Zhang's voice from above, the high-level zombie looked up and roared furiously. However, by the time it reacted, Zhou Zhang was already standing on the rooftop of a building behind it. Seeing him perched there, the zombie turned around to pursue him. Standing heroically on the rooftop, Zhou Zhang shouted, I'll draw its aggression, keep attacking its legs. The teammates watching from another rooftop were taken aback. One of them exclaimed, Is that even a valid strategy? Wei Hung added, Reminds me of when I used to kite bosses in video games as a kid. Wu Chaoyun, meanwhile, could only stand there, dumbfounded by what was happening. After 30 minutes of relentless attacks, the high-level zombie's health bar had decreased significantly. Tu Fu remained positioned in front of the zombie, keeping it occupied. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, Zhou Zhang leapt down, plunging two swords straight into the zombie's chest, delivering the final blow. As the battle concluded, Zhou Zhang panted heavily, exhausted from the fight. At that moment, his level had increased to 39. Standing behind him, Wei Hong remarked, Master level. Impressive. Another teammate chimed in, Dude, you totally slayed that. Wu Chaoyun stepped forward and said, Brother, thank you. Zhou Zhang responded to Wu Chaoyun, We're all on the same team, so it's only natural. As the sky gradually darkened, inside a room of an old, crumbling building, everyone had gathered in a circle around the campfire. Wei Hung said, This time, aside from the purple crystal, just the number of those scales is already a great deal. Hearing this, Wu Chaoyun interjected, What are you so happy about? If it weren't for Gao Shou, we wouldn't have been able to take down that zombie. At this point, Zhou Zhang suddenly realized and replied, I was just doing what I was supposed to do. Tu Fu suddenly slapped Zhou Zhang on the back with great force and said, Kiddo, you're pretending to be weak and fooling even me. Both of them were now smiling brightly. Wu Chaoyun tossed the last piece of wood into the campfire to keep it going, then added, But everyone, don't get too carried away. Get some rest early. Tonight, Zhang Xiao and I will take the night watch. The campfire had gone out, and everyone was lying in their sleeping bags, peacefully asleep. Suddenly, a figure crouched up, resembling Wei Hang. He was heading towards the door, seemingly wanting to go somewhere. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Wei Hang. The other person asked, Where are you going? Wei Hung broke into a sweat and stammered, I'm just going outside to use the restroom. Wu Chaoyun looked at him intently and reminded him, Be careful, don't go too far. Wei Hung quickly headed for the door, responding as he walked, Got it. Watching his retreating figure, Wu Chaoyun let out a deep sigh. As soon as Wei Hong stepped out of the room, his expression shifted dramatically. His eyes turned cold and sinister, and he let out a low scoff. In his hand was a red metal cylinder. Smirking, he muttered to himself, Zhou Zhang. Lu Yongshan and Xiao Jian couldn't kill you, but now I see they were just pawns, assassins working under Zhou Zhang's banner. But that doesn't mean I won't succeed. In the dimly lit hallway, the undead shuffled aimlessly, searching for prey. Suddenly, one of them turned, alerted by a faint noise behind it. Before it could identify whether it was friend or foe, its head was severed with a swift horizontal slash. Meanwhile, at the injection room, Zhou Zhang's team was making a concerted effort to capture the area. It was a critical location, holding the medical equipment and supplies they desperately needed. Their plan was simple: strike fast, secure the facility, and get the medical supplies out. Having successfully taken over the radiology department, Wu Chaoyun's lightning team secured a cache of medicine. They were now moving carefully toward safety, carrying the supplies in an organized fashion. Zhou Zhang, armed with his bow, stood vigilant, scanning his surroundings to cover his team. The convoy was loading essential supplies onto the vehicles, preparing for a hasty retreat. Wu Chaoyun, noticing the fatigue on everyone's faces, shouted encouragement, "Stay strong, everyone. If everything goes smoothly, we'll be able to head back this afternoon." The captain had just finished speaking when the members of the brigade suddenly heard an eerily frightening scream. They looked at each other in confusion. What was that? It sounds like a horde of zombies. One of the guards looked through the binoculars, and fear struck him as he quickly called the captain to report. "Captain, it's bad. I don't know why, but the zombies are charging towards the hospital. The undead are extremely agitated. They are surrounding the fence right outside the hospital, smashing it down and using all their strength to climb over and attack Wu Chaoyun's group. There are too many of them, they are spilling into the hospital." Wu Chaoyun's team had to run up to the roof of the hospital to take refuge. Everyone looked at the sea of zombies, worriedly saying, "They are gathering too quickly. We no longer have time to break out." Another person spoke up, blaming himself, "It's all my fault." He struck his chest, regretfully saying, "It was my decision that put everyone in danger." A teammate beside him patted his shoulder in comfort. "We're all here voluntarily, doing this for pay. There's no need to apologize, don't give up until the very last minute." Wei Hong sat slumped in the corner, sneering in disdain. "What time is it? You're still talking nonsense, what do you suggest we do?" He continued, "Do you expect the Gao Shogai to come and save you?" Upon hearing Wei Heng's words, one teammate was infuriated, and if it weren't for another teammate to intervene, a brawl would have surely broken out. He shouted, "I'm going to beat him to a pulp. Don't stop me." After thinking for a moment, Zhou Zhang turned to everyone and said, "I have a way." Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at him with eager eyes. "Huh? Brother Gao Shou, do you have a solution?" Zhou Zhang began to explain, "I can break through the encirclement and make my way outside, then pilot a helicopter back here." He pointed to the city map affixed to the roof of the hospital and continued, "That's right, but everyone needs to trust me one more time, we need an aerial drop into Yi City." One person unfolded the map and, looking worried, said, "Although this place is less than 5 kilometers from the helicopter, the road is completely blocked by zombies. Moreover, flying a helicopter is not like driving a car." "Can you really do it?" Zhou Zhang patted him on the shoulder and replied firmly, "Don't worry, I can run there and pilot the helicopter. I've trained with the butler before." Everyone patted him on the shoulder again and asked, "Brother, are you sure you can do it?" He smiled, his gaze resolute. "Of course, at least a 70% chance." At that moment, everyone regarded Zhou Zhang as a beacon of hope, the only light in the darkness. In unison, they said, "Whatever you need, just tell us. As long as you don't give up, we will wait for your return." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped from the rooftop down to the ground. Zhou Zhang used his technique to glide past the layers of zombies. The people on the rooftop watched Zhou Zhang's retreating figure and declared emphatically, "He will forever be my brother." "I acknowledge that." Wei Hong watched as everyone praised Zhou Zhang, his irritation growing evident. With a disdainful smirk, he sneered, "What? Who's to say he won't just leave us all behind and run off?" Hearing such words, the group turned on him, their annoyance palpable. Someone snapped, "Wei Hong, shut your mouth." Wu Chaoyun, visibly angered, glared at Wei Hong and barked, "Wei Hong, as soon as this mission is over, you're out of the lightning team." Wei Hong chuckled coldly, turning to leave. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he replied mockingly, "Fine, fine. I'll leave right now if that's what you want." As he walked away, a sinister smile crept onto his face, his eyes glinting with malice. Under his breath, he muttered, "Too bad you won't live long enough to see this mission through." Wei Hong made his way to the rooftop of another building, leaping across with practiced ease. Near an air vent, he crouched down and began fiddling with some contraption. After a few minutes of tinkering, he revealed an automatic parachute. Grinning smugly, he muttered to himself, "You all can stay and die. I'm not wasting my time here with you." Intent on fleeing alone, Wei Hong had revealed his true colors, a traitor through and through. Meanwhile, back on the lightning team's side, the rooftop door burst open as a horde of zombies swarmed through, their growls filling the air. Someone shouted in alarm, "The zombies are here." The team immediately snapped into action, weapons raised and resolve steeled. Together, they rallied, shouting, "Don't give up, everyone." One member, glancing around, frowned and asked, "Where's that kid Wei Hong?" In the heat of the moment, there was no time to dwell on it. Another team member yelled urgently, "Forget about him. We just need to hold out until Brother Gao Shou gets back." Behind him, the horde of zombies was trampling over each other in a desperate attempt to climb up. People were panicking and shouting loudly, "There are zombies coming up from behind too." The scene was utter chaos, with everyone trying to raise their weapons, ready to fight. In the midst of this perilous situation, Zhou Zhang appeared in the heart of the enemy. He radiated a unique source of green power, like a powerful rolling wave. Fearlessly, he charged out, breaking through the encirclement of the zombies. With each step he took, he delivered a powerful blow that shattered the undead. At the same time, Zhou Zhang was using the stealth technique, moving silently among the zombies. He noticed the number of zombies ahead dwindling and felt relieved. "That's great." He thought to himself, "The destination is not far away, there must be a plane's landing gear ahead." He hurriedly advanced, not wasting any time. Suddenly, he sensed a strong surge of pinkish-red energy. A level 7 armored rat appeared, its eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The zombies, caught off guard, rushed towards the armored rat. But it unleashed a powerful strike that instantly annihilated the undead. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Zhang couldn't help but be astonished. This thing is indeed the nemesis of zombies. Watching the beast trampling over the corpses, Zhou Zhang reminded himself, "Let's move quickly, it's better not to disturb them." Suddenly, a sense of danger washed over him. He realized something was charging towards him. The armored rat aggressively struck, but Zhou Zhang quickly dodged. He was slightly stunned, wondering, "How does it know I'm invisible?" A thought flashed through his mind, could it be that it can smell me? Zhou Zhang looked down at his hand and noticed the filthy substance smeared on it, the very thing he had touched when killing the green-scaled zombies. "No wonder I've always smelled that strange stench." He quickly shot up into the sky, and then Zhou Zhang executed a move that made the black armored rat cry out in pain. It erupted in anger, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. Zhou Zhang was slightly surprised. Its defense is too high, it will take at least 10 minutes to kill it. Zhou Zhang tore off the sleeve stained with the zombie's green fluid and whispered, "It's a pity that it has high-quality materials on it, but I don't have time to play with you right now." Sensing the scent from the piece of cloth that Zhou Zhang had tossed aside, the black armored rat aggressively attacked. Taking advantage of its focus on the cloth, Zhou Zhang delivered a powerful strike that created a massive explosion. Then, Zhou Zhang shot forward at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he reached the helicopter's platform. He let out a sigh of relief, finally made it. At the helicopter, there were still a few zombies wandering around in search of prey. Zhou Zhang poured fuel into the helicopter and thought, "I hope this thing can still fly." After finishing, he slammed the fuel cap shut and climbed directly into the helicopter. At that moment, the zombies, sensitive to noise, all rushed toward the helicopter. Inside, Zhou Zhang felt a bit flustered. With so many buttons, why doesn't it look much like what Su Butler taught? Whatever, let's give it a shot. Immediately, the helicopter's blades started spinning, and it gradually ascended into the sky. The zombies below continued to charge stubbornly. On the other hand, the members of the Flash Lightning team were beginning to tire as they fought against the ferocious zombies. One person, panting, spoke up, "It's been 20 minutes, could it be that brother Gao Shou? Seeing this, Wu Chaoyun shouted loudly, "Everyone, keep it up! We must trust our brothers." Looking at the team struggling and relying on a low-level martial artist, Wei Hong sneered with disdain, "A bunch of fools, that Zhou Zhang is probably already dead in the mouth of a zombie." He stood high and mocked, "Do you really think of him as a god? Ha ha!" Tu Fu's member angrily shouted, "You kiddo!" Wei Hong arrogantly replied, "I won't hesitate to tell you another secret. The reason I joined here is not for that purple crystal." He opened his mouth wide and yelled, "As long as I can kill Zhou Zhang, I will be able to get those 2 purple crystals. You are just his accessories." Then, Wei Hong pressed the switch and opened the parachute he had prepared. He spoke in a mocking tone, "Goodbye, you fools." Suddenly, Wei Hong saw something flying towards him, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? What is that?" Up high, Wei Hong couldn't believe his eyes. Zhou Zhang, at the same time, was focused on piloting the helicopter to rescue the Flash Lightning team, completely ignoring him. Below, the members were still busy fighting off the zombies. Seeing Zhou Zhang, one person joyfully shouted, "The helicopter, brother Gao Shou is back." Tu Fu's member then spoke up, "That's my brother, I knew he would succeed." Wu Chaoyun shouted loudly, "Brothers, let's knock out these zombies and head home." At the same time, Zhou Zhang lowered the rope and instructed the team, "Everyone grab the rope, let's go downstairs and grab the medical equipment as well." While fighting off the remaining zombies, the team members shouted in response, "Got it." After a while, the preparations were complete. Zhou Zhang called down, "Is the cargo secure?" The others replied, "Everything's fine." Zhou Zhang happily exclaimed, "Brothers, it's time to go home." The members of the Flash Lightning team cheered, "Let's go home." Instantly, the helicopter shot up into the sky, carrying the team in a vehicle. Everyone laughed joyfully. Ha ha! Tu Fu, like a child going to the amusement park, excitedly said, "This is awesome, this is amazing." Tu Fu whispered, "I thought today would be the last time I ever saw the sunlight." Wu Chaoyun grumbled, "This trip must have been caused by Wei Hang. Once we get to Titan City, I'm definitely going to investigate him." Suddenly, one of the team members shouted, "Hurry, look ahead. Is that the bastard?" At that moment, the team saw a man hovering in the air. Tu Fu's member immediately brandished his weapon and said in a gruff voice, "Get closer, you have to split him in 2. Behind us, everyone is filled with murderous intent to kill him." Zhou Zhang then interjected, "Everyone, this is not the time, we need to intercept him first." Without hesitation, they swiftly closed in on the target. Tu Fu's member eagerly threatened him, saying, "Run, hurry up." Seeing that they were still alive and pursuing him, Wei Hong couldn't help but exclaim, "You guys." The helicopter lightly collided with Wei Hang's glider. The Flash Lightning team coldly warned, "You and your brothers wait for him ahead." With one wing torn off, Wei Hang began to spiral in the air. Frustrated, he shouted, "Damn it, fly up for me. Fly." At that moment, the zombies on the ground had begun to surround them, eagerly awaiting their tasty prey. Noticing their outstretched hands trying to grab him, Wei Hong hung precariously in the air and yelled, "Get out of my way! All of you, get out!" Just then, an arrow whizzed past and struck a zombie below right in the head. Wei Hong turned around in shock and saw the Flash Lightning team closing in. Panic-stricken, he thought, "It's over, they really want me dead." Then, another arrow zipped by and lodged itself directly into the remaining wing of his glider. Immediately, a powerful explosion occurred, not only knocking Wei Hang off balance but also creating a loud sound that attracted the horde of zombies. Zhou Zhang, with a look of amusement, said, "Let's go, it's time to settle the score." The Flash Lightning team responded, "Understood." At that moment, Wei Hong was struggling to fend off the zombies. He was gasping for breath, no longer able to sneer arrogantly as he had before. His face now displayed clear fear. The members of the Flash Lightning team arrived, and they shouted, holding him accountable, "Wei Hong, how do you want to die?" Wei Hong lifted his head and said, "You can't kill me." A member coldly replied, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Wei Hong quickly answered, "I am a member of Dark Shadow. If you kill me, you will face endless trouble. Hearing this, Tu Fu was slightly surprised. Dark Shadow? Then, he snarled, I don't care whether you're Dark Shadow or White Shadow. Wu Chaoyun, standing behind, also added, that's right. What's so special about Dark Shadow? Zhou Zhang smirked slightly, then coldly stated, Dark Shadow, huh? Perfect, I have a debt to settle with him too. Seeing their determined attitude, Wei Hong shouted, if I'm going to die, I'll drag you down with me. Wei Hong swung fiercely at Zhou Zhang, but Zhou Zhang nimbly leapt upward, leaving Wei Hong stunned and off balance. The powerful attack from Wei Hong missed entirely. In a split second, Zhou Zhang landed and delivered a decisive blow. He collapsed right at the feet of everyone, his eyes clearly reflecting fear. At that moment, Tu Fu's member furiously brandished his weapon, you bastard, die. After safely returning, the members of the Lightning Squad gathered in the VIP reception room of the Martial Artist Guild. One member quietly remarked, in this lifetime, I never thought I would have the chance to become a 10-star member of the Martial Artist Guild. Another beside him eagerly pointed out, hey, this cup of tea also has star power. Zhou Zhang gently spoke up, this tea is called Meteor, it's said that during the harvest season, there are only 3 days each year. Noticing his familiarity with it, Tu Fu's member curiously asked, have you drunk this tea before? At that moment, Wu Chaoyan placed a hand on the shoulder of his idol and said, I think we should officially reintroduce our Gao Shou. His real name is Zhou Zhang, alias Gao Shou. I believe everyone has seen his abilities by now. Wu Chaoyan continued, of course, there's another reason. He is one of the rare 10-star members of the Martial Artist Guild in Titan City. Hearing those praises, Zhou Zhang felt a bit shy. Tu Fu's member excitedly inquired, hey kid, are you really a 16-star member? Zhou Zhang replied, flustered, just lucky, that's all. At the same time, deep within the Martial Artist Guild, a man's voice echoed, Guild leader, how should we deal with this Zhou Zhang? The president whispered, if he has met the criteria for promotion set by the guild, then of course he should be promoted according to the regulations. Jiang Cheng thought, if Zhu He knew that the first 11-star member of Titan City wasn't him, but a level 4 martial artist, it's hard to imagine what his reaction would be. Hearing this, the president chuckled, I'd really love to see his reaction. He then softly said, place Zhou Zhang in the red tier and keep a close watch on his talents. As for this second mission, let's see if it was just luck. Jiang Chang responded affirmatively. The president added, also, temporarily hide the photos of Zhou Zhang. Consider it a bit of protection for him, but there's no need to hide his name anymore. Back in the Martial Artist Guild's VIP room, Tu Fu eagerly asked, Director Shin, how was our mission evaluated? Jiang Cheng smiled politely and said, everyone, don't speak just yet. Please sit down. After you sit, I'll explain. For this deep-level mission, 80% was completed successfully. Everyone will be promoted to 16-star members. Upon hearing this, the Flash Lightning team joyfully cheered, yes. Director Shin continued, Zhou Zhang. He handed Zhou Zhang a badge and said, this is your new membership card, take it. As they stepped out of the door, Jiang Chang looked at everyone joyfully and thought to himself, in such a short time, the Martial Artist Guild has gained so many 10-star martial artists. Director Shin thought to himself, moreover, every time there's a promotion, Zhou Zhang is involved. A level 4 martial artist, an 11-star member. The high-ranking martial artists of Titan City will soon be feeling uneasy. The next day, a martial artist was focused on his training, muttering to himself, only 95% more experience to reach level 40. His eyes gleamed with determination, once I learn the level 40 stone shooting skill, the promotion effect can be further enhanced. However, the forest was devoid of any monsters, and he felt a bit disappointed, looks like another group beat us to it. At the campsite, Zhou Zhang saw martial artists taming beasts and exclaimed in surprise, I've heard of beast tamers before, but this is the first time I've seen them in person. Looking at the flag across from them, he recognized it as the Beast King Alliance. Thinking for a moment, Zhou Zhang decided to step back, if there's nothing else, it's best not to interfere with them. Suddenly, a loud motorcycle horn blared. A group of tough-looking individuals zoomed by at an incredible speed, resembling Western-style desperados. Behind them, a girl rode a green bike, with a cute puppy by her side. They zoomed by like a gust of wind. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang became intrigued and decided to check out how the beast tamers caught their pets. At the same time, the animals were grazing peacefully. Suddenly, they all sprinted away in fear, running from the beast tamers. The girl reached into her bag, pulled out a pinkish powder, and tossed it into the air to tame the wild beasts. The deer, after sniffing the powder, immediately became unusually docile. They stopped running around and gathered in one place. The girl shouted to her pets, "Bai Shui is back, don't scare them." She then gently stroked the wild animals and comforted them, "Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you." Suddenly, Bai Shui noticed something unusual and went into alert mode. At that moment, the beast tamer loudly called out, "Who's there?" "The Beast King Alliance is hunting. Please take another route." Noticing that Bai Shui had detected him, Zhou Zhang stepped out and said, "I mean no harm. I just saw you hunting and wanted to learn a little." Facing the beast tamers, Zhou Zhang spoke politely, "I'm just curious about the hunting methods of the Beast King Alliance." Upon hearing this, Wu Di, a level 5 martial artist, angrily shouted, "Kid, are you asking for trouble?" Beside him, there was also Wang Zhangyi, a level 5 martial artist, Li Xiu, a level 6 martial artist, and an unknown level martial artist, Xiang Shirhan, standing nearby. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang was somewhat astonished. This girl was actually a martial artist of the 8th level. At that moment, Xiang Shirhan stood up and spoke, "How many times have I told you, don't speak so aggressively?" She straightforwardly asked, "What do you want to learn from us?" Zhou Zhang replied, "I really like animals, so I want to learn how to tame them." "Is that a bad thing?" Xiang Shirhan handed him a bag of powder and said, "It's simple, just use this kind of powder." Zhou Zhang immediately showed interest, "Can I buy this powder?" Xiang Shirhan then quoted a price of 1 topaz and said she could give him a portion. Zhou Zhang promptly confirmed his order. After he left, Wu Di felt quite confused and spoke up, "Sister, you're just going to sell it to him like that? There was someone before who offered 1 topaz, and you didn't sell?" Xiang Shirhan replied softly, "Whether to sell or not depends on my mood. Anyway, this powder only works on deer horses." At that moment, a 7th level mutated blanket lizard was curled up deep in the forest. Zhou Zhang climbed up a branch and muttered, "Now that the wind is favorable, let's try the powder out." Having said that, he sprinkled the pink powder below. With the breeze, a large amount of powder flew toward the mutated blanket lizard. Suddenly, it let out a roar and raised its head high. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang was extremely astonished. "Why doesn't it act like I thought?" When the mutated stone whip struck fiercely and severed the tree trunk that Zhou Zhang was standing on, he realized, "That girl has played me." Although somewhat stunned, Zhou Zhang still nimbly dodged the attack from the mutated stone whip. After soaring into the air, Zhou Zhang chuckled softly, Every cloud has a silver lining. It seems this powder can make that big guy hurt himself." At that moment, the mutated stone whip blazed with a murderous glare. Zhou Zhang charged straight at it and loudly declared, "Enough already, it's my turn now." He unleashed a flurry of sharp attacks. Meanwhile, on the other side, a group was taking down a tiny serpent. Kongshin spoke up, "A young master, I heard sounds of fighting ahead, I'm going to scout it out a bit." Chu Xiong cleared his throat a few times and replied, "Go on." The young master's face suddenly flushed bright red like a tomato. It was a pity that the girl had just returned only to be killed by the old wizard. This time, he absolutely had to find someone else to make up for it. When he saw the mutated stone whip beaten down to the ground, writhing helplessly, Kongshin couldn't help but be astonished. This scene must have been caused by someone strong, at least a martial artist of level 8 or above. At that moment, Chu Xiong arrived just in time and said, in a serious tone, "Haven't you finished investigating yet? The smell of blood is overwhelming." Kongshin's voice was firm as he said, "Young master, when going out for training, the first priority is to ensure your safety. We should head towards the red zone. This place suits you well," he added. Chu Xiong immediately replied, "Let's go now." At that moment, Zhou Zhang had already reached the red zone. He muttered to himself, that stone bed earlier boosted my experience by 20%. This area must be crawling with beasts level 7 or higher. Zhou Zhang strode confidently into the zone, chasing wealth and power amid the danger. In the rugged valley, a loud roar echoed through the mountains. Zhou Zhang was engaged in a fierce battle with a giant beast. He swiftly struck its back, causing it to cry out in pain. Thud! In the blink of an eye, Zhou Zhang had brought the massive creature to the ground. He collapsed on the ground, trying to catch his breath. As he drank water, Zhou Zhang suddenly noticed something unusual. An attack came hurtling toward him. Turning quickly, Zhou Zhang saw that 500 members of the monkey clan had arrived. He was startled, exclaiming, "So many of them?" At that moment, the monkeys pointed at Zhou Zhang and let out a furious roar, launching a series of powerful attacks toward him. Zhou Zhang nimbly leaped into the air to dodge the oncoming strikes. He grinned, thinking, I can use these monkeys to practice my small-distance teleportation. The small-distance teleportation skill was one of the passive abilities of thieves, relying on the body's instincts to dodge all incoming attacks. The skill would only level up when the thief successfully evaded an opponent's strike. It was one of the hardest passive skills to train in the Firmament mainland, requiring immense focus and precision. At that moment, Zhou Zhang took a powerful blow. The force sent him crashing into a tree behind him. With a grin, he narrowly dodged the next strike and hissed, "You have a lot of potions, huh? Bring it on." Suddenly, Xu Xiong launched a mighty attack toward the beast. His subordinates behind him praised, "Young master is amazing, that thrust was perfect." Xu Xiong, frustrated, shouted, "Shut up! All I want to know is when I can go back." Kongshan quietly replied, "Master once said when you reach level 7, that's when you'll return." Xu Xiong, his temper flaring, yelled, "Then what are you all standing around for? Find me some nearly dead beasts to kill already." His subordinates quickly responded, "Yes, young master." Meanwhile, the monkeys continued to pelt Zhou Zhang with rocks. He muttered to himself, that feeling earlier. Zhou Zhang realized that his agility was improving. He could now dodge attacks effortlessly, without exerting any extra effort. The small-distance teleportation skill was leveling up rapidly as he continued to avoid the barrage of strikes. He thought, small-distance flash at mid-rank, I've finally grasped the small-distance flash at mid-rank. Zhou Zhang excitedly shouted, "Next, I should level up too." Seeing him suddenly dash up the tree, the group of monkeys jumped in shock. Zhou Zhang aimed directly at the largest one, then at the 500 monkeys nearby. The entire forest echoed with the frantic cries of the monsters, and in the blink of an eye, Zhou Zhang handled them with ease. He smirked proudly, finally level 40. The system then displayed a notification, entered rolling state. After being attacked or initiating an attack, the effect will disappear and a 2-minute cooldown is required. The trebuchet launches a dagger. The dagger, thrown into the middle of the enemy, will deal damage and cause the enemy to bleed. Finally, it returns, dealing 80% of attack power along with 500 damage, and requires 1 minute. Zhou Zhang silently analyzed, a group attack with 500 damage and bleeding, enough to quickly take down 3 or more level 3 mutated beasts. At this moment, a series of strange noises caught his attention. The 500 monkeys were rushing towards him. Zhou Zhang delightfully said, "Right on time." He immediately dashed towards them. The monsters, terrified, lowered their heads in fear. Time passed quickly, like a dog running across the fields, and before they knew it, 9 days had gone by. Zhou Zhang casually opened the monkey's stomach to collect items, happily saying, after getting the trebuchet, the leveling effect has definitely increased. Suddenly, a roar rang out, startling Zhou Zhang. A huge monster with fierce, bloodshot eyes charged towards him. Without a second's pause, it launched a brutal attack. Zhou Zhang smirked and muttered, "Finally, you're here. Come on then." At the same time, a subordinate flattered him, "Young master, I can feel you're about to level up." Xu Xiong replied irritably, "Humph, I hope so. I don't want to stay here for another second. Suddenly, a loud noise caught their attention. Kongshin gestured with his hand. Wait, there's something ahead. From a distance, they could see the giant monkey fiercely attacking its prey. One subordinate spoke up, level 5 martial artist, daring to come here to kill the mutated white monkey? I'm not seeing this wrong, am I? Shu Xiong looked surprised. Are level 5 martial artists that powerful now? S young master seemed intrigued and said, Kongshin, kill that brat, we need to get the white monkey. Killing this white monkey will help me level up. Kongshin immediately responded, yes, young master. Shu Xiong turned to assign tasks. Fong Kong, Kong Jinhee, you two handle that martial artist. Everyone else, come with me to kill the mutated white monkey. Fong Kong, level 7, and Kong Jinhee, level 7, immediately responded. At the same time, the giant ape let out a deafening roar that echoed through the mountains, then slammed its hand towards Zhou Zhang. He quickly dodged and realized there were two suspicious figures. These people have been lingering for half a day, and now they want to make a move on me? They boldly advanced, armed with weapons, towards the giant ape. Suddenly, a powerful strike was aimed at the weapons of Fong Kong and Kong Jinhee. Zhou Zhang's eyes flared with murderous intent, and he dashed forward at lightning speed. Fong Kong exclaimed in surprise, huh? Kong Jinhee, standing beside him, loudly asked, what's going on? At that moment, Zhou Zhang, full of fury, charged ahead, unconcerned with anyone in his way. He shot directly toward the two subordinates of S young master. Seeing that the strike didn't have much effect, Fong Kong sneered in disdain, thinking it was just a puny dagger. Suddenly, he realized he had been hit with a powerful attack, and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, how could this be? Zhou Zhang had leapt into the air, swinging two daggers as he shouted, if you have questions, think about them down there. Seeing his lightning-fast speed, Fong Kong was left stunned. At that moment, Kongshin reminded, be careful, leave the final blow for the young master. Suddenly, a scream rang out, startling Kongshin. Turning around, he discovered that the bushes, along with his subordinates, had all been defeated. Observing the scene from above, Zhou Zhang thought to himself, so it turns out the wind god Pterosaur's armor was auctioned by him. These people are no ordinary folks. At the same time, Shu Xiong boldly faced the giant ape. S young master delivered a decisive strike to steal the credit, and Zhou Zhang smirked, saying, but daring to steal my monster, I'll make you pay 10 times over. Your life and the wind god Pterosaur's armor are now mine. After Shu Xiong attacked the monster, it quickly collapsed. Not stopping there, he delivered another blow. Once the strike was made, Shu Xiong stood there, panting heavily, surrounded by a powerful aura. Then, he raised his hand and looked at his palm in joy, level 7, I'm level 7 now. Excited, he used his new strength to deliver another strike, cutting down the nearby trees. At this point, his subordinates moved forward to congratulate him, congratulations, young master. Finally, young master is level 7. After the praise, Shu Xiong turned around, smiling broadly, and declared, when we get back to Titan, I'll take care of all the expenses at the Hongyan nightclub. The words made the group of followers cheer, ah, thank you, young master, you are truly generous. Behind them, Kongshin felt a bit anxious and ordered, quickly gather the prey and go check on Fong Kong and Kong Jinhee to see how things are. Soon, the group appeared in the forest to assess the situation. 2 level 7 fighters had been killed by a level 5 fighter. Kongshin observed and instructed, this is very strange. Protect the young master well, we must retreat immediately. Every word made the veins on Shu Xiong's forehead twitch, a level 5 martial artist has scared you all this much? What if those two underestimated their opponent and were killed by other beasts? Not stopping there, he added, moreover, who have we, the Sky River Group, ever been afraid of? Kongshin, you need to be stronger. This scene was quietly noted by someone, so they are from the Sky River Group. No wonder they are acting so brazenly. In another corner, Shu Xiong was warning Kongshin, Kongshin, you are getting more cowardly by the day. If that kid runs away, so be it. If he dares to come here, I will teach him how to be a person. I just need half a minute. Kongshin then understood and took up his weapon to leave. With the young master's might, you don't need to take action, just give me a minute, and I can handle him. As Kongshin walked, he frowned in contemplation, realizing he had overthought things and felt truly embarrassed for being intimidated by that kid. Holding a large axe, he marched straight into the forest, confidently asserting, "Yeah, young master, it's best that he doesn't show up in front of me again." The person mentioned was currently crouching invisibly with his arms crossed, witnessing everything, but he remained oblivious and kept shaking his head as if nothing had happened. "Otherwise, I'll let him know." Hearing this, Zhou Zhang merely chuckled, unconcerned. Kongshin continued to walk while proclaiming the terrifying nature of an 8th-level martial artist, oblivious to what lay behind him. He casually raised his hand, dispatching one of his subordinates. A few seconds passed, and the group looked on in shock at the body that had fallen to the ground. What just happened? Kongshin rushed forward, grabbed one person by the collar, and asked, "Where did you kill him?" The person could only stammer, "That was so fast, I didn't even see clearly." Then, without saying anything further, the people surrounding Chu Xiong drew their weapons. "Protect the young master, we need to retreat quickly." With weapons in hand, Kongshin gritted his teeth, thinking, to kill someone in front of me and still make it disappear without a trace is truly dangerous. Late at night, Zhou Zhang sat on a tree branch, swinging his legs as he looked into the cave before him. Did you think hiding here would keep me from finding you? I have a system to help me, you know." Suddenly, Zhou Zhang remembered something and sneered, "If you like to play dirty, I'll give you all the dirty play you want." His attention then shifted to several red bars on the forest. He quickly jumped down from the tree and called out to the wolves nearby, "Brothers, it's time to get to work." Inside the cave, a series of groans echoed, "What a disgrace, such a disgrace. Being hunted down by a level 5 martial artist." The group sat in a circle. Kongshin hesitantly called out to Chu Xiong, "Young master, just now, there's a sound outside." The noise immediately grabbed everyone's attention. A gunshot rang out. Chu Xiong, however, remained optimistic, thinking, maybe someone is out hunting? Kongshin moved outside, rebutting his view as he walked. At this hour, in the forest, a regular martial artist would be trying to hide. How could someone be hunting? Outside, Zhou Zhang stood innocently, smiling. "Hello, I've brought you a little gift." With that, he gradually faded into the darkness, revealing several bright red eyes. Zhou Zhang stood in the shadows, grinning wickedly, watching this scene unfold, leaving Kongshin in disbelief. Before he could say much, Zhou Zhang charged forward, forcing him to struggle to block the attack. The health bars dropped drastically in no time. Zhou Zhang stood on the tree, hearing the shouts and sounds of fighting. "Ah, big boss." Time flew by, and 3 hours had passed. The group had finally defeated the monster and was now gasping for breath, utterly worn out. Zhou Zhang was somewhat surprised. "No wonder he's an 8th-level martial artist, stronger than I thought." After dealing with the pile of monsters, Kongshin, panting, looked at Zhou Zhang with a bewildered expression. "Who on earth are you?" Zhou Zhang gave a knowing smile and replied, "I'm just an ordinary person who got caught up with some bad players." Seeing him approach, Kongshin enveloped himself with power and said, "Does an ordinary person need to use such formations to deal with us?" But Zhou Zhang was not having any of it and immediately countered, "You were the ones who tried to kill me first, okay? Don't act as if you are the aggrieved party." At that moment, Chu Xiong also emerged from the cave, looked at Zhou Zhang, and shouted as if he had never shouted before, "Don't think this will just blow over. You've made an enemy of the Sky River group today." Kongshin froze, looking towards Chu Xiong. Zhou Zhang, unfazed, activated his power. He originally intended to spare the guy's life, but now he had changed his mind. Seeing Chu Xiong approach, Kongshin felt a twinge of panic and asked, "Are you really willing to confront the Sky River group? Do you know what the consequences will be?" Zhou Zhang showed no signs of fear. "If you want to find trouble, I wouldn't mind making this faction disappear from Titan City." His words successfully provoked Kongshin's anger. "Kid, do you think the Sky River group is just an ordinary faction? Let me tell you, our leader holds a high-ranking position managing Titan. Do you want to go against Titan City?" Fearing that he wouldn't heed his threats, he added, "If you dare to lay a hand on us today, you will be hunted down and punished by all of Titan City in the future. Even your family and friends won't be able to escape the consequences. Zhou Zheng continued to walk forward slowly, asking innocently, "That sounds very frightening, but even if I spare you now, when you return to Titan City, you won't spare me, will you?" Seizing the opportunity, Suahong threatened, "Are you starting to feel scared? Put down your weapons and get lost. Don't ever show up in Titan City again. I can tell my father to postpone the order to hunt you down for a few days." In response to these words, Zhou Zheng scoffed, "Is this the best condition for survival you can offer? Then don't blame me for using other methods to silence you." Quickly, the morale of the group plummeted, leaving only Suahong still full of bravado in a corner, a teacup cracking in his hand. The man in the suit slowly stepped forward. "Now I will call someone to handle this." But he was stopped by the other person. "Wait, bring the group leader from the other factions here first." Sua Tian and the martial artists sat there, their faces darkened as they lifted their teacups, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Could it be that the kid is in trouble? After that conversation ended, the next day, countless cars entered the base, causing people outside to wonder, "What's going on today? Why are so many people from the Red Tripod Group and Sky River Group leaving the city together?" Someone walked up and shared the information they had. "I heard that in the vine-covered forest in the red zone, a rank 11 king rank lizard got tangled up." This information shocked the other person to their core. "Oh my god, a rank 11 king rank? A single scale from it is worth a green crystal." In another corner, Zhou Zheng sat in front of his computer, stunned by what he read, knowing it could boost his reputation in Titan City. "If you dare to lay a hand on us today, you'll be hunted down and punished by all of Titan City in the future." Turning back to the past, Kongshan, upon seeing him approach, shouted out in a threatening tone, "If you dare to lay a hand on us today, you'll have to endure the pursuit and punishment for the rest of your days. Even your family and friends won't be able to escape." Those words left Zhou Zheng with no choice but to weakly agree, unable to refute. "He's not wrong, my strength is only enough to protect myself now." As he thought about this, the images of each person appeared in his mind. "I still have family and friends, but my power is quite weak. Power and authority are the best umbrellas." At that moment, he noticed something. The task on the screen was a simple description of an infernal-level mission. After reading the description, Zhou Zheng couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the Beast King Union, "They really have money." Meanwhile, around the vine-covered forest, the rank 11 king rank lizard was tightly bound to the ground. Two men stood below, watching the scene with satisfaction. "Song Yen, this lizard, I can give it to you. Do you have the guts to charge forward?" The other man replied, "Humph, you came here for this lizard, didn't you?" With that, Song Yen raised his weapon and ordered, "Brothers, go for it." He didn't notice the sly smile of the other man who appeared behind him. Up on the tree branch, Xiang Shirhan witnessed everything and sneered harshly, "Tch, a bunch of fools charging in like that will just die in vain." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zheng spoke up, asking, "Seems like you know a lot about this." Xiang Shirhan reflexively replied, "Of course." But immediately after, she was taken aback and realized, "Hey, how did you get here?" Zhou Zheng honestly answered, "Just walked here as usual." Right after that, Xiang Shirhan suspiciously observed him beside her, a 5th-level martial artist, "And I didn't even notice." Zhou Zheng, unfazed, voiced the question in his mind, "That king rank lizard, can you use pink powder to tame it?" Before that question, Xiang Shirhan appeared helpless in responding, "This is a king rank, it's not easy to tame. Moreover, I forgot to tell you last time, that powder only works on deer horses." Her words left him feeling somewhat defeated. Indeed, her heart was as dark as expected. "Give me back the topaz." In response to the request, she refused without hesitation. "Once it's sold, it can't be returned." At the same time, the lizard surged, sending people flying in all directions. "Boss, save me." Song Yen struggled to fight back, shouting loudly to give orders, "Retreat. Everyone, retreat from this area immediately." Ignoring the chaos on the other side, Xiang Shirhan remained calm, unchanged amidst the ever-shifting world, calling the fools. "If our union leader hadn't been buried, he definitely would have a way to tame this lizard." Hearing the strange phrase, Zhou Zheng asked in confusion, "Buried?" Xiang Shirhan calmly explained, "Haven't you heard of it? It's a large city, no less than Titan City in the north. Her words made him pause and think, this name is interesting, it doesn't sound like the name of a city, though. Just then, Xiang Shirhan stood up and said loudly, "What? You mean someone has already taken the infernal level mission that we..." Without finishing, she immediately picked up her phone and ran off, saying, "I'll be back soon. I'll notify the union leader right away." Watching the girl run off, Zhou Zhang hadn't reacted in time. "Hey, you! Why are you running so fast?" He scratched his head, feeling helpless. She really is fast. I still wanted to ask her for more details about that infernal level mission. Turning his attention back to the giant lizard, the loud shouts of the group echoed. "Retreat quickly! Send more people tomorrow!" Zhou Zhang couldn't help but chuckle in amusement as he watched. "Since you're all leaving, then let me tame this mythical beast." As night fully fell, he lightly jumped down from above. Barely landing, Zhou Zhang swiftly appeared on the lizard's back. The vines surrounding it immediately attacked, but he easily dodged, his body as agile as the wind. Shortly after, a loud noise rang out, shaking the entire area. The next morning, when the group returned, they were stunned by the sight of an empty yard. One person screamed in panic, "Where's the lizard? Where did it go?" Elsewhere, at the ruins of the town, Zhou Zhan walked while sighing in admiration. As expected, the materials from this one are top-notch. He looked at the pile of items displayed on his system screen, feeling a bit regretful. But with so many materials, I doubt anyone will buy them all at once. Guess I'll sell them slowly. A moment later, Zhou Zhang switched to check his personal info. After last night's battle, the biggest gain was that he had leveled up to 45. "Finally, I've learned this skill." He skimmed through the skill summary displayed on the screen, his eyes shining with excitement. Drawing out a black-bladed saber, Zhou Zhang's face briefly broke into a sinister smile. "Let's see how long these zombies up ahead can last." Without missing a beat, Zhou Zhang charged forward, delivering a slash that froze the zombie in place. Landing softly, he slowly observed and analyzed, staying still for 3 seconds. "It really works," he thought to himself. With this skill, the infernal level mission is even more within reach. In a dark corner, a stranger had witnessed the entire scene. He watched closely, commenting to himself, "This Zhou Zhang is quite formidable. His speed is indeed impressive. But no matter how skilled he is, he's still just a level 5 martial artist." After scrutinizing the situation, the stranger lowered his binoculars, his gaze filled with calculation. He smirked and declared, "The humiliation of Dark Shadow. Let's have 5 gold put an end to it." In the distance, his group hadn't attacked yet but were intently observing Zhou Zhang. They followed each of his swift movements as he vanished and reappeared, taking down the zombies one by one with precision. Zhou Zhang moved with agility, leaping into the air and delivering a decisive blow to the final zombie. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from behind him. Instantly, a powerful force surged toward him, forcing Zhou Zhang to scramble to avoid it. From the shadows, a massive zombie appeared, its eyes burning red with ferocity. It swung its arm, aiming straight for Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang quickly crouched to dodge, but the strength and speed of the zombie were overwhelming. He couldn't react in time. A mighty blow from the zombie struck him, sending him flying backward, completely losing control. High above, the group monitoring the situation quietly discussed among themselves. One of them sneered, lowering his voice, "Humph, just as the boss predicted, he managed to dodge it. But he won't last much longer." Standing above, old Zhang observed Zhou Zhang and remarked with a hint of disdain, "The stance of this kid is certainly strange, but dodging is pointless. That blow from the high-level zombie earlier didn't kill him, but it left him crippled. He definitely won't make it out alive." With that, he stood up, draping an arm over the shoulder of the man beside him, praising him enthusiastically. "The boss is really smarter than those fools we dealt with before. We don't even need to step in personally, the target's already been taken care of." Before the man could say more, the leader stood up and began to walk off, giving orders, "Let's go. It's rare we get a chance to leave, so let's find a place to train." Meanwhile, down below, Zhou Zhang, battered and bruised from the attack, slowly got back on his feet. His body was covered in wounds, and blood trickled from his mouth. The vitality that had once been full was now hanging by a thread. Breathing heavily, Zhou Zhang looked at the approaching zombies and asked himself, "Am I really going to die here?" Then, in his exhaustion, Zhou Zhang summoned all his remaining strength and pulled out a strange red vial. Without hesitation, he lifted the vial to his lips and drank deeply. As the liquid flowed into him, a green aura enveloped his body. But even with this, he wasn't fully satisfied. Even with this vial, the healing speed is too slow. That shot earlier definitely came from someone who wants me dead. I need to get out of here quickly. However, Zhou Zhang now found himself surrounded by countless zombies, as well as another massive monster, blocking every escape route. Realizing the dire situation, he felt that his life had little left to regret, but there was no way to escape the horde of zombies or the sharp-eyed shooter. Just as he finished thinking that, the gigantic zombie raised its arm, preparing to strike. But before it could land its blow, a swift slash cut through the air, landing squarely in the chest of the monstrous zombie. After receiving treatment, Zhou Zhang stumbled to his feet, his sword in hand, and shouted fiercely, "Come on then, if you've got the guts, come at me again." The giant zombie fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Simultaneously, a surge of green energy enveloped Zhou Zhang. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt about his life. Could it be that he had just broken through to level 6? He quickly realized that his injuries were healing at an incredible rate, the deep gashes on his body rapidly closing up. This unexpected recovery filled him with excitement. Even the heavens are helping me. My stamina can enhance my muscles, speeding up my recovery. But my bones are still broken. I'll need to find a safe place to hide and recover fully. As he finished speaking, more zombies, including another massive one, charged toward him. Yet, fortune smiled upon him. Zhou Zhang managed to find an abandoned house where he could hide. Settling into a corner of the room, he pulled out a strange cup of water. Though he hesitated, he knew that to recover faster, he would have to absorb a large amount of energy. Reluctantly, he took a sip, feeling the power coursing through him, even as he regretted having to use such a potent substance. But it was the only option he had left. Despite feeling a bit regretful, Zhou Zhang still brought the monkey wine to his lips and downed it in one go without hesitation. Although the potency of this wine was more suitable for 7th-level martial artists, at that moment, he couldn't care less. After finishing the drink, Zhou Zhang's face began to flush, and his gaze became hazy. He thought to himself, this wine isn't bad at all. However, he still felt a bit dissatisfied and muttered, but its effects are too slow. With that, he gasped for breath, tilting his head to one side as his eyes gradually blurred. Just before slipping into a daze, he managed to whisper a decisive phrase, "If you dare to ambush me, don't even think about escaping." Outside, the atmosphere was more chaotic than ever. Crows scattered everywhere, their cries echoing throughout the area. Below, the group was enthusiastically taking down each zombie, their excitement unrelenting. However, in a moment of distraction, one member of the group was suddenly attacked by a zombie that lunged at him. Out of nowhere, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet flew accurately, pushing the zombie back. Old Zhang, sitting on the roof of a nearby house with a gun in hand, shouted, "Hey, you guys, watch your backs. I'm feeling the pressure here too." Below, one of the group members laughed and replied, "Don't worry, boss. We definitely won't let any zombies get close to you." Hearing this, the man quickly dealt with the zombies in front of him, but his hasty movements caused him to lose control and be pushed back. After a tense battle, the group gathered in one spot to rest and enjoy some food. One person, chewing on a piece of bread, spoke up, "This place is truly a fertile ground for cultivation." The person next to him nodded in agreement, "I feel like with just another week, I could reach the peak of level 8. In another corner, a disgruntled voice chimed in, "Why do I have to be the one on support duty this week? I want to cultivate too." Biting the last piece of bread, the leader commanded, "Everyone rest for another 2 hours, then we'll change to another street." The others agreed without hesitation. After sleeping soundly, Zhou Zhang stood up contentedly and looked at his hands. "I've reached mid-level 6 in just one night. The monkey wine is indeed a top-notch product. After expressing his admiration, his attention was drawn to the tattered outfit he was wearing. Even the Snake King's leather armor couldn't withstand a single attack from a high-level zombie. I really have a lucky life. After a sigh of relief, Zhou Zhang changed into another outfit and stood up. Next, it's time to make those who ambushed me pay the price. After that declaration, Zhou Zhang activated his invisibility mode, perched atop a building, using a monocular to observe 5 individuals, all at level 8. It seemed the leader was at the peak of level 8. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and soon several days had passed. Zhou Zhang remained silently observing, while the group below was completely unaware, focused on their battle, with people slashing and shooting fervently. 3 more days slipped by unnoticed. As Zhou Zhang, in his invisible form, quietly approached the group, he overheard a voice, a bing, "Are you feeling jealous? I feel like I'm about to level up again today." Zhou Zhang stealthily appeared by the door to listen to their conversation. "Jealous of what? If it weren't for the fact that it's not my turn, I could surpass you all in just one day." The guy laughed loudly and said, "You just keep talking." As for the leader, he remained silent and continued eating. At that moment, a fiery figure walked in, causing the group to be on high alert. "A bing, what's going on?" The person being questioned quickly sensed something unusual. "I just have this feeling that someone is getting closer. Could it be an illusion?" The others remained optimistic about life and pulled him back. "You're worrying too much, aren't you? Are you afraid that Zhou Zhan will turn into a ghost and come after you?" Another person joined in the teasing. "Even if he were to look for someone, it should be a bing. That shot was fired by you." Zhou Zhang stood outside the door, thinking to himself, "The day you all separate will be your day of death." The next day, the group left, leaving the guy alone on the rooftop. "A bing, keep watch on the rooftop. We'll head down first." The young man didn't refuse. "Got it." As soon as the group left, Zhou Zhang quietly approached from behind. Suddenly, the guy felt something and turned around cautiously, causing Zhou Zhang to stop in his tracks. Not seeing anyone, the guy turned back to his gun, feeling uneasy. "Strange, why do I feel like someone is always staring at me?" Just as he shifted his focus to the scope, he couldn't help but shout, "What the hell? Everyone's going in different directions, how am I supposed to provide support?" He remained focused on the panicking crowd below, oblivious to Zhou Zhang sneaking up from behind. "You all ran so far away, what do you expect me to support? You idiots." Immediately, Zhou Zhang said nothing, swinging his knife down, causing the man to scream in panic. He wasn't injured, but his weapon had fallen to the ground at some point. A bing, pale-faced, looked at Zhou Zhang standing in front of him in shock. "How is it you? Didn't you die?" He spoke while trying to step back, but was stunned to realize that he couldn't move. Zhou Zhang didn't reply, he just silently lunged forward. Without hesitation, he swung the knife fiercely into his neck. Blood sprayed, and a bing couldn't utter a final word before collapsing. "Demon." In another corner, a soldier, looking bored, set his weapon down and turned to suggest, "Old Zhang, it looks like we're about to clear out the zombies here. How about we go deeper to see what's up?" The man called Old Zhang didn't think much of it, nodding in agreement. "All right, but be careful." "Should be fine though." After their conversation, they picked up their weapons and proceeded further in. Zhou Zhang watched from above, his eyes glinting with cunning. He slightly smirked and muttered to himself, "Want to test the difficulty level? Easy. Let me add a bit of spice for you." With that, Zhou Zhang drew his bow and fired a series of arrows down at the massive zombies below. The sharp arrows struck deeply into the bodies of the giant zombies. As if provoked, they all roared in unison and began charging toward his position. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang quickly dodged and shot a few more arrows, then turned and ran. While running, he wickedly laughed and shouted provocatively, "Elite zombies, come here." On the other side, the two soldiers heard the unusual noise. One stopped, tilted his ear to listen, and then spoke. "That sounds like the voice of an elite zombie." The other soldier, still busy slashing away, gave a nonchalant reply, "Yeah, probably more than one." From a distance, countless gigantic monsters appeared, leaving the two men stunned. They counted 6 of them, which was indeed a bit difficult to handle. But without hesitation, both of them, fueled more by reckless courage than by brains, charged straight in, each taking on 3, to see who could finish off their opponents first. Sitting high above, Zhou Zhang observed the two as they took down each zombie one by one, and couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder they are 8th level martial artists, they can handle 3 elite zombies." But when did he jump down to the ground? He sneered, thinking to himself, "The zombies I gifted you will come at a price." Just as one zombie punched down hard, sending one of them flying, Zhou Zhang appeared behind him, knife in hand. As the zombie approached to attack, the man swung his sword in defense, but before he could act, Zhou Zhang struck him down with a single blow. The man was hit and immediately attacked by the zombie. His face turned pale as he tried to flee for help, shouting, "Old Gao, we're being ambushed." But he hadn't gotten far before facing his end. Zhou Zhang witnessed everything with a cold gaze. The man yelled, "Do you want to die?" But Zhou Zhang said nothing, merely throwing the knife towards him. He had no time to react before being struck. Instantly, that man met the same fate as his companion. The feeling of being unable to move sent him into a panic. Zhou Zhang appeared from behind, the blade pressed against his throat, coldly stating, "If you want to kill me, you must pay the price." On the other side, the two leaders were completely unaware and continued to slaughter zombies. One of them paused, staring at the ruined city, and pondered, "I wonder when I'll be qualified to challenge." Lost in thought, he swung his weapon uncontrollably, muttering, "Even the top expert of Titan City, Shui, couldn't do it, I'm still far behind." This scene left the person behind him confused. "Boss, what are you thinking about?" At that question, the other stopped, gently replying, "I'm thinking about the maximum limit of martial artists like us." Just then, a scream rang out, "Do you want to die?" Hearing that voice, he suddenly realized it was Old Gao's. The two quickly rushed to help the one surrounded by the giant zombies with Old Gao. He went over to lift the person up, offering comfort. The man looked pale. "Old Gao, hang in there." Immediately after, he raised his hand to his throat, struggling to say his last words, Zhou Zhang. Upon hearing that name, the two were horrified. Zhou Zhang, it can't be, didn't he die? At that moment, he noticed something. He had spotted a figure standing on a nearby building. Up there, Zhou Zhang grinned wickedly in response to his gaze. As the two regained their composure, the leader analyzed the situation. A Bing died before Old Zhang and Old Gao. The other man was stunned, realizing, this Zhou Zhang has already calculated everything. The leader gazed into the distant sky before speaking, "It's very clear now, we become the prey. If we don't finish this off, Zhou Zhang will not stop." Then, the leader and the other man entered the house, confidently asserting, "We've left the base, so he shouldn't be able to find us here that quickly." The other man proactively suggested, "Boss, you should rest, I'll keep watch tonight." The leader agreed, closing his eyes to focus on cultivation, his mind filled with tangled thoughts. "To kill me, even Shui wouldn't dare to boast like this." The person now mentioned stood atop a building, quietly observing below. He looked at the building where the others were hiding and smirked, "Such fools. They actually think they can shake me off by doing this." At that moment, a scream echoed from below, followed by a swarm of zombies appearing all over. From the rooftop above, a massive dragon appeared, staying for a moment before flying away. Zhou Zhang, observing the dragon nearby, let out a sinister laugh. Finally, the time had come for it to hunt, and he too should take action. With that, Zhou Zhang leapt down, knowing that the creature would arrive in about half an hour. He needed to move quickly. In no time, he arrived at a building. It was clear this was a hellish level mission. Without hesitation, he dashed into the building. After traveling for a while, he found a pile of enormous eggs. Perfect, still 10 minutes to go. Zhou Zhang approached to observe an egg and exclaimed, "No wonder no one is taking on this task, this egg must weigh several tons, but the system backpack here is nothing at all." As he spoke, a stream of golden energy enveloped the egg. Once he finished, he placed his hands on his hips and looked at the other 2 eggs, deciding it would be better to leave them alone to avoid provoking it into destroying Titan City. Immediately after, he took out a tray for the eggs and placed it on there. With that done, Zhou Zhang's sinister smile gradually faded away. The remaining task was left to those two. A moment later, the dragon returned, astonished to see the only 2 eggs left. It then let out a roar filled with rage. The sound startled the two inside. What was that noise? The two stepped outside, bewildered as they looked up at the dragon in the sky. What's going on? Why is it so agitated? Zhou Zhang, standing behind, answered for them. It might be because it lost something. Upon hearing that voice, the two panicked and turned around. Zhou Zhang calmly greeted them. We meet again. I've come to present you with a grand gift. Without saying a word, the two charged at him with their swords. Zhou Zhang showed no fear and grabbed a piece of wood to defend himself. As the liquid shot up, he used the wood to block it. In contrast, the liquid splattered all over the two of them. Zhou Zhang, these disgusting tricks will only make your death more humiliating. Zhou Zhang disagreed, landing and saying a cryptic line, not necessarily, the real drama is just beginning. Immediately, a dragon appeared and roared loudly. The two-colored-eyed assassin began to feel fear, but he shouted loudly, unaware of what Zhou Zhang had done. The beast approached the shattered egg, growing more frenzied. The leader immediately ordered a bing, split up, each of you run in a different direction to stay safe. The beast furiously stomped down on the roof of a high-rise building, causing it to collapse. As a bing was fleeing, he noticed the monster chasing him and shouted to the leader, "Boss, you have to survive to avenge us." After saying that, a bing yelled defiantly at the beast, "Come here, I'm not afraid." The beast kicked fiercely at a bing, sending him flying like a rocket through several buildings. When a bing fell to the ground, his body was shattered. He still mumbled, "Indeed formidable." But the beast was still not calmed, continuing to roar and wreak havoc everywhere. The leader was now sprinting down the highway, determined to escape. When he reached a water basin, he intended to wash off the smell of the egg from his body. However, before he could do anything, the beast appeared right behind him. Zhou Zhang sat atop a building, casually speaking, "Had I known the outcome would be like this, why did you have to provoke me?" The beast stomped down hard on the battered leader, causing him to fall to the ground. After killing two assassins, the beast stared intently towards Titan City and continued to roar incessantly. Zhou Zhang knew that the beast's anger would not easily subside. He pressed the button to activate the fireworks box, leaving it on the rooftop before departing. The fireworks would prevent the beast from running amok, ensuring it stayed in the building to guard the two remaining eggs. The fireworks shot up into the sky from the rooftop, exactly as Zhou Zhang had anticipated. The beast no longer looked at Titan City, it turned and flew back to where its two remaining eggs were. Zhou Zhang watched the fireworks light up the sky and chuckled, "It seems like this city hasn't seen fireworks in a long time." At that moment, a martial artist who saw the fireworks in the sky shouted, "Who's crazy enough to set off fireworks at night?" Chui stepped out from a cave and said, "I think it must be the fireworks from the Hell-level mission taker of the Beastman Alliance. However, I've never seen anyone set off fireworks while on a mission." Here comes Chuhi, the top martial artist, a level 9 martial artist, ready to take the stage. The next day, Chuhi and his fellow martial artists arrived in the city only to find a pile of wreckage and ruin. Zhou Zhang, still looking sleepy, stepped out, stretched, and yawned, "Hello, everyone." Chuhi's companions were quite surprised. In Titan City, there were still martial artists who were not worried about encountering Chuhi. Moreover, he was only a level 6 martial artist daring enough to come here to hunt monsters. Chuhi remarked, "I find this person very interesting. If I get the chance in the future, I would like to get to know him." Zhou Zhang drove back to Titan City, and after days of struggling, he finally made it home. He sneezed, guessing that someone was talking about him. He placed the egg in the back of the pickup truck, covering it with a white cloth, thinking to himself that the egg was too large. If he took it out from the system backpack, it would be exposed, so he had no choice but to leave it in the truck bed. Excited to deliver the egg at the mission handover desk at the Martial Artists Alliance, Zhou Zhang was about to enter when he was shoved by someone, nearly causing him to fall flat on his face. The other person arrogantly said, "Zhou Zhang, don't block their way, they're in a hurry to hand over a profound level mission." As this team stepped inside, the people in the Martial Artists Alliance immediately began to whisper. They had just completed a profound level mission, so they must have accumulated quite a few points. It seemed they were called the Soul Warriors, and it was said that all of them were 8th level martial artists. The leader of the Soul Warriors approached the female staff member confidently and said, "After we hand over this mission, we should be able to reach 10 points as members, right?" The female staff member replied, "Please wait a moment while I check." At that moment, Zhou Zhang stepped forward, pushing his purple 11-star membership card in front of the staff member, stating that he wanted to hand over a mission. The staff member immediately gasped and went to handle Zhou Zhang's business. The leader of the Soul Warriors could not tolerate Zhou Zhang cutting in line. He turned to Zhou Zhang and insulted him, calling him a fool for bringing a fake card to the Martial Artists Alliance. Today, he was in a good mood, so he warned Zhou Zhang to get lost and stay out of sight. If the employee stammered and said, "In Zhou Zhang's card, there is only one hell level mission. May I ask if you want to accept this hell level mission?" All the members of the Soul War team were immediately petrified. Just a moment ago, they had been boasting about handing over profound level missions. Yet, their profound level mission might as well be called the grandfather of Zhou Zhang's hell level mission. The news that Zhou Zhang had completed the hell level mission sent shockwaves throughout the Martial Artists Alliance. Director Shen rushed down the hallway. He wanted to find the president to inform him that the mission was completed. Director Shen burst through the door and called out loudly, "President!" The president, who was practicing calligraphy, was startled by Director Shen's shout and accidentally ruined a stroke. He shot a piercing glance at Director Shen, who quickly apologized for being too hasty. Only then did the president ask what was going on, and Director Shen reported that Zhou Zhang has completed the hell level mission of the Beast King Union. The president was just as shocked as Director Shen. He shouted, "What?" In the office of the Beast King Union, the leader slammed the table and exclaimed, "Are you sure?" The subordinate reported, "Director Shen Li Hua of the Martial Artists Alliance personally called to inform us to come and receive the handover from the leader of the Beast King Union." Unexpectedly, he had just returned from a mission and heard the news that someone had brought back a dragon egg. The leader immediately wanted to go to the Martial Artists Alliance to meet the person who had accomplished that difficult mission. After learning that Zhou Zhang had brought the egg for handover, the troops of the Martial Artists Alliance immediately mobilized to surround Zhou Zhang's vehicle for protection. One soldier stepped forward to inform the martial artists, saying, "The Martial Artists Alliance will temporarily take over this area, and we hope everyone will refrain from approaching recklessly." The martial artists stood at a distance, looking at the object in the back of the truck, unsure of what it was that was so large. In the VIP room of the Martial Artists Alliance, Director Shen continuously praised Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang humbly replied, "You flatter me." Director Shen then asked, "How have you thought about our previous invitation? If there is anything you are not satisfied with, we can discuss it further." Zhou Zhang said, "I will seriously consider this matter." But in reality, Zhou Zhang thought to himself, "If I join the Martial Artists Alliance, I will still be under someone else's control." He wanted to climb to the top on his own to protect those around him. This mission was the foundation for him to reach that peak. Although Zhou Zhang was a young gamer who had just crossed over to Titan City, he was improving his abilities day by day. Who would have thought that a 6th level martial artist would successfully complete the most difficult mission in the Martial Artists Alliance? Zhou Zhang became one of the most talked about names in the martial artists community. As the troops removed the white cloth covering Zhou Zhang's vehicle, a bright red egg appeared in the back of the truck. At that moment, the Beast King Union also arrived. Several martial artists immediately understood that this egg was the hell-level mission that the Beast King Union had issued. The martial artists were even more surprised when the leader of the Beast King Union, Han Jiangdong, personally arrived. It seemed like this mission was indeed of a high level. Some martial artists even excitedly called their friends, urging them to come back to the city and watch the show. Han Jiangdong trembled as he stood before the egg. This was exactly what he needed. An employee of the Martial Artist Union said, "If Leader Han has confirmed, we will transfer the reward to the task doer's account." Han Jiangdong eagerly asked, "Can I meet the hunting team this time?" The employee smiled and replied, "This mission was completed by one of our diamond-level purple members. His name is Zhou Zhang, but he has already left." Han Jiangdong was stunned and asked, "He completed it alone?" Han Jiangdong couldn't believe his ears. This egg must weigh at least several tons. How could an ordinary person bring it down from a building over 200 meters tall? The employee responded, "We don't inquire about the specifics of the process, we only focus on the result." At this moment, Zhou Zhang was still fuming because he had to walk back, as the guild had taken his vehicle as part of the mission's items. Zhou Zhang grumbled, "Couldn't they just buy me a new car?" When Zhou Zhang arrived at the pharmacy, Su Yunwen and Lan Shi were overjoyed. Su Yunwen rushed over and tightly hugged Zhou Zhang. "Young master, you've been gone for nearly half a month. I thought something bad had happened." Lan Shi ran around Zhou Zhang like a little puppy greeting its owner's return. Zhou Zhang had actually broken through to level 6. Zhou Zhang reassured the two of them, saying, "I'm not that easy to die." He patted Su Yunwen's head and instructed them to go back and pack, as they would be moving. He pointed to a spot on the map and said, "This is where we're moving to this time." Lan Shi looked at the map and said, "The third ring is where the rich and powerful live. How can we possibly live there?" Zhou Zhang raised an orange star crystal in his hand. He told Lan Shi, "We're rich kids now. We've reached a whole new level." Just as Zhou Zhang was showing off the orange star crystal to his two housemates, his phone rang from his pocket. When Zhou Zhang picked up, the voice of Zhang Xiaoqi screamed so loudly it almost pierced his eardrums. Zhang Xiaoqi scolded, "Zhou Zhang, you're something else. How dare you hide from us and do something so big?" Zhou Zhang chuckled awkwardly to brush it off, "Brother Zhang, I just wanted to try, I didn't think I would actually finish the mission." Zhang Xiaoqi snorted and said, "Don't try to explain. This time, you're treating us. We'll be there to beat you up." After hanging up, Zhou Zhang mumbled, "Well, I guess I have to treat everyone to a meal. I might as well be straightforward about it. The Star Crown Hotel from last time seemed pretty good." Wu Leader also called Zhou Zhang, saying, "Zhou Zhang, you really are something. You went on a mission without telling anyone. I'm definitely coming to give you a lesson." Xiao Heng chimed in, "Experts always surprise others, we will definitely come to congratulate you." At the Star Crown Hotel, staff were bustling about, decorating flowers all around the entrance. The manager urged the employees to hurry, as the esteemed guests were about to arrive. An angry customer slammed the table because he was being asked to change rooms. He insisted that Manager Zhao provide him with a reason. Manager Zhao could only bow his head and say, "I'm sorry, Mr. Pang, but the guest this time is extremely important." Old Pang retorted, "If the guest is so important, am I not important?" Manager Zhao had to explain, "The guest this time is Zhou Zhang. He has just completed a mission of hell-level difficulty, didn't you, Old Pang, always want to meet him at least once? This is your chance." Upon hearing this, Old Pang suddenly changed 180 degrees. He stepped forward, grasped Manager Zhao's shoulders, and spoke in a much gentler tone, "Oh, Xiao Zhao, why didn't you say so earlier? If Brother Zhou needs it, I can give up my room without a second thought." At that moment, a staff member approached Manager Zhao to inform him that Zhou Zhang had arrived. Old Pang affectionately remarked, "Has my brother Zhou arrived?" When Zhou Zhang arrived, the Star Crown Hotel had hung a banner congratulating him on his victory. The staff bowed their heads and shouted in unison, "Welcome, Expert Zhou." Zhou Zhang was taken aback, unsure of what was happening. He thought he might have entered the wrong place. Am I in the wrong place? What's going on? Manager Zhao affectionately pulled Zhou Zhang's hand and said, "It is a great honor for Sir Zhou to host the banquet at our place." Zhou Zhang shyly replied, "Manager Zhao is being too kind, all the masters who have worked with me have come here to congratulate you." As soon as Zhang Xiaoqi arrived, he told the kid Zhou Zhang that he had to prepare to drink several hundred glasses to atone for his sins today. Wu Leader gave Zhou Zhang a thumbs up and praised, "A master is indeed a master, we really can't keep up." Xiao Hong continuously congratulated Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang raised his glass with everyone. The martial artists enjoyed a night of drinking to their heart's content. Even those thieves accustomed to solitude needed companions, just as the moonlight could make the dark night feel less cold. "This kid is really interesting," was the remark of a mysterious figure about Zhou Zhang. The old butler, hearing his master say this, immediately stepped back to arrange everything early. The next day, the people of Titan City were surprised to see the city lord's private jet flying in the sky. It had been a long time since they had seen the city lord use a helicopter, and they wondered what had happened in Titan City. The helicopter landed directly in Zhou Zhang's yard, and a girl stepped down from it. She was there to invite Zhou Zhang to have breakfast with the city lord. Zhou Zhang had just woken up, still looking dazed at this proposal, and immediately turned back to prepare to go to the city lord's residence. The girl led Zhou Zhang to the meeting spot. The old butler bowed his head and invited Zhou Zhang to follow him. Zhou Zhang was escorted to a lavish banquet table. The city lord had already been waiting there for an unknown amount of time. The city lord, named Mo, was also a high-ranking martial artist whom Zhou Zhang couldn't quite gauge. Mo invited Zhou Zhang to sit down and enjoy the meal. The city lord told Zhou Zhang that he had wanted to invite him for dinner the night before, but seeing Zhou Zhang and his friends celebrating, he felt it would be inappropriate to interrupt. Today, however, he wanted to invite Zhou Zhang to congratulate him on completing such an unimaginable mission. Zhou Zhang cautiously thanked the city lord. Mo looked out the window, enjoying the view while eating. He hoped Zhou Zhang would relax and enjoy himself as well, not needing to be so reserved. Half an hour later, Mo wiped his mouth and asked Zhou Zhang if he had eaten enough. Zhou Zhang pointed to the empty plates in front of him and said to the city lord, "Just look at the table in front of me, and you'll know." The city lord laughed heartily. "Zhou Zhang, truly, you're a young man, eating more is a good thing." Zhou Zhang responded, "It's true, the city lord, your meals are so extravagant even for breakfast. If I didn't eat, I'd be a fool." The city lord Mo asked Zhou Zhang if he had any doubts when he invited him for breakfast. The city lord's primary purpose was to get to know Zhou Zhang, and secondly, to talk about the true benefits of Titan City. The Martial Artists Union, in many ways, represented the interests of martial artists in Titan City. When Zhou Zhang became a one-star diamond member, he gained the privileges of a martial artist in Titan City. Now, as a 5-star purple diamond member, those privileges were even more substantial. City Lord Mo informed Zhou Zhang that his current ranking in Titan City had reached number 27. Mo then approached a projector, pressed a button to start it, and continued, "But now, I have an even greater opportunity for you." The projector lit up, revealing a map in front of Zhou Zhang. Mo spoke again, "Zhou Zhang, you have the option to choose 10% of the profits from the new city, as well as the right to do business in Titan City, excluding the first 5 districts. Zhou Zhang was taken aback. He hadn't known that Titan City was planning to build a new city. Mo pointed in a direction and explained, "It hasn't been built yet, but it will be. We will be acquiring Yanghe County, which is 150 km away from Titan City, and simultaneously constructing a new military camp. This will provide a place for martial artists to rest when they're training outside." Mo added, "Once fully prepared, taking control of that area will be easy. After a few months of construction, it will become a very convenient transit hub, and the profits will definitely be substantial." Zhou Zhang nodded in agreement, saying, "This is indeed an enticing opportunity." Zhou Zhang couldn't shake off the thought, there's no such thing as a free breakfast. He knew that he would have to contribute something to Titan City in return. After weighing his options, he decided to accept 10% of the profits from the new city and the right to do business in District 6. City Lord Mo readily agreed to Zhou Zhang's proposal. Soon after, his subordinates took Zhou Zhang back by helicopter. Meanwhile, the butler couldn't help but wonder, is the profit share we're giving Zhou Zhang too much? City Lord Mo calmly replied, "Not at all. The potential Zhou Zhang holds makes it worthwhile. Titan City may be a small corner of the world, but someone as talented as Zhou Zhang must be kept here at all costs." After Mo approved the plan for the construction of the transit hub, the martial artists were ecstatic. In the future, when they ventured out to train, they wouldn't have to worry about sleeping under the stars anymore. The captain of the guard squad turned to his subordinate with a puzzled look and asked, "We're about to explore the new city, why do you look like you just lost your rice rations?" Xiao Hang, looking dejected, asked the captain, "Is Zhou Zhang going to be the deputy captain of this exploration team?" The captain confirmed, "Yes, I told you this earlier." Xiao Hang slumped down to the ground, knowing full well he was going to be in trouble. After all, the last time, he had threatened Zhou Zhang. The captain reassured him, "Don't worry too much. Zhou Zhang isn't the type of person you think he is." After completing the Hell level mission, Zhou Zhang had become the darling of the guard squad. When Zhou Zhang arrived, the guards all seemed displeased, but he proved his capabilities to them. As he reached the training area of the guard team, one of the guards spoke up, saying, "Zhou Zhang is being too modest driving this car, isn't he? I heard he just reached level 6, who knows how capable he really is." Zhou Zhang got out of the car and greeted the guards. A few members of the guard team, who were practicing with swords, laughed and said, "He's only level 6 and already our commander? Is this a joke?" Zhou Zhang paid no attention to these remarks. He was a very approachable person and understood that everyone was skeptical. Cheerfully, he stepped forward and said, "Anyone who is not convinced can step up. If you can defeat me, I will hand over the vice captain position to you." Xiao Hang intended to challenge Zhou Zhang, but the team leader held him back and reminded him of the incident with Luo Guahai. Previously, Zhou Zhang, who was only at level 3, had managed to kill Luo Guahai, who was at level 8. Now that he had reached level 6, it was uncertain just how formidable he had become. Seeing that Xiao Hang was not stepping up, an 8th level martial artist named Li Fangxing stepped forward. He introduced himself, saying, "Vice Captain Zhou, I hope you will guide me. My name is Li Fangxing, but everyone I know calls me Berserk 3. Zhou Zhang muttered, "Fortunately, it's not some other name." Zhou Zhang continued to ask, "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me?" Li Fangxing confidently replied, "You should defeat me first. After that, feel free to challenge others." Zhou Zhang stepped forward, snapped a dry branch, and tossed it to Li Fangxing. He knew that bare hands alone wouldn't fully demonstrate his combat abilities. So, they would use the branch instead. It was Li Fangxing's first time seeing a fight like this, and just the sight of it made him admire Zhou Zhang. However, he was determined not to go easy on him. The guards whispered among themselves, unsure whether Zhou Zhang could win this fight. After all, Berserk 3 was an 8th level martial artist, a considerable gap compared to the vice captain. Berserk 3 charged at Zhou Zhang with an attack. In a flash, Zhou Zhang moved with incredible speed, darting in various directions. The guards gaped in astonishment, unable to comprehend how Zhou Zhang had avoided the attack. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Zhang had jumped behind Berserk 3, and the stick in his hand was already pressed against his opponent's throat. Berserk 3, startled, dropped the wooden stick. It was clear now this was the true strength of the vice captain. After the fight, no one in the guard squad dared to gossip about Zhou Zhang's abilities anymore. They all climbed onto the transport vehicle, heading for the transit zone. As they rode in the back of the truck, one of the guards, beaming, turned to Zhou Zhang and said, "Your skills are amazing. Take care of us when we get there." Zhou Zhang smiled and replied, "I'm used to working alone. I've never led a team before, so I'll be relying on all of you for guidance from here on out." The team was split into 2 groups for the mission in the transit zone, one consisting of the guards and the other made up of martial artists. The captain of the guard team gave instructions, "We divide into 2 groups and move forward together." The leader of the soldier group issued his command, "Both teams, listen carefully. Follow your commander's orders. Do not act on your own." The captain of the guards reiterated, "Do not let personal desires jeopardize the interests of the whole team." Zhou Zhang couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder this is the elite guard of Titan City. Their discipline is impeccable. The captain, using binoculars, spotted a small group of zombies in the distance. It seemed the guard team would have to eliminate them before they could proceed. Zhou Zhang, with his bow slung over his shoulder, confidently said, "Leave this group of zombies to me." The captain raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Can you handle it?" Without waiting for a response, Zhou Zhang dashed off, leaving only the words, "Don't worry, I'll finish this quickly." True to his word, Zhou Zhang single-handedly took down wave after wave of zombies with skillful precision. The guards, watching from the rooftops, were stunned by his speed and efficiency. Xiao Hang couldn't help but exclaim, "Incredible! He always manages to change my opinion of him." Just then, Zhou Zhang's radio crackled with an urgent voice, "Retreat now. A high-level, intelligent zombie is heading toward Zhou Zhang." Zhou Zhang turned around and immediately spotted the elite zombie closing in on him. He pursed his lips and said, "If it's coming, let's just kill it. Everyone, provide support from a distance while I handle this zombie." Xiao Hang shouted in excitement, "Looks like I'll be learning something new again." The captain of the guard team pulled the gun's trigger and ordered the entire team to provide remote support for Zhou Zhang. Meanwhile, the second martial artists team observed the high-level zombie heading toward the guard team. The leader of the martial artists team sharpened his sword with a swift motion, eagerly awaiting the moment when the guards would have to beg for their help. He even started betting on it. However, Zhou Zhang, having already reduced the zombie's health by half, swiftly finished it off, extracting the star crystal from its head. One of the martial artists from Team 2, still in disbelief, peered through his binoculars and reported to his captain that the elite zombie had been dealt with. Even Zhou Leader, surprised, remarked, "I can't believe it's already finished. That was so fast." Taking advantage of the moment, Zhou Zhang broke through to level 48 in thief class. That night, the guard team gathered in an abandoned house to rest and recharge. The captain of the guard used the radio to contact old Zhou, informing him that the first team had eliminated the zombies in the city center. "We're curious, how's it going on your end?" Old Zhou replied, "We're almost done here too. We've already taken care of 7 elite zombies." The team leader cheerfully said, "Today you all take a break. Wait until tomorrow when the main troops arrive. Our mission to clear the way is considered complete." The captain of the guard patted Zhou Zhang on the shoulder and remarked, "It seems we have far exceeded the progress of Team 2, thanks to Deputy Zhou Zhang's assistance." Zhou Zhang humbly replied that it was all due to everyone's collective effort. One guard raised his cup of water high, excitedly saying, "When we meet Team 2 again, I can't wait to see their faces when they realize they've been outdone." The next morning, Zhou Zhang eagerly plunged into the horde of zombies, continuously fighting. Although Zhou Zhang was very enthusiastic, it was taking too long. He thought that killing them one by one was incredibly slow and that he needed to find a way to gather them together. Zhou Zhang returned to where the guard team was gathered to ask for grenades. "Does anyone have grenades?" The captain pointed to a wooden box and said, "They're all in that box over there." At that moment, the leader of Team 2 was fiercely battling on the other side but was also very curious about what Team 1 was doing. Old Chu was surprised to hear from his subordinate that the captain of Team 1 was using grenades to blow up the zombies. Zhou Zhang, holding a pile of grenades, threw them wherever he went, causing the zombies to explode. The leader of Team 2 stood on a high wall, observing Zhou Zhang's actions through binoculars. He thought to himself that Zhou Zhang had truly gone mad. Could it be that he wants to lure all the zombies over here? A martial artist said, "I have heard the name Zhou Zhang referred to as the madman by many. I never expected that the nickname would be so fitting for the real person." Relying on his crazy plan, Zhou Zhang managed to deal with most of the zombies. When the vanguard team of Titan City arrived, the president stood on a high platform and shouted, "The vanguard team has cleared the way, now it's time for everyone to charge in and kill." The martial artists immediately rushed forward to fight the horde of zombies. 3 days later, the city had been thoroughly cleaned up. Zhou Zhang bid farewell to the members of the guard team, as he wanted to make a trip back to the city. If anything came up, they could contact him. One guard speculated whether the vice captain was in such a hurry because he missed his wife. At that moment, Xiao Hang, being nosy, said, "I remember a story about the vice captain getting angry over a beauty. Do you all want to hear it?" Another guard, curious, asked, "The vice captain can be like that too?" I really didn't see it coming. Hearing these words, Zhou Zhang felt helpless. Just wait until I get back to the city, I will definitely give you all a lesson. Zhou Zhang then drove back to Titan City. On the way, he thought that once the transit station was completed, he would also have a place to stop in Titan City. While on the road, he encountered a group of martial artists struggling against some monsters. One martial artist shouted, "Have we finally sent out a distress signal or not?" Another martial artist was frantically operating a computer. He anxiously shouted, "It's lost. The Titan Guard has sent a support team, but it will take another half an hour." A martial artist gritted his teeth and said, "Are we supposed to wait for another half hour just to have them come and clean up our bodies?" Although the martial artist who had delivered the news had done his best, there was nothing he could change. Just then, Zhou Zhang's car came rushing toward them. The martial artists recognized it as the vehicle of the Titan Guard, and it seemed like they might be saved after all. Zhou Zhang poked his head out of the car and asked if they needed help. One martial artist stammered, "Why is there only one person coming, and he's just a level 6 martial artist?" The leader of this group of martial artists immediately shouted at Zhou Zhang, "Did your brain get waterlogged or something? Are you here to throw your life away? Get lost, now!" Zhou Zhang, known as the king of hard hits with a wild streak, still shamelessly got out of the car. It seemed these people truly needed his help. Seeing Zhou Zhang confidently step forward in front of the pack of wolves with red eyes, the leader gasped and shouted, "We're dealing with a madman who's looking for death." The wolves began to gather in even greater numbers, heading towards Zhou Zhang. Yet, Zhou Zhang stood still and threw a throwing dagger at the pack. Several wolves immediately fell down, and the martial artists watching Zhou Zhang's performance were stunned. Could it be that all level 6 martial artists in the Titan Guard were divine beings descending from the heavens? Zhou Zhang only needed to wield his dagger for a short while to send the wolves to their maker. Just then, his phone in his pocket rang. Old Wang was calling to share some very good news with Zhou Zhang. The healing medicine had been successfully concocted. Zhou Zhang hurried back to the laboratory of the villa. He looked at the red vial in his hand that Uncle Wang had just created. Zhou Zhang picked up the vial, puzzled, and thought to himself, "This doesn't look like a healing potion at all, it looks more like a blood tonic from a game, doesn't it?" In a short time since arriving in Titan City, Zhou Zhang had leveled up continuously. However, his ambitions did not stop there. Zhou Zhang also wanted money and power. Therefore, he teamed up with Old Wang to delve into potion making. Old Wang was delighted because he had just developed a potion from the red orchid. The effectiveness of the previous vials had been negligible, but Old Wang felt a bit regretful because the red orchid was very rare, so the yield of the potion would be quite low. The amount of red orchids that Zhou Zhang had given to Uncle Wang was only enough to produce about 300 vials. Zhou Zhang opened a vial and took a sip, feeling exactly like he was drinking a blood tonic from a game. He was surprised that in this world, it was also possible to create a blood tonic similar to that in the game. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about his health potions running out when he needed them. Excited, Zhou Zhang asked Uncle Wang how many vials had been made. Old Wang replied, "We have made 87 vials. Additionally, there are many ointments made from the leftover materials. While their effectiveness isn't as strong as this drinking potion, they are still more potent than the common potions on the market." Zhou Zhang was extremely enthusiastic. He decided to take all of Old Wang's ointments, while Uncle Wang could keep the other vials to sell at the store. He was sure they would become bestsellers. Zhou Zhang excitedly left with a pile of medicine, secretly thinking that after developing the number 1 military base, a large number of martial artists would definitely flock here. He was determined to seize this business opportunity for medicine. Zhou Zhang then called Xiao Hong, inviting him to collaborate on the business. At the military base of the team, Captain Xiao Hong gathered everyone together to announce an important matter. Xiao Hong opened a wooden box, and his subordinates immediately gasped at the sight of a pile of star crystals inside. One of the brothers even joked, "Captain, are you rich now? It's the first time I've seen you with so much money." Xiao Hong looked at the green star crystals in the box and told everyone that this money did not belong to him, but to Zhou Zhang. He explained, I called everyone here today to spend all of this star crystal, but there is one condition: you can only buy external medicine, and you must sell it on the market for the highest possible price. At that moment, Zhou Zhang was still busy shooting monsters in the forest. From a distance, a martial artist eagerly observed Zhou Zhang shooting arrows through a telescope. He turned to his boss and said, "There's a fool practicing archery in the forest." The boss, puffing on a cigarette, scolded him but was still somewhat curious. What's the big deal about practicing archery? The martial artist hurriedly handed the telescope to the boss and said, "You have to see the weapon that kid has." The boss immediately felt satisfied with Zhou Zhang's weapon and came up with the idea of robbing him. The group of bandits madly rushed toward Zhou Zhang. One of the subordinates asked his leader, "How long do you think it will take for them to find us? Is the boss crazy or something?" The leader replied, "His son has been in the red zone for over a month now. There's probably nothing left but a pile of bones. What a waste of time. Whether the old boss's son is dead or not doesn't matter. Today, catching that fat goat is enough." Zhou Zhang sat on a tree branch, shooting arrows to take down nearly all the health of the vine monster. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. If he killed this vine today, he would reach level 50 and unlock a new skill. Just then, a group of people called out loudly, "Hey, you up there on the tree, come down. Boss, we need to talk to you." Zhou Zhang frowned and ignored them, continuing to aim and shoot at the vines. The subordinate shouted angrily, "Is this kid an idiot or something?" He drew a knife and rushed toward Zhou Zhang. "Did you not hear our boss calling you down? Are you deaf?" Zhou Zhang leaped to dodge a strike from the martial artist. He remained focused on shooting the vines. The leader watched as Zhou Zhang continuously avoided the attacks, skillfully dodging one blow after another while staying focused on the vines. The leader couldn't understand what was wrong with the fool up in the tree. After Zhou Zhang finally brought down the bizarre vine, he leveled up to 50. Now, Zhou Zhang would start settling the score with the martial artist who had been spinning around him, swinging his saber all this time. Zhou Zhang chose a skill from the attribute table, struck a blow, and the martial artist's life hung in the balance. The big boss, wearing sunglasses, was sweating profusely. He couldn't believe that the incredibly agile Zhou Zhang before him was an ordinary person. Zhou Zhang jumped down from the branch, standing tall in front of the big boss, and said, "Did you not call for me? What are you afraid of?" The big boss, frightened, took a few steps back, using his affiliation with the Sky River Group to intimidate Zhou Zhang. Upon hearing the name Sky River Group, Zhou Zhang's blood boiled even more. He said to the man in sunglasses, "Great, just when I was looking for someone to practice my skills on." The big boss immediately ordered his subordinates to charge. Whoever kills him will receive a low-grade purple star crystal as a reward. Zhou Zhang coated 2 daggers he held in his hands with poison, and combined it with a short-distance teleportation move, causing the henchmen with horse-like faces to attack, but they looked around and couldn't find Zhou Zhang anywhere. Zhou Zhang moved incredibly fast, rushing in to attack and taking down each one with ease. Seeing the situation deteriorating, the big boss charged in, intending to risk it all against Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang leaned back, easily dodging a fatal blow. He drove his elbow into the big boss's stomach, causing him pain that made him feel like his sunglasses would fall off. Zhou Zhang pressed a dagger against the big boss's throat, proving that he would never learn to behave. Zhou Zhang finished speaking, and his knife slashed across the neck, sending the gang leader to his death. After sending the members of the Sky River Group to hell, Zhou Zhang collected quite a bit of equipment and money. While Zhou Zhang was crouching down, counting the items he had obtained, he suddenly heard a rumbling sound from the forest, as if some creature was charging toward him. It was an armored bull, strong enough to reach level 8. The bull stood before Zhou Zhang, snorting heavily. Zhou Zhang immediately stood up, preparing to face the rampaging bull. He thought to himself, Zhou Zhang is no easy target. Zhou Zhang swiftly leaped behind the armored bull. Using his stunning skill, he struck the bull's back. The bull, enraged, glared and tried to shake Zhou Zhang off. Zhou Zhang sat on its back, continuously stabbing it in the back, but the bull seemed unaffected. It was truly a tank of a beast, still charging forward wildly. Zhou Zhang sat comfortably on its back, looking for ways to torment it to death. Seeing it couldn't shake Zhou Zhang off, the bull suddenly reared up on its two hind legs, attempting to throw him off. Zhou Zhang drove his knife deep into the messy fur on its head, shouting, "You won't get rid of me that easily." 6 hours later, the bull was still charging frantically through the forest, but its health was nearly depleted. Zhou Zhang, eager, said, after torturing each other for 6 hours, "It's almost over." Zhou Zhang thrust his knife into the bull's back several times. It howled in pain and finally collapsed. Zhou Zhang quickly jumped off the bull's back. He spun the two daggers in his hands and moved toward the bull, ready to finish it off. However, the bull's gaze fixed on him, causing him to halt. He felt a pang of sympathy for it. Zhou Zhang approached the bull, which nudged him and let out a few sounds. Surprisingly, Zhou Zhang walked away. If the bull was asking for mercy, then he would spare its life. It was already late, so Zhou Zhang found a cave and settled in to rest. He built a fire and spent the night inside the cave. Occasionally, he could hear the bull's calls in the dark night. The next morning, as Zhou Zhang stretched and stepped out of the cave, he found the bull standing in front of him, snorting heavily as if it were ready to charge again. Zhou Zhang was startled and said, "You want to fight again?" Just as he drew his dagger, the bull charged, but unexpectedly, it didn't seem to intend any harm. Instead, it ran up to Zhou Zhang and licked his hand, as if trying to befriend him. On the main highway, a caravan was leaving the forest and heading toward Titan City. One of the martial artists asked the third brother, "Wasn't that arrogant guy riding a level 7 turkey just now?" The third brother replied, "Next time you meet a martial artist like that, don't speak recklessly. Even a level 7 turkey from the Beast King Alliance only has a few left, and each one is worth a purple star crystal." The younger brother snorted and said, "What's so impressive about that? Once we earn enough money in the future, we'll buy a few to play with." Old third explained to the younger brother, "Buying a turkey isn't just about having money. You also need status. If you don't respect anyone, you'll pay a heavy price for it later." Just as the younger brother was about to tell a story, old third suddenly heard a noise ahead. He jumped up from the back of the truck, astonished as he looked at the scene in front of him. An armored buffalo of level 8 was galloping towards them. On its back was a martial artist. Zhou Zhang rode the buffalo past the convoy while waving to everyone. Old third instinctively waved back. The younger brother suddenly asked old third, "Do you know the person who just ran by?" Old third replied, "I don't know him." The younger brother, curious and confused, asked, "Then why did you wave back at him?" Old third hit the younger brother on the head, "What do you understand? That was a martial artist riding an armored buffalo of level 8. I bet there's only one person like that in all of Titan City." As they approached the city gate, Zhou Zhang jumped off the armored buffalo, intending to put it into his spatial bag, but to his surprise, the bag was already full and he couldn't add any more items. Zhou Zhang scratched his head, unsure of what to do. Wild animals couldn't be casually brought into the city, but if left outside, they would be killed by other martial artists. Zhou Zhang looked at his system's attribute board, hoping that once he reached level 60, he could unlock the pet system, just like in the game. At that point, keeping a pet would be much more convenient. But that was a matter for the future. Right now, Zhou Zhang didn't know what to do with the armored bull he had just tamed. As he pondered over this, he suddenly remembered someone. Although he had tamed the bull, he lacked knowledge on how to care for pets, so he decided to go to the plains to meet Shirhan, the leader of the Beast King Union. On the plains, Zhou Zhang found Shirhan being courted by the eldest son of the Meng family in a vast, windy meadow. Xinyan of the Beast King Union asked Shirhan, "This place is beautiful. Why didn't you tell me about it sooner?" Shirhan replied that she had only recently discovered this place by chance while passing by, which is why she had brought him to visit today. While Qin Yun was distracted, admiring the scenery in the distance, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. A martial artist, leading a group of beasts, approached. He was riding a turkey and waved his hand, saying, "Do you remember me? I'm Manhwa." Everyone sitting on the meadow stood up in surprise. This was the first time they had seen such a luxurious hunting party, complete with personal riding beasts. Just one turkey alone was worth a blue star crystal. A martial artist in the group recognized the person riding the turkey as the young master of the Min family corporation. Minwon walked up, took Qin Yun's hand, and complimented, "It's been a long time. You're still as beautiful as ever." Minwon politely responded, "Min young master is just joking." Minwon glanced behind him. He was already captivated by the lightning strike of love for Shirhan. He could sense the unique aura of this beautiful woman. Shirhan gently approached Minwon, whispering into his ear that she wanted to go rest on the other side. Just before Shirhan was about to leave, Minwon suddenly ran after her and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Minwon, the CEO of the Min Family Corporation." Shirhan quietly stepped aside, not wanting to bother Minwon. However, Minwon stubbornly followed her like a leech, asking, "You must be from the Beast King Union, right?" Minwon pointed proudly at the turkey he had just ridden, boasting, "You must have seen this turkey by now, right? Would you like to ride it with me and enjoy the breeze?" Minwon was originally a spoiled young master, skilled at deceiving well-behaved girls. What kind of girl hadn't he encountered? But Shirhan gave him an entirely new feeling, making him determined to win her heart. Shirhan felt a bit uncomfortable, unsure of how to deal with a spoiled young man like Minwon. However, as the union leader, she had to show respect for his father, so she didn't yet know how to refuse him. At that moment, Zhou Zhang suddenly flew in from behind and shouted, "Xiang Shirhan, Shirhan!" The people of the Beast King Union were even more shocked. Wasn't this guy riding a bull in armor? The bull stopped in front of Shirhan, leaving both Shirhan and Min Young Master stunned. The hunters of the Beast King Union weren't sure if they were seeing things. Did this kid really just ride a level 8 armored bull in Titan City? The hunters had never seen anyone so bold. Zhou Zhang asked Shirhan if she had some free time, and Shirhan, overjoyed like she had found a lifeline, finally had an excuse to refuse Min Young Master. She said, "My friend has arrived." With that, she kicked Min Young Master aside and followed Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang extended his hand, inviting Shirhan to ride the bull, then urged the bull to charge forward, leaving Min Young Master standing there, gritting his teeth in confusion. Furious, Min Young Master rushed toward the turkey, shouting, "I can't stand this. That guy dared to steal a woman from me." He immediately jumped onto the turkey, but his subordinates quickly stopped him, pleading, "Min Young Master, don't be impulsive. We can't afford to mess with that person." However, Min Young Master paid them no mind. He was the Min Young Master, no one in Titan City had ever dared to cross him. One of his subordinates added, "That person's name is Zhou Zhang." Instantly, Min Young Master halted his foolish actions. The common boy riding that bull was the one causing a stir in Titan City recently? It was a good thing Min Young Master didn't act rashly earlier. If he had, his father would have definitely made him go to Zhou Zhang's house and apologize. Seeing his romantic pursuit of Shirhan fail, Minwon turned to Qin Yun, winked at her, and invited, "Would you like to ride the turkey with me?" Shirhan sat behind Zhou Zhang, curiously asking, "Where did you get this bull?" Zhou Zhang replied, "I fought with it for a while, nearly killing it, and then suddenly it started following me." Shirhan, skeptical, didn't believe it. Taming an armored bull couldn't possibly be that simple, could it? Zhou Zhang then asked, "What do you think?" "I came to you because I wanted to see if you have experience with pets." Shirhan explained, "We have to go through many steps to tame pets, and we need to choose different methods based on their instincts. It's not as simple as you say. But if you don't understand how to care for it later, you can ask me." Suddenly, Zhou Zhang turned his head. Shirhan widened her eyes, feeling her cheeks flush. Embarrassed, she jumped off the bull and ran off, only managing to say, "I have a bit of business, I'll see you later." Before Shirhan could get far, Zhou Zhang called after her, "Wait, at least leave your phone number. How else am I supposed to find you?" At the entrance of a pharmacy, a group of merchants were gathered, discussing the latest situation. Gold Sang medicine was hard to come by. They had passed by many shops, some didn't have it, and others sold it at exorbitant prices. Another merchant sighed, I regret not stocking up on their medicine earlier. The merchants were frustrated. Not only had the price of the medicine gone up, but there was now a limit on how much each person could buy. Xiao Hong, sitting on the side, observed the entire scene. He called Zhou Zheng to report, "We've timed our medicine stockpile perfectly. The way those shady merchants in Titan City are acting, they clearly don't want anyone else to have a way of living." Zhou Zhang responded, "The #1 military base is about to open. The merchants must have seen it as a business opportunity, which is why they're rushing to hoard medicine. We're just a step ahead of them." Xiao Han, the leader, asked, "Our warehouses are almost full of medicine. Should we start shipping it out now, or continue stocking up?" Zhou Zhang suggested, "Let's not ship it out yet. We don't need to buy more either. Keep a little star crystal on hand, just in case something unexpected happens. The warehouse must be guarded carefully." Xiao Hong firmly replied, "The warehouse will definitely be secure." Zhou Zhang sighed in relief. After this medicine crisis, the wealth he'd gain might very well make him one of the rich elites in Titan City. At the construction site for the new district, Zhang Shaoqi covered his ears to block out the noise, ensuring it didn't disturb his call. He told Zhou Zhang, "Where are you off to, wandering around? With the reconstruction of your district, I'm so exhausted I can barely function." Zhang Hong, the leader, said, "The basic issues here have been handled. I've invited the best landscape designer to plan the overall layout of the district. There will be everything: food, entertainment, you name it." When Zhou Zhang asked about the budget, Zhang Hong replied, "Of course, the budget is high. You're not unaware of the current material prices, but once this district is built, it will undoubtedly become the most prestigious landmark in Titan City." Zhou Zhang sighed, "You burn through star crystals like water. Now, the only option is to sell something to make some money." Zhou Zhang pulled out a set of armor made from a dragon with wings from his backpack and examined its properties. He thought to himself, "It's been a while, and the Sky River Group must have given up searching for the young master by now. I'll sell these items to make a little money." He set up the armor and weapons on the roadside, intending to sell them. As he arranged the items, he thought, "I haven't sold anything in a while. In the future, I might be busier, so I should find a more trustworthy person to help me sell off these old items." An old man named Tao Chaonan approached to look at the merchandise. He noticed Zhou Zhang seemed unfamiliar, probably someone selling for the first time. Curious about the quality of the items, the old man picked up a piece of armor and, startled, asked Zhou Zhang, "Did you buy these from a liquidation sale at an equipment store?" Seeing Zhou Zhang's confused expression, the old man added, "You've definitely lost money. Who would want to buy equipment in such bad condition?" Zhou Zhang asked the old man, "So what should I do?" The old man stood up and suggested, "Take them to an equipment repair shop. After they're fixed, you might be able to sell them." After thinking for a moment, he came up with an even better suggestion, "How about you sell all these items to me at a reasonable price, and I'll take them to get repaired?" Zhou Zhang responded, "How much do you think they're worth each?" Zhou Zhang realized that the old man was deceiving him, but he wanted to see how long the man would keep up the act. The old man suggested that each item was priced at 1 high-grade white star crystal, and if possible, he would take them all. Just as the old man finished speaking, a young man stepped forward and remarked that the item was not bad, and at the very least, it should be worth a high-grade blue star crystal. The young merchant finished speaking and turned to the old man Tao Chaonan, saying, "Just because others dare not touch you doesn't mean I won't. With such good equipment, you only price it at 1 white star crystal? You are truly a scoundrel who tarnishes the reputation of the trading world." Tao Chaonan turned around and shouted directly at the boy, "Don't spit blood." The boy refused to back down, retorting, "Are you daring to do it but not daring to admit it?" Tao Chaonan immediately ordered his companions to capture the boy and take him outside the city to be fed to the wolves. The boy quickly turned to run, but unexpectedly, Zhou Zhang chased after him, patted him on the shoulder, and pulled him back. "Don't rush off like that." The boy shouted, "Let me go." He thought to himself, "Oh no, this kid is in cahoots with that old Tao Chaonan." However, contrary to his expectations, Zhou Zhang suddenly asked, "You must be Zhang Yonglin, right?" Do you want to be my equipment distributor? Seeing Zhou Zhang speaking so amicably with Zhang Yonglin, the old Tao Chaonan hurried over, advising Zhang Yonglin not to meddle in his affairs. Zhou Zhang drew a sword from the side of the road, moving with incredible speed, and pressed the blade against the old man Tao Chaonan's neck. He did not want to hear any more of the old man's noisy words. Zhou Zhang coldly ordered the old man, "Get lost." Tao Chaonan, despite his usual arrogance, couldn't help but challenge, "You dare to kill someone right in the street?" Zhou Zhang responded coldly, "Don't push me." Seeing the commotion, the Titan city guards immediately rushed to the scene. Tao Chaonan, ever the talker, taunted Zhou Zhang, daring him to act. Despite being a conniving businessman who often bullied newcomers, today Tao Chaonan had picked the wrong target. He was facing Zhou Zhang, a man of power and influence, with a reputation for making women swoon over his grand designs. The Titan city guards quickly intervened, urging Zhou Zhang, "Put the knife down and don't cause any more trouble with this old man." As Zhou Zhang lowered his weapon, the guards swiftly grabbed Tao Chaonan by the collar, slamming him to the ground and delivering a harsh beating. Tao Chaonan screamed, "You're attacking the wrong person. I'm the one being threatened, stop hitting me." Amid the commotion, one of the guards saluted Zhou Zhang respectfully. Zhou Zhang, unbothered by the scene, simply instructed, "It's not a major offense, just find a place and lock him up." The bystanders watching the scene were in shock. Tao Chaonan, the usual tyrant who made life difficult for people, had finally gotten a taste of his own medicine. Once the situation was under control, Zhou Zhang left Tao Chaonan's fate in the hands of the guards and pulled Zhang Yonglin away to continue their business discussion. Soon after, they were seated at an outdoor noodle shop, where Zhou Zhang ate with relish while Zhang Yonglin hadn't touched his bowl. Zhou Zhang, noticing this, asked with a grin, "Why aren't you eating? Is the noodle here not to your liking?" Zhang Yonglin quickly waved his hand, "No, the noodles here are the best." Zhou Zhang, knowing Zhang Yonglin's expertise as a businessman, understood that he must be familiar with the origins of the old gear. There were three possibilities: the gear could be from a liquidation sale, from teams selling off their equipment, or, as Zhou Zhang thought, something else entirely. That's why he needed someone reliable to handle the matter. Zhang Yonglin, curious about why Zhou Zhang had chosen him for this task, asked directly. Zhou Zhang replied simply, "It's because of your character." Meanwhile, the martial artist team leader, who had been hanging around the stables ever since Zhou Zhang brought back the level 8 bull as his mount, couldn't help but admire it. "You went out and brought back a level 8 creature as your mount. That's impressive," he remarked. Zhou Zhang humbly shrugged, "It was just luck." The team leader then suggested, "Maybe I should go out and catch a level 11 mutated lizard to ride instead?" Zhou Zhang chuckled, replying, "If you're trying to get yourself killed, then sure." Handing Zhou Zhang a task assignment, the team leader explained that although Headquarters 1 was still under construction, the lockdown would be lifted so that the martial artists could enter. He leaned in and whispered, "Your job is just to arrange things for the foreign martial artists. It's pretty easy, right?" Zhou Zhang nodded gratefully, thanking the team leader for the trust. Later, Zhou Zhang called Xiao Hong to check on the situation regarding the medicine sales. Xiao Heng enthusiastically reported that the price of the medicine had risen fourfold. Zhou Zhang suggested that Xiao Hong coordinate with Zhang Xiaoqi's transport team to move 6 batches of the medicine to the headquarters. Furthermore, if any martial guild members requested medicine, they should be sold at a fixed price of 4 white star crystals per dose. Xiao Hong curiously asked Zhou Zhang, "Don't you want to wait any longer? What if the market price goes up to 5 pieces in the future?" Zhou Zhang, knowledgeable, replied, "If we think that way, then our competitors will definitely think the same. When there are many competitors, the prices will immediately drop." Xiao Hong responded, "I understand now." At that moment, Zhou Zhang noticed an old man sitting by the roadside next to a bag labeled "Increase Conductivity." Zhou Zhang was curious about the item. The old man explained, "I specialize in upgrading weapons. The method is to embed crystals into the weapon to increase its conductivity, with a fee of 1 high-level green crystal. You need to provide a weapon with a high success rate. How much conductivity can be increased depends on the level of the spirit you and the weapon possess. White crystals increase from 1% to 3%. Blue crystals from 3% to 6%. Green crystals from 6% to 9%. Purple crystals from 9% to 12%, and the rest depends on luck. But I must remind you beforehand, upgrading carries risks. If it fails, not only will the weapon be destroyed, but the star crystal used as material will also be lost. However, the fee you owe me must still be paid. He was a novice gem cutter named Gu Jinyi. Zhou Zheng stroked his chin and said, "Sounds interesting." Suddenly, another person rushed over and shouted at the old man, "Fraud! Do you dare to deceive me again?" This martial artist exposed the old man to Zhou Zhang, saying, "Hey, don't trust this old man. Yesterday, I gave him AMTU with 20% conductivity for him to upgrade. This morning, he told me my weapon was destroyed." The old man calmly replied, "Upgrading weapons is not an easy task." The martial artist grabbed the old man's collar and threatened, "If it weren't for the rule against fighting here, I would have already beaten you to death, fraudster. Today, I will stay here to make sure you don't deceive anyone else." As the sun began to set, the old man prepared to pack up and leave, while the martial artist remained nearby, still threatening, "Tomorrow, I will continue to watch you." The old man simply replied, "It's up to you," then turned into a narrow alley and disappeared. Zhou Zheng had been waiting in the alley for a long time. Gu Jinyi, who was shorter than him, was surprised and asked what Zhou Zheng wanted to do. Zhou Zheng answered, "I want to talk business with him." Thanks to the system, Zhou Zheng had learned that the man was a skilled engraver, and the system's information was always reliable. This person must have technical expertise, so Zhou Zheng decided to trust him. After inspecting the dagger, Gu Jinyi spoke, "Indeed, this is a fine weapon. You must want to engrave this weapon, right?" He examined the dagger under the firelight and speculated, "To be able to obtain a weapon like this, you are definitely not an ordinary person." Zhou Zhang responded, "Who I am doesn't matter." He got straight to the point, "How did you figure out that engraving could enhance conductivity?" Gu Jinyi lowered his voice and said, It was just a fortunate chance." He added, "Engraving takes at least an entire evening. You can wait here." Zhou Zhang replied, "All right." Gu Jinyi said softly, "To thank you for trusting me, I will only charge a fee if I succeed this time." As he watched the man enter the closed room, Zhou Zhang thought to himself, "This is a bit risky, such unique skills shouldn't be casually shared with outsiders." While waiting for Gu Jinyi, Zhou Zhang relaxed, enjoying the cool breeze and muttering to himself, "It's a pity that this only has a 25% conductivity, even though it has been upgraded, it's still somewhat lacking, so I can only take the risk with this extraordinary blade." Looking up at the starry sky, he softly spoke, "I hope I can successfully upgrade it, otherwise, I will have to overuse it for a long time." During the wait, Zhou Zhang took the opportunity to absorb energy from the raw stone. Suddenly, Gu Jinyi opened the door and stepped out, walking with a dejected demeanor. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang was startled, thinking, "This expression. It's over." He anxiously asked, "How did it go?" "It didn't fail, did it?" After gulping down some water, Gu Jinyi wiped his mouth and replied, "What are you thinking? I just went out to get a drink." Hearing this, Zhou Zhang couldn't help but feel speechless. "Damn, you scared me to death." Time passed quickly, and the sun began to rise, with birds chirping merrily on the branches. Gu Jinyi brought out the dagger, which had shattered into many pieces, and said softly, "Kid, I'm sorry." He continued, "I told you the probability was very low, my condolences." Seeing his beloved weapon had departed from this world, Zhou Zhang could only cry bitterly. Thinking of this, he suddenly jolted and shouted loudly. Seeing his appearance, Gu Jinyi lowered his head and asked, "Did you have a nightmare? You didn't dream of a broken knife, did you?" As soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself in this situation. Zhou Zhang felt as if his soul had left his body. He stepped back and screamed, Old man, are you trying to scare me to death?" Zhou Zhang held his head, thinking to himself, "I really worry too much, it has been a long time since I acted so rudely." At that moment, Gu Jinyi turned his gaze to the white cloth behind him and said, "You can see for yourself." He continued, "You're quite lucky, kid." Hearing this, Zhou Zhang was filled with anticipation. He had truly succeeded. He reached out to pull the white cloth away, revealing a powerful purple dagger, the top weapon, with a high ratio from the newly released Titan City. Gu Xinyi remarked that if he wasn't mistaken, the conductivity must have increased by 12%. At that moment, Zhou Zhang happily tried to spin the dagger in his hand, joyfully saying, "Sir, I really didn't misjudge you." Receiving the notification call, Shang Zhan said in confusion, the opportunity to control the equipment world of Titan City. Zhou, I don't quite understand. After a moment, Shang Zhan gently said, "Anyway, I trust you. Tomorrow, I will come to headquarters number 1 with the fleet. Please explain the details to me." After hanging up the phone, he muttered to himself, "This kid." Chang Zhan looked out at the scenery outside and softly said, "This time has really changed my perspective on him." At headquarters number 1, everyone was gathered closely together, despite the staff continuously reminding, "Please do not push." The crowd behind was shouting loudly, "Get me 100 units of golden healing medicine, and give me golden healing medicine and hemostatic drugs, 500 of each." Seeing this, Xiao Hong was secretly delighted, thinking, who would have thought that these medicines, which no one used to buy, are now in such high demand that even 4 units of white crystal are not enough. Zhou really has a far-sighted vision. At the same time, Suatian gazed into the distance and muttered to himself, "It's been half a month, and Xiong Er still hasn't thought of me." In anger, he threw a powerful punch, shattering the railing. A soft voice called out, "Leader, I continue the report. We have captured a person who may be related to the young master's disappearance." Inside the bundle, a whimpering sound could be heard. After unwrapping it, Zhang Yonglin appeared, looking haggard. His mouth was tightly stuffed with a piece of cloth, preventing him from crying out. Chu Tianhe, furious, grabbed Zhang Yonglin by the head. He removed the gag, causing Zhang to cough uncomfortably a few times. The subordinate continued the report, "Leader, we discovered this kid selling these pieces of equipment." 2 men behind him dropped a pile of items from 2 large bags onto the ground. Upon seeing the items, Chu Tianhe's expression darkened immediately. He couldn't help but feel enraged, seizing Zhang Yonglin by the collar and shouting, "Zhang Yonglin!" Zhang Yonglin let out a pained cry, "Eh?" One person, shocked, spoke up, "I remember this equipment very well, it includes items from Fongkong and Kongshan." Unable to contain himself any longer, Chu Tianhe shouted in interrogation, "Where is my son? Where is my son?" Zhang Yonglin replied wearily, "I don't know what you're talking about." Hearing this, Chu Tianhe flew into a rage. He forcefully threw Zhang Yonglin towards the railing, his voice booming with anger, "Huh? Very good. You don't know, huh? Every piece of equipment from Sky River Group has a special mark. You have the guts to sell them and yet claim you don't know?" At that moment, the subordinate spoke softly, "Leader, judging by the extent of damage to these pieces of equipment, it seems likely that something happened to Kongshan and his team." He began to analyze, the traces here appear to have been made by a level 6 Fang Wolf. But with Kongshan's experience, a level 6 Fang Wolf shouldn't pose a threat to them. Chu Tianhe's voice turned cold as he asked, "Are you saying that Kongshan and his team were killed by someone else?" The subordinate hesitated and said, "With Kongshan's strength, even he couldn't escape death. Young master, he..." Hearing this, Chu Tianhe grabbed the armor covered in claw marks. Shocked and in anguish, he repeated, "With Kongshan's strength, even he couldn't escape death. Young master, he..." The leader's face darkened, and the subordinate continued, "We've discovered. All of this equipment was consigned to him for sale by one person. That person is..." Hearing the name, Chu Tianhe roared in fury, "Zhou Zhang! I will tear you into 100 pieces." The flames of hatred seemed to engulf the entire mansion. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhang was making his way toward headquarters 1. From afar, someone called out, "Zhou brother." Meeting again, Chang Zhan greeted him cheerfully, "I didn't expect that in such a short time, you and your team have made this place so lively." Zhou Zhang responded, "It's all thanks to everyone's collective effort." Chang Zhan lowered his voice and asked, "So, the opportunity you mentioned, surely it isn't just asking me to come up here and sell equipment, is it?" Hearing that, Zhou Zhang drew out his dagger and said, "Chang brother, do you still remember this extraordinary blade?" Seeing the weapon had evolved significantly, Chang Zhan was a bit taken aback. He trembled as he lifted the blade in his hand, his voice filled with astonishment. "How is this possible? The conductivity has exceeded 40% already." Zhou Zhang gently replied, "I discovered a person here. He has the technique to upgrade conductivity based on the mosaic technique." Chang Zhan's eyes lit up. "I want to meet this person. No matter the cost, I want to meet him." Zhou Zhang softly said, "I'm only responsible for introducing you to. As for what happens next, that depends on you." After a while, Zhou Zhang leisurely sat down to eat a bowl of noodles while waiting for the two of them to discuss matters. From a distance, Chang Zhan called out loudly, "Boss! You're waving goodbye cheerfully. We have to return to Titan City first." Behind him was Gu Jinyi, and they both looked a bit hurried. Zhou Zhang asked lightly, "Are you heading back now? Aren't you staying for a night?" Chang Zhan put his arm around Gu Jinyi's shoulders, grinning with squinted eyes. "Time is gold. Wait for us to make a splash in Titan City." Seeing the two of them rush off, Zhou Zhang muttered to himself, "They are indeed impatient." Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Zhou Zhang glanced at it and softly said, "I don't seem to recognize this number." As soon as he answered, the voice on the other end quietly called his name, "Zhou Zhang." He replied, "Yes, I am Zhou Zhang." The mysterious person continued, their voice cold, "Do you know some really bad news? An hour ago, your family was taken hostage by Sky River Group. They are being held at the Sky River Group branch in the 7th district outside the city. Moreover, the Hammer Squad has only 3 survivors left." Hearing this, Zhou Zhang asked cautiously, "Who are you?" The voice on the other end chuckled mockingly, Don't worry about who I am. If you're messing with Sky River Group, you should have thought about the consequences sooner. I've delivered the message, whether you believe it or not is up to you. If you're late, you'll only be left to collect their bodies." With that, the mysterious person hung up immediately. Feeling anxious, Zhou Zhang called the Hammer Squad, but all he got was the sound of the phone ringing hopelessly. They were lying in the rubble, with no signs of life. Zhou Zhang's face darkened as he thought, neither side is answering. It seems something has really happened. In the deep of night, Zhou Zhang rushed forward. He shouted the name with rage, "Sky River Group." Inside the holding cell, a loud noise shattered the silence. The henchman opened the door and roughly shoved 2 people inside, shouting, "Get in there! Behave yourselves!" Recognizing the others, Xiao Hong exclaimed, "Miss Su! Lan Shi! Why are you both here?" One of the henchmen glanced at the guards, reminding them, "Be careful. If anything happens, blow the whistle immediately." The 2 guards replied, "Don't worry." At that moment, Zhou Zhang had approached the villa. He sat quietly on a high branch, his cold eyes fixed on the target below. "This is the destination." Zhou Zhang activated his stealth ability and slipped inside. He overheard 2 guards chatting. Today, those unlucky guys who knows what they did wrong ended up locked in the 11th floor, the most secure level. I heard they crossed the leader. Didn't you notice? Even their escorts were all level 8 or higher. Quickly, Zhou Zhang deduced that his target was on the 11th floor. Just then, one of the guards at the main prison entrance called out, "I'm going to the restroom. Watch carefully." The other responded curtly, "Got it." Moments later, one of the guards hurried off, clearly in a rush. He passed right by the stealth-cloaked Zhou Zhang without noticing a thing. In the restroom, the guard was yawning lazily while relieving himself. Suddenly, Zhou Zhang appeared behind him. Moving swiftly, Zhou Zhang subdued him before the guard could react, leaving him to emit a faint groan before collapsing unconscious. After neutralizing the guard, Zhou Zhang searched his body but frowned in disappointment when he found no keys. He muttered under his breath, "Looks like without the key, I can't open it." Left with no alternative, Zhou Zhang tried using his dagger to pry open the door. Meanwhile, the guard who had gone to the restroom returned. Seeing the empty hallway, he was startled. Where did he go? As he turned around, Zhou Zhang emerged from behind, fully visible. The faint commotion outside sparked a glimmer of hope among those locked in the cells. With a confident smile, Zhou Zhang strode forward and boldly opened the door. Upon seeing Zhou Zhang, everyone's faces lit up with joy. Lin, she called out, young. Zhou Zhang quickly gestured for silence, reminding them, Shu. Save it for when we're outside. Moments later, they escaped through the rear exit. Zhou Zhang carried Su Yunwen on his back, followed by Lan Shi and Xiao Hong. In a low voice, he asked, Are you scared? Su Yunwen softly replied, Not at all. She whispered, Because I knew you'd come to rescue us. Hearing this, Zhou Zhang fell silent, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, back inside, the subordinates had discovered the intrusion. One of them inspected the unconscious guard and urgently shouted, Quick! The body's still warm, they haven't gotten far. After them. As they reached the city gate, the guard called out loudly, Who's there? No one is allowed to leave the city before dawn. Zhou Zhang calmly replied, It's me. I have an urgent matter. Please open the gate. Recognizing him, the guard hesitated briefly before saying, Deputy Captain Zhou? Understood. Opening it right away. In the blink of an eye, they successfully exited the city. Xiao Han, seething with anger, spoke through gritted teeth, Sky River Group. If I don't avenge this, I'm not worthy of being called human. Zhou Zhang placed a firm hand on Xiao Heng's shoulder and said solemnly, Our brothers died for me. I won't let their deaths be in vain. He continued, his eyes resolute, Let's regroup at headquarters one first, and then we'll return the favor. Just then, the pursuers from the Sky River Group arrived at the gate, shouting chaotically, Open the city gate, now. The guard at the gate retorted bluntly, Who do you think you are? This gate doesn't open just because you demand it. As dawn broke, everyone had safely returned to headquarters number 1. Xiao Hung quietly asked, Zhou brother, what do you think we should do? I will follow your lead. Zhou Zhang pondered, examining the map before marking a specific area. He slowly said, The Sky River Group has at least several tens of thousands of people. While we can't defeat them all at once, I can take down each team one by one, gradually wearing down their forces. At the same time, the convoy of the Sky River Group was speeding recklessly down the road. Noticing a strange figure ahead, one person shouted, There's prey up ahead. Get ready to fight. However, one of the subordinates, using binoculars, exclaimed in panic, No, no. That's not prey. It's Zhou Zhang. In the distance, Zhou Zhang rode atop a beast, his face filled with murderous intent. He growled, Sky River Group. Then he shouted, Come here. Immediately after, Zhou Zhang charged straight into the convoy ahead, the impact so forceful that they were sent flying into the air. In the following days, similar incidents occurred continuously. A worried subordinate reported to Chu Tianhe, Boss Chu, Zhou Zhang has been causing trouble for our hunting teams these past few days. Our brothers have suffered heavy casualties. Chu Tianhe, furious, slammed his hand on the table and ordered, Pass the word down. Every team that goes out must have a high-level martial artist accompanying them. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhang was leisurely sitting and enjoying the breeze, watching the beasts roam the grasslands. Xiao Hong stood beside him, unable to hide his curiosity, and asked, At this hour, why hasn't the Sky River Group's convoy shown up yet? Zhou Zhang calmly said, It seems our harassment has had an effect, let's head back to the headquarters. Xiao Hong looked confused and asked, Why is that? Zhou Zhang mounted the beast, thought for a moment, and replied, They must have realized they need to send a high-level martial artist out. We won't gain anything from this. Suddenly, his phone kept ringing. On the other end, Chu Tianhe shouted angrily, Zhou Zhang, I will definitely kill you. Hearing this, Zhou Zhang chuckled and responded, Leader, to be honest, I've grown tired of playing around these past few days. how about we discuss some practical matters? He bluntly stated, for example, within 3 days, you alone must bring 10 high-level purple crystals to headquarters number 1 in exchange for your son. Chu Tianhe suddenly froze, jumped up, and yelled, "What did you say? My son is not dead yet." Zhou Zhang reminded him, "Remember, you must come alone, otherwise, I will kill the hostage." At this moment, Xiaoheng peeked in and asked softly, "Wasn't Chu Xiong already dead?" Zhou Zhang replied with amusement, "If I said that, how could I lure him in? I want to directly destroy the entire Sky River group." But at that moment, a message appeared on Zhou Zhang's phone. The content read, "Chu Tianhe may die, but Sky River cannot fall. It doesn't matter who the leader is, only whether the Sky River group exists." At that moment, a man softly reported to Mo Wu, "The city lord has handled everything smoothly." Mo Wu let out a weary sigh. That Zhou Zhang really knows how to keep people on edge. The old subordinate thought it was normal for young people to act a bit impulsively. Returning to his room, Mo Wu leaned his head tiredly against the chair and spoke. Initially, allowing the Sky River group to grow was just to create a counterforce against Tong Ding Corporation. But ever since Chu Tianhe lost his son, the entire Sky River group has been acting recklessly. Mo Wu reflected that if Chu Tianhe could no longer bring benefits to Titan City, then he was no longer suitable to sit in the leader's chair. Meanwhile, Chu Tianhe was heading alone toward headquarters 1 as per the arrangement. Upon arrival, he roared loudly, "Where's Zhou Zhang? I'm here, get out here, now." From above, Zhou Zhang couldn't help but comment to himself, "He got here fast." Carrying his weapon with a wide grin, he called out, "No rush. Let me give you a little clue." He pressed a button, and a powerful explosion erupted just behind Chu Tianhe, startling him. Seeing Chu Tianhe leap across buildings to close the distance, Zhou Zhang remarked quietly, as expected of a peak level 9 martial artist, "That speed is something else." Thinking for a moment, Zhou Zhang suddenly ran towards the deserted prairie. He only stopped at a stretch of forest's edge. Chu Tianhe was still relentlessly pursuing him. Zhou Zhang smirked and said, "All right, let's stay here." Chu Tianhe shouted angrily, "Where is my son? Speak quickly, and I can make your death comfortable." Zhou Zhang calmly took out an item and said, "Don't rush, let me show you a little magic trick first." He added, "This is a water crystal fruit, a very rare mutated plant. Of course, the star power it emits is what high-level mutated beasts crave the most." Hearing this, Chu Tianhe felt somewhat confused. He irritably shouted, "Stop pretending and hand over my son." Zhou Zhang casually juggled the water crystal fruit and mocked, "Chu Tianhe, you truly are a character, but it's a pity that in the end, you are still entangled by your own son." Upon hearing this, Chu Tianhe became even more furious. "What do you mean by that?" Zhou Zhang replied quite gently, "Haven't you realized that since you recklessly went to find your son, most of the Sky River group has already turned against you? Even the city lord has abandoned you." Zhou Zhang continued, sneering, "You've been poked right in your weak spot." Chu Tianhe growled, "You're talking nonsense." Zhou Zhang calmly responded, "I'm not talking nonsense. If it weren't for the city lord personally instructing to keep the Sky River group intact, you would have been able to let me handle things as I pleased. I only lured you out here alone. Is it really that troublesome?" At that time, Chu Tianhe was gradually losing his patience, a murderous rage enveloping his entire body. Chu Tianhe shouted angrily, "You lured me out, so everything you said was a lie? My son." Zhou Zhang then asked, "Do you want to see your son?" He produced an item and said, "Look, this is probably the only thing left on him." Seeing the mocking diaper, Chu Tianhe growled, "Zhou Zhang." Then, he rushed towards Zhou Zhang, simultaneously shouting in fury, "I will chop you into 100 pieces." At that moment, Zhou Zhang calmly tossed a crystal into the air, and a gigantic super beast was immediately summoned, its eyes glowing with an incredibly powerful aura. Zhou Zhang continued, smirking, "I forgot to mention, there are many high-level mutated beasts behind me." Chu Tianhe strained to swing his sword, but it was not enough to even scratch the white lion. Zhou Zhang smirked and said, "Let's have some fun, don't forget to ask about your son over there for me." Seeing Zhou Zhang disappear right before his eyes, Chu Tian he couldn't help but be astonished. How is this possible? How could he do that? He still had to busy himself with the white lion. As if that weren't enough, a chameleon several times larger than the white lion was eyeing it, opening its enormous mouth and flicking its tongue, ready to swallow the delicious prey that was Chu Tianhe. At a restaurant outside the city, people were buzzing with conversation. I heard that Sky River Group is about to choose a new leader. Chu Tianhe has been missing for half a month now, probably just like his son. They raised the question, could it be that the father and son are cursed or something? Zhou Zhang silently brushed past them without saying a word. Upon entering the shop, a cheerful voice greeted him. Hello, Zhou brother. Zhou Zhang coldly replied, get me a level 8 room. The staff member immediately responded, yes, sir. Zhou Zhang thought to himself that this time he could probably reach level 7, and his robe level could also conveniently rise to level 60. After receiving the room key, he promptly entered, slammed the door shut, and began his training. Just half an hour later, Zhou Zhang emerged, much to the astonishment of the staff member, and returned to the peaceful house. Lan Shi eagerly asked, young master, have you leveled up to level 7? Behind him, Su Yunwen was watching closely. At that moment, Zhou Zhang had reached level 60 and become a level 7 martial artist. He proudly replied, that's right, Lan Shi, you should keep trying too. Lan Shi shyly scratched his head, I always try my best, but I don't have the same talent as you, young master. Zhou Zhang placed a hand on Lan Shi's shoulder and said, I have to go away for a while. During this time, you and Xiaoheng should train, I'll leave the household matters to you. Hearing this, Lan Shi was a bit surprised but quickly responded, huh? Yes, young master, don't worry. At that moment, Su Yunwen anxiously spoke up, young master, you must be careful out there on your own. Zhou Zhang gently patted her head and reassured her, don't worry, everyone should take care of themselves, don't make me worry about you. Stepping outside, a member asked in astonishment, so, you're just going to leave like that? Aren't you afraid your little butler will be heartbroken? Zhou Zhang replied immediately, brother Zhou, stop joking. Yunwen isn't selfish like that. Besides, this time, partnering with the Beast King Alliance is a rare opportunity. I don't want to miss it. Xiang Shirhan, visibly annoyed, said, leader, you're being overly cautious. This collaboration with the Red Tripod business is already very secure. You could totally return to your little butler. Zhou Zhang hesitated, wondering to himself, did I upset her somehow? At that moment, another member stroked his chin and remarked, I heard that the last time leader Han Jiangdong and his team attempted to clear the pathway between Titan and the burial ground, they suffered heavy losses. None of us dared boast about it. With brother Zhou helping this time, the chances of success are much higher. Looking back, Lian Ping Zhang mentioned that if they could successfully open the route between the burial ground and Titan, the two places could establish a commercial partnership. He pointed at the map and asked, do you realize how enormous the profits would be? Zhou Zhang responded, profits? I'm afraid the Beast King Alliance won't be able to handle it all. That's why you turned to the Red Tripod business. The Alliance leader interjected, and you, of course. This is a fair partnership, after all. How do we divide the profits from this pathway? Zhou Zhang nodded in agreement, sealing the deal. At that moment, Xiang Shirhan began calling his name repeatedly, Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang jolted awake to find Xiang Shirhan right in front of him. He felt a bit flustered. Ha! He exclaimed, looking at Xiang Shirhan in surprise. Xiang Shirhan, annoyed, said, how many times have I called you? Were you asleep? Zhou Zhang awkwardly stepped back and replied, no, I was just thinking about some things. Xiang Shirhan softly asked, where's your iron armor cow? Zhou Zhang, feeling embarrassed, said, oh? It's in a safe place. He thought to himself, can I say it's in my bonded space? The system's items can't really be explained to others. Hearing this, Xiang Shirhan felt even more confused. A safe place? She asked. In Zhou Zhang's bonded space, a bag interface appeared, showing a slot for the iron armor cow, while the slots for levels 100, 150, and 200 remained locked. He thought, a level 60 rogue has unlocked the pet feature, sending pets is much more convenient, but taking them out in front of others is still a hassle. Xiang Shirhan gently said, your iron armor cow really isn't suitable to bring here. After all, this mission is very important. If anything happens to these tamed exotic beasts, it would be hard to handle. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Zhang replied, that's right. The vehicles continued to speed down the road, and one person spoke up ahead is the red zone, we need to walk through there. A member with a sharp haircut reminded loudly, it's very dangerous up ahead, everyone must stay alert and not get separated from the group. After that, all the members got off the vehicle and walked through the wreckage. Each of them was filled with a powerful surge of energy. The member with the spiky hair spoke up, there's trouble ahead. At that moment, a large zombie let out a roar that shook the ground. The member with the spiky hair quietly warned, this is tough, the black rats are gathering, and this toxic creature might attract many more rats here. As soon as he finished speaking, the zombie ferociously swung a powerful fist. Immediately, a swarm of rats appeared, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The remaining rats began to chase after the group that had come from Titan City. Han Jiangdong ordered everyone to stay close, and he quickly ran up to the next level. The group fled from the rats. While running, a gigantic rat attempted to charge at Shirhan. Fortunately, Zhou Zhang managed to pull her out of the way just in time. Shirhan hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Zhou Zhang looked around and said, be a little more careful next time, I can't look after you forever. Upon reaching a rooftop, Han Jiangdong instructed everyone to jump to the opposite building. Once all the martial artists had jumped over, only Shirhan and Zhou Zhang remained. Shirhan was terrified, she didn't dare to jump from such a height, what should I do? I can't. Zhou Zhang immediately clasped his hands together to create a platform for Shirhan to leap to the other side. Just as Shirhan hesitated, unsure whether to jump or not, the sound of the rats was right at the door behind them. Zhou Zhang shouted loudly, stop talking and jump now. Shirhan had no choice but to take a few steps back, gaining momentum to leap onto Zhou Zhang's hands, vaulting over to the roof of the opposite building. Han Jiangdong was also extremely anxious. As soon as Shirhan jumped over, he poked his head out and called for Zhou Zhang to follow. Zhou Zhang, come over here quickly. To his surprise, Zhou Zhang remained standing still, telling everyone to go ahead and that he would contact them later. Han Jiangdong yelled, what are you trying to do? Shirhan urged Zhou Zhang, hurry over here, we can escape. Zhou Zhang looked at the door that had been battered by the rats until it was deformed. He told everyone to look down below, the whole city is overrun with rats, if no one lures them away, no one will be able to escape. Following Zhou Zhang's instructions, Han Jiangdong looked down and saw a massive swarm of rats scurrying around in every corner. The rooftop door had just been smashed open by them, and a horde of rats immediately began to frantically chase after Zhou Zhang. As Zhou Zhang ran, he cursed, if you filthy beasts want to eat me, make sure to keep up. Zhou Zhang jumped to one rooftop and then swung himself down below. He pulled a grappling hook from his gear, wrapped it around a billboard on the opposite side, and launched himself into the air. Han Jiangdong observed the entire scene, breathing a sigh of relief and muttering, this kid is really hard to understand. The swarm of rats was still madly pursuing Zhou Zhang, and Shirhan was very worried. She asked the leader of the alliance, is Zhou Zhang going to be okay? Han Jiangdong remarked that with his skills, protecting himself was certainly not an issue. At this moment, he turned to Shirhan and teased, even the beauty of the Beast King Alliance has learned to care for others now? Shirhan was startled and stammered in response, and not at all. Just now, he fell behind because of me, so I was just worried, that's all. Hearing her awkward explanation, Han Jiangdong interrupted her, it's fine. Showing concern for others isn't a bad thing. He then commanded everyone to move out together, determined not to waste the opportunity Zhou Zhang had created for them. As Zhou Zhang ran, he hurled grenades, blasting the swarm of rats into oblivion. Reaching a rooftop, Zhou Zhang thought to himself, this should be far enough from the martial artist group. The swarm of rats still rushed toward him relentlessly. Standing before them, Zhou Zhang casually said, "Even though you're all so enthusiastic, I don't have time to play with you right now." Zhou Zhang opened his bag and summoned the iron armor cow to join the fight. A gigantic bull with massive, muscular shoulders charged toward the rat horde. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhang climbed onto its back. A colossal rat emerged from the opposite side, blocking Zhou Zhang's path. It let out a few sharp cries before leaping toward the bull. The bull lowered its head, releasing a burst of spiritual power from its horns that pierced straight through the giant rat's abdomen. The monstrous rat collapsed, its eyes spinning dizzily in its sockets. After completing a hell-level mission, Zhou Zhang formed a close relationship with the Beast King Alliance. Today, Zhou Zhang was assigned to go on a mission with the Alliance leader, Han Jiangdong. While Zhou Zhang was busy fighting black rats, Han Jiangdong remained seated in the corner of a nearby building, waiting. As they returned, no one knew if Zhou Zhang had encountered any trouble. Captain Zhou Hua noticed Han looking extremely worried. She spoke up, "Alliance leader, is Zhou Zhang really going to be alright?" Han Jiangdong reassured her, "Don't worry, I know him well. He never takes on something he's not confident about." Han stood on a high floor, gazing down at the city below. When she finally spotted Zhou Zhang, she shouted as if greeting her long-lost parent, "It's Zhou Zhang." Han Jiangdong responded, "Let's head down to meet him." Captain Zhou Hua showered praise, "Zhou Zhang is incredible, well done, my friend." Han Jiangdong added, "That's right. It's all thanks to him this time, but we're about to enter the central area of the red zone ahead. Everyone, be extremely cautious." A subordinate rushed over to report to Captain Zhou and Alliance leader Han that they had discovered a usable oil tanker at a nearby gas station. Han Jiangdong checked the map and said, "If I'm not mistaken, there's a road ahead that's suitable for vehicle movement." Han Jiangdong's team then used the oil tanker to drive into the heart of the red zone. At that moment, a ferocious hawk circled overhead. Zhou Zhang immediately used a rifle to shoot it straight through the heart. Han Jiangdong, surprised, remarked, "I didn't expect you to not only be skilled with a bow but also a sniper rifle." Zhou Zhang humbly replied, "I'm just making do. This time, I didn't bring my stellar bow, so I had to borrow your gun to show off a little." Han Jiangdong said, "By tomorrow, we should be within range of the burial site." Han Jiangdong took charge of the night's duties, assigning himself and Zhou Hua to stand guard, and instructed everyone else, "Go get some rest early." That night, Zhou Zhang and Han sat outside on the balcony, gazing at the sky. They noticed a cluster of seeds shooting upward and scattering everywhere. Han asked, "What's that?" "It's so beautiful." Zhou Zhang, with a sly smile, explained, "Those are the seeds of a certain plant. When they're ripe, they shoot out and scatter everywhere. They do this at night because the cool air helps protect the seeds better than the daytime heat." Han cheerfully complimented him, "You know so much, Zhou Zhang." Zhou Zhang replied modestly, "Just a little." However, he quickly added, "Actually, everything I just said was made up. I don't know anything about it." Han, now speaking softly, said, "Thank you, Zhou Zhang." Waving his hand dismissively, Zhou Zhang replied, "Didn't you already thank me? Besides, if it were me in danger, wouldn't you save me too?" Han walked back inside, then turned her head and said, "Not so sure about that." The next day, along the highway, a one-eyed boss ordered his subordinates to check around the area. He commanded, "Anyone still alive must be killed." His subordinates checked the bodies one by one, and only when they found no one alive did they stop. Just then, Zhou Zhang's oil tanker truck sped by. One of the subordinates told the boss, "The oil truck has seen what we've done. Should we chase it?" The one-eyed boss ordered, "All men in the city, follow that oil truck." Han Jiangdong, sitting in the driver's seat, turned around and told the others, "Up ahead is the southern town, one of the 4 headquarters of the burial site." Zhou Zhang, sitting on the oil tank, noticed Li Qing, clearly at level 6, fighting a mutated horned wolf of level 7 at the edge of the forest. Zhou Zhang was taken aback as he saw that Li Qing didn't even use star power, yet still managed to kill the level 7 mutated beast, and the attack seemed almost effortless, as if she hadn't even used her full strength. Zhou Zhang excitedly remarked, This burial site is indeed no ordinary place. Captain Zhou Hua, upon seeing the first headquarters of the burial site, was also surprised. Its scale was nearly as large as Titan City. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but be amazed, saying, "I thought the burial site scale was only similar to Titan City, but now it seems I was too naive." Han eagerly asked Han Zhengdong, "Do you think we'll reach the burial site today?" Han Zhengdong replied, "We can get there, but there's no need to rush. I'll take everyone to see some new things first." Han Zhengdong led them to an airport. The spacecrafts there had very strange shapes, resembling flying saucers. Han Zhengdong laughed loudly, seeing the surprised expressions of the martial artists, and asked, "I guess you've never tried this before, right?" The group quickly lined up to buy tickets. Once on board the spacecraft, Zhou Zhang turned to ask the captain, "I've heard that these spacecraft aren't only in the southern town, but are also present at other burial site facilities. Is that true?" Captain Zhou nodded in agreement but added, "The ticket prices are a bit high, but given the scale of one headquarters, I can't even imagine how large the burial site itself must be." The spacecraft took off. Han was absolutely thrilled but still a little scared, so she clung to Zhou Zhang. She shouted excitedly, "Is this what it feels like to fly? Zhou Zhang, do you feel it?" Han called out to everyone, pointing out the window as the spacecraft soared among the clouds. "It's so beautiful." Zhou Zhang, curious, commented, "It's beautiful, but I'm a bit puzzled. What happens if this flying vehicle encounters mutated beasts?" No sooner had Zhou Zhang finished speaking than the spacecraft began to shake. The pilot immediately announced, "A group of flying beasts has appeared at the 3 o'clock position. Preliminary assessment indicates they are level 5 flamingo-like creatures." The guards of the spacecraft quickly rushed to the top of the vessel. Zhou Zhang scratched his head and muttered, "Guess I really spoke too soon." As the flock of flamingos drew closer to the ship, one of the guards attached a white device to a crossbow. When the device was fired, a large net shot out, trapping the birds. The flamingos scattered in a panic, and the guard announced that the danger had been neutralized. Zhou Zhang, watching the flock retreat, was surprised. Is it really that easy to resolve? He then recalled the image of Li Qing effortlessly killing the mutated horned wolf earlier at the forest's edge and began to vaguely understand the special nature of the burial site. The secret was surely tied to the weapons the martial artists here possessed. Zhou Zhang observed as the guard walked past him, and he immediately followed, curious to learn more. Zhou Zhang pulled out a cigarette and offered one to the guard. "Thanks for your hard work, brother," he said. The guard, without hesitation, accepted the cigarette. "Thanks, buddy." Zhou Zhang then asked candidly, "Hey, can I ask you something? Where did you get that metal projectile you just used?" The guard chuckled. He, looks like you're new to the burial site, huh?" Zhou Zhang was straightforward in his reply. "Actually, I just arrived from Titan City." The guard scratched his head, searching his memory. Titan City. I don't think I've heard of it. It must be a small place, huh? Zhou Zhang raised an eyebrow, exasperated. "A small place, you say? Titan City is quite impressive, you know." The guard raised the crossbow with the metallic projectile and, seeing Zhou Zhang's surprised expression, he grinned, knowing that this wasn't something that needed to be kept secret. He proudly explained, "This is a specially crafted projectile made from a metal alloy. We've been refining this alloy for a year now. It comes in various levels of strength, but even the weakest version is significantly stronger than regular metals we used before." Noticing Zhou Zhang's astonishment, the guard grew even more enthusiastic and continued, "We categorize the strength of this alloy based on its armor-piercing capability, meaning its ability to breach defenses. The higher the armor-piercing value, the greater the damage it can deal. But of course, the price increases as well." He then elaborated, "Earlier, we used an alloy with an armor-piercing value of 8 to scare off the flock of birds. This material is equivalent to the total profit from a single voyage." Zhou Zhang was taken aback by the guard's words. The guard waved his hand dismissively. Actually, flying 10 times wouldn't necessarily bring such a situation. So, the airline company won't lose money on this. Zhou Zhang returned to the cabin and recounted the story he had just heard to Captain Zhou Hua. Captain Zhou Hua was equally shocked. Seems like the folks from Titan City are still like frogs in a well. If they can synthesize this kind of metal, hunting in the tiered rift would be much easier. Zhou Zhang said, not necessarily. He thought to himself, a piercing weapon needs to be wielded by a martial artist with corresponding abilities to fully unleash its value. For example, a level 1 martial artist can only exert the power of a piercing weapon with a level 2 or lower piercing value, but in the future, having a combat piercing weapon will definitely be much stronger. Shirhan asked Han Jiangdong a question she had been curious about for a long time: why is this place called a burial site? Han Jiangdong did not answer this question, he only told everyone that they were almost there, and when they arrived, they would understand for themselves. Half an hour later, the spaceship flew over an area filled with bones. Those following Han Jiangdong were all extremely surprised. It turned out that this was the reason it was called a burial site. Zhou Zhang looked at the pile of bones stacked on top of each other and asked, what kind of catastrophic event did this city go through to accumulate so many animal bones? As soon as Zhou Zhang finished speaking, an announcement came from the spaceship that they had arrived at the burial site. Han Jiangdong's team was staying at the Grand Hotel in District 11 of the burial site. Upon arrival, they were warmly welcomed by the female staff. Team leader Zhou Hua and Zhou Zhang felt shy, while Shirhan looked at them with eyes full of anger. Han Jiangdong held out several room cards for everyone to choose from. Zhou Zhang took one card and said, "Then I want to go rest first." Zhou Zhang was just about to step into his room when two girls blocked his way. One of them asked, "Do you need a massage service?" The other added, "Our place offers very comfortable services." Zhou Zhang quickly waved his hand and said, "I don't need it." Shirhan blushed shyly, feeling angry at Han Jiangdong for insisting on finding this hotel. Zhou Zhang went up to his room, but his mind kept wandering back to the metal complex at the burial site. He realized, my perspective is still too narrow, just like playing a game. When you switch to a different map, everything starts over. The metal complex was truly a surprise for me. But Zhou Zhang believed that there are countless other surprises here. The burial site intrigued him immensely. The burial site was a completely new and fascinating city for Zhou Zhang. He felt like a fish in water, wandering around every day in search of training opportunities, and fortune smiled upon him. Zhou Zhang joined one of the most famous battle teams at the 4th headquarters of the burial site. The next morning, Han Jiangdong took a subordinate out to check on the incubation of the beast eggs and the issue of trade permits. Zhou Zhang and his team had to go see the incubation of the beast eggs and the trade permits for the Way of the Spear. Goodbye for now. Everyone take care. Zhou Zhang and his team leader, Zhou Hua, stood at the hotel door, reminding everyone be careful. Han Jiangdong had just left, and Zhou Zhang also spoke to Captain Zhou. "I need to stay here for a while, please take good care of things at Titan City." Captain Zhou Hua patted his chest and replied, "As long as I'm here, no one will dare touch your friends and family." Zhou Zhang wandered the streets of the burial place, realizing, the commercial atmosphere here is truly something Titan City can't compare to. Zhou Zhang visited an auction house and bought a city map for the price of a high-level white star crystal. The shopkeeper then introduced a more detailed electronic map, which could be bought for a high-level blue star crystal. "Hey, I also have a more advanced electronic map, more detailed. It's a paper map, but also comes with 3D charts and various mutated creatures. Actually, it's not expensive, only one high-level blue crystal." Zhou Zhang tried the electronic map and found it far more convenient than the paper version. "It's indeed more convenient than the paper map. I'll take it." Zhou Zhang decided to complete the purchase. After buying the map, he exited and hailed a carriage. "Hello, where would you like to go?" "To the large equipment street in the 9th district." When the shopkeeper saw Zhou Zhang entering, he introduced that all the equipment here had price tags. "Would you like us to bring out some items for you to see?" Zhou Zhang looked at a dagger with a value of level 5 armor piercing and then asked, "How do I determine the value of this?" The staff member lifted the dagger from the display case and placed a measuring device on it. Immediately, the device showed the armor-piercing value of level 5 and a conductivity rate of 27%. Zhou Zhang held the dagger in his hand, thinking to himself, this is just a level 5 armor-piercing dagger, and it's being sold for 15 high-level purple star crystals. Zhou Zhang returned the dagger to the staff member. I'd like to check out some other places, thank you. I'll look elsewhere. The staff member happily nodded, of course. Thank you for visiting. 6 hours later, Zhou Zhang sighed, wandering the streets. As expected, armor-piercing weapons need to be purple crystal or above. The money I've saved up in Titan City might seem like upper class there, but here, in this burial place, it's barely considered middle class. Zhou Zhang entered an auction house. The host announced, the next item is the second to last one in our auction today. This is the first auction room of ours. The host continued, earlier, a martial artist sent us a block of metal alloy to be auctioned. The crowd below immediately grew excited. It's definitely worth coming here today. To be brought up to this auction, this metal must be no less than level 5. The host removed the white cloth. Inside the box was a block of metal alloy with a diameter of 10 cm and a thickness of 2 cm. How much is its armor-piercing value? The people in the crowd immediately complained, it's so small, and they're auctioning it? I'm used to long blades, this block of metal wouldn't even make up half a sword. Zhou Zhang stared at the metal block inside the box. With this size, he could make a dagger. The host announced, the armor-piercing value of this metal block is 11. Compared to the highest value of 13, it's only 2 points lower. The crowd below immediately reacted with surprise such a small piece of metal had such a high value. On stage, the host announced that the starting price would be 1 high-level purple star crystal. Zhou Zhang thought to himself, I wonder if I should buy this block of metal. Right now, my dagger isn't cutting it. The atmosphere in the auction was intense, and the highest bid for the metal block had already reached 65 high-level purple star crystals. The host was ready to raise the gavel, asking if anyone else wanted to bid. Zhou Zhang raised his hand and bid 66 high-level star crystals. He had made up his mind and was willing to take a risk to purchase this metal block. After the auction, a staff member pushed the box in front of Zhou Zhang and said, this is the metal you won at the auction. Please feel free to check it. A man in a hat sitting next to Zhou Zhang commented, I've been a blacksmith for many years, and I've never encountered a metal with an armor-piercing value of 11. It's a shame it's too small, otherwise, it would be worth much more. Zhou Zhang asked the blacksmith, with this size, is it enough to make a dagger? The blacksmith looked up and met Zhou Zhang's gaze, then confidently replied, I don't know about others, but for Luo Tianshan, this size of metal block is definitely enough to make a dagger. Luo Tianshan looked at the large machine in front of him and spoke, Zhou brother, it's almost time to start forging. Immediately, a hot liquid began to flow from the nozzle of the machine. Half an hour later, Luo Tianshan wiped the sweat dripping down his face and smiled, saying, it's done. Looking at the finished product, Luo Tianshan introduced, with my experience, even though its conductivity may not be the best, it won't be lower than 20%. He then tossed the weapon into the air, and it landed in Zhou Zhang's hand. Zhou Zhang examined it and evaluated, feels great. Now let's see if you're a dragon or just a bug. He smiled, staring at the weapon before leaving. Luo Tianshan respectfully bade him farewell, Zhou brother, take care. After Zhou Zhang left, Luo Tianshan turned to his staff and said, clean up in front of the shop in the next few days. The staff member looked confused, huh? Why? Luo Tianshan gazed at Zhou Zhang's departing figure and replied, today is truly a lucky day for both of us. A joyful smile spread across Luo Tianshan's face, this time, the title of the 9-star blacksmith? It's as good as mine. At a nearby base, Zhou Zhang had returned to his place. He entered a room, smiling brightly with a joyful hi-hi, causing the 2 people sitting beside him to nervously step back. In the western town, Zhou Zhang walked while looking at the screen and said, this map was worth the purchase, not only does it mark hunting grounds, but also a few small shops. Suddenly, he noticed a spot on the map. He recalled the time when he had paraglided and thought, I remember Wei Hang used something like this. Maybe I should get one to keep as a backup. With that thought, he headed to the location marked on the map, bowed his head and greeted, "Is anyone here?" The shopkeeper, seeing him arrive, greeted him warmly, "Oh. Hello, dear customer." The shopkeeper cheerfully introduced the goods in his store. "Are you looking to buy a kite? You've come to the right shop. We have all kinds of kites, flying types, thrust-powered types, and even handheld ones." Zhou Zhang glanced around to check out the items the shopkeeper was showing. The shopkeeper continued, "This is the most premium model in our shop, and it's priced at just one low-level green crystal." After making the purchase, Zhou Zhang left. The shopkeeper bowed respectfully, "See you next time, dear customer." Once outside, Zhou Zhang went to a less crowded spot, bent down to examine his new item. Looking at it, he touched it, then pulled out his tablet, checking the information as he said, "Now, it's time to find a place to test out my new teammate." Outside the western town, a large crowd had gathered. A man with a loudspeaker was announcing, "The Wolf's Den is recruiting, requiring level 5 or above. 3 people from the Rhino Plains, level 7 or above, with armor-piercing weapons, are needed." Zhou Zhang stepped forward, smiling as he said, "You want to go to the Rhino Plains? Do you think I qualify?" The man with the loudspeaker looked him over and asked, "Level 7 is fine. Do you have an armor-piercing weapon?" Zhou Zhang replied nonchalantly, "No, I don't." Upon hearing this, the man turned away and cursed, "Then what are you contributing? Didn't you hear the requirements I mentioned?" Zhou Zhang, unfazed, presented a weapon and smiled with squinted eyes. "Isn't a high-ratio weapon acceptable? With 47% conductivity, it shouldn't be much worse than an armor-piercing weapon, right?" The man continued to criticize, "Sorry, we're hunting iron armor rhinos, only armor-piercing weapons can penetrate their armor." Zhou Zhang persisted, "How can you know if you don't give it a try?" The loudspeaker man, irritated, said, "You." At that moment, the captain of the Wolfang squad suddenly spoke up, "Forget it, Guang, let him go." Then the captain cheerfully greeted the participants, "Hello everyone, I am the captain of the Wolfang squad. This time, our recruitment reward is limited." The captain took out a piece of machinery and announced the mission. "Your task is to attract the attention of the iron armor rhino. I will be in charge of the attack. If no one has any objections, we will set off." As they traveled in the vehicle, everyone discussed among themselves. One person said, "Today is really lucky to be able to join the Wolfang squad. The 3 of us just need to do our jobs well, and we will definitely be rewarded handsomely." Zhou Zhang asked curiously, "Is the Wolfang squad really that formidable?" A person with tied hair sitting opposite replied, "Are you new here? The Wolfang squad is the highest level team. Don't you see that they are ignoring us because the 3 of us don't have any armor-piercing weapons?" At that moment, wolves suddenly appeared, chasing after the Wolfang squad's vehicle. One person shouted, "Captain, it's a pack of level 6 large Fang wolves." The captain was unfazed, pulling out a large gun and firing continuously. Bullets rained down on the level 6 large Fang wolves. The captain cheerfully exclaimed, "Perfect, we can use them as offerings." Zhou Zhang observed and secretly admired, "What bravery! If I'm not mistaken, each bullet fired must be made from a metal alloy." At that moment, a level 7 wolf charged towards the convoy. One person shouted a warning, "It's the large Fang Wolf King, everyone be careful." The level 7 large Fang Wolf King charged straight towards the vehicle of Zhou Zhang and his 2 companions, who were the 3 newcomers without any weapons. The large Fang Wolf King barreled directly towards Zhou Zhang. He wasn't afraid at all and stared directly at the level 7 large Fang Wolf King, ready to fight. But before the wolf could even touch him, a bullet shot through its head, killing it instantly. The new arrivals and the team standing behind him voiced their regret. "TSK, I wonder if this Wolf King can make up for the cost of that armor-piercing bullet." One of them continued, "The Wolfang squad went straight to using armor-piercing bullet level 8 from the start. Other teams out there wouldn't necessarily be able to recoup the value of a single bullet." After a while, the group reached the plains, where armored rhinos roamed. This was the Rhino's Plain, the final destination of this hunting journey. The leader of the Wolf Fang squad issued orders, "You three, split into 3 directions to lure the iron armor rhinos. Remember, don't lure more than 2 at a time." Zhou Zhang immediately acknowledged, "Understood." The captain folded his arms and called out, "All right, let's go." Following the order, the 3 members of Zhou Zhang's group quickly rushed off in different directions to lure the iron armor rhinos as instructed. The iron armor rhinos were calmly grazing on the grass. These were level 9 iron armor rhinos, incredibly difficult to hunt. Sharp arrows flew towards the rhinos, striking one of them, which let out a painful bellow. Hearing that noise, the other rhinos sensed the danger approaching and all of them rushed off in a frenzy to escape. Zhou Zhang stood on a branch, observing below, and saw 2 rhinos charging toward him. He smiled confidently, and the weapon in his hand disappeared, replaced by the one he had just acquired from Luo Tianshan. A system panel appeared, displaying stats: blood consumption, armor piercing value 11, electrical conductivity 53%. He smiled proudly, "Let's see what you're capable of." Then he jumped down from the branch, ready to face the iron armor rhinos. One of the iron armor rhinos charged violently into a tree, as if it had lost its mind. Zhou Zhang gripped his weapon, giving the rhino a sidelong glance, silently thinking, "Activate speed boost immediately." Countless afterimages of him appeared in the thick fog. He moved quickly and skillfully dodged the iron armor rhino's attacks. At the same time, he swung his weapon sharply at the rhino's body. Truly, with an armor-piercing value of 11, the blade sliced through the rhino's iron armor as smoothly as cutting through fruit. The rhino's eyes rolled back, and it died instantly. He gleefully said, "As expected, it didn't disappoint me. Cutting through a level 9 iron armor rhino's armor is like cutting tofu." Suddenly, a sound made him alert. He quickly glanced toward the source of the noise and, with swift agility, leapt upward, successfully dodging an attack from the 2 iron armor rhinos. He quickly wielded his weapon, smiling triumphantly. After checking, he decided it was time to get to the main task. He then ran to lure the iron armor rhinos, shouting loudly to attract them, "Come on, my esteemed guests, follow closely." The captain of the Wolf Fang squad sensed something approaching him and raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sun to get a clearer view. "Already?" he exclaimed. His subordinates quickly rolled up their sleeves, preparing to deal with the iron armor rhinos. It seemed that the kid named Zhou Zhang wasn't bad after all. The captain was quite pleased and thought to himself, "I knew I wasn't wrong in choosing him." Everyone in the squad shouted, "Now it's our turn." The captain of the Wolf Fang squad called out, "Zhou Zhang, you rest for now, we'll handle the rest." Then, the team swiftly surrounded the 2 massive iron armor rhinos. One was heavily injured, so they focused on taking it down first. One of Zhou Zhang's new team members picked up a gun, preparing to load a bullet. "I'll give it a try," he said, staring intently at the bullet in his hand. This made Zhou Zhang a bit surprised. Armor-piercing bullet level 9? If it really can kill the iron armor rhino, doesn't that make it a firearm? The bullet shot into the body of the iron armor rhino. The surrounding team members, busy positioning themselves for the battle, cursed loudly. The shooter felt disheartened, tossing the gun aside. As expected, relying on the kinetic energy from gunpowder can't unleash the full power of the armor-piercing bullet level 9. Wasted a bullet, that's a huge loss. Zhou Zhang stood nearby, disheartened as he listened to the man lamenting his wasted bullet. He turned his head, his gaze calculating, and then asked, "The weapons of their captain, the armor-piercing value is all level 9 or higher, right?" The man nodded and replied, "Yeah." He then added, "Actually, we just upgraded our armor-piercing weapons to level 9 before coming to the rhino plains." Glancing at the rampaging rhino, he continued, "Now it seems, even with a level 9 armor-piercing value, dealing with an iron armor rhino still takes a lot of effort." After a while of fighting, the Wolf Fang squad had successfully taken down the 2 iron armor rhinos. Everyone cheered joyfully, as expected. No matter what profession you're in, you need some capital. Today was a huge harvest. The captain of the Wolf Fang squad looked at Zhou Zhang and praised him, saying, "Let me know everyone's guild card numbers. We'll sell these materials in the West Town later, I'll handle the transaction." Hearing the captain talk about splitting the reward, Zhou Zhang was a bit confused. He raised his hand to his chin, puzzled, and asked, "Guild card? Is that the one for the graveyard?" The captain of the Wolf Fong squad responded, "That's right." Zhou Zhang scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. It seems like I haven't done that yet. At the West Town, the martial artist guild branch had informed him, once a member reaches 10 stars, they will automatically be promoted to the next level. That's why Zhou Zhang was there now, waiting to get his membership card. The receptionist respectfully said, "Please wait a moment, I'll prepare your membership card." Before long, the membership card was firmly in his hand, with minimal information, Zhou Zhang's membership card. Looking at the card in his hand, he thought to himself, the Wolf Fong squad has just leveled up to 7 white stars. Standing in the middle of the area, he remained deep in thought. It seems like there's something for me to do in the graveyard after all. With a powerful step, he got off the vehicle, thinking and acting swiftly. He waved goodbye to everyone and left, saying, "I'll be back in a bit." "Thanks." The others didn't seem suspicious at all, just leaving him with a supportive cheer as they sped off. "Good luck, newbie." One of them even bluntly added, "Don't die." At that moment, Zhou Zhang summoned his mount, Iron Armor Cow, "Come forth." The mighty beast appeared, charging with its master, galloping swiftly along the trail, passing by other guild members, who were struck with awe and shock, exclaiming, "A cow!" Zhou Zhang and his beast remained focused on a single objective. Reaching their destination, he quickly leaped off and began attacking the monsters surrounding the area. He issued his command, "Alright, start." After a barrage of continuous attacks, the monsters were still stunned, allowing Zhou Zhang to continue his relentless assault. But as they say, there's no such thing as a genius move, only the mistakes of the enemy that can be exploited. Not bad, not bad. On a nearby hill, 2 elderly men continuously praised him, using a spyglass to observe his fight. Shinjun Hang handed the binoculars to his friend and said, "Mr. Li, take a look over there, there's a very interesting kid." Li Changming replied meaningfully, "Oh." Like his old friend, he couldn't help but praise, at such a young age, to have reached this level while dodging at close range, and he's already a level 7 martial artist. He continued with a smile, but his true strength must be at least level 10. It sounded quite impressive, but in reality, that was still not enough to fully describe the strange power of the young man. Shinjun Hang boldly stated, "Look closely, the strength of this kid is unusual, I think he must be at least level 11. Upon hearing this, Li Changming focused more intently, his eyes fixed on the battle. Indeed, if this person matures, he will definitely become a top strongman. With their thoughts aligned, Shinjun Hang responded, "So why should we turn a blind eye?" Understanding his intent, Li Changming immediately replied, "Let's go, we should meet this genius for a moment." Thus, the two of them leisurely made their way toward Zhou Zhang. Meanwhile, he had finished off the monsters and was sitting down to rest and regain his strength. Receiving the notification of his level up, he was visibly excited. "Wow, this is truly a good place, I've leveled up 2 ranks already and exploded 13 pieces of green crystal." The monsters he had defeated lay scattered on the ground, and he spotted one, licking his lips as he said, "I wonder if the meat of this thing is tasty. It seems like the last time the Wolf Fong team didn't bring any meat back." Looking at the corpses of the monsters once more, he hesitated slightly but then quickly made up his mind. "Forget it, there have been many people this year who haven't been able to eat meat, so let's not waste it." After thinking for a moment, a Zhou Zhang chuckled with delight. "Aha, after all, my thief's backpack can hold anything. The task is done, but it's still not dark yet, so I won't easily waste that much time." Since it was still early, he decided to venture deeper for a bit more exploration. He continued to stride through the dim forest. But at that moment, Zhou Zhang sensed something unusual. He cautiously turned to attack the stranger. Unfortunately, the opponent was at a higher level and easily deflected his arm, calmly saying, "Kid, don't be tense, we mean no harm." Of course, he wouldn't let his guard down just because of that statement, so he seriously asked, "Who are you?" They introduced themselves in turn. "I am Shinjun Hang." The other person also spoke up, "I am Li Changming." Immediately after, he coldly introduced himself, clasping his hands, "Zhou Zhang." After completing the cumbersome introduction, Shin Junhang got straight to the point. Sorry, I want to inquire about something necessary first. However, before he could do anything, just lifting his glasses was enough to leave him stunned. Only 7 stars, white rank. Shin Junhang frowned in surprise. So you just registered yesterday? No wonder. Understanding the reason, he quickly instructed, Mr. Lee, hand me your communication device. Can't you wait to go back and do it for him? Do you have to use mine? Although Lee Changming was not very pleased, he still obediently handed it over. Shin Junhang quickly reassured his old friend, I'll compensate you later, don't be so stingy. Immediately after, Mr. Haofeng brought the communication device in front of Zhou Zhang and said, Here, I've changed your profile into this communication device. Zhou Zhang looked astonished at their seemingly endless actions and asked, What is this? Kid, this is a satellite communication device. Its range can cover half the country, and at the burial site, there can be no more than 100 people who own this. Li Changming eagerly explained. Unfortunately, a person with good intentions collided with an unintentional one. Zhou Zhang, feeling embarrassed, replied, Such a wonderful thing, I can't afford it, no matter how much it costs. He thought these two were salespeople. Seeing the bewildered expression on his face, Shin Junhang laughed and said, Just take it, this is a gift from us. Beside them, Mr. Li Tan-dan was still sulking. His tone was filled with anger as he reproached, You don't know how to appreciate it. The two of them hurriedly came and went. Shin Junhang waved goodbye, not forgetting to remind, We're leaving now, my contact number is on top, figure out how to use it yourself. Then both of them left, leaving Zhou Zhang bewildered with the strange item he had just received, still in shock as he wondered, is it real or fake? Are salespeople really coming to the hunting area to give away trial items now? He began to break out in a cold sweat, with 1,000 doubts swirling in his mind. What exactly does this mean? Why am I feeling a bit scared? Zhou Zhang stared at the satellite communication device, furrowing his brow as he sighed, truly high-end equipment, needs to be thoroughly studied. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, as if he had discovered something special. It seemed like the device had a signal. He quickly turned it on and listened. This is Zhou Zhang, please speak. He listened seriously as the other person spoke. On the other end of the line was none other than Shin Junhang. He slowly reminded him, I forgot to mention, a martial artist at your level shouldn't focus on killing mutated beasts, you should make the mutated beings your training partners. As he spoke, he chuckled, his tone taunting, with your strength, still picking on level 9? Don't you find it boring? Shin Junhang's face suddenly became serious, and he began to speak with a tone full of sarcasm. A martial artist should use life and death to hone oneself, challenging things that are beyond you. Zhou Zhang remained silent, pondering deeply without responding. The vehicle sped down the road, dust flying up in the air. After the call ended, Li Qingdan, who was driving, turned and asked curiously, Leader, I still think the gift you gave him was a bit too much. Shin Junhang calmly raised a finger to explain, That's why I'm the leader, and you're just the high-level robbery guide. When looking at a problem, you need to look far ahead, Mr. Lee. He grinned with pleasure as he analyzed, a martial artist traveling alone, just joining the martial artist guild, it's clear he's someone who doesn't like being tied down. If I rush to extend an invitation, he'll definitely refuse. Upon hearing this, Li Changming understood the purpose of his words and cheerfully responded, So you want to engage diplomatically first, then proceed with military tactics. Shin Junhang looked at the communication device in his hand, deep in thought, then replied seriously, Someone like him, once he accepts the invitation, it's much easier. Any future tasks, he'll definitely hesitate to refuse. Li Changming praised him enthusiastically, Leader, you're really crafty. Hearing this, Shin Junhang coughed a few times, then defended himself, What are you saying? That's called strategy. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhang was standing atop a high mountain, gazing down. He speculated, this must be the Snake Python Valley on the map. He said this, then quickly downed a pink energy booster. Zhou Zhang smirked. He thought about the words Shin Junhang had just said to him, that old man does have a point. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhou Zhang dove down like a moth to a flame. As he neared the ground, he swiftly deployed his parachute to stabilize his body in mid-air. From above, he saw the large dragon and snake creatures twisting below, but Zhou Zhang remained unbothered. He grinned with amusement. Well, let's just give it a shot. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, half a month had gone by. A pair of determined legs stood amidst a swirl of green energy. It was none other than Zhou Zhang, standing face to face with two green dragon and snake creatures. They looked at him with greedy eyes, constantly flicking out their long, serpentine tongues. Their gaze suddenly became sharp, glowing like car headlights, and their faces turned unusually ferocious. The pack of dragon and snake lunged to overwhelm Zhou Zhang, but with the radiance of the protagonist, he dodged effortlessly, moving nimbly to avoid their attacks. He grinned smugly as if he had just discovered a secret martial arts technique. Zhou Zhang's body was now surrounded by a powerful green energy, and his hands radiated a strong yellow force. He cheerfully said, "Finally mastered it." Outside, Lei Hu's group was advancing deeper into the forest, and the atmosphere felt strange. A young man with gray hair and a worried expression spoke up, "Why do I hear the sound of fighting? Could there be a martial artist down there?" Lei Hu, a large and muscular man with a scarred face and a grim expression, replied without changing his demeanor, "It's probably fighting with the snake python." He slapped the gray-haired young man on the shoulder, laughing as he added, "With poison that dense, even a high-level martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand it." The eyes of the person widened in astonishment upon hearing this, exclaiming, "That's true." Suddenly, a hand emerged from below the abyss, looking quite eerie, causing everyone to be taken aback. Zhou Zhang, with a cheerful expression, climbed up, leaving the other two utterly stunned, mouths agape as they shouted, "Huh?" The young man with gray hair, sweating profusely, looked at him and questioned, "Captain, didn't you say that no martial artist could withstand this poison?" Zhou Zhang appeared to be in excellent spirits. He showed no signs of being affected by the poison and calmly greeted everyone. Lei Hu quickly responded, "Hello." But at that moment, Zhou Zhang was in a hurry. He turned his back and said to them, "I have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer." The others behind him looked bewildered, reluctantly saying, "Goodbye." Suddenly, Lei Hu clenched his teeth, feeling that something was off. He thought to himself, "Something's not right." After a moment, he called out to Zhou Zhang loudly, "Please stop." Zhou Zhang turned around calmly and asked, "What is it?" Lei Hu looked him up and down, assessing him. Although this person was only at level 7, his aura was incredibly strong. Zhou Zhang, with a half-joking, half-serious expression, teased, "I have nothing on me to give you." He said this while an immense green energy radiated around him. Without hesitation, Lei Hu made a lucrative proposal to him. "Well, here's the deal. We've received a mission and would like to invite you to join us. Are you interested?" The gray-haired young man standing next to him seemed to disagree. He spoke up to stop him, "Captain, are you out of your mind?" He continued, speaking with concern, "This person has an unclear background, and he's only at level 7. The others also agreed with this point. "Captain, think this through." Their tone was condescending, belittling Zhou Zhang. "This is the team ranked 37th in the burial grounds, how could we be so reckless?" Hearing his subordinates murmur, Lei Hu raised his voice to reassure them, "Enough talking, I know how to handle this myself." Standing in front of the massive Lei Hu, Zhou Zhang showed no fear. He even laughed heartily and replied, To be honest, when it comes to temporarily joining others, I know my place." He paused suddenly, glaring at Lei Hu, and said, "However." Without hesitation, Zhou Zhang tightened his grip on Lei Hu's hand in a somewhat friendly manner, then flashed a bright smile and added, "Occasionally having some fun won't hurt. I accept your invitation." Everyone around them was utterly astonished. While Zhou Zhang was discussing with Lei Hu's group, suddenly, his new communication device vibrated and announced, "Zhou Zhang, take out your communication device, I'm sharing this mission with you." When Zhou Zhang took out the communication device, both Lei Hu and the gray-haired young man showed clear surprise. They stared at the new gadget in his hand, then widened their eyes and frowned, stammering, "This?" The gray-haired young man exclaimed, "Satellite communication device?" One of the group members couldn't help but murmur, I heard that only 60 people in this burial ground have one of these. They couldn't stop asking, bombarding him with questions. Hey, where did you get this? Seeing their curious expressions, Zhou Zhang happily replied, What's up? Got something to say? The gray-haired young man quickly waved his hands with a delighted face. No, no. Lei Hu felt secretly pleased and thought to himself, this kid is indeed not simple. This kid's not ordinary, he muttered inwardly. Zhou Zhang quickly powered on the communication device, and the screen displayed the mission, Pioneer Cone 118, explore an undetermined area and document the exotic creatures in the region. Lei Hu read through the mission and crossed his arms, his face showing concern as he spoke loudly. Area C-118 is near a zone where level 12 exotic creatures appear. If we're unlucky, we might even encounter a level 13 one. But the rewards and contributions for this pioneering mission are huge. The gray-haired young man grumbled angrily, that damn bastard, making us take on a mission where there's no guarantee we'll come back. Lei Hu, feeling guilty, responded, It's all my fault for losing to that bastard from the Haicho clan. Now, my men have to go on this risky mission with me. Everyone, seeing this, turned around to comfort Lei Hu. Captain, it's not your fault. The others agreed, that's right, moreover, if we succeed, the rewards won't be small. In response to Lei Hu's group's concerns, Zhou Zhang, however, stared intently at the device screen. He grinned with delight. A pioneer, huh? I like this mission. Zhou Zhang's strong legs moved forward across the lush green grass. Lei Hu and his group ventured deeper into the forest. Ahead of them appeared a small river, shrouded in thick mist. Danger loomed as two white lions, strange creatures, faced off against each other on the opposite bank. They relentlessly displayed their strength, clashing fiercely. One member of the group used binoculars to observe from a distance and gasped, so strong. The young man with gray hair, his face full of worry, advised, Captain, we can't go through there. To reach Area Cone 118, we must cross the den of these beasts. Lei Hu, hearing this, fell silent, contemplating, but did not respond. Just when it seemed like they were at a deadlock, Zhou Zhang spoke up, We don't need to cross there. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned and turned to look at him. Zhou Zhang, confidently and with great enthusiasm, continued, Let me lure the white beast away. Everyone couldn't believe their ears, they were worried and asked, You? What? Zhou Zhang glanced at them and quickly reassured, Don't worry. Lei Hu stood behind, confused, calling out in a tone of advice, Zhou Zhang, don't force yourself. Zhou Zhang said little, he took a deep breath and stomped down hard on the ground, creating a loud bang. He charged forward like a moth to a flame, proudly responding, I'm not foolish enough to go and throw my life away. The young man with gray hair watched, sweating profusely, and asked Lei Hu, Captain, is he really okay? Is he not just bragging? But Lei Hu, regaining his composure, replied, Have you forgotten where we met him? The person quickly recalled that day and awkwardly answered, The Snake Python Valley. Lei Hu returned to his normal demeanor and explained to his worried subordinate, a person without skills wouldn't be able to climb out of there unscathed. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhang exuded a powerful aura. He tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand, ready to fight. Fearlessly, he approached the snarling white lion in front of him. Upon getting closer, he realized something, there was not just one. Zhou Zhang frowned, sighed, and calculated silently with an expressionless face, there are quite a few of them. As soon as he finished speaking, a source of golden light emanated from him, It seems I need to put on a good show to lure you away. Suddenly, fireworks exploded in the sky with a loud noise, causing Lei Hu's group to be taken aback. Lei Hu stared through his binoculars, mouth agape, asking, What does this kid think he's doing? The young man with gray hair, eyes wide in disbelief, looked up at the sky and softly said, It's fireworks. Zhou Zhang had successfully drawn the white lion's attention to himself, causing it to forget about the group. He joyfully shouted, Stay close. Lei Hu, still looking through the binoculars, saw something that shocked him. With a smile, he urged the others, he really did it. Don't waste any more time, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the group quickly took the opportunity to jump over the river ahead, the mist around them thick. After reaching safety, the group collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The young man with black hair spoke up, asking, "Captain, will Zhou Zhang be alright? I'm exhausted." Hearing this, Lei Hu hesitated, unable to respond. At that moment, a loud roar from the white lion echoed through the dark forest, making everyone tense up and look back. Lei Hu suddenly realized the danger and said with concern, "That roar. Those mutated beasts must be above level 12. This only made the young man with gray hair even more anxious. Does that mean he?" Lei Hu sank further into despair, lowering his head, and sadly muttered, "Brothers, Lei Hu. I'm sorry. It seems that Lei Hu has reached a dead end. This mission is very likely to end in failure." Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits dampened, but before Lei Hu could finish speaking, Zhou Zhang appeared like a deity, smiling brightly and waving a friendly greeting, "I'm back." When Lei Hu heard Zhou Zhang's voice, he was taken aback and turned to look at his group. They were all trembling as if they had encountered a ghost, their eyes wide and mouths agape in astonishment. Zhou Zhang pointed at himself and asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you happy to see me?" The young man with gray hair stepped forward, sighing, and called out Zhou Zhang. Then, he took Zhou Zhang's hand with a face full of admiration and respect. "I'm in awe, you are an absolute master." At that moment, a strong hand from Lei Hu also rested on Zhou Zhang's shoulder. He was overjoyed. "Zhou Zhang, thanks to you, we made it here." The young man with green hair agreed with this sentiment. He stood to the side, nodding vigorously, "That's right, that's right." Lei Hu continued slowly, his voice filled with praise, "Your speed and agility are definitely far beyond ours." Saying this, Lei Hu handed the detector to Zhou Zhang and said, "This detector is for you. We just need to achieve a detection probability of 60% to complete the mission." Zhou Zhang stared intently at the device in his hand, the detector's screen displaying a reading of 1%. With a confident expression, he said a simple, "Let's get going." 2 days later, in a dense forest, with birds soaring in the sky, the detector showed 60%. Zhou Zhang, thrilled, held up the detector and cheered loudly in front of the group, "Brothers, the mission is complete." Upon hearing this, everyone hugged each other tightly, overjoyed, saying, "This time, I can finally trade for a better bulletproof vest." The young man with gray hair also rejoiced for his friend. We've hit the jackpot." After completing the mission, everyone looked relaxed and content, speaking to one another, "This is amazing." Lei Hu's group quickly arrived at a towering building, visibly eager about what awaited them inside. The communication device displayed an excellent signal, with a 6-star rating. Lei Hu stared intently at Zhou Zhang and asked, "What are you planning to do next?" Zhou Zhang smiled faintly, though weariness was evident on his face after days of tension. He replied, "I'm a bit tired lately, so I'll take a break for a while." Then, he reached out and shook Lei Hu's hand with a sense of camaraderie and respect. Lei Hu, fully approving of his plan, complimented him, "That's good, whenever you're free, come find me. It's been a pleasure working with you." Zhou Zhang nodded, his gaze softening at the invitation, "I'll contact you later." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked away. Once Zhou Zhang's figure disappeared from view, the young man with gray hair turned to Lei Hu, unable to hide his curiosity, and asked, "Captain, why didn't you invite him to join our lightning god team?" He gazed into the distance, his voice calm but carrying a deeper meaning. "For a strong man like him, our team is still too small. Rather than having him resent us, it's better to befriend him." Lei Hu, feeling a sense of excitement, reminded his team, "Don't forget, there's still another reward waiting for us." In a room nearby, a middle-aged man was leisurely smoking, clearly enjoying it. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, surprising him, "I didn't expect you all to actually survive and complete the mission." He sat back in his chair and ordered, "Lei Hu." At the command, Lei Hu understood immediately. He quickly opened a mirror, revealing a piece of paper along with 3 star-shaped badges. As the mirror closed, a cold voice echoed from Lei Hu, filled with a sense of foreboding, "For Seal, I told you, everything you owe us will be made to come back to you." With those words, Lei Hu turned and walked out of the door, leaving Fur Seal sitting in stunned silence, trembling with rage. Fur Seal blared angrily at the person beside him, asking, "Did you find out? Who exactly helped them?" A subordinate quickly approached, pulling out a photograph and speaking respectfully, "Brother Hai, this is the one we managed to capture." The person who worked with them on the mission that day was this man. First Seal stared intently at the photo in his hands. It was an image of Zhou Zhang. A sinister smile spread across his face, and his laughter echoed like the sound of impending danger. "Hee, very well, this is very good." At that moment, Zhou Zhang's newly purchased car was speeding down the main road. On a desolate stretch of highway, Zhou Zhang sat in his old vehicle, his eyes focused as he navigated through the bumpy road. He furrowed his brow, thinking about his current situation, muttering to himself, "I have to admit, the only benefit of the apocalypse is cheap cars." However, by a tree along the road, someone was lurking, watching his movements through binoculars. The person observed for a moment before reporting to someone else that Zhou Zhang appeared in the east. "Looks like he's heading toward the burial site." The voice on the other end quickly processed the information. "Got it." Lin Wutian's face was filled with murderous intent, his grip tightening on the sword in his hand. He sneered, speaking in a low, mocking tone, "Brother Hai really values that Zhou Zhang." He thought to himself, "He's just a level 7 martial artist. Pick anyone at random, that should be enough to take care of him, right?" Suddenly, a fleet of cars appeared, blocking Zhou Zhang's path. The person commanding them shouted loudly, "Don't let him escape." But Zhou Zhang was no ordinary driver. He was an expert behind the wheel and easily broke through the encirclement, escaping with ease. The group refused to give up and accelerated, pursuing him from behind. Lin Wutian watched him through the car window, his face dark with murderous intent, wishing he could kill him on the spot. When Zhou Zhang noticed the pursuers, his eyes widened in surprise. But this only amused him more, as he grinned widely, his smile as refreshing as a cool autumn breeze. Suddenly, gunshots rang out from behind, and Lin Wutian's voice echoed through the chaos, shouting, "Open fire!" Dozens of guns fired relentlessly at Zhou Zhang's car. The sound of bullets tearing through the air filled the road, and Zhou Zhang's car was hit hard, exploding in a violent burst right in the middle of the highway. The deafening roar of the blast was followed by a cloud of thick smoke, and a chaotic scene unfolded, engulfing the space. Lin Wutian, watching from the enemy side, saw the car explode and his face contorted in regret. What a shame! A good car like that. The desolate landscape and the faint sunlight filtering through the smoke from the burning wrecks only added to the grim atmosphere. Lin Wutian stood surveying the area, his expression serious. He quickly inquired, "Did you get everything on film?" Another man, checking his equipment, nodded in confirmation, "Got it all." Believing that Zhou Zhang had been torn apart in the explosion, Lin Wutian spoke with confidence, his voice firm as he commanded, "Withdraw the team." But just as he was about to turn away, something unexpected happened. A massive missile suddenly shot through the air directly overhead. An explosion much more powerful than the previous one erupted with a deafening roar. Lin Wutian only had time to glance up at the sky before missiles rained down upon them. But by then, it was too late. A catastrophic explosion shook the ground, sending shockwaves through the area, and everything was swallowed by flames. Amidst the raging fire, a figure emerged unscathed. Zhou Zhang, sitting comfortably in a secure spot, remained completely unharmed. His voice, cold and challenging, echoed through the smoke, "If you want to play with me, then you'll play with my rules." The enemy group panicked, spinning around to locate the source of the voice. Lin Wutian screamed in fear, his voice trembling with disbelief, Who dares to ambush us?" Suddenly, a massive flame erupted in the middle of the formation, causing everyone to scream in agony, "It's too hot, it's too hot. We're going to burn alive." Lin Wutian's eyes widened, stunned as if he had just seen the one responsible for this chaos. Zhou Zhang stepped out from the smoke, his cold eyes scanning the panicked crowd. Lin Wutian gradually recognized him and exclaimed, "It's you." Zhou Zhang looked at him and slowly asked, "Surprised?" His eyes were firm, as if to say, "Before I figure out who you all are, I'm not dying yet." Lin Wutian, the commanding officer, stood up amidst his subordinates, drew his weapon, and sneered with a murderous tone, "Then I'll make sure you die clearly. We are from the Sea Sky Company. You helped Lei Hu and caused us to lose control of the Haiyang building. Tell me, do you deserve to die? Though he was scorched by the flames, he still stood strong and asked. Zhou Zhang smirked, his voice laced with challenge, oh, them? Lin Wutian grew impatient, glaring at him before shouting, now you can be a transparent ghost, go die already. He then commanded his subordinates to attack, kill him for me. The others, receiving the command, disregarded their own safety and rushed toward him. No matter how hard they swung their blades, slicing vertically and horizontally, they couldn't lay a finger on Zhou Zhang. He dodged with ease and moved swiftly. He even used a short-range teleportation to avoid fatal strikes. Lin Wutian screamed when he saw this. Short-range teleportation can only be used by a strongman. Zhou Zhang paused at a safe distance, letting out a cold laugh as he responded, good guess. Unfortunately, at that moment, a blue energy started to surround his body, causing Lin Wutian and his group to gape in astonishment. At this moment, Lin Wutian's warning voice rang out from afar, causing panic among his men, be careful, that guy is extremely powerful. Zhou Zhang stood amidst the wreckage, his gaze calm but filled with murderous intent. Facing him was the leader of the enemy group, his eyes full of rage and helplessness. Zhou Zhang smirked and coldly said, it's too late. No sooner had he finished speaking than he shot forward like lightning, striking down one person after another, causing them to suffer severe casualties. He concluded his attack and said with disdain, level 9, and that's all you've got. Behind his words, flames continued to rage fiercely. Lin Wutian panicked, stuttering, how? How is this possible? What just happened? Zhou Zhang stepped forward, looking directly at Lam No Tien, his tone laced with a hint of mockery, are you very disappointed? Even with such thorough preparation, you still couldn't kill me. Zhou Zhang became serious and said to her, show your true strength, like a martial artist, and fight properly. Upon hearing this, Lam No Tien was infuriated and cursed, damn it. He, not knowing his own limits, gathered all his courage and charged at the male protagonist once more, damn it, cut. Zhou Zhang swung his sword, delivering 2 strikes as sharp as the Grim Reaper's scythe, each leaving a trail of blood on the enemy's body. He continued, his voice steady. Level 70 skill, phasing 2 daggers, inflicting damage twice, enhancing attack power. 300 for the first hit, enhancing attack power by 200 for the second hit, along with 1000 damage, adding a bleeding effect, with a cooldown time of 1 minute. The desolate scene was shrouded in darkness. Zhou Zhang took out his phone to call Lei Hu, venting his frustration, hello, is this Lei leader? The vehicle is broken and can't be driven anymore. But Zhou Zhang still had a means of transportation. He sat firmly on the back of an armored bull, the red light from the bull's eyes shining, reflecting on the uneven ground. In a reproachful tone, he continued speaking to Lei Hu on the other end, you didn't handle this well, you know. Lei Hu's voice came through, sounding a bit flustered as he asked him. He anxiously inquired, Zhou, what's going on? But without waiting for him to respond, his eyes suddenly widened, revealing a look of astonishment as if he had discovered something. Lei Hu immediately felt anxious and asked hurriedly, is it the people from Die for Seal looking for you, right? Where are you? I will send someone to help you right now. Zhou Zhang shrugged, his gaze still cold, his voice unwavering, and he declined, it's too much trouble, I'm fine, I can handle it. Lei Hu gritted his teeth, his voice filled with anger as he cursed the despicable and shameless Die for Seal, you must be especially cautious of a guy named Lin Hao Tian. Zhou Zhang frowned, his expression slightly contemplative, Lin Hao Tian, I think I've heard of him before. Lei Hu nodded, his tone becoming more serious, that's right, Mr. Zhou, you should come to Haiyang building when you have time. Zhou Zhang replied nonchalantly, his eyes glinting with determination, okay, I'm hanging up now. Meanwhile, at Lei Hu's headquarters, a subordinate rushed in, his face pale, shouting, boss, there's trouble, big trouble. Lei Hu turned around, frowning, his voice dropping, what is it? Didn't your family only have you left? Did someone die before you? The subordinate took a deep breath and then blurted out a sentence that froze the entire room, Lin Hao Tian and his group have all been killed, and it was all with a single fatal blow. Upon hearing this, Lei Hu was shocked to the core, seemingly unable to believe his ears. Their bodies were still scattered around the edge of the desolate forest. Luo Hu was momentarily stunned, but he immediately clenched his fist tightly. His subordinate looked at him with concern and asked softly, "Boss, are you okay?" Luo Hu suddenly let out a dry laugh, the low sound causing everyone to shiver. He. The powerful Zhou Zhang is indeed frightening. He told himself, this friend, Luo Hu, must have made a connection. Zhou Zhang sat atop the armored bull, his gaze distant, his heart seemingly at ease after days of facing danger. He stopped in a place to let it graze contentedly. He lay comfortably on the bull's back, reaching out to bask in the sunlight, sighing. Sometimes, lounging in the sun didn't seem so bad. Suddenly, he remembered many people. He wondered how Lan Shi and Yunwen were doing, and Xiang Shirhan too. Thinking of this, his face flushed, and he froze. He felt very embarrassed and thought, why am I thinking of her? He reassured himself to avoid falling into love. Friendship and work is definitely just friendship and work. A call echoed from afar, pulling Zhou Zhang back to reality. Zhou Zhang. Shirhan approached from a distance, calling out, "Over here, over here." She smiled and said, "It's me." His eyes sparkled with surprise upon seeing the newcomer, his voice tinged with a mix of astonishment and relief. Thinking of Shirhan, she really did come. Shirhan quickly walked over to Zhou Zhang, her bright smile lighting up her face. She approached him closely, her cheerful voice saying, "I knew you would be here." He looked at her with affectionate eyes and invited, "Come up here." Without hesitation, she reached out and took his arm. Shirhan excitedly sat behind Zhou Zhang, starting to adapt to this beloved beast. A teasing voice rang out, "Cow, we meet again." He turned to Shirhan, his gaze filled with curiosity, asking, "What are you doing here?" Shirhan chuckled lightly and explained, "I am now an intern teacher for beast tamers. Taming beasts here is much stronger than in Titan City." He responded indifferently, "Is that so?" Just as Zhou Zhang was leisurely speaking, another voice interjected, carrying an air of arrogance. A middle-aged man approached, his sharp gaze landing on them, asking, "Who is this kid?" The person behind him worked quickly and soon had results. Advisor Qin, here is the information about him from the Martial Artists Guild. Advisor Qin was extremely astonished. He held a stack of documents in his hand and read aloud, "Blue rank 8-star martial artist, rank 7. He shouted loudly, his tone filled with disdain, "This kind of trash thinks he can compete for women with me?" The person beside him was quite cunning, standing next to him and continuously mocking, even slandering, "The teacher is right." That person continued to flatter, "The teacher is powerful." Advisor Qin stepped closer, his threatening gaze fixed on Zhou Zhang, "You'd better know your place, otherwise, I will make you disappear forever." Suddenly, his gaze froze, then he glanced back and asked Shirhan, "Is that uncle also going with the ladies?" Shirhan slightly lowered her head and softly explained, "He is the vice president of the Beast Tamer Association, and also my current teacher. He is a very enthusiastic person." Zhou Zhang smirked with a faint smile, his sharp gaze flickering, "Oh, an enthusiastic person who looks at me as if he wants to kill me 100 times? Advisor Qin had already gotten into the car, continuously urging, "Shirhan, we should leave now." Shirhan felt a bit awkward, nodded slightly, and quickly said, I'll be right there." Before she left, Zhou Zhang called out to her in a deep voice, as if determined, "By the way, Shirhan, give me your contact number." Shirhan did not hesitate at all, looking at him with a flirtatious gaze, then immediately agreed, "Okay." She even turned around to cheer him on, saying, "Good luck." Zhou Zhang reluctantly bid farewell to the girl. A teasing laugh came from the group nearby, riding an armored cow? "Your boyfriend must be really rich." Shirhan blushed slightly but maintained her calm tone, though the teasing continued, "Shirhan, seeing you two being so intimate, could it be that he's your boyfriend?" But unlike everyone else, Advisor Qin's attitude was extremely gruff. He glanced at Zhou Zhang in the distance through the haze of dust. Advisor Qin's gaze was full of disdain for him. He furrowed his brows and sneered coldly. Scene shifts to a skyscraper. In front of him stands Lei Hu and his gang, waiting to greet him, while he confidently rides on an armored bull. Zhou Zhang chuckles, turning to wave at a familiar face. "Boss Lei, I'm here to visit." Lei Hu and his group stand waiting in a corner, their eyes wide with surprise at the sight of Zhou Zhang actually riding in on an armored bull. A young man with gray hair in the group whispers, "Captain, it's an armored bull, he's really using an armored bull to ride." Lei Hu nods and smiles, "That's right." Zhou Zhang stops in front of the group, jumps down from the armored bull, and cheerfully says, "I've come as promised." "You said you had a gift for me?" Lei Hu beams with a knowing smile, handing Zhou Zhang a piece of paper. "Of course, here you go." Zhou Zhang curiously opens the document, his eyes lighting up as he reads the contents. "This is the property certificate for Haiyang Building." Lei Hu nods, "That's right." He grins widely and declares, "From today onwards." As he speaks, he spreads his arms wide to affirm Zhou Zhang is the new owner of Haiyang Building. Zhou Zhang, hearing this, also widens his eyes in astonishment, not expecting such generosity. Zhou Zhang raises an eyebrow and chuckles softly, "Hee hee." Zhou Zhang says, "Well, I won't be polite then." Lei Hu pats Zhou Zhang on the shoulder, leading him towards the skyscraper. "Come on, I'll take you for a little tour." Zhou Zhang nods, walking alongside Lei Hu. "All right." Both of them entered the skyscraper. The employees inside, who had been working, suddenly paused, looked up at the group that had just arrived, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Hello, Boss Lei." One of them was Manager Su. He cheerfully asked, "Boss, who is this esteemed guest?" Lih pointed towards Zhou Zhang, his tone serious yet filled with pride as he replied, "Your new boss, Zhou Zhang." The employees collectively bowed, their voices resonating in unison, "Hello, Boss Zhou." Zhou Zhang looked around, his gaze observing every detail in the building and the people present. He thought to himself, this level of submission, the previous boss here must have changed quite a few times, right? Standing in the vast space of the skyscraper, with sharp and confident eyes, his words rang out powerfully, "No matter how many bosses you've had before, from today onwards, this place is under my command. From now on, your positions will remain unchanged, and your salaries will double." The employees standing around couldn't help but lift their heads at this, their eyes sparkling with gratitude and respect. A wave of joy spread through the air. "Thank you, boss." After walking a short distance, Zhou Zhang stopped in front of Manager Su, his gaze cold as he commanded, "Manager Su, you will continue to manage this place. If anything comes up, you can call me." Saying that, he quickly read out his mobile number. "My number is 86XXX." Manager Su was taken aback upon hearing this, thinking to himself, the number 10 at the burial site must symbolize a powerful figure. He mumbled thoughtfully, and only he could hear the silence that enveloped him. However, Manager Su's mind was twisting with questions that no one could answer. He watched Zhou Zhang's retreating figure, wondering, who exactly is our new boss? At Haiyang Building, at that moment, Zhou Zhang was relaxing by the rooftop pool. He put on his sunglasses and exclaimed, "This is true enjoyment." As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang. He immediately smiled and answered, "Hello. This is Zhou Zhang." A moment later, he smirked and asked, "Oh, you're back?" At the same time, at Beast Tamer, Xiang Shirhan cheerfully spoke on the phone, Just arrived." She played with a strand of her hair, hesitatingly asking, "Do you have time to come pick me up at Beast Tamer?" Upon receiving his answer, Shirhan happily replied, "Great, I'll wait for you." Suddenly, a loud voice called out from a distance, "Shirhan, what are you doing?" She looked at the approaching person and greeted him with a bright smile. "Oh, teacher, I'm talking to a friend." Advisor Qin crossed his arms and praised her, "You've made great progress today, it won't be long before you master the main content." He eagerly continued, "To celebrate your progress, I'll treat you to a meal." Shirhan politely responded, "Thank you, Advisor Qin." She hesitated for a moment before speaking up, "I'm sorry, Advisor Qin, but I have plans with a friend." Hearing this, Advisor Qin frowned and asked loudly, "Who is it? Why don't you come along? I'll treat." Suddenly, people around started exclaiming in admiration, "Look over there, wow, that's amazing." Above, a figure appeared, a young man with a paraglider in one hand and a bouquet of red roses in the other, slowly descending to the ground, capturing everyone's attention. The person was none other than Zhou Zhang. He flashed a bright smile toward Shirhan. In an instant, he landed right in front of the Beast Tamer entrance, knelt on one knee, and offered her the flowers, leaving Advisor Qin in stunned silence. Zhou Zheng smiled elegantly and winked, saying, "I'm giving these to you because I think they really suit you." Shirhan immediately accepted the flowers with joy, smiling brightly. I'm embarrassed, but thank you for the flowers." Only then did he notice the person behind her, and waved his hand in greeting. "Isn't that Vice President Qin?" Advisor Qin and Zhou Zhang stood face to face, their eyes locked in a fierce stare. Advisor Qin turned away, not forgetting to raise his middle finger and say, "Kid, if you don't have the money, make sure Shirhan calls me." Shirhan gave a forced smile and gently spoke, "Oh, why does it smell so strongly of gunpowder? Did I bring any trouble to you?" On that evening, Zhou Zhang and Shirhan stepped out of the elevator together. All the servants were waiting, bowing respectfully and saying in unison, "Welcome home, master." Shirhan asked in surprise, "Did you arrange all this?" Zhou Zhang smiled and replied, "Not exactly." He proudly declared, "To be precise, the entire Haiyang building now belongs to me." A moment later, the two of them sat down at the dining table, raising their glasses of wine joyfully and exclaiming, "Cheers." Zhou Zhang gently smiled and said, "Actually, there are many fine wines here, but unfortunately, I don't know much about wine." He secretly broke into a sweat, thinking, "Why do I suddenly feel a bit tense?" Shirhan responded with a bright smile, "Me too, I don't know much about drinking wine." She thought to herself with delight, "Oh, how adorable." The two happily clinked their glasses together and said, "After all, it's a rare opportunity, let's give it a try." After a while, Zhou Zhang felt his face flush and thought to himself, "Oh no, it seems like I'm getting drunk." He softly called her name, Shirhan. Shirhan had also had her fair share of wine and replied softly, He leaned closer, placed his hand on her shoulder, and stammered, "Shirhan, I want." Suddenly, she shouted loudly, "Oh!" Shirhan panicked and called out, "Zhou Zhang." At that moment, he had collapsed, rolling onto the floor, mumbling, "I want you." Zhou Zhang foolishly asked, "Can I stay and be the mistress of this building?" Shirhan softly chuckled and teasingly scolded, "You fool, if I didn't like you, who would run to your place at midnight just to drink with you?" The next morning, at Beast Tamer, people were coming and going in a hurry. When others saw Shirhan, they waved at her, "Hello," and she responded with a cheerful smile. One person, noticing her good mood, asked with concern, "Shirhan, why are you so happy? Did something good happen?" She flashed a bright smile and replied, "Yes, indeed." At the same time, in Zhou Zhang's room, he sat up, rubbing his head in exhaustion. It seemed like he had really drunk too much the night before. He rubbed his eyes and softly said, "I think I told Shirhan something last night." He picked up a note from the table, which simply read "OK," followed by the signature Xiang Shirhan. Zhou Zhang recalled the previous night when he shyly asked her, "Shirhan, could you stay and be the owner of this building?" He immediately froze, wondering, "Wait, did I really say that?" Just then, his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and muttered, Shinjun Hang. Sometime later, in the massive high-rise building, a voice echoed, "Is this the legendary armed force?" In the large room, the secretary entered and announced, "President, the person has arrived." Shinjun Hang, upon hearing this, said, "Zhou, you're here? Please, come this way." He sat in the chair, his tone serious as he asked, "I heard that you're now the owner of Haiyang Building?" Zhou Zhang calmly replied, "Boss Shin, you're quick to gather information. Could it be that you're also interested in Haiyang Building?" Shinjun Hang spoke coldly, "Haiyang Building is nothing more than a small matter to us. To survive in this place of burial, you must climb up to a higher privileged class. Do you think you have the ability to do that?" He turned his back to look out the window, speaking slowly, "Every place of survival has its own set of privileges, but with your current status, keeping your assets will be very difficult." Zhou Zhang, sensing the tension, interrupted him, "Boss Shin, I can do it." Shinjun Heng then handed him a black notebook labeled a grade, speaking in a low voice, "The A-level authority of the martial artists guild in the place of burial is quite real, don't you think?" Zhou Zhang, confused, asked, "A level?" Shinjun Heng opened his phone, displaying an image of a tiered tower, and irritably said, "Kid, don't be so ungrateful. This is the highest level of authority I can offer. You should know that, in this place of burial, there are only 3 of us with S-level authority, including myself. Zhou Zhang took the notebook and listened carefully as Shinjun Hang continued. From today, your information will no longer be found in the lower section of the Martial Artists Guild. It's been moved to a server that only those with S-level authority can access. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Zhang's phone rang with a notification. A 7, a level authority. He walked over, patted Zhou Zhang on the shoulder, and said, "This is your authority number. All A-level martial artists will receive this information." Shinjun Hang shook his hand with Zhou Zhang, smiling. "Congratulations, Zhou Zhang. Not only are you the youngest martial artist of the elite, but you're also the lowest ranked one." Zhou Zhang gratefully responded, "Boss Shin, I really appreciate it." Shinjun Hang put on a sinister expression and said with a hidden meaning in his voice, "Don't be too quick to thank me. Remember that mission? Our 7th team is currently short a member." Zhou Zhang thought to himself, "Why does it feel like he's selling me out?" Shinjun Hang returned to his usual demeanor, his tone serious as he asked, "So, what do you think? Are you interested in filling that spot?" Zhou Zhang firmly replied, "I can't refuse." A moment later, behind Shinjun Hang, a video of a mysterious person appeared. The person asked skeptically, "Lao San, is it worth it?" Shinjun Hang immediately reassured, "Big brother, I trust my judgment." He glanced at Zhou Zhang, who was walking leisurely out of the building, and whispered, "You'll have to fight for it, or I'll end up being the joke." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhang, busy researching on his phone, looked around and murmured, "The 7th team's headquarters, Mountain River Hotel, Area 11. Zhou Zhang smiled faintly, secretly telling himself, encouraging the spirit to express, "It seems like I won't be able to return for a while." At the same time, in room 603, the 4 people were gathered around a large table. The person sitting in the middle spoke in a deep voice, issuing orders and finally checking again. The captain of Team 7 said sternly, "There are 20 minutes left until departure." Chen Hao frowned in annoyance and asked, "By the way, who is this Zhou Zhang?" The captain slowly explained, "He is a level 7 martial artist, called in by headquarters to replace Old Gua." The bespectacled person suddenly spoke up, "It must be some personal connection, they want us to act as babysitters." The chubby guy also said assertively, "As long as his abilities don't meet our requirements, we can still kick him out." The captain focused intently on his phone screen, pondering without responding. The phone screen displayed a notification that your permissions do not allow you to view the profiles of martial artists. He wondered to himself, even with B-level permissions, I can't access this person's detailed profile. Perhaps it really is as they say, going through the back door. Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Zhang casually walked in and said nonchalantly, "Hello everyone." He smiled and waved, greeting, "I am Zhou Zhang, here to report." The captain and the chubby guy were astonished to see him. Chen Hao and the bespectacled person stared wide-eyed at the figure entering. Chen Hao angrily said, "Zhou Zhang, do you think we're going on a trip? It's one thing to dress like this, but you're even bringing a short weapon. You're not messing with us, are you?" Zhou Zhang calmly replied, "I honestly couldn't find any suitable bulletproof vests these days." He forced a smile, secretly thinking, "Hayes, I think I ruined all those vests when I leveled up." Finally, the team leader spoke up, "Time is of the essence. Just borrow one from him for now." Zhou Zhang politely said, "Thank you." The guy wearing glasses looked at him with a meaningful tone, "No need to thank me, just don't drag us into this when the time comes." Some time later, a Tao suddenly shouted in amazement, "Look over there." In the distance, the 7th squad, consisting of 5 members, was walking leisurely, catching the astonished gazes of people on the street. The crowd started to whisper, "It's the elite 7th squad." A Tao said with excitement, "Yes, and that 7th level guy too." Lin Haotian nodded in agreement, as expected of elites, level 12 power, all of them in perfect uniformity. At this point, the 3 of them suddenly realized something was off. The atmosphere became tense, and the whole group froze. One person turned around in panic and said, "Wait, level 7? Am I seeing this right?" A Tao was equally surprised. It's not an illusion, I saw it too. It must be the helper. 7th Squad. The captain saw this and quietly reminded Zhou Zhang, ignore those people. If you have been approved to join the 7th Squad, it means you have the strength. Zhou Zhang smiled and replied, I won't take it to heart, Captain. He said in a deep voice, later, we will take this ship to our destination. The captain declared loudly, it may be that we are considering our feelings, but it is just a level C mission. He instructed, this is also a good opportunity for Zhou Zhang to adapt to our team. The chubby boy then said to Zhou Zhang, kid, it seems that the higher-ups really care about you. The bespectacled person added, haha, don't be afraid, I'm here. The captain reassured, don't worry, this time it's just a level C pioneering mission, which is considered the easiest task for us. Zhou Zhang's gaze suddenly became profound. He lowered his head and silently wondered, another pioneering mission, huh? The captain introduced, our armed team is like a special forces unit, with many responsibilities. As long as it is within the regulations of the burial site, we have the right to intervene. While rummaging through something, he continued, at the same time, we are also responsible for gathering large-scale mutant beasts to disperse them, in case a beast tide forms. The captain tossed Zhou Zhang an item and said, everyone take the communication device, hold it tightly, and we will enter the designated area in about an hour. Zhou Zhang focused intently on the item in his hand, thinking to himself, this type of communication device has never been seen on the market, it seems to be a piece of special system equipment. At that moment, someone called out loudly, Captain. He quickly said, it seems there's a situation up ahead. The captain then observed the situation on the screen, where two members were struggling against a beast with incredible speed. They shouted in panic, it's a level 10 white tiger. At that time, the ferocious tiger bared its teeth and charged straight at the members. The captain asked in astonishment, how did a level 10 white tiger appear here? Simultaneously, one member collapsed, holding his head and shouting, we're doomed, we're definitely going to die. Seeing a flying mechanical device approaching, they joyfully exclaimed, the patrol team, it's the patrol team. One person shouted, help! Over here, we're over here. Up above, the members of Team 7 were observing the situation. They quickly prepared their gear and got into position. Chen Hao called out, kid. Without saying a word, he shouldered his weapon, opened the door, and then confidently jumped down, loudly declaring, watch closely. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang was a bit surprised, he didn't expect these people to be so reckless. Chen Hao landed in a cool pose and shouted at the beasts, come at me. Seeing the patrol team, the three of them hurried over to Chen Hao and exclaimed with relief, thank heavens, we're saved. One person quickly recounted the situation, our distress signal equipment is gone. Before he could finish his sentence, the white tiger let out a fierce growl. Its eyes burned with murderous intent. Chen Hao, irritated, cursed, you guys like to gamble with your lives? Don't explain anything to me. This time, you were just lucky to run into us. At the same time, the white tiger bared its teeth and charged toward the team members. Chen Hao activated his weapon, firing a series of shots directly at the white tiger. Seeing that the shots didn't affect it, Chen Hao slightly grimaced. Just then, the patrol team managed to land. The team leader called out to Zhou Zhang. He raised his voice and said, try taking on this white tiger battle beast. It's fine if you can't defeat it, just consider it a chance to improve yourself. Hearing this, Zhou Zhang grinned confidently and responded, got it. Someone remarked in surprise, wait, does this patrol team have a level 7 martial artist? The chubby guy spoke up worriedly, Captain, isn't this too dangerous? The team leader remained silent, his eyes fixed on Zhou Zhang. Then, in a cold tone, he said, if he can't pass this test, then he has no place in our team. At that point, I'll go to the headquarters and talk, and we'll kick him out of our team. At this moment, Zhou Zhang took a step forward toward the beast, thinking to himself, to break through a level 10 defense, only blood will do. The white tiger charged with terrifying speed, its mouth wide open, growling fiercely. A strong gust of wind hit Zhou Zhang, making him exhale sharply. He muttered under his breath, looks like when I get back, my ultimate blade technique will need to be retired. The team members around him watched intently, observing Zhou Zhang's every move. He thought to himself, after all, I'm an A-level powerhouse, I can't keep letting them underestimate me. It's time to show them the real power of my attacks. In the next instant, Zhou Zhang leapt into the air. He sped past the beast with a velocity that matched its own. Before the white tiger could react, Zhou Zhang had already dashed behind it. He delivered a powerful strike, leaving the beast unable to resist. In the blink of an eye, the white tiger collapsed at Zhou Zhang's feet. He coldly reported, "Captain, it's taken care of." Witnessing the display, the patrol team members were left wide-eyed in astonishment. The team leader thought to himself, Zhou Zhang is truly impressive. Describing him as extraordinary might actually be an understatement. After completing the mission, the team quickly boarded the mechanical spacecraft and prepared to leave. The three people below couldn't hide their admiration, saying, as expected of the Level 7 patrol team, they are really amazing. On the spaceship, the captain called Zhou Zhang, and everyone squinted their eyes, warmly welcoming him. The captain continued, I apologize for the previous speculations about you. You truly have the ability to stay in Team 7. The spaceship was returning to the base when the chubby friend said, Captain, I knew right away that the armed team wouldn't blatantly take the back door like that. The chubby friend praised, with just level 7, he already has the capabilities of a level 10. If he reaches level 8 or 10, it's hard to imagine how powerful he will become. This kid is definitely a genius. The captain smiled and said, that's why I've decided that our Team 7 will fully support Zhou Zhang's development and help him grow. What does everyone think? Upon hearing this, everyone shouted in agreement. Zhou Zhang shyly spoke up, thank you, everyone. At that moment, a member loudly reported, thank you, Captain, ahead is our mission area until 101. The captain gently said, that was quick, I didn't forget to remind everyone to keep their belongings secure and be prepared. The members replied, understood, boss. After disembarking from the spaceship and marching on foot, a member announced, our current area is the A200 public forest, if we go a bit further, we will definitely reach area 2011. Chen Hao quietly said, I remember this forest was developed by Team 3. What was that name again? One member continued, that's because Captain Jean of Team 3 comes from Sepherd Town, so all the territories their team has ever developed started from Sepherd Town. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao snorted derisively. Zhou Zhang, standing behind, quietly remarked, it seems like Captain Jean is quite nostalgic. The member with long hair responded, nostalgic for what? He's got no culture. At this moment, the team leader muttered to himself, feeling something was off. It didn't seem right. Zhou Zhang asked softly, is something wrong? The team leader voiced his concern, according to the records, the Sepherd Town forest is the territory of the forest monkeys, but why haven't we seen any so far, even after such a long time? A member casually replied, isn't that a good thing? He continued, we'd waste too many armor-piercing rounds dealing with them. Suddenly, an attack came rushing toward the patrol team. The chubby guy swiftly raised his shield to block it. He shouted, be careful. Another member called out, enemies. After observing for a moment, they saw wild beasts leisurely sitting cross-legged on the tree branches. They were the ones responsible for the earlier strike. The team leader squinted and said, monkeys, just a bunch of monkeys. Come on, guys, don't hesitate. The members nodded in response. Then, they all rushed forward, with two of them taking the lead to neutralize the wild beast's attack. Overwhelmed, the monkeys screamed in terror. Their cries echoed as they fled. After successfully driving them away, the captain said softly, it's done. But Chen Hao, you've used up too much ammunition. Chen Hao scratched his head, apologetic, sorry, I got a bit carried away. I'll be more careful next time. The chubby friend immediately reported, the situation is safe. The remaining monkeys have all run away. Looking at the patrol team working in harmony, Zhou Zhang thought to himself, indeed, this team is very professional. Suddenly, a member observing from a height shouted, something's wrong. The captain frowned and asked sternly, "What is it?" The long-haired person replied, "In the ruined town ahead, there seem to be signs of zombie activity." At that moment, a gigantic zombie appeared, stomping heavily on the ground, causing violent tremors throughout the area. It roared ferociously, as if it had been starving for flesh and blood for a long time. The patrol team members quickly took cover in a safe area. Zhou Zhang quietly asked, "Should we engage?" The captain shook his head, carefully assessing, "This is even more dangerous than a level 13 mutant beast. We'll skip it and take a detour." After making their way around, the captain requested to record the information in area at 201. There is a 6-meter tall zombie. Establish a red alert zone immediately. Suddenly, a member rushed over, calling out loudly, "You everyone, come here and see this." The chubby friend excitedly brought over a strange item, holding it up and saying, "Purple light fruit, it's very fresh." The captain examined it closely and nodded, saying enthusiastically, "This is indeed a great item to enhance the user's abilities." Holding the purple light fruit in his hands, Zhou Zhang sighed softly, "Is there really this much?" His chubby friend cheerfully replied, "You should eat more of this, it can boost your rank." "You need it more than we do." Zhou Zhang felt a bit flustered but responded, "Thank you." As he held the purple light fruit, Zhou Zhang thought to himself, "This is worth several purple crystals. It seems they really consider me one of their own." Just then, a team member called out, "Captain." A member with long bangs reported anxiously, "We've discovered a large limestone cave ahead. It could be a hiding place for mutant beasts, especially snakes." The captain said sternly, "What? Another mutant beast, the snake type? This one is a bit tricky to deal with." Hearing this, Zhou Zhang spoke up, "If you have confidence in me, let me go ahead and take a look." Everyone quickly moved to the cave entrance. The captain, looking worried, said, "The mutant snake beast in this cave poses a significant challenge for martial artists. It would be very dangerous for you to go down there." Zhou Zhang replied confidently, "Don't worry, Captain. I lived in Sunk Python Valley for a whole month. I have experience dealing with snakes." Upon hearing this, the team members were astonished. "You managed to stay in Sunk Python Valley for half a month?" The captain pondered for a moment before agreeing, "All right, but if you encounter danger, make sure not to push yourself too hard." Zhou Zhang took the communication device, nodded, and said, "I understand." With that, he carefully stepped deeper into the cave, ready to face any dangers that awaited him. Hearing the sound of the mutated snake, Zhou Zhang quickly hid behind a large rock. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. A dragon snake of unclear rank was flicking its tongue, its gaze fixed on him. Zhou Zhang thought to himself, worried. Could my hidden state be detected? How sensitive are the senses of this snake? The dragon snake's eyes suddenly blazed with killing intent. Before Zhou Zhang could react, it smashed the rock he was hiding behind. Zhou Zhang exclaimed in shock. "This is bad." He immediately used his flash technique, quickly retreating to assess the situation. Looking at the dragon snake, Zhou Zhang furrowed his brow. "This battle may be harder than I thought." Without hesitation, Zhou Zhang leaped into the air and delivered a powerful strike straight toward the snake. The sound of his attack echoed throughout the cave, astonishing those outside. The team leader sighed softly. "Fifth brother is truly impressive. Even at this speed, his exploration rate has already reached 60%. Once he gets out, we can retreat." Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhang dashed out of the cave, running while shouting urgently, "Brothers, hurry and run." In a fit of rage, the dragon snake launched fierce attacks, causing the ground to tremble. The team members panicked and hastily fled. Shenhao, stunned, shouted, "OMG, what kind of monster did fifth brother provoke? Why is it so huge and aggressive?" The chubby guy ran, out of breath, his voice full of confusion. "What are you saying?" "Just run." They looked back at Zhou Zhang, who was darting away like lightning, and couldn't help but marvel. Fifth brother's speed is incredible. After returning to the safe area, the dragon snake continued to launch attacks deep in the forest. Below the structure, everyone was resting to regain their strength. The captain gently asked, fifth brother, what kind of monster did you provoke? Zhou Zhang handed over the probing device and replied, dragon snake, rank unknown. Chen Hao, while taking a drag from his cigarette, remarked, no wonder, the dragon snake is a level 15 exotic beast as assessed by the armed forces, we just took a stroll through the gates of hell with it. A member with long bangs actively stated, fortunately, we're fine, after all, our mission can be considered accomplished. At this moment, the captain smiled and asked, now that we've finished exploring this area, let's leave the naming to the fifth brother. What do you want to call this area? After thinking for a moment, Zhou Zhang cheerfully replied, how about calling it Dragon Snake Quagmire? It would serve as a reminder to other martial artists. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. One member chuckled and softly suggested, haha, although our mission is complete, should we stay here and continue training? The patrol team was ignited with enthusiasm, and I could see it. At the burial site, the martial artists guild stood tall on a skyscraper. The members loudly urged each other, everyone, move quickly, once the goods are transferred, don't linger. The captain of the airship smiled and said cheerfully, the weather's great today. The crew member next to him nodded in agreement, with weather like this, our mission today should go smoothly. In the distance, a group of people were watching closely, their eyes fixed on the airship. One of them grinned and said, ah, the target has appeared. Lu Zilong, you take care of this. Lu Zilong smirked confidently, don't worry, my equipment has been upgraded with missiles. This time, they won't escape. Meanwhile, inside the airship, the atmosphere was lively. The captain said enthusiastically, once this mission is done, I'll treat everyone to a big feast tonight. The crew cheered in unison, in that case, let's make sure we celebrate with a big meal tonight. A crew member, smiling widely, added, Captain, you're being so generous this time. But the cheerful mood was abruptly interrupted when a man rushed in to report, Captain, an unidentified flying object is heading straight for us. Lu Zilong had approached the airship without anyone noticing. After confirming that the opponent was human, the captain sighed in relief and chuckled lightly, you scared me for a moment, I thought you were a strange beast. Inside the airship, the members cheerfully waved, well done. You dared to approach like this all alone in the sky. Hi, nice to meet you. Lu Zilong slightly smirked and coldly replied, hello everyone. Suddenly, he launched a direct attack towards the airship. The captain was horrified and exclaimed, what? The member who had just waved at Lu Zilong stood frozen in shock. Bang! A powerful explosion echoed, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the distance, the patrol team had successfully taken down a monster. Zhou Zhang casually walked over to examine the monster's corpse, calmly stating, it's done. A nearby member exclaimed in disbelief, a level 9 armored snake beast was taken down with just one move. That's truly terrifying. The captain nodded, his eyes filled with admiration, this power is indeed monstrous. Suddenly, the captain's communication device vibrated. He quickly checked it, and his expression turned unusually worried. He immediately ordered, there's a situation. Halt the hunt. Everyone quickly boarded their vehicles, hurrying back to the base. On the way, the captain relayed the information he had just received, cargo airship number 6 has been attacked. We are the nearest patrol team, so headquarters has requested immediate assistance. Chen Hao irritably exclaimed, what kind of escort are these guys running? They can't even fend off a mutant beast. Upon hearing this, the captain said in a low voice, no, it's not a mutant beast, it's the work of humans. At the same time, Lu Zilong had set fire to the martial artist's airship. He quickly reported, boss, the airship is for everyone, I'm going to stop the people from team number 7. The voice on the other end reminded loudly, be careful, team number 7 is all level 12. Lu Zilong replied, don't worry, I know what to do. At that moment, Zhou Zhang was accelerating at an extremely fast speed. Lu Zilong had been hovering above the patrol team for some time. Zhou Zhang sensed a strange force. Just as it took shape, Lu Zilong unleashed a series of powerful strikes. He smirked and said, Team number 7, I hope this welcome gift meets your approval? Zhou Zhang jumped off the motorcycle and shouted, "Everyone be careful." Facing those attacks, Zhou Zhang worriedly thought, this isn't good, the density and range of this type make it hard to dodge. Immediately, a terrifying explosion occurred. From within the dust, Zhou Zhang exhaled deeply, fortunately able to directly switch equipment from the system backpack. He sighed, the penetrating power is truly frightening, even the equipment got damaged. Zhou Zhang shouted to the patrol team, "Is everyone okay?" The captain replied, "We're fine. This kind of attack can't hurt us." The chubby guy beside him promptly used his shield to block the incoming attack. Seeing this, Lu Zilong grinned wide, "Heh, this gift isn't too bad, huh?" He then continued to launch an aerial explosion, boom, before dashing away. Zhou Zhang glared and thought, "You'd better not let me find out who you are, or else the guild's martial artists' airship would have been burned to the ground by now." The patrol team number 7 is a bit shaken, we're too late. They realized that the person earlier was likely just a decoy to delay them, giving his teammates the chance to kill and loot. The team leader immediately made a call to report the situation. The cargo on airship number 6 has been stolen, and we're over 30 minutes past the estimated time. The team members were somewhat stunned and self-blaming. The chubby guy spoke up to reassure them, "Things like this happen all the time at burial grounds, we can't always solve everything perfectly. Don't overthink it." The team leader quietly replied, "That's true, as long as we did our best. But our mission is over, so let's clean up and head back." At the Haiyang building, a towering structure stood under the starry night sky. Inside, Zhou Zhang was deep in thought, staring out the window. He silently reflected, "I've narrowly escaped death so many times, always getting lucky with my bets. But honestly, I don't have the courage to bet if I'll come back to life after dying, like in a game." The next day, Zhou Zhang headed towards sector number 9. He looked at the lockers and muttered to himself, "I really need to buy a suitable bulletproof vest." At that moment, a woman shouted loudly, "The Guahai auction is about to begin, and the penultimate item is a masterpiece from the Meteorite Company. We welcome everyone to attend." Zhou Zhang carefully skimmed through the information and gave a slight smirk. "Looks like there's definitely something worth bidding on at this auction." The auctioneer projected an item onto the screen and began introducing it. "Now, we have a mutated vine, its effects are still unclear, but it was taken from the nest of a level 12 firecloud beast." The auctioneer continued, "However, the more uncertain its effects, the more valuable it becomes. The starting price is one high-level purple crystal." Zhou Zhang was intrigued. On the auction floor, the mutated vine was being displayed with unknown effects. He thought to himself, "This vine looks familiar, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." Suddenly, he realized, "That's right, aren't these the vines that grow around the dragon eggs when I stole a dragon egg?" Zhou Zhang stroked his chin thoughtfully, "Definitely. The Beast King Union has come here before to search for these vines to incubate dragon eggs." He pondered, "I still have a dragon egg in my backpack, if I could incubate it." Thinking of this, Zhou Zhang's eyes lit up. "I'll have a mutated beast, this is going to be incredible." Zhou Zhang spoke up, 2 high-level purple crystals." He declared loudly, "I bid for 2 high-level purple crystals." The people around him were surprised, looking at him curiously. The auctioneer cheerfully struck the gavel and said, 2 high-level purple crystals, is there anyone else who wants to raise the bid?" The boy loudly countered, going once, going twice, and everyone's gaze shifted to Zhou Zhang. The auctioneer sighed inwardly, thinking, as expected, this strange item isn't going to fetch a high price. Then, the boy proceeded to strike the gavel one last time. 2 high-level purple crystals, sold. After leaving the auction counter, the staff member asked in confusion, "Are you sure it's 2 high-level purple crystals?" Zhou Zhang responded, "Yes." "No problem." The staff member then brought out a vine and cheerfully said, "Please confirm the items you've won, Mr. Zhou." Suddenly, the manager's voice rang out, "Hey, over there, the ancient sword just arrived, it's in warehouse number 1. It'll be used in tomorrow's auction." Zhou Zhang looked over, and the manager loudly urged the staff, "Be quick with your hands, don't damage anything." He then sternly added, "Hey, you, watch over things for me, I'll be gone for a bit." The staff member replied, "Yes." With that, the manager leisurely walked off, muttering, "Let's go check if those useless people are moving the items properly." Zhou Zhang, from behind, quietly called out, "Don't rush." He pressed the dagger against the manager's neck and smirked, "Before you leave, can we have a little chat?" Threatened, the manager was so frightened that tears and mucus streamed down his face. Zhou Zhang's tone became serious as he demanded, "Tell me, who brought this here?" Pressed against the wall like a scene from a business CEO romance novel, the manager suddenly blushed deeply, like a ripe tomato. Looking at his phone screen, he quietly said, "Isn't this that weird vine? I remember a small-built martial artist brought it." After a moment, the manager led Zhou Zhang to the dining counter and pointed to the opposite side, "Found it." He continued, "It's that short guy." Zhou Zhang glanced over and remarked, "He's short, but you're not much taller." Then, Zhou Zhang tossed a sharp purple crystal to the manager, "You know what to do." The manager's eyes lit up, and he obediently responded, "Purple crystal, thank you, young master." The manager then asked, "By the way, young master, is there anything else you'd like to know?" However, Zhou Zhang had already disappeared without a trace. The manager was left bewildered, calling out, "Huh, young master?" At the same time, Hu Yang, growing impatient, scolded, "So slow." Zhou Zhang called out, "Bro." He showed a picture of the vine and asked, "Can you tell me where this was found?" Seeing this, Hu Yang quickly switched on the satellite communication device as a precaution. He replied, "Who are you?" He lowered his voice and questioned, "Why would a 7th-level martial artist have this?" Zhou Zhang nonchalantly replied, "I stole it." "Do you believe me?" Zhou Zhang got straight to the point, "So, tell me, where is it?" Hu Yang smirked with sarcasm, sneering, "Did you steal this from a graveyard or have you been living there too long?" Hu Yang suggested a deal, "You tell me what it's useful for, and I'll tell you where it is." "Fair enough." Seeing this, Zhou Zhang coldly turned and started to walk away. "Isn't it in the Firecloud Beast's lair?" "It'll take me some time, but I can find it." Hu Yang quickly called out, Wait. You can't just leave without letting me make some profit too." Zhou Zhang confidently replied, "The benefit is that you'll have a friend like me. Otherwise, the consequence is that you'll have an enemy like me." Riding on the mammoth's back, Xiang Shirhan softly said, all right." She gently added, "I'll wait for you to come back." Her face still showed a hint of shyness. Losing patience, the man beside her spoke up, "So, Shirhan, don't you think you should show some respect to your teacher this time? Let's have a meal together later." Xiang Shirhan softly replied, "Sorry, Advisor Qin, I already have a boyfriend." Hearing this, Advisor Qin was a little surprised. "A boyfriend? Is it that guy from last time? Didn't you say he was just a friend?" Xiang Shirhan shyly said, "We just got together not long ago." Then she politely added, "Advisor Qin, thank you for always treating me well." At that moment, Advisor Qin appeared to be fine, but deep inside, tears were like a vast ocean, and his heart screamed, why isn't the boyfriend me? Damn, why should the delicious cabbage be offered to the pig? Just then, Zhou Zhang suddenly had a runny nose and sneezed. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that this girl just called and is already missing me?" Zhou Zhang looked up at the screen and told himself that although he wanted to go find her, he could only get what he could. At that time, 2 martial artists were buzzing with conversation. One person quietly asked, "Have you heard? No one knows who is behind spaceship number 6. They really have guts." The green-haired friend whispered, Do you know what was lost? I heard it was the material from a level 15 mutant beast that the armed forces gathered 11 martial artists to kill." With ears as sharp as a dog's, Zhou Zhang heard the entire story and muttered to himself, "Level 15 mutant beast." Zhou Zhang thought to himself, even though he was in the armed forces, the news was not as quick as that of ordinary people. Then, Zhou Zhang made a phone call, "Shin brother, about spaceship number 6. Upon hearing this, Shin Junhang replied, "Zhou, I will handle this. You don't need to worry." Zhou Zhang then clarified, "No, what I mean is the materials on it." He instructed, "Next time there's good material like this, remember to call me." Hearing this, Shin Junhang exclaimed in surprise, "Kid, you're getting a bit too confident. That's a level 15 exotic beast." After walking for a while, Zhou Zhang heard the gatekeeper loudly remind, "This passage is only for martial artists with level B authority or higher." He casually tapped the device to open the door. The guard exclaimed in astonishment, "Come in, come in." He was a bit taken aback, and still using a satellite communication device. Inside, an announcement echoed, "Welcome passengers arriving at the western town, please take your belongings off the ship." Zhou Zhang checked the screen and muttered to himself, "Area code 152. He softly remarked, "This Hu Yang really has some skills, daring to come here alone." Zhou Zhang quickly summoned his beast and cheerfully said, "Stupid bull, let's go." Zhou Zhang rode the beast, racing forward at a terrifying speed. Looking at the map, Zhou Zhang realized that ahead was the shattered canyon next to Area code 152. Suddenly, a ferocious beast appeared, startling him. The armored bull snorted in frustration, growling. Zhou Zhang gently said, "Stupid bull, just stay here, the poisonous seed corpses here are all level 11, you can't fight them." He then proceeded to store the armored bull in his bag. Zhou Zhang then fixed his gaze with a fierce determination, "But I can give it a try." The fierce beast launched its powerful attack. Zhou Zhang skillfully dodged and brought it down. The creature let out an annoyed hiss, growling. In an instant, Zhou Zhang successfully subdued it and collected the star crystal from its body. He muttered to himself, "What luck." Zhou Zhang cheerfully thought, "I wonder how effective this toxic seed would be on another strange beast." That was only natural. A booming roar echoed, growling. 500 beast brothers had gathered. Zhou Zhang was delighted, thinking that an organization had arrived, and this could be a good place to level up in the future. With that thought, he proceeded to conceal himself and softly said, "But I have to leave now, I don't have time to play with you guys." Suddenly, the prey vanished, leaving the scorpions looking at each other in confusion. At the same time, in Area code 152, a figure was hiding under a rock. Hu Yang, looking around curiously, thought, "That kid should have come here according to logic. I've always been good at reading people." He suddenly realized that his bag was missing. "Hey, where's my jerky?" Just then, a voice called out. Zhou Zhang tossed Hu Yang's bag and loudly asked, "Are you looking for this?" Area C-152 was covered in long, winding vines. Zhou Zhang and Hu Yang were hiding next to a building. Hu Yang quietly suggested, "Let's make a trade." Zhou Zhang replied, "You go ahead." Hu Yang said calmly, "If you tell me what this mutated vine is actually useful for, I will help you distract the fire cloud beasts outside." Zhou Zhang stood up and replied, "You know this is called a hatching vine, right?" Hu Yang asked in confusion, "So what?" Zhou Zhang answered nonchalantly, "Then why are you overthinking it based on the literal meaning of the name?" Hu Yang asked in shock, "Is it a hatching beast?" He thought of that troublesome series of monsters. Hu Yang let out a disappointed sigh, "Oh, I thought it was something good, what a big loss." Zhou Zhang said coldly, "Honor your promise." Hu Yang immediately pulled out his gun and said seriously, "A real man keeps his word, let's go." Then, he charged forward to distract the monsters. "So I'm going up here," Hu Yang shouted loudly, "Hey, over here, you guys." He successfully attracted the attention of the monsters. They were startled and shrieked, then bared their teeth menacingly and roared. Hu Yang turned and ran, leading the pack of monsters. He didn't forget to remind, "You better hurry, I'm not going to last long." Seeing his struggling figure, Zhou Zhang couldn't help but chuckle. He silently assessed, "This kid has decent speed." Inside, the vines were wrapping around 3 pink eggs. Zhou Zhang was busy cutting on one side and digging on the other. After a while, he had cleared the vines quite well and unearthed 6 plants. Zhou Zhang smirked cunningly, then he broke the 3 pink eggs to satisfy his curiosity. Outside, Hu Yang was panting and asked, "I'm exhausted, I'm dying here. Have you dug up the hatching vines yet?" Zhou Zhang replied nonchalantly, "You scared one away, I hadn't even started digging when it came back." Hu Yang said irritably, "I'm about to drop dead, and what are you doing?" Before he could finish, he noticed the monsters screaming in the air, "Cuckoo!" Hu Yang wondered in confusion, why are they so angry? "You didn't do anything to their den, did you?" Zhou Zheng answered out of curiosity, "I broke their eggs, I couldn't hold back." Hu Yang shouted, "You beastly genius." Zhou Zheng slightly smirked and closed his eyes, saying, "If we don't find anything this time, we'll try somewhere else." Hu Yang tiredly asked, "Again?" After a moment, Zhou Zhang had chosen a location and said, "Let's go here." Assessing the situation, Hu Yang looked so worried that his face lost all color. "Do you want me to die?" A den of this scale definitely doesn't house ordinary fire cloud beasts. Zhou Zhang asked softly, "Could it be the fire cloud beast king?" Hu Yang replied, "Not that either." He pointed into the distance and speculated, "The area of the fire cloud beast king will only have one. The position of the beast king is likely on that hill over there." Noticing that the other seemed knowledgeable, Zhou Zhang asked quietly, "Do you live here? You seem very familiar with this place." Hu Yang replied, "I wouldn't live in a place like this." Hu Yang stepped forward and said, "If it ends up in your hands, consider me unlucky for 8 lifetimes. This is the last time, alright? Whether we succeed or not, I'm not doing it again." He thought to himself, "I can't use a gun this time, drawing more beasts over here would be a disaster." Hu Yang shouted loudly, "Hey!" The monsters turned in shock. He gestured with his fingers, challenging them, "Come over here." The atmosphere suddenly grew silent. Just a second later, the beasts erupted in fury, and a killing wind chased after Hu Yang. He screamed in exhaustion, realizing that he still had to run. Frustrated, Hu Yang yelled, "Damn it!" Zhou Zhang, carrying his national weapon, muttered, "I'll remember your sacrifice." A moment later, the monsters became even more ferocious. CCCU. Hu Yang, startled, asked, "Why are they going crazy again?" No way, not again." Zhou Zheng squinted and smiled, replying, "This time, getting the vine eggs to hatch went pretty smoothly." Hu Yang looked confused, "Then why are they getting so worked up?" Zhou Zheng answered nonchalantly, "I think there's still time." He casually added, "So I'll study its eggs a little more." Hearing that, Hu Yang immediately sprayed the hardening spray. He angrily shouted, "You must be crazy." Hu Yang coldly asked, "Anyway, you've got your stuff back, right? You can withdraw it now, can't you?" While twirling the branch in his hand, Zhou Zhang replied with a faint smile, "Since we're already here, it would be boring to just go back like this. Don't you want to stay here and cultivate for a while?" Upon hearing this, he waved his hand to stop him, saying, "Don't cause any more trouble. These are all level 12 flying beasts. Our level already has no chance of winning, how do you expect me to cultivate here?" Suddenly, Zhou Zhang took a piece of dried meat out of his pocket and calmly asked, "Let's make a bet. If I can eliminate one flying beast, you have to continue being my bait, otherwise, I'll let you boss me around. What do you say?" Seeing the piece of dried meat in Zhou Zhang's hand, Hu Yang was extremely surprised, his eyes wide open as he asked, "Huh? Since when did my bag have that?" While chewing, Zhou Zhang asked again, "Don't worry about the dried meat, just tell me if it's a deal or not?" After a moment, Hu Yang suddenly muttered disdainfully, "I don't believe that you have any more magic left, and if you die, don't blame me." It turned out he said that because Zhou Zhang was now facing the fire cloud beast directly in front of him. It suddenly let out a loud roar, while Zhou Zhang was glaring at it to assess the situation. Next, he immediately charged forward, using the frail back as a stepping stone to propel himself forward. Then, he quickly slashed with the dagger in his hand, dealing a severe wound to the creature, causing it to lose momentum and plummet to the ground. The impact of its fall was so strong that rocks and dirt were scattered everywhere, filling the air with dust and smoke. Hu Yang, witnessing this, immediately jumped up and shouted in astonishment, "What happened?" In an instant, the fire cloud beast was stunned. As he finished speaking, Zhou Zhang quickly landed. He suddenly took out a vial of something and sat down next to the fire cloud beast, flashing a sinister smile. Without hesitation, he poured the contents of the vial directly into the creature's mouth. Almost immediately, its eyes widened, and it stood up, chasing after Zhou Zhang, letting out a loud cry, "See you, see you." The fire cloud beast barely made a few steps before it suddenly screamed in agony, appearing to be in immense pain, and slowly kneeled down before collapsing to the ground, its fate unclear, alive or dead. Zhou Zhang turned around, observing the scene, and muttered in frustration, "No experience at all, seems like using this method to kill the enemy still doesn't get recognized by the system." With that, he suddenly grinned, causing a chill to run down Hu Yang's spine. Then, Zhou Zhang stepped forward and asked, "What do you think?" Hu Yang quickly placed his hand on his head and replied, "Next time I bet with you again, I'll change my last name from Hu." Then, he couldn't help but ask, "What did you give it to drink?" Zhou Zhang calmly replied, "Poison from the red scorpion." Hu Yang, hearing this, absent-mindedly rubbed his chin and muttered, "Clever. Why didn't I think of that? Just knock it out, then." Before he could finish, he suddenly realized something and quickly asked, "How did you manage to knock it out?" Zhou Zhang grinned widely and said, "Let's just say, this method is something only I can use. You play, you pay. Now, get to work." Hu Yang's face instantly became drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, from a distance, someone was watching them through binoculars. While Hu Yang was leading the fire cloud beast away, Zhou Zhang leisurely observed something on the ground. The man holding the binoculars quickly turned to his team leader and said, "Captain, those two are playing with their lives just to dig up those vines." Ding Hong coldly responded, "Either way, we have to pass by them. Let's go see." As Zhou Zhang was observing, a sudden signal sounded, causing him to quickly turn his attention to the radar screen. He noticed 4 suspicious figures slowly approaching them. Immediately, Zhou Zhang turned around to check behind. While Hu Yang was still trying to lure the fire cloud beast away, the sudden ringing of a phone interrupted. He quickly answered the call, and before he could say anything, Zhou Zhang sternly ordered, "Hu Yang, shake off the fire cloud beast and come back, someone's coming." A moment later, Hu Yang was glaring intensely at the group of strangers in front of him, his eyes filled with a murderous aura. Alongside Zhou Zhang, the young man holding binoculars suddenly spoke up, "Captain, one at level 12, one at level 7. Ding Hong calmly interrupted him, "These two are not simple. If we engage in conflict, it will be disadvantageous for us." Hu Yang quickly raised his hand, preparing to draw his sword, and asked, "What should we do?" "Calm down," Zhou Zhang advised quietly, "they don't have ill intentions for now." He smiled and explained, "Hello, we are Ding Hong and company. We mean no harm." The young man sneered and retorted, "Then what do you want?" Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the young man, the one with binoculars was stunned inwardly. The murderous aura is so strong, it's a good thing there wasn't a conflict earlier. Ding Hong seriously suggested, "I just want to ask if you guys are interested in doing a job with us?" Area code 157, each with a level 13 black claw. Zhou Zhang smiled faintly and asked, "Level 13? Hu Yang's face suddenly darkened, and he muttered in panic, "Black claw ant." A while later, Zhou Zhang, Hu Yang, and Ding Hong were hiding behind a large rock, silently observing the group of black striped mosquitoes in front of them. He pointed towards them and seriously suggested, "The crystal production rate of each level 13 black striped mosquito is very high. You just need to hold them off, and we will surround and kill them." The young man, hearing this, immediately turned to Hu Yang and teasingly asked, "Still can't escape your profession, huh?" Without saying another word, the two of them decisively rushed forward. Seeing this, Ding Hong immediately raised his voice to remind them, "Remember, one at a time, we can't handle them in large numbers." A few minutes later, seeing the two of them hurrying back with a giant black striped mosquito chasing them, Ding Hong immediately gave the order, "Fall back, prepare for support." Just as he finished his sentence, 4 subordinates immediately leaped out from their hiding spots and charged at the giant black striped mosquito. The young man with bangs covering one eye suddenly dropped his jaw, as though witnessing something terrifying. It turned out he was seeing his bearded teammate being knocked down by the mosquito and stomped on by its foot. Zhou Zhang suddenly leapt into the air, shouting out a skill. Then, with all his strength, he punched the black-striped mosquito and confidently smiled, saying, "Knocked out." Seeing the enormous black-striped mosquito fall with just one punch, Hu Yang couldn't help but be secretly amazed. He used this move again. Zhou Zhang suddenly frowned and urged loudly, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." Upon hearing this, Ding Hong quickly pointed and commanded, "All right, continue." Before long, night had fallen. The group was now sitting around a campfire, chatting together. Ding Hong quickly exclaimed, "Today's harvest is quite substantial." He then approached Zhou Zhang and handed him a skewer of meat, saying, "Try the flavor of the black claw ant." Zhou Zhang reluctantly accepted the skewer, smiled at it, and hesitantly remarked, "Well, although it does smell very fragrant, it tastes even better." Seeing that he didn't complain and was enjoying it, Ding Hong laughed with his eyes squinted, saying, "That's right. I was also very surprised the first time I tried it. Thanks to Zhou Zhang today, otherwise I would have been in trouble without your knockout move. It's really impressive." The boy with bangs covering one eye suddenly smiled widely and asked if Zhou Zhang's unique skill could be used on higher-level exotic beasts. "Wouldn't that make us invincible?" The boy wearing glasses chimed in excitedly, "Exactly. How can that be done? I've never seen such a special martial skill before." Ding Hong suddenly had a bit of doubt and asked, "Can it be used on higher-level ones too?" Zhou Zhang smiled and replied, "I've never tried, and even if it could work, I would need to break through their defenses first." He quickly rubbed his chin and continued, "You're not wrong." Then he cheerfully suggested, "Once you guys finish eating, make sure to rest up, we need to work harder tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the whole group shouted in unison, "All right, all right." The next morning, that evening, the man with the beard suddenly laughed loudly and said, Today's harvest is even greater than yesterday's. Once we get back to the city, I have to exchange for the latest equipment from the meteorite company." The boy with bangs covering one eye couldn't help but express his gratitude, saying, "Thanks to old Hu and Zhou Zhang." Then the boy immediately took out his binoculars to confirm, "That's right, otherwise it wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Hu Yang quickly scratched his head and shyly added, "It's nothing much." Ding Hong suddenly suggested, "Zhou Zhang, let's talk for a moment." As he walked, he began to speculate, "I guess you just arrived at the burial site not long ago. Where are you from?" He was puffing on a cigarette and replied with a faint smile, "Titan City." He continued, "I've heard of Titan City. In fact, not long from now, the burial site will be connected to the major towns, and integration is an inevitable trend for the future. Just think, after the larger roads are opened up, apart from our nation the martial crystals from America, Europe, and so on will eventually meet. May I ask, does your knockout move work on martial crystals?" Zhou Zhang scoffed and asked back, "Do you want to try?" Before Ding Hong could respond, he was knocked out by Zhou Zhang's skill. When he saw that Ding Hong had regained consciousness, Zhou Zhang asked, "Are you awake?" He was startled and asked back, "You?" After that, he broke out in a sweat, silently thinking to himself, "How strange, am I really going to be knocked out by him like this? If he wanted to take the opportunity to kill me right now, I would have no way to resist." Zhou Zhang calmly asked back, "Is it useful? Go ahead, what do you need me to do next?" 3 days later, everyone gathered at the spaceship landing site at the burial ground. Ding Hong felt a bit reluctant. "Thank you all for your help these past few days. Let's say goodbye here." Zhou Zhang smiled and replied, "Okay." Seeing the two sides being so close, Hu Yang felt a bit suspicious. He gently spoke up, "Why does it feel like there are some secrets between you two that can't be revealed?" Zhou Zhang immediately responded, "I did agree to help him with a little task." Hearing this, Hu Yang couldn't help but be curious. "A little task?" He stroked his chin in deep thought. This Ding Hong is not that simple. The captain of the Bright Shadow team is asking you to handle a little task? Zhou Zhang softly said, "Before I agreed to him, do you think I didn't investigate it all?" Hu Yang was momentarily taken aback, the 13th team leader at the burial ground. Zhou Zhang turned to leave and continued, "It's precisely because of this identity that it makes sense to cooperate." He gently bid farewell to Hu Yang. "You've worked hard these past few days, I'll head out first. If you need anything, just give me a call." After returning home, Zhou Zhang leisurely took a shower. He stepped into his beloved warm bed and soft mattress. Zhou Zhang lay back on the bed and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally I can take a shower. He wondered, I wonder what Shirhan is doing right now. With that thought, Zhou Zhang quickly sat up, seizing the opportunity. He opened the system and told himself, let's get the main task done first. A series of items appeared before Zhou Zhang. After a while, he made his way to the location. The building here looked somewhat old. The outside was locked with a rather loose chain. Zhou Zhang looked around and said, the abandoned warehouse of Haiyang building usually has no one visiting. He quickly jumped up. Zhou Zhang thought it would be just right to use it for incubating eggs. He landed and forcefully drove his weapon into the layer of concrete. After finishing up, Zhou Zhang dusted off his hands and smiled with satisfaction. This should be fine now. He had punctured the roof and placed the pink egg inside the warehouse. Zhou Zhang muttered to himself, even from above, it would be hard to detect. He gently caressed the egg. Zhou Zhang softly said, the rest depends on you, try to hatch quickly. I have now reached level 74. Zhou Zhang reminded himself, although my level has increased quite a bit during this time, my rank as a martial artist has been stuck at level 7 for too long. At the martial artists training ground, Manager Su softly spoke, thank you, Advisor Qin. The martial artists standing behind started whispering amongst themselves, earlier, that level 7 kid dared to challenge a level 10 white tiger. You should learn from him. One person, irritated, yelled, learn what? I still want to live a few more days. At this moment, Advisor Qin calmly reassured, as for the quality of our magical beasts, you can all rest easy. Manager Su responded, you've worked hard, please take your time. At that moment, Advisor Qin looked at his talented student and spoke, Shirhan, you've turned me down so many times, today, can't you at least give me a little face? Xiang Shirhan hesitated and replied, Advisor Qin, I've already said. Seeing her refusal, Advisor Qin asked, annoyed, what if you have a boyfriend? He shouted angrily, Xiang Shirhan, don't be ungrateful. I initially just wanted to have a little fun with you, but now you've really let me down. Facing his strange attitude, Xiang Shirhan hesitated, unsure of what to say. Advisor Qin, you. A martial artist quickly grabbed Xiang Shirhan and said, President, I've told you already, don't waste any more time. It'd be better to be more decisive. Advisor Qin revealed his sleazy side, saying, it's not too late now. When two men started handling Xiang Shirhan roughly, a woman softly reminded, hey, please pay attention to your image. Advisor Qin blared and shouted angrily, get lost. Even your manager would have to bow down to me, who do you think you are? The woman was momentarily startled. Advisor Qin, dragging Xiang Shirhan towards him, shouted forcefully, come with me. Suddenly, a powerful explosion went off. The martial artists couldn't help but be astonished, that was the room of that level 7 kid. One person guessed, this time, he's probably going to be killed, no doubt. Zhou Zhang, a level 8 martial artist, had successfully broken into the martial arts training building. He exhaled deeply. The manager, looking concerned, asked, are you okay? Zhou Zhang quietly said, get me a few bottles of hemostatic medicine. He suddenly sensed something was wrong. The image of Xiang Shirhan being oppressed caught his attention. He quickly rushed forward and shouted, get your dirty hands off her. Seeing Zhou Zhang's appearance, the martial artist could only stand there in shock, his mouth agape. Zhou Zhang threw a punch, and with a loud shout, pushed the man away from her. Advisor Qin was taken aback and yelled, what? Before he could say anything else, Zhou Zhang overwhelmed him, causing him to cry out in pain. After dealing with the despicable men, Zhou Zhang gently reassured Xiang Shirhan, don't be afraid, I'm here. Advisor Qin, sitting slumped on the ground, with blood dripping from his nose, screamed in fury, you bastard, do you want to die? Zhou Zhang then wrapped his arm around Xiang Shirhan and gave a cold, possessive glare, Qin Tiannan, how dare you touch my woman? Who do you think you are? Zhou Zhang's words echoed in Qin Tiannan's mind, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? He felt deeply insulted. Qin Tiannan shouted loudly, Luo Chang, my brothers. One of his underlings replied, yes. Qin Tian-nan ordered, grab him. Take him outside the city and torture him slowly. Hearing that, two of his subordinates rushed towards Zhou Zhang. Xiang Shirhan, worried, pushed him behind and urged, Zhou Zhang, go quickly. Facing these puny men, Zhou Zhang smirked and scoffed coldly. With deadly intent, he stepped forward, both daggers in hand. Zhou Zhang quietly muttered, dodge skill. He then closed the distance with Luo Chang, making him jump in shock. Before he could react, Qin Tian-nan's underling was cleanly struck down. The man gasped, what? Luo Chang knelt to the ground, clutching his throat, dying, cough. Cough. Seeing this, the martial artists couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. He killed someone. One shouted loudly, daring to kill someone in broad daylight, the captain of the order won't let him off. Qin Tian-nan, shaken to the core, nearly lost control of himself. Despite the panic, he threatened menacingly, ha, Zhou Zhang, you're dead, you're definitely dead. At that moment, Xiang Shirhan anxiously said to Zhou Zhang, let's escape, can we get out of here and go back to Titan City? Zhou Zhang gently patted her head and reassured her, don't be afraid, it won't be far. He let Xiang Shirhan step back and continued to charge forward with determination. Zhou Zhang twirled the dagger in his hand and smirked disdainfully, truly feeling it was not worth his time to deal with Qin Tian-nan's subordinates. Qin Tian-nan, trembling, shouted loudly, you, don't come over here. Zhou Zhang blared and replied, follow a cold-blooded scum like you. At that moment, Qin Tian-nan told himself, what am I afraid of against an 8th-level fighter? However, he did not expect Zhou Zhang to skillfully execute his moves and actively launch an attack. He shouted, die. With no other choice, Qin Tian-nan had to brace himself, ready to fight, come on, I'm not afraid of you. Zhou Zhang seemed to flip a switch, attacking from one side to the other, making it seem to Qin Tian-nan as if there were dozens of opponents before him. He stood frozen in place, feeling extremely confused, why can't I see his movements clearly? Observing Zhou Zhang's proficient actions, Qin Tian-nan wondered, is he really an 8th-level fighter? In a moment of distraction, Zhou Zhang seized the opportunity to launch a direct attack, causing Qin Tian-nan to fall to the ground. He gasped, wah. At that moment, Qin Tian-nan realized fear, trembling and pleading, don't kill me. Zhou Zhang coldly raised the weapon in his hand and growled, die. Suddenly, a voice rang out, stop. The order team quickly rushed to the scene. Zhou Zhang quietly asked, do you know why I didn't kill you directly from the beginning? The order team immediately pressed a knife to Zhou Zhang's neck and loudly demanded that he drop his weapon, or they would kill him without mercy. Lying flat on the ground, Qin Tian-nan stammered, are you afraid of the order team? At that moment, Xiang Shirhan was extremely worried, woo-woo. Zhou Zhang, don't. Zhou Zhang leaned down and whispered in Qin Tian-nan's ear, because I want to show you hope, and then send you down to the abyss of despair. He smirked and continued, you are a person of authority who can be exempted from punishment, but now I will tell you something. Zhou Zhang raised his rank and confidently said, I can kill someone in the street without having to pay a fine, because I am an A-level authority. Upon hearing this, the order team couldn't help but be astonished, he's an A-level powerhouse. Zhou Zhang added, a level powerhouse. Therefore, Qin Tian-nan trembled and begged for mercy, Mr. Chu, I was wrong, please spare me. No, please. His appearance was extremely miserable and humble. Nevertheless, Zhou Zhang only coldly said, die. Then, he delivered a fatal blow, sending Qin Tian-nan to meet his end. Seeing the order team dragging the body of Qin Tian-nan, the martial artists were buzzing with discussion. This was the first time they had seen the order team surrender, and one person expressed admiration, an A-level powerhouse? So impressive, some martial artists even see this as a lesson. Indeed, one should be a bit more cautious in a burial ground. The person next to him replied, that's right, there are experts everywhere. Among them, a guy in a black cloak grinned with delight, Zhou Zhang, you have finally arrived at the burial ground, very good, truly very good. Seeing the wound on Zhou Zhang's body, Xiang Shirhan couldn't help but worry, your injury. She felt sad and blamed herself. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Zhou Zheng smiled and explained, "This is an injury I sustained during my previous breakthrough. Xin Tian Nan doesn't have that kind of ability yet." Xiang Shirhan gently asked Zhou Zheng, "Are you really an A-level powerhouse?" Seeing Xiang Shirhan suddenly reach out her hand, Zhou Zheng took her small hand in his. He softly replied, "Of course. Otherwise, why do you think others would give me the Haiyang building?" Xiang Shirhan still couldn't believe it, but she shyly turned her head and said, "President Han Jiangdong originally told me to follow the Beast Master here to learn, but now it seems that won't be possible anymore." Seeing her adorable demeanor, Zhou Zheng patted her head and said, "What are you thinking? With my current authority, finding a stronger Beast Master to teach you would be easy, right?" Zhou Zheng added, "Today, saving you, aside from treating your wounds, do I also want to express something else?" Seeing him come closer, Xiang Shirhan felt so shy that her face turned as red as a tomato. She flusteredly shouted, "What are you thinking? You're injured like this and still talking." Being playfully hit too hard, Zhou Zheng exclaimed, "Oh, why are you hitting me? My wound is about to burst open." Time passed quickly, and before long, 3 days had gone by. Standing on the balcony observing the situation, Zhou Zheng said, "Okay, let's take action." He slightly smirked and muttered to himself, "For Ding Hong's mission, raise the blood drinking guidance rate to 70%, this money can't be earned for free." Zhou Zheng jumped down freely and loudly greeted the new target, Hai Tian Company. What a coincidence! He had no idea that he was being watched. Behind Zhou Zheng was a mysterious man, dressed in black, wearing a mask and having long gray hair. He widened his eyes in astonishment, watching Zhou Zheng jump down and then disappear immediately. After locating Zhou Zheng's position, the man smirked lightly and thought to himself, "Good, the person is right in front of me now." At the same time, Zhou Zheng remained completely unaware and was just focused on completing his mission. Just in a moment, he successfully infiltrated the 57th floor of the Hai Tian building. A martial artist spoke up, "Old Yang, do you know what's in the storage? Why have they been ramping up security lately?" The man with the surname Yang replied, "In short, it's something very important, but the chairman is indeed very cautious. If we want to steal the items inside, the only way is to blow this place up." Zhou Zheng took a look around and noticed 3 level 11 guards and 1 level 10 guard. The security was indeed tight. He smirked slightly, feeling that this situation was still manageable, and decided to proceed with the old method. Hearing a loud noise, the group of martial artists shouted, "Who is it?" One person commanded, "Mr. Yang, Sanzi, you two go over there and check it out." The two subordinates quickly responded. They swiftly separated to assess the situation. Upon seeing the shattered glass, the two martial artists were somewhat surprised. One of them anxiously asked, "Mr. Yang, what's going on?" Mr. Yang realized, this is not good, these are signs of someone's doing. At that moment, Zhou Zheng had approached them unnoticed. With just a few simple moves, he swiftly dealt with the two. Meanwhile, the team leader was growing impatient. What's taking so long? They still haven't returned. Looking at the communication device, he muttered to himself, something feels off. The team leader shouted out. Before he could finish his sentence, he was ambushed by Zhou Zheng and taken down. Zhou Zheng unleashed smooth, precise strikes like a predator. At that moment, the mysterious figure in black was advancing towards the two martial artists from earlier. He wore a sinister smile, Kiki. Seeing the martial artist trembling and clutching the wound on his neck, he felt even more delighted. The figure in black smirked and said, "Hee hee, the feeling of blood gushing out is simply wonderful." Then, he darted away. The figure in black glared and shouted, "Zhou Zheng, I'm coming for you." At the same time, Zhou Zheng successfully drilled a hole in the stone door. He muttered to himself, this size should be able to fit through. After that, Zhou Zheng quickly sneaked into the warehouse. Seeing the neatly arranged rows of gemstones, he couldn't help but be astonished. Zhou Zheng's eyes widened in admiration. Not bad, those crystals are all of high quality and rare. The Hai Tian Company is truly wealthy. Thinking to himself, he began to take action, telling himself, well, I won't be polite anymore. Outside, the man in black had arrived. He praised, "You're quite skilled, Zhou Zhang." The man in black narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself, "It seems I need to increase the difficulty for you." Seeing Zhou Zhang's confident demeanor, it appeared that everything was under his control. The man in black gathered his strength and struck hard against the stone wall. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Zhang was momentarily startled. He quickly activated his defenses, thinking, could there be someone else? The noise from earlier would definitely attract the other guards. Zhou Zhang thought to himself, I must leave here quickly. He swiftly jumped away, planning to use his extraordinary speed to escape from the Hai Tian company. Suddenly, he realized something was off. An attack was heading straight for him. Zhou Zhang was startled and quickly leaped back to avoid the impact. The previous attack had resulted in a powerful explosion. Zhou Zhang exclaimed in astonishment, "Yang Lu." He thought to himself, according to the information I found earlier, this man is strongman number 43 at the burial site. I can't fight him head on. Standing before Zhou Zhang was Yang Lu, a peak-level martial artist at level 15. In a cold tone, Yang Lu spoke, "That's right, it's me." Yang Lu scanned the surroundings, taking in the defeated martial artists guarding the area and the breached crystal repository. Surprised, he muttered, "An 8th-level martial artist managed to pull this off? Impressive." Fixing his gaze on Zhou Zhang, Yang Lu remarked, "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." Taking advantage of Yang Lu's momentary distraction, Zhou Zhang suddenly lunged forward with his dagger aimed at him. However, with his strength, Yang Lu easily deflected the ambush. Furious, he shouted, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Zhou Zhang curtly replied, "Try me." Without hesitation, he launched a punch directly at his opponent. But Yang Lu countered with a powerful attack, leaving Zhou Zhang no time to defend. Zhou Zhang let out a cry of pain, "Ha!" The force of Yang Lu's blow sent Zhou Zhang flying backward. The entire space trembled violently from the impact. Smirking arrogantly, Yang Lu said, "Fast, but you've underestimated the power of a strongman-level martial artist." Zhou Zhang struggled to steady himself amidst the thick cloud of dust. He couldn't help but cough a few times, his resolve unwavering despite the overwhelming pressure. Yang Lu glared, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. He growled, "Do you know why Hai Tian Company dares to leave their things here without worry?" Without waiting for Zhou Zhang to respond, Yang Lu continued, "Because I am here." He tightened his grip on his weapon and shouted, "No matter who you are, who sent you here?" Without hesitation, Yang Lu charged towards Zhou Zhang, shouting loudly, "Today, you must leave your life here." Yang Lu's strike was so powerful that it shattered the stone wall. As the dust began to settle, he was astonished to find no trace of Zhou Zhang. Yang Lu exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? How could he escape in such a short time?" In reality, Zhou Zhang had been hit but was using his stealth skill to temporarily evade danger. Not long after, Yang Lu brought the first seal to the scene. The first seal asked suspiciously, "Are you saying that person just vanished for no reason?" Hearing this, Yang Lu replied sharply, "Why don't you believe me?" The first seal quickly explained, his tone submissive, "Mr. Lu, you misunderstand. I'm just curious, who could possibly escape from the hands of the Lu family?" Yang Lu pondered, concluding, although he is only at level 8, this person is definitely not a nobody. He silently thought, "It feels like I've seen Zhou Zhang somewhere before." Suddenly, Yang Lu exclaimed, as if he had just remembered something, "Wait a minute." Yang Lu sat in front of the communication device, intently studying the information. After a while, he nodded and said, "No wonder." All the information about Zhou Zhang was now in Yang Lu's hands. Zhou Zhang, strongman-level martial artist, rank 77 in the burial ground. Just a week ago, he was at level 7, his speed of advancement is truly astonishing. Hearing this, the first seal became furious and hissed, "You bastard, you haven't even found him from the last time, and he jumps out on his own." Outside, the martial artists of Hai Tian Company were busy allocating their forces. They shouted to each other, "Withdraw over there, and 2 of you come this way." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhang was still hiding in a room. He anxiously checked the situation. His injuries were unstable, and he felt his body growing weaker. Zhou Zheng thought to himself, I can't drag this out any longer. He had no choice but to take a risk and step out of his hiding place. Zhou Zheng slipped past the group of martial artists, his heart pounding. Looking towards the corner of the wall, he silently rejoiced, good, over there is the room I entered. But just then, his body suddenly swayed. Zhou Zheng leaned against the wall, his face pale. A cough escaped him, and fresh blood spilled from his mouth. Zhou Zheng coughed up blood, his hands trembling as he wiped it away, but he couldn't hide the evidence. It's over. He thought anxiously, cold sweat streaming down his face. The noise from Zhou Zheng startled the guarding martial artists. One turned around and asked, what was that sound? Yang Lu also noticed the situation. Looking down at the floor, he saw a strange puddle of blood. His eyes turned cold as he glanced at the nearby room, a smirk forming on his lips, seeking death on your own. Everyone stormed into the room, determined to capture Zhou Zheng. The captain of the guard squad shouted, Zhou Zheng, hand over what you took from the vault, and I might spare your life. Yang Lu spoke softly, Zhou Zheng, you've run out of options. Even in the face of such danger, Zhou Zheng remained calm, replying, do you really think this is enough to capture me? The furious fur seal bellowed, if you're so confident, why don't you jump from here? Without a trace of fear, Zhou Zheng leaned backward, preparing to act. Yang Lu suddenly sensed something was off. He dashed forward, reaching out toward Zhou Zheng. But it was too late. Yang Lu's hand grasped only empty air as he stared wide-eyed at the scene below. The guard captain immediately gave the order, even if we have to scrape his remains off the ground, bring him back to me. Yang Lu stood silently, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng was free falling through the air. He calmly gauged the height and executed his move. A metal parachute deployed, instantly activating with a burst of fiery sparks. Zhou Zheng skillfully twisted his body, gaining control in mere seconds. Suddenly, the phone of Squad 7's captain rang. He frowned, glancing at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number, but the first 4 digits indicated it belonged to a strongman-level martial artist. Without hesitation, he picked up. Hello? The voice on the other end was familiar, Captain, I'm in a bit of trouble. The captain was startled to realize it was Fifth Brother, a member of his team. He couldn't help but be surprised to hear Fifth Brother using the strongman-level communication device. He quickly asked, what kind of trouble? Zhou Zheng spoke calmly on the other end, his voice somewhat weary, Captain, I can't explain everything right now, I'm injured and can't make it back. He got straight to the point, so I need you to bring the other brothers to the Haiyang building and help me block the people from Hai Tian Company. The captain of Team 7 immediately replied, understood, focus on your recovery, we'll handle this. After hanging up, Zhou Zheng muttered to himself, I still have to call Shen brother. Not long after, the brothers from Team 7 arrived at the Haiyang building. Fur Seal shouted furiously, do you dare to block my way? Yen Leader, one of the members of Team 7, coldly responded, no matter who you are, this place is under strict surveillance by armed forces. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy. At that moment, Yang Lu appeared and said, such a strong tone. He is originally a strongman-level martial artist, known as an envoy. Although his duties are unclear, he possesses supreme privileges. Realizing the opponent's status was not ordinary, the captain of Team 7 exclaimed in surprise, Envoy Yang. Yang Lu replied sharply, I'll give you one last chance, get out. The captain of Team 7 remained resolute, saying, sorry, even with your privileges, you cannot override the armed forces. There are familiar brothers behind me. After gathering information, Yang Lu exclaimed in astonishment, what? Yang Lu shouted as if he couldn't believe his ears. He said that the chairman had authorized Team 7 to protect the Haiyang building. He was furious, grinding his teeth, feeling helpless. Yang Lu had no choice but to order, let's go. Upon hearing this, the Fur Seal couldn't help but be surprised, huh? Yang Lu glared and said, just wait until we get outside, let's see if the armed forces can still protect you. In an old building, the sound of heavy breathing echoed. Zhou Zhang was tending to his wounds by himself, struggling to catch his breath, thinking, Who? Zhou Zhang couldn't help but marvel, no wonder he's a strong man. If my body hadn't been enhanced with data, I would have been dead by now. He reached out to activate the system, looking at the information before him. Zhou Zhang thought, if I can learn skills at levels 75 and 80, eliminating Yang Lu wouldn't be impossible. Suddenly, he thought of something and spoke up, now that it has come to this. Beside him were numerous items beneficial for training: armor penetration stats of 13, armor penetration stats of 13, armor penetration stats of 12, and even armor penetration stats of 11. Zhou Zhang thought to himself, even if I don't want to eliminate them, they certainly won't spare me. In a narrow alley, Ding Huang joyfully exclaimed, Great, this is the one. He said softly, Zhou brother, I knew I could trust you, your strength speaks for itself. Zhou Zhang replied gently, Transaction complete, I hope we meet again. As soon as Zhou Zhang turned his back to leave, Ding Huang called out to him. He quickly chased after him and said, Does this cause you any trouble? If you need anything, the bright shadow will definitely not stand by and watch. Hearing this, Zhou Zhang smiled slightly in satisfaction and softly replied, Don't worry, I can handle things on the first seal side. After that, he waved goodbye to Ding Huang. Zhou Zhang stopped by the equipment shop, staring intently at the armor. It must be kept in a glass case. Zhou Zhang was a bit surprised. Is it a treasure? It should be able to neutralize some strongman level attacks. He spoke softly, Hello, I have a batch of valuable items to sell. Can I meet your manager for a moment? The staff member replied, Yes, of course. At the same time, a subordinate of the first seal was being reprimanded by the first seal. He angrily shouted, You fools, after so many days, you can't even find one person. The first seal turned to Yang Lu and asked, Lu family, searching blindly like this is useless. Can't your strongman privilege locate him? Yang Lu calmly took a drag from his cigarette and replied, My privilege level doesn't have that authority, but I know a martial artist who does. He continued, however, getting help from someone of that caliber comes at a price. Time passed quickly, and 3 days had already gone by. The fierce green monster roared loudly. Zhou Zhang calmly faced the massive monster. As its gigantic hand swung toward him, he instinctively took a combat stance, ready to counter. With a slight smirk, he muttered, Not bad. Attacks of this level no longer pose any threat to me. He quickly leaped onto the creature. Good, Zhou Zhang exclaimed with excitement. Finally, level 75. With that, he spun mid-air, sending the monster flying backward before launching himself toward a towering building. The system displayed a notification, Ultimate Might activated, temporarily blinding the target for 10 seconds, with a 10% chance to extend the blind status by an additional 5 seconds without cancellation. Below, the enraged monster roared in frustration, unable to locate its opponent. Zhou Zhang, now in stealth mode, concentrated his energy into his hands. From above, he unleashed a devastating strike on the beast. In a desperate attempt to retaliate, the monster lashed out with a powerful punch but instead hit one of its own kind. The system chimed, plus 5,000 experience points. Plus 6,300 experience points. Zhou Zhang was startled. Ha! Why do I get experience even when it kills its own? He murmured to himself, could it be that because of control mechanics, the system considers it a puppet under my influence? Smirking, Zhou Zhang thought, if that's the case, reaching level 80 might not be as difficult as I imagined. 4 days later, Zhou Zhang returned to the same spot. Zhou Zhang stood calmly on high ground, observing the green monster attacking the small zombies. Each blow it delivered brought him a certain amount of experience, and the system continuously notified him, gained 6,400 experience points, gained 6,300 experience points, gained 7,000 experience points, gained 6,200 experience points. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Zhang had reached level 79. He softly answered the phone, Shirhan, I'm sorry for not contacting you for so many days. Are you doing okay? Xiang Shirhan asked anxiously, Zhou Zhang, where are you? Zhou Zhang replied, I'm outside, I'll be back in a few days. Hearing this, Xiang Shirhan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Don't worry, I'm fine too. Your friend has been at Haiyang building protecting us. Zhou Zhang gently said, they are all very reliable brothers. During this time, just listen to them. Xiang Shirhan suggested, how about I come find you? Can we go back to Titan City together? Zhou Zhang softly reminded her, don't be foolish. If a strongman wants to hunt someone down, running back to Titan City won't help. Meanwhile, two people were tracking Zhou Zhang's location. The first seal exclaimed, finally, he used the communication device. Sitting across from the first seal was Luo Tian, code number 9, a strongman level martial artist. He cheerfully said, I told you, as long as he uses the communication device, I can trace him. The rest is up to you all. The first seal smirked and said with delight, Envoy Luo, you've worked hard. Here is your reward, a composite medal with an armor-piercing value of 15. Looking at the item that had just been delivered, Luo Tian couldn't hide his excitement. He cheerfully replied, pleasure doing business. I've provided the location, the rest is not my concern. The first seal laughed heartily and responded, understood, understood. After Luo Tian left, the first seal quietly said, hi, take your time. Immediately, the first seal loudly commanded, gather the Fire Lava Team, Sky Sword Team, Shatter Beast Team, and Sky Hammer Team. I want him dead. At the same time, Zhou Zhan was still among the zombies, shooting an arrow that pierced through a monster. Zhou Zhang remarked, old buddy, it seems you're faking it but still have some life left. He muttered to himself, with a few armor-piercing arrows this year, the bow can unleash its remaining power. Zhou Zhang had no idea that he was being watched. They exclaimed loudly, what an impressive archer! A group of 3 young martial artists observed Zhou Zhang through top-notch digital technology. Bai Yan thought to himself, if this video spreads, it will definitely raise the value of crossbow weapons in the burial ground. A friend beside him expressed concern, that area is surrounded by toxic corpses, how will he escape later? The bald young man tilted his head and said softly, with so many toxic corpses, even if he's skilled, he can't possibly kill them all, right? Seeing the dangerous situation before them, they screamed in fear, eh? Bai Yang also jumped in surprise. The group was stunned to realize that they were facing zombies. At the same time, Zhou Zhang calmly observed the monsters. At this moment, he had reached level 79, and now, at such a crucial time, he encountered zombies. Zhou Zhang angrily hissed, TSK, can't I just level up to 80 in peace? Zhou Zhang glanced over at the building next door, realizing that he had noticed those people for a long time. He was extremely annoyed, those guys were really bothersome, always watching him, ambushing him, and it was inconvenient to use the system backpack in front of them. He began to flex his muscles, jumped to the opposite side, and said, I see that set. One person spoke up, hey Bai Yang, look at what he wants to do, at such a distance, he can't be thinking of jumping over there, right? Bai Yang said with interest, there's a possibility, with such a spectacular scene, I have to record it. Zhou Zhang calmly faced the wind, then opened his eyes to locate his target, and then dashed off at breakneck speed. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim, this speed is terrifying. Bai Yang widened his eyes in amazement, so fast, they can't believe their eyes. Is he really human? At the same time, Zhou Zhang pushed off the ground to gain momentum. He leaped high, with the aggressive zombies right below him. Suddenly, Chu Ch began to lose his footing. Bai Yang exclaimed, what a pity. 3 people watched with great tension, thinking to themselves, it's over, if he falls, he's definitely dead. The bald man quickly covered his eyes, not wanting to witness the tragic scene, and let out a long sigh, haze. At that moment, Zhou Zhan was still charging forward, heading straight for the zombies without fear of anyone. Seeing this, the 3 watchers could only stare in disbelief. One of them spoke up, are you turning back? Bai Yang, mouth agape, replied, turning back, turning back. He held the camera tightly as if it were a treasure. Bai Yang believed that if this video spread everywhere, it would surely cause a sensation. Suddenly, he jolted and looked ahead. Zhou Zhang was now standing tall, a powerful aura enveloping his entire body. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Zhang was glaring at the group of watchers. Seeing this, Bei Yang couldn't help but tremble. Even like this, one can sense the killing intent. As Zhou Zhang leaped forward, the person beside him quietly asked, "Aren't we going to follow and film a bit more?" Bei Yang replied, "Forget it, let's go." At the same time, everyone was gathered at the spaceship site where the burial took place. Several martial artists were buzzing with discussion. "These are all spaceships from Hai Tian Company, are they planning something big?" One person quietly remarked, "I heard that this time, the 4 major teams of Hai Tian have mobilized all their forces." Just then, a group of people approached, wearing cunning smiles. The red-haired man signified the antagonist. At that moment, the short secretary reported softly, "The president has just received news that Yang Lu and Fur Seal have made their move." Shinjun Hang hesitated briefly, then announced wearily. Holding his head, he muttered, "Forget it. Leave me for now." The secretary obediently complied. She gently closed the door, leaving Shinjun Hang alone with his thoughts. Sitting in silence, he finally spoke, "All this time, they've been questioning some of my decisions regarding you." Gazing out at the garden through the window, Shinjun Hang murmured, "Zhou Zhang, whether you can overcome this obstacle depends entirely on you. This time, I'll let you prove yourself whether I was wrong or they were." Meanwhile, a horde of zombies snarled ferociously, desperately seeking prey to satiate their ravenous hunger. Suddenly, a car sped through, barreling directly into the crowd of zombies. From the car emerged a man dressed entirely in black. A sly smile curled on his lips as he faced the snarling zombies charging at him. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his blade, striking with fluid precision reminiscent of a master chef at work. The zombies fell, lifeless, in his wake. The man in black smirked in satisfaction and exclaimed, "Found you." At that moment, Zhou Zhang was channeling energy. A green aura erupted into the space around him. He had successfully leveled up and shouted in excitement, "Level 80. Clenching his fists tightly, Zhou Zhang felt an overwhelming surge of power. He believed that with his newfound level and abilities, even Yang Lu was within his grasp. Gripping his communication device, Zhou Zhang reassured himself, "The captain's at home, everything should be fine." He suddenly startled when he noticed several missed calls. Zhou Zhang couldn't help but wonder, "Lei Hu, why has he called me so many times?" When Zhou Zhang picked up the phone, Lei Hu exclaimed with relief, "Thank goodness, Zhou brother. I finally got through to you." Zhou Zhang, now worried, asked, "Captain Lei, what's happened?" Lei Hu quickly explained the situation. "It seems First Seal and Yan Lu have discovered your location. They've gathered a group of people and left the city on a spacecraft. This time, First Seal has mobilized the 4 great combat squads of Hai Tian Company. It's best if you find a place to hide." Hearing this, Zhou Zhang was momentarily stunned, questioning to himself, "How did they figure out my location?" Meanwhile, a mechanized ship was heading straight for the area. Zhou Zhang muttered under his breath, "Looks like I don't have time to hide anymore." Lei Hu, filled with concern, asked urgently, "What do you mean? Don't tell me they're on that mechanized ship?" A martial artist on the ship shouted, confirming Zhou Zhang's location. First Seal immediately ordered the ship to descend and turn on all cameras. He yelled loudly, "I want everyone to witness what happens to those who dare cross First Seal." The mechanized ship loomed closer, preparing to land right where Zhou Zhang stood. On board, the captain of the fire lava team, Ho Lei, interjected, "Let the boss have the first shot, but save the rest for us." He grinned broadly, brandishing his weapon as he rallied his 500 syndicate members. "What do you think, boys? Do you reckon this lieutenant-level martial artist can survive the armor-piercing warhead I've brought along?" Having said that, they simultaneously fired missiles at Zhou Zhang. Seeing this, he was momentarily surprised but quickly regained his composure to assess the situation. For stray missiles were heading towards Zhou Zhang, and in the next second, they erupted in a powerful explosion. Nevertheless, the Fur Seal was utterly shocked by the sight before him. Zhou Zhang remained unfazed, standing firmly in the midst of the chaos. The first seal smirked and remarked, "TSK TSK, I didn't expect this kid's armor to be so impressive, just standing there is so boring. Let him dance a little." Zhou Zhang was startled to realize there was a new trick in play. The martial artists on the mechanized ship were continuously dropping something, and upon closer inspection, it was explosive shells. In the blink of an eye, a cataclysmic explosion shook the heavens and the earth, even causing the zombies to scream in terror. Despite this, Zhou Zhang calmly maneuvered through each attack, darting away with incredible speed. Seeing this, the first seal gleefully laughed out loud, "Huh, keep it coming." The camera suddenly stopped recording. Above, the martial artists mocked loudly, "Zhou Zhang, stop being a turtle hiding its head, why are you running? Only a fool would take on 100 at once." The first seal then pulled out his trump card, "Let's see how you dodge this time." Suddenly, a world-shattering explosion shot straight up into the sky, causing the mechanized ship to shake like a dance floor. The first seal crouched down, clinging tightly to the ship's side. Below, Zhou Zhang stood confidently, wielding a high-quality weapon to retaliate against them. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity. Seeing this, the first seal furiously shouted, "Where did his metal projectile launcher come from?" Noticing the stray bullets flying straight up towards the vessel, he quickly ordered, "What are you waiting for? Take off, hurry up and take off." With no time to escape, the ship was shot at until it swayed dangerously. The first seal was startled to see a horde of zombies gathering due to the loud noise, each one of them looks ferocious. First seal immediately commanded his team to gear up for battle. Below, Zhou Zhang watched them in a state of chaotic panic, a smirk full of meaning on his lips. Zhou Zhang softly remarked, "The real show is still to come, everything that just happened is captured on the lenses of the three watchers." Bei Yang joyfully exclaimed, "We got it, we got it. The Hai Tian Company's vessel is falling apart right before your eyes." Bei Yang's eyes widened in amazement, the scene earlier was truly spectacular. At that moment, someone anxiously suggested, "Brother Bei Yang, it's getting dark, should we stay or head back to Bibu Town?" With excitement running high, Bei Yang was not ready to leave. Such a lively scene was a rare encounter after so many years. He declared, "Brothers, let's enjoy ourselves tonight, we'll stay here overnight." The members responded with joy. At the same time, Yang Lu timely came to the rescue. He coldly crushed the head of a zombie. Yang Lu loudly said, "We need to retreat, the noise here will attract more zombies." First seal immediately complied, "Understood." The scene was extremely chaotic, as the Hai Tian Company members had to fight against the zombies. The sky was gradually darkening, making the place even more dangerous. After temporarily taking refuge in a safe location, First seal angrily punched the wall. He shouted furiously, "Damn it, how did it come to this?" Yang Lu coldly replied, "We can only say that we underestimated the enemy, but the more challenging it is, the more interesting it becomes, right?" At the same time, Zhou Zhang was observing the situation from above. He checked his watch, it's already 7 p.m. Zhou Zhang smiled subtly, and no one knew what he was planning to do next. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Zhang infiltrated the temporary shelter of the Hai Tian Company. They were buzzing with discussion. One person said, "Where did that Zhou Zhang get the metal shooter? Did he know we were coming and prepared in advance?" A martial artist spoke up, "Moreover, did you see the armor he was wearing? If I remember correctly, that's the Geely Equipment Store's trump card, Twilight Armor." The person next to him suddenly realized, no wonder our bullets couldn't penetrate it. Suddenly, a martial artist shivered. "Do you feel a bit cold?" he asked. The man next to him replied, "I do." Little did they know that Zhou Zhang had approached them silently. He whispered softly into the ears of the two guards, "Spring." With just a few simple moves, Zhou Zhang took them down. Moments later, Yang Lu came over to assess the situation. One was at level 11, the other at level 10, and neither had made a sound before being killed. The first seal felt a bit scared. Could it be that Zhou Zhang? Yang Lu said quietly, "In a place like this, especially at night, I wouldn't dare wander outside either." Yang Lu ordered his subordinates, carry the bodies away and send more people to patrol. At the same time, 4 martial artists were discussing among themselves. One of them spoke up, "Do you think the one who killed Mr. Jing earlier was a ghost?" Another teased, "What a waste, you're a level 10 martial artist, and your courage is even smaller than a mouse." He continued, "I've never heard of a ghost that could." Before he could finish his sentence, Hua Zi's face across from him suddenly turned pale. Noticing something was off, his ally quickly drew his sword and called out, "Hua!" At that moment, an attack came straight at him, the blow piercing through the body of the martial artist. He opened his mouth in pain, and before he could let out a sound, he was taken down. In the blink of an eye, Hua Zi had personally taken down 3 of his brothers. He couldn't help but feel astonished. Why? Why couldn't I make a sound, and why wasn't my body controlled? At that moment, Zhou Zhang spoke up, "You are truly unfortunate. It turns out you have used the disruption technique, level 80, which causes the target to fall into a state of loss of control, standing still. It lasts for 15 seconds, with a 10% chance of making the target attack each other. The number of effects is 5, with a cooldown time of 3 minutes. The next morning, upon seeing the scene left by Zhou Zhang, the first seal shouted angrily, find that bastard for me." The first seal suggested, the Lu family, perhaps? He asked Envoy Luo to confirm Zhou Zhang's location. Yang Lu thought to himself, "It seems this Zhou Zhang is more dangerous than I thought, I've been careless." He then responded. Yang Lu immediately called Luo Tian, Envoy Luo. Little did they know that Zhou Zhang was right above them, observing the situation. Now, he realized the problem, no wonder they could find me. It was all because of this Envoy Luo. Zhou Zhang leaped down towards the group from Hai Tian Company. He shouted loudly, "Luo Tian revealed my location, I won't spare you." Seeing the target, Yang Lu immediately chased after him, "Zhou Zhang, you can't escape." Zhou Zhang glided past the zombies like a gust of wind. Seeing this, Yang Lu's anger flared. He concentrated energy within himself, then unleashed his strength, delivering a powerful blow. He effortlessly took down the entangled zombies and continued to chase after Zhou Zhang. Observing this scene through binoculars, the man in black gasped in astonishment, so fast. He whispered to himself, initially thinking that Yang Lu could handle him, but now it seemed uncertain. Suddenly, Zhou Zhang's speed slowed down, and he felt a pang of worry. Not good, the effect of the wind chase is about to wear off. Zhou Zhang surveyed the situation, there are no poisonous zombies ahead, just an entrance. Zhou Zhang suddenly sensed an ominous feeling, why do I have a bad premonition about this building? After all, there's no other way. He told himself not to dwell on it too much. At that moment, Yang Lu had caught up. He raised his hand to stop his comrades. Yang Lu whispered, "The atmosphere in this building feels off." At the same time, Zhou Zhang had already entered inside. He wondered, what is this chilling sensation? Suddenly, Zhou Zhang saw something. He exclaimed in shock, "This is..." Before him lay a person encased in a red egg, with 2 horns protruding from his head. Zhou Zhang was taken aback, it's evolving. Zhou Zhang quickly took out his phone and snapped a picture, even turning on the flash to capture the scene clearly. He quietly speculated, this must be the completion of the king rank poison test, right? The person inside the egg frowned, bothered by the sudden light. Zhou Zhang was startled, but when he saw that everything was still fine, he let out a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, the Hai Tian Company still dared not enter. The first seal shouted angrily, "Damn it, why hasn't he come out yet?" Yang Lu furiously retorted, "Who are you calling damn it?" The first seal quickly explained, "Oh, Lu family, I'm not talking about you. How about this, let's send a few people inside to take a look." Yang Lu thought to himself, it's been so long, and he still hasn't come out. Could it be that there's no way out? He reluctantly ordered, "All right, if we're going in, let's be quick about it." The Hai Tian Company then proceeded into the building. The group of martial artists anxiously whispered to each other, "Why does it feel so cold behind us?" One of them said, "Shut up, don't scare yourself." The old martial artist with black hair remarked, I feel a bit chilly. The person wearing a hat nodded and said, You say that, and I feel it too. Suddenly, a martial artist ran out in a panic, shouting, There's a ghost, there's a ghost. Seeing this, Yang Lu turned around to find one of his subordinates shouting loudly without pause. Annoyed, Yang Lu kicked him hard and growled, Calm down and explain clearly. The martial artist, terrified, stammered as he quickly reported, Everyone's dead. Just like that, everyone was killed in an instant. Their state of death is exactly like yesterday's incident. Hearing this, Yang Lu stared silently at the dark building ahead, saying nothing. Inside, Zhou Zhang exhaled softly in relief, finally, some peace and quiet. He muttered to himself, if that hulking creature completes its evolution, it could damage the burial grounds. I need to stop its evolution at all costs. Quickly leaping forward, Zhou Zhang made a few cuts on the egg, but they had no effect. Frustrated, he remarked, This is insane. Its regeneration is faster than its blood can spill. Reaching into his bag, Zhou Zhang murmured, Good thing I came prepared with enough ammunition. Looking at the crimson egg, he said aloud, This amount should be enough to deal with you, don't you think? After arranging the explosives, Zhou Zhang ran outside. Seeing him, Yang Lu smirked disdainfully, Humph, couldn't hold back any longer and came crawling out yourself, huh? Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhang calmly leapt upward, ignoring Yang Lu's taunt entirely. Then, he glanced at Yang Lu and launched an attack on the group of brothers behind him. Yang Lu, furious, commanded, Chase after them for me. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous explosion occurred. Yang Lu turned his head in shock towards the old building. The explosion shook the ground violently, causing the stone wall to tremble. On one side, the 500 brothers of the Hai Tian Company were thrown far away. Then, the explosion became even more intense, with dust and smoke rising in a thick cloud. The man in black stood high above, observing the situation, momentarily speechless. At that moment, the three observers were extremely excited as they captured this moment. Bei Yang exclaimed, Awesome, a strong man truly is a strong man, capable of making such a huge commotion. A member chimed in, Such a spectacular scene, as long as our video spreads, this moment will surely cause a stir even in the graveyard. He suggested, Hey Bei Yang, how about we get a little closer? Hearing this, Bei Yang hesitated for a moment. But driven by curiosity, he replied, All right, let's go. Bei Yang clenched his fist and shouted, It's worth the risk, let's go. In the thick smoke, a martial artist spoke up, Such a big sound will surely attract a zombie horde. Upon hearing this, the fur seal jumped in shock, Zombie? As he turned, he saw Yang Lu radiating a fierce aura. Yang Lu hissed, Zhou Zhang, Good, you're really good. Zhou Zhang appeared out of nowhere and smirked, Thanks for the compliment. Yang Lu, furious, asked, Aren't you going to run away anymore? Zhou Zhang replied, Why should I run? At that moment, the fur seal blocked Zhou Zhang from behind and shouted, Even if you want to run, you should first ask yourself if you have the ability to do so. He commanded, Chop him for me. Suddenly, a blood-red hand emerged from the ground. Then, a ferocious zombie approached, its body size several times larger than that of a normal monster. The fur seal gasped, What is this? It doesn't say a word. The zombie king's eyes flashed with a murderous glint. Seeing this, Hai Tian's group was filled with terror. The zombie king roared loudly, "Ea!" He stomped his foot on the ground and soared into the air. A martial artist gasped and shouted, "Oh my God!" He immediately turned and ran, not forgetting to warn his teammates, "Run fast." The zombie king only needed to raise his fist to catch up with that martial artist. The martial artist shut his eyes tightly, screaming in fear, "A." In the next moment, that martial artist was taken to the skies. Seeing this, Yang Lu took a few steps back. Zhou Zhang then launched an attack. He whispered, "Yang Lu, no matter what happens today, only one of us can leave here alive." Ignoring the fresh blood flowing, Yang Lu smirked slightly. He replied, "Then it must be me." At that moment, Zombie Wang had locked onto Yang Lu. He realized he had almost fallen into this kid's trap. He couldn't waste any more time here. Seeing Yang Lu make a quick escape, Zhou Zhang immediately blocked his path, determined not to let him go easily. He swung his weapon, creating a beautiful arc. Then, Zhou Zhang turned his back and walked away, leaving Yang Lu to be dealt with by Zombie Wang. 3 seconds is enough to take care of you. Faced with that enormous hand, Yang Lu felt frozen in place. Zombie Wang ferociously launched an attack, his strike powerful enough to shatter a solid stone wall. Yang Lu painfully knelt and cried out, "Ugh! Cough cough, don't let go." Zombie Wang was determined to chase him to the end, stomping the ground with such force that it shook the earth. Zombie Wang glared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yang Lu struggled to muster his remaining strength to resist, shouting loudly, "Aaa!" Seeing this, Zhou Zhang was momentarily surprised. A level 15 martial artist is quite impressive, good thing I didn't engage recklessly. Yang Lu unleashed his power and shouted, "Hey! He's pushing Zombie Wang back, get out of my way." At that moment, Yang Lu had broken through to level 16 martial artist. Yang Lu delightedly tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. He threw his head back and laughed loudly, haha. Yang Lu unleashed his energy and shouted, "Zhou Zhang." He growled, "Your death is coming." At that time, the Zombie King had approached. Yang Lu stomped his foot and soared into the air. Although his target was Zhou Zhang, Yang Lu still had to be wary of the Zombie King. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying by the Zombie King for several meters. Yang Lu coughed painfully. He thought to himself, I can't even withstand one of its blows now, I can't throw eggs against a rock. He hurriedly stood up and fixed his gaze on his arch-enemy. Before he could gather his thoughts, a strike grazed past Yang Lu's face. Seeing Zhou Zhang taking the opportunity to ambush him, Yang Lu was momentarily stunned. When did he appear behind me? Yang Lu wondered, could it be that he knows how to conceal himself? How can a human know how to hide? He glared furiously and swung his weapon, simultaneously shouting, "Get out!" Zhou Zhang nimbly dodged and closed in on his opponent. He smirked and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't leave before you die." Yang Lu was so overwhelmed that his whole body trembled, he was horrified to realize it was that technique again. Zhou Zhang leaned close to Yang Lu's ear and whispered softly, "Spring. Enjoy it. Lu family." Zhou Zhang immediately activated his stealth technique and vanished, leaving the situation for the Zombie King to handle. Yang Lu stood frozen in place. Indeed, I should have guessed early on that someone who could become a strongman would not be simple. A powerful blow struck Yang Lu hard. The Zombie King viciously tightened his grip around him and roared, "Ugh!" In the blink of an eye, Yang Lu was sent to the afterlife by the Zombie King. An announcement echoed through the headquarters, and Shen Junhang picked up the communication device. Seeing the number 43 in bright red, he fell silent for a moment. Shen Junhang quietly announced, "Everyone, Envoy Yan Lu, code 43, has failed." Upon hearing this, the martial artists were taken aback. What? Envoy Yang, level 15, actually. On the other hand, Lei Hu chuckled, I knew Zhou Zhan was not simple. After receiving orders from above, the captain of the 7th team replied, "Understood." Standing high above, Zhang Ning muttered to himself, this Zhou Zhang is indeed not as simple as he appears. From the encirclement to Titan City, he has always been able to take risks and ultimately win. This is no longer just relying on luck. Zhang Ning softly said, I need to plan very carefully. At the same time, the first seal anxiously pleaded, Envoy Luo, you must save me. Right now, you are the only one who can help me. Luo Tian sternly asked, tell me, how exactly did Yang Lu die? Meanwhile, the martial artists were abuzz with discussions about Zhou Zhang. Sitting atop his iron-armored cow, Zhou Zhang asked, why does the atmosphere in the city feel so strange? At the same time, two martial artists whispered to each other. That's Zhou Zhang. How did he eliminate Yang Lu? One of them quickly corrected, what do you mean Zhou Zhang? You should call him Envoy Zhou. Hearing this, Zhou Zhan was a bit taken aback. How did the news about me taking out Yang Lu spread to the burial ground so quickly? He checked his equipment and realized, right, my communication device has been off this whole time. As soon as he turned it on, a flood of notifications chimed in rapid succession: T-tit, T-I-tit, 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 T-I-tit. Startled, Zhou Zhang exclaimed, "Oh man, how do I have so many unread messages?" Among the names in his inbox were familiar ones like Shinjun and Lei Hu. After returning to the headquarters, Zhou Zhang met with Shinjun Hang. The latter spoke softly, "Zhou Zhang, you never fail to impress me." With a smirk, Zhou Zhang replied, "The fact that Yang Lu led people to kill me was a big deal. Yet Shin brother didn't warn me in advance? That's a bit odd, don't you think?" Brushing the matter aside, Shinjun Hang handed him a file and said, "That's why I called you. Take a look at this first." Holding the documents in his hands, Zhou Zhang looked surprised. Hai Tian Company? Isn't that First Seal's domain? I didn't kill. Shinjun Hang spoke in a low voice, "It seems there are many things you still don't fully understand." He then explained the issue. The Hai Tian Company is actually under the name Yan Lu, and according to the unwritten rules, since you killed him, you are now the heir. Zhou Zhang seemed puzzled. Isn't this just a case of the big fish eating the small fish? Shinjun Hang replied sternly, "Of course, if you were killed by someone else, then the assets under your name would end up the same way. There's one more thing you should understand. Actually, above the strongman level, there is still a clear internal division among the top 10 martial artists, which we categorize as the war god rank." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhang was slightly surprised. "War god rank?" He asked quietly, "So what rank is Luo Tian?" Shinjun Hang answered, "Luo Tian belongs to the war god rank, ranked 8th among the top 10 big strongmen, and he is also the mayor of District 3. Zhou Zhang was even more curious. "Mayor? This is the first time I've heard of such a position." Shinjun Hang then said, "This is also the second reason I came to see you." He handed Zhou Zhang a map and continued, "There are a total of 50 burial areas, and each mayor can collect 50% of the taxes from their area while serving as a strongman." Shinjun Hang added, "Due to certain reasons, this area has always been without a new mayor, and I think you are now qualified for this position." After stopping by the Haiyang building, everyone bent down warmly and greeted, "Hello, boss." One member exclaimed, "Envoy Zhou." A martial artist behind spoke up, "Envoy Zhou, in the future, Haiyang building will definitely become one of the top hotels in the burial place." In response to their cheerful attitude, Zhou Zhang gently said, thank you for everyone's concern." He quickly entered the elevator and headed to his private room. Zhou Zhang let out a long sigh. After a series of exhausting days, he suddenly caught sight of someone's figure. Xiang Shirhan, without saying a word, headed straight for Zhou Zhang, startling him. She threw herself into Zhou Zhang's arms, leaving him astonished. Xiang Shirhan couldn't hold back her tears and began to cry uncontrollably. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang gently stroked her to comfort her, saying, "I'm sorry." Suddenly, he felt something was off. Xiang Shirhan kept hitting Zhou Zhang and affectionately scolded, "You jerk, you jerk, you jerk." Unexpectedly, her playful hits were so strong that they made Zhou Zhang cough up blood. Seeing this, Xiang Shirhan anxiously asked, "Oh, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Zhou Zhang staggered and replied, "Sister, you are a martial artist yourself, can you control your strength a bit next time you hit someone?" Xiang Shirhan quickly softened her tone, I'm sorry." Zhou Zhang just leaned on the railing and said, "It's not looking good. If I don't get 10 kisses today, my wound probably won't heal." Xiang Shirhan then helped him inside, not forgetting to scold him, "Who told you to not contact me for so long?" The next day, the Hai Tian Company office was quite quiet. Inside, Zhou Zhang spoke up, "I believe everyone has already guessed why I am here. Starting today, I will take over and reorganize Hai Tian Company in one day." Upon hearing this, the martial artists were astonished. So fast? They couldn't believe their ears. How can it be done in one day? Everyone whispered among themselves, except for one person who remained silent. Zhou Zhang raised his hand and gently said, "First, Hai Tian Company will be renamed Haiyang Group." He continued with the restructuring. "Second, the structure of all positions in the Ministry of Industry will remain unchanged. Third, the warranty department will be dissolved and reorganized. Hearing this, the man with glasses thought to himself, the core of Hai Tian Company is the warranty department, tens of thousands of martial artists are the shield of Hai Tian, and now it's being dissolved. This means he wants to start over from scratch. One couldn't help but say that Zhou Zhang indeed had a strong charisma, and moreover, he had hit the nail on the head regarding the key issues of Hai Tian at a glance. Looking at Zhou Zhang's enigmatic smile, the man with glasses felt somewhat reassured. The man pondered for a moment. After all, for many years, Hai Tian Company's reputation has been poor. Reorganizing it could indeed breathe new life into Hai Tian. At that moment, Zhou Zhang spoke up, but there's no need for everyone to panic. After passing our evaluations, you can remain with the company. Furthermore, all employees who stay will receive a 20% salary increase. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Zhou Zhang continued, additionally, from today onwards, Miss Xiang Shirhan here will take over my role as the company's president. I hope everyone will cooperate fully. Not long after, Suo Yang, the CEO of Hai Tian Company, arrived at the president's office. Slightly anxious, he said, as a special envoy and a strongman, it's only natural you wouldn't have time to manage the company. I just wonder if your girlfriend has the ability to oversee operations. Xiang Shirhan replied softly, CEO Su, your capabilities are beyond doubt. Therefore, I hope you'll continue to take the lead in the operations of Hai Yang Group. Furthermore, after discussing with Envoy Zhou, we've decided to promote you to vice president while retaining your role as CEO. Hearing this, Suo Yang was visibly stunned. Vice President Xiang Shirhan added, so, the future of Hai Yang Group will rely on your leadership and your efforts. She handed him a document and said, this is the approval form, including the new plans. Please take it and sign it for me. Holding the approval paper in his hand, Suo Yang still couldn't believe his eyes. Huh, am I not dreaming? He happily murmured to himself, but the dream created by Envoy Zhou really can inspire enthusiasm in people. Inside the room, Xiang Shirhan was fuming. This heartless person just dumped such a difficult task on me, while he himself has no idea where to run off to. She angrily punched the air, saying, you scoundrel, you scoundrel, you scoundrel, when you come back, I will beat you to death. At the same time, Zhou Zhang had found a location that Shin Jun Hang had mentioned, but Zhou Zhang was quite surprised because it was not what he had imagined. This is the burial site in Area 47. Everything looked quite desolate and abandoned. Zhou Zhang felt a bit confused. Isn't Shin brother just messing with me? He murmured to himself, although most of the staff in Area 47 are engaged in agriculture, the living conditions here are just too much. Suddenly, Zhou Zhang saw a child begging her mother, Mom, I want to eat meat. The woman sadly replied, Yao Yao, that's something only the rich can afford. Mom. The innocent child asked, why can only the rich eat it? Mom, can't we earn money to buy it? Hearing this, the mother couldn't hold back her tears. She hugged her daughter tightly. I'm sorry, my dear. I promise you, once we have money, I will buy a lot of meat for Yao Yao. The little girl, despite her young age, was very understanding. Mom, don't cry. Yao Yao believes that you will definitely earn a lot of money in the future. The mother, moved, replied, Suddenly, a piece of meat was placed in front of Yao Yao. Here. Zhou Zhang gently said, well, the future of this place will definitely not be like what you see now. Yao Yao happily responded, thank you, brother. The meat stall is also happy for us, thank you, boss. At the burial site, several martial artists were buzzing with discussion. Have you heard? Envoy Zhou is taken over as the mayor of District 47. One person exclaimed in shock, District 47? I heard the last 3 people suffered terribly. Envoy Zhou is in for a big trouble. The old martial artist with green hair widened his eyes in surprise. Am I seeing things? After Envoy Zhou took office, the first policy was. At the same time, a martial artist stepped forward to guide the citizens, and everyone lined up in order. He continued, as long as you register as a household in District 47, each person will receive 5 kilograms of fresh meat and a bag of salt. Hearing this, the suffering citizens felt a glimmer of hope. In the District 47 administrative office, a brief meeting was taking place. Zhou Zhang spoke up how everyone managed District 47 before. I will temporarily overlook, but starting today, everything must change. After observing the area for a while, he sternly said, the Labor District, third unmanaged area, this is the new nickname for Zone 47 under your jurisdiction. Zhou Zhang stood up and glared, demanding, from today onwards, within 3 days, I want to see changes in Zone 47. I want to see a neat, clean Zone 47, as good as new. Then, Zhou Zhang turned and left, leaving the martial artists still in a state of utter confusion. Zhou Zhang then made a call to check on the situation at Hai Tian Company. Shirhan, how's it going on your side? On the other end of the line, Xiang Shirhan happily reported, everything is going smoothly. The newly established maintenance department, including those who passed the previous exams, now has 5,000 people. She quietly added, Zhou Zhang, I've heard that Zone 47 seems to be an open book to the enemy. Zhou Zhang replied, I knew you'd be curious. The truth is, my heart still isn't like those cold-blooded martial artists. We're all human. Since we've shared the same hardships, why should we watch them suffer while we stand aside enjoying comfort? Xiang Shirhan seemed a bit worried, but what difference can you make by doing that? Zhou Zhang smiled and responded, it's fine. Even if it's just a small change, it's worth it. Upon hearing this, Xiang Shirhan softly said, Zhou Zhang, no matter how others view you, I support you. Zhou Zhang believed that just because others are cold-hearted doesn't mean one must also be cold-hearted. It is precisely those ordinary people who can bring warmth to this world where the strong bully the weak. Thanks to his kindness, Yao Yao and her mother were able to have enough meals. The next day, Zhou Zhang continued his mission of rectification. He signaled for Captain An's mechanized ship to come over. Then, Zhou Zhang opened the metal wings on his back. He leaped into the air and, without looking back, told his teammates, I'm right below. Everyone returned safely. Seeing this, Captain An smiled with relief. At the same time, the scene from earlier was observed by someone. A man named Ning stood on a high branch, watching the situation and smirking slightly, it seems we are quite fated. He then discarded his binoculars and leaped forward. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhang had arrived at this location. As soon as he landed, he spoke, Area Cone 118, White Hideous Forest. I'm back. Zhou Zhang stretched his limbs and quietly remarked, after level 80, the experience required for leveling up increases, making it even harder to advance as a martial artist. He believed that the fastest way to elevate one's rank as a martial artist is to push the limits of one's life force. However, this is a gamble with one's life, and most martial artists would not do such a thing. At this thought, Zhou Zhang bared his teeth in confident determination. He opened the spatial pouch on the system and softly murmured, I'm different. I have enough blood supplements. Zhou Zhang then activated his cloaking technique and faced off against the vicious beasts in the forest. He thought to himself, I won't be left behind, let's go in and see what's inside. Before him was a level 13 white hideous tiger. Zhou Zhang swiftly maneuvered around them, but suddenly he noticed something. He focused his gaze ahead and thought, these white hideous tigers seem to be afraid of getting too close to that place. Looking at the scene, he blinked, wondering, why does this place feel so familiar? In his moment of distraction, Zhou Zhang accidentally stepped on a tree plate. In an instant, a series of tree roots shot up and aimed directly at him. They struck the ground with powerful force, sending vibrations through the area. With his agility, Zhou Zhang quickly dodged. The tree roots, driven by the wind, chased after him, and all he could do was bend his legs and run. At that moment, Zhou Zhang spotted a secret cave entrance. He immediately leapt inside, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike of the tree roots. With a strong momentum, he crashed to the ground. The roots were now stuck at the cave entrance, writhing in an attempt to escape. Zhou Zhang murmured to himself, lucky, they can't get in. He activated the system and spoke, you couldn't touch me, so let me take care of this. Zhou Zhang pulled out a weapon, quickly took his stance, and shouted, good thing I brought plenty of arrows this time. In the blink of an eye, a volley of arrows shot swiftly towards the roots. Zhou Zhang thought to himself, I remember that before, I could only force a 1-point health reduction. Could it be because of the metal penetrating arrows this time? 3 hours later, Zhou Zhang, panting, said, Awesome, I've gained 60% experience for leveling up. He continued to draw his bow and reassured himself, just a little more effort, leveling up won't be an issue anymore. After a moment, the roots had been completely eradicated. At the same time, outside, Zhang Ning was looking around, puzzled, strange, where did this guy go? Behind him was a white hideous tiger, baring its teeth and growling loudly, and in the next moment, it was sent back to the heavens. Zhang Ning grumbled, What a hassle, but I like it. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhang had successfully defeated all the roots. He sighed in relief, finally reaching level 85, it was worth the effort of shooting vines for an entire week. At that moment, the system displayed a notification for harvesting death at level 85, all targets within a 15m radius will receive a 120% double attack, along with an additional 250 points of damage, with a 1-minute cooldown. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang smirked with satisfaction. He thought to himself, continuing to shoot the vines now would significantly reduce my experience, so I should change to another location. Zhou Zhang activated his stealth technique and moved towards the ferocious beasts. He believed that the group of white hideous tigers would be good opponents to hone his martial artist level, and he needed to find a way to lure one out. Zhou Zhang casually walked past them, hiding behind a rock to wait for the right opportunity. Noticing a white hideous tiger approaching him, Zhou Zhang thought, a great opportunity. He quickly summoned his bow and arrows and boldly shot an arrow into the tiger's rear. It let out a painful roar. Zhou Zhang had successfully lured one out and told himself, there are too many white hideous tigers around here, I need to draw it out further. He looked towards the open space ahead, and with quick feet, Zhou Zhang leaped up, landing in a striking pose. After successfully separating one white hideous tiger from the pack, Zhou Zhang softly said, this place is quiet enough now. He turned to face his opponent and declared, training begins. In response, the white hideous tiger roared fiercely, shaking the ground. Time passed, and 3 hours went by as Zhou Zhang struggled to control his breathing. A long time had passed, yet the white hideous tiger remained filled with murderous intent. Zhou Zhang muttered to himself, this big guy is really not easy to deal with, if it weren't for the blood vial, I would have been done for by now. He plopped down on the ground and softly said, okay, let's take a break for a moment. Zhou Zhang took out some food to replenish his energy. Upon catching a whiff of the delicious aroma, the white hideous tiger's eyes lit up, and it licked its tongue in a show of eagerness. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang was momentarily startled. He hesitated as he looked at the white hideous tiger, it seemed like it really wanted to eat this. After a moment's thought, Zhou Zhang tossed the food to the white tiger. Watching it quickly snatch it up, Zhou Zhang was taken aback. He immediately called Beast Tamer, Shirhan, Beast Tamer, besides using potions, is there any other way to tame wild beasts? For example, with food? At the same time, Zhou Zhang's location was displayed on Zhang Ning's communication device. He smirked with delight, finally, he had shown up. Zhang Ning turned and slipped into the misty haze, Zhou Zhang, this time, let me haunt you in person. At that moment, the white hideous tiger was engrossed in devouring the tasty meat. Zhou Zhang couldn't help but marvel, it really eats well. The white tiger let out a roar, then obediently approached Zhou Zhang. He took a chance and gently petted the white hideous tiger, wondering, could it really be successful? Even though it was being touched, the white tiger remained still. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang quickly stored it in his spatial bag. Then, he tried to summon it, white hideous tiger, come here. The little white tiger immediately appeared right before him. Zhou Zhang joyfully embraced his new pet, saying, this is amazing. He quickly climbed onto the back of the white hideous tiger and commanded, white hideous tiger, let's go. Immediately, the white tiger took off with Zhou Zhang at full speed. A moment later, Zhou Zhang announced over the phone, I will arrive at the western town in an hour, please book a room for me. He softly instructed, white hideous tiger, let's head back. Suddenly, Zhou Zhang sensed that something was off. He activated his skills and discovered an unfamiliar presence. Zhou Zhang turned his gaze toward the large tree and thought, this guy has been following me. He immediately activated his stealth technique and pondered, he must know my exact location. He is likely one of the 13 individuals with the authority to track me. Could it be Luo Tian? No, it can't be Luo Tian. Someone like him wouldn't lower himself to personally hunt me down. Zhou Zhang spotted Zhang Ning lounging on a branch, thinking, found you, unfamiliar face. At the same time, Zhang Ning was still unaware that he had been discovered. He was frantically searching for Zhou Zhang, muttering, strange, the satellite equipment clearly shows he should be here. At that moment, Zhou Zhang concealed himself in the bushes, his expression serious as he thought, no wonder he can track me. He realized that the stranger had an extraordinary identity, so, he is also of war god rank. The masked figure was Zhang Ning, his rank still unknown. Suddenly, Zhou Zhang noticed something, his eyes widening in astonishment. On Zhang Ning's weapon was a familiar symbol. Zhou Zhang muttered to himself, the obsession emblem, very well. He vividly remembered the grudge between them. Zhou Zhang gritted his teeth in rage and hissed, we still have unfinished business between us. Sensing movement, Zhang Ning turned his head and looked behind. He tightened his grip on his weapon and then swung his sword with a powerful strike. Noticing the sharp senses of his opponent, Zhou Zhang thought to himself, to notice that, huh? Thankfully, in this grass patch, he wouldn't detect my cloaking skill. At that moment, Zhang Ning tightened his grip on the sword, stood up, and loudly declared, not bad, you managed to stay undetected within a 20-meter radius. You're the first to do so. Level 8 peak, rapid progress. Too bad, today is the end of the line for you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhang released his cloaking skill and spoke up, stop pretending, it's still far too early for you to kill me. Recognizing the target, Zhang Ning was momentarily stunned, but then immediately launched an attack, shouting, die. Zhou Zhang calmly blocked the strike, thinking to himself, now is the time. Suddenly, Zhang Ning could no longer see anything. Panicked, he dropped his sword. Zhang Ning screamed, my eyes. What did you do to me? Then came something that shocked Zhang Ning even more. He exclaimed in bewilderment, what's happening? My body won't move. No. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhou Zhang tightened his grip on his weapon and slashed twice at his opponent. Zhang Ning's mask shattered, falling to the ground and revealing his face, marked with a few scars. Zhou Zhang continued with direct attacks, but in the blink of an eye, he was taken aback. Even though he had delivered the strike and made no attempt to resist, Zhang Ning seemed unaffected. Zhou Zhang couldn't believe his eyes. No, it can't be. I can't break his defense. He thought to himself, I just need 10 more seconds to break it, I need to find a way to restrict his movements. Zhou Zhang then began to scan for weaknesses and softly muttered, I don't believe your eyes are as tough as that. Sensing the immense energy from the battle between these two powerful martial artists, the entire forest suddenly stirred. After the attack, Zhang Ning remained unharmed. Zhou Zhang sighed softly, as expected of a war god rank, it seems even his eyes aren't easily blinded. He immediately turned and began to retreat. I'll have to pull back for now. Zhou Zhang sprinted forward, shouting, White hideous tiger. He quickly urged, hurry up. After a while, the entire forest echoed with Zhang Ning's scream, AAA. He collapsed to the ground, furiously yelling, damn it. Zhang Ning erupted in anger and shouted, I must kill you. Time flew by like a dog running across the field, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Returning to the headquarters, the president was extremely disappointed, so this is the result you bring me? Zhang Ning spoke softly, President, please give me one more chance. The president coldly replied, one final chance. If you can't do it, I will consider replacing you. At the same time, Shen Junhang couldn't help but praise, the kiddo is indeed a genius. Zhou Zhang has now become a level 9 martial artist. Shen Junhang was slightly surprised by the astonishing speed of development, to have risen to level 9 in such a short time. In a tall building, a figure was on the phone. The man had long brown hair. He was the captain of the team that Zhou Zhang was about to join. Xiao Jianling said, "Got it. Tell him to report to the number 1 building at the Aviation Square tomorrow." Looking at Zhou Zhang's information, Leader Xiao felt a bit disdainful. What level does he think he can squeeze in at? Does he think the hunting team is a kindergarten? He smirked slightly and said, "When it comes to carrying out missions, let's see him cry." At the same time, Zhou Zhang was at the headquarters. Shen Junhang spoke up, "Leader Xiao has agreed. Do you see how I'm looking out for you? Whether you can make it in the hunting team depends on yourself." Zhou Zhang replied excitedly, "Don't worry, Shen brother, I won't let you down." After finishing his tasks, Zhou Zhang took the opportunity to stop by the old storage house, looking at the still silent pink egg, feeling a bit impatient. Zhou Zhang muttered to himself, "Has it really been so long without any sign of activity?" He took out a crystal and wondered, could it be that the energy provided is insufficient? Thinking this, Zhou Zhang leaned forward to offer the purple crystal. At that moment, the crystal suddenly slipped from his hand and merged into the egg. Zhou Zhang's eyes widened in surprise, and he immediately pulled out a bunch of crystals, cheerfully exclaiming, "Just as I thought. Come on, I have as many as you need." After a while, the entire bag of purple crystals enveloped the egg. Zhou Zhang sighed, "Although I found a way to incubate the egg, it's truly painful." At the same time, a young man riding a beast was wandering around the burial site. He had long green hair and a strong demeanor. The martial artists nearby began to chatter, "That's Yun Dongwei from the hunting team." One person shook his head and quietly said, TSK, I've heard that he has only 3 mounts in the entire burial site." They were extremely envious of that dazzling aura, saying, "At such a young age, he has already reached war god rank. The only word to describe him is genius." Sitting in a restaurant, Zhou Zhang inadvertently caught sight of the scene just now. He looked at Yun Dongwei and thought to himself, as expected, everyone in the hunting team is a monster. Zhou Zhang muttered, "It seems this mission will only allow me to do the trivial tasks. At least I can try out my new weapon." The next morning, the sun had already shone down on the aviation square of building number 1. Inside, a martial artist spoke up, "Captain, it seems like you're not in a good mood today. Did someone make you angry?" Luo Tian smirked and said, "But the new guy really doesn't know his place. This is his first gathering, and he dares to be late." The person next to him softly remarked, "Youth is so wonderful, full of passion and rebellion. I remember when I was in school, I never dared to be late." The scarred elderly man softly commented, "There's still a few minutes left, so it's not really late. Moreover, this Zhou Zhang isn't simple. I just saw the updated file today. This kid went from level 7 to level 9 in just a month." He continued, "Ask around, who here could do that? Don't be fooled by his young age, he's not someone you can easily bully." Upon hearing this name, Luo Tian was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Zhou Zhang was rushing toward the square, and his sudden appearance startled everyone. Zhou Zhang greeted, "Hello, everyone, I'm Zhou Zhang." He scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. I'm not late, right?" On the vehicle, Xiao Jianling said sternly, "I will reiterate the rules of the hunting team. The first is unity, the second is still unity. I emphasize, the third is still unity." Xiao Jianling added, "No matter what background you come from or what grudges you have with others, you must let it all go here. Anyone who violates the rules, I will not show mercy." Zhou Zhang had now joined the new team. Xiao Jianling said seriously, "Listen carefully, we will now begin to take on this mission." His communication device displayed a notification. After the mission was assigned, Xiao Jianling spoke up, "For this mission, everyone focus on the device immediately." Qin Han anxiously turned to the new member and said, "Zhou brother, you didn't offend leadership, did you? Why is it that on your first time, they give you such a difficult mission?" The bespectacled member sighed, 3 days ago, we indeed discovered an 18-level mutated beast, but I didn't expect they would send us to encircle and eliminate it." Xiao Jianling quietly said, "Don't complain anymore. You usually enjoy the benefits, so when it's time to pay the price, you should be aware of the cost. Hearing this, Zhou Zhan was slightly taken aback. Xiao Jianling handed over a stack of paper and said, "Fill in everyone's armor levels and the levels of your weapons. I want to understand everyone's strengths." When it was the new member's turn, Xiao Jianling simply skipped over him, saying, "Zhou Zhan, you don't need to." He added, "Your rank is too low, your contribution to the mission won't be much. As long as you keep your life, that's already good enough." Still being underestimated as usual, Zhou Zhan was used to it. He softly replied, "Thank you for your concern, Captain." Internally, he clicked his tongue in disbelief. After a moment, the whole team arrived at the designated location. Xiao Jianling gave the order, "We'll set up camp here." He checked the communication device and said softly, "The headquarters has sent the next mission directive." Looking at the mission assigned, Yun Dongwei couldn't help but exclaim, "Sword Sharp Spider King?" Xiao Jianling said sternly, "As you all know, if this mission isn't handled well, it could very likely cause a beast horde to form at the burial site." He continued, "The dossier shows that this Beast King rank creature is currently wandering near Rome City, so I need a few people to go into the city center and find its exact location." Xiao Jianling then asked, "Anyone volunteer?" Hearing the difficulty of the mission, everyone seemed a bit hesitant. Xiao Jianling frowned and asked, "Why is everyone silent when we need someone the most?" Suddenly, a martial artist spoke up, "If no one minds, Zhou Zhang volunteers, count me in." Seeing this, Xiao Jianling was surprised. Even Qin Han couldn't believe his eyes. Yun Dongwei confidently raised his hand and said, "I'll go too." Qin Han also volunteered, "I'll go as well." And then another member from the back added, "I'll go too." Xiao Jianling sighed deeply, clearly feeling frustrated. Zhou Zhang. I originally wanted him to stay behind, but now, it's obvious he can't, he thought to himself. After a moment, Xiao Jianling spoke up, his voice firm, "All right, prepare yourselves. Stay in contact at all times." Then, turning to Zhou Zhang, he added in a quieter tone, "Stay safe, and good luck." In Xiao Jianling's eyes, a martial artist at level 9 like Zhou Zhang was unlikely to survive such a difficult mission. He had little hope for his success. In the blink of an eye, the team members set off to carry out the mission, leaving Xiao Jianling alone on the rooftop. Above, a hawk soared through the sky, its gaze glowing with an odd energy. The hawk circled around, then suddenly, it was struck down by a powerful attack. The sword-sharp Spider King had cast its web around the area, ensuring no prey could escape. The arachnid's sharp eyes locked onto the unfortunate hawk. Zhou Zhang watched the scene unfold, his thoughts racing. No wonder there were no beasts on the way here, it turns out I really ran into something big. His eyes shifted to the side, and he realized, besides the Spider Queen, there are numerous regular sword-sharp spiders here. I need to send a message to the team so they can come quickly. At that moment, the hawk let out an enraged cry, but before it could act, it was caught by the Spider Queen's deadly web. Zhou Zhang thought to himself, the materials on a beast of this level are going to be very valuable. He moved towards the hawk's corpse, and suddenly the hawk's body vanished right before his eyes. A claw was lurking just behind Zhou Zhang. Noticing the Spider Queen, he couldn't help but startle. Having activated his stealth, Zhou Zhang quickly calmed down and assessed the situation. He wondered, could it be that it sensed me? Not detecting any movement, the Spider Queen turned and left. Zhou Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, if it weren't for the protagonist, I would have surely met my end just now. After scouting, the members returned to the base. Zhou Zhang gently asked, "Captain, how are everyone's injuries?" Xiao Jianling replied, "We encountered some trouble on the way here, is the Spider Queen still around?" Qin Han cheerfully encouraged, "We ran into a few waves of mutated beasts on the way, but thankfully you managed to come here alone." Zhou Zhang smiled and said, "I must have just been lucky." At that moment, Xiao Jianling spoke up to divide the forces. "In 5 hours, it will be dark, we must kill it before then. Yun Dongwei and I will handle the Spider Queen, while the others will hold off the regular spiders." The members responded affirmatively. Xiao Jianling specifically instructed, Zhou Zhang, you stay here on guard, there's no need for you to participate in the battle. Qin Han added, let's decide on that, you can oversee us from a high vantage point. The members behind nodded in agreement, that's right, and with your level, going down there would basically be signing your own death warrant. Seeing that everyone looked down on him, Zhou Zhang felt a moment of confusion. Just then, Luo Tian spoke up, Captain, if this is a hunt, we must treat everyone equally. Being able to join the hunting team proves that one has enough strength to secure a spot, but not contributing any power is unacceptable. Xiao Jianling glared and questioned, are you doubting my decision? Luo Tian stammered, unable to articulate a response. Xiao Jianling spoke sternly, I, Xiao Jianling, command that we proceed as decided. Let's go. The members immediately departed. Everyone bravely faced the sword-sharp spider. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang couldn't help but be astonished, incredible, is this the fighting style of a high-level martial artist? At that moment, the Spider Queen roared in fury, her voice echoing as he shouted, it's here. Yun Dongwei, coordinate with me. Yun Dongwei responded clearly from behind. Xiao Jianling shouted, kill. The two worked together in perfect harmony. However, due to the monster's overwhelming strength, Xiao Jianling and Yun Dongwei were knocked back several meters. Xiao Jianling landed powerfully but, filled with rage, shouted, damn monster. A powerful aura enveloped his entire body. Xiao Jianling quickly charged forward with a fierce gaze. He directly confronted the Spider Queen. As the ferocious beast launched its attack, Xiao Jianling took a defensive stance. He swiftly landed from a distance, but Xiao Jianling's weapon had become ensnared in the sticky web. The strands tightened around his sword, making it increasingly difficult for Xiao Jianling to maintain control. At that moment, Yun Dongwei rushed over, shouting loudly, damn it, go die. Xiao Jianling, worried from behind, called out, Yun Dongwei, wait. In the blink of an eye, the two could not align their thoughts, resulting in a disjointed battle strategy. Observing from above, Zhou Zhang noticed many gaps. Is this their teamwork? Completely out of sync. If this were a dungeon in a game, their team would have been wiped out long ago. The sword-sharp spider grew increasingly aggressive. Qin Han was gradually losing strength and could not control the situation. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, the sword-sharp spider retreated to set up an ambush. Fortunately, Qin Han realized in time and used his spear to break through the attack. At that moment, he was struck by a claw that sliced across his arm. Panic-stricken, Qin Han thought, I'm done for. Qin Han found himself in a weak position, facing two sword-sharp spiders alone. At the same time, his arm was beginning to show signs of the poison, the veins bulging out. Qin Han anxiously thought about the poison of the sword-sharp spider. Seeing the sword-sharp spider charging aggressively towards him, Qin Han momentarily froze in place, unsure of what to do. He was flung several meters away, landing sprawled on the ground with the poison coursing through his body. Qin Han was in immense pain. As he saw the sword-sharp spider targeting him directly, Qin Han helplessly thought, I'm going to die. Suddenly, a timely attack intercepted the sword-sharp spider's strike. Zhou Zheng quickly dragged Qin Han out of the battlefield, smashing through the glass of a nearby building. He carefully placed Qin Han in a safe area. His eyes scanned his teammates' condition with worry, before making a decision. Zhou Zheng offered Qin Han a sip of water. Within moments, Qin Han regained his consciousness. He blinked in surprise and asked, wait, the venom of the sword-sharp spider. That fast? Qin Han, looking serious, said, Zhou brother, my life, I owe it to you. To Zhou Zheng's astonishment, Qin Han stood up as if he had never been injured. He looked around in amazement and added, that antidote you gave me was nothing short of miraculous. Not only did it neutralize the poison instantly, but I can also feel something else. It's like temporary antibodies forming in my body. Qin Han immediately got to his feet and made his way toward the battle, turning to Zhou Zhang with a determined look. I'll thank you later. Stay here. I'll help out outside. Zhou Zheng analyzed the situation and thought to himself, now may not be the time to hide. Qin Han, now fully recovered, re-entered the fray, charging straight into the group of sword-sharp spiders. In the blink of an eye, other members of the team were also injured, their cries of pain echoing through the air. Ag! Another member cursed loudly, damn it! Zhou Zheng didn't waste a moment. He darted back and forth, assisting each of the team members, patching them up and offering support where needed, fully immersed in the chaos of the battlefield. Zhou Zheng observed the situation and believed that continuing like this was not a solution, as it did not pose any harm to the Spider Queen. He quietly said, "We have no choice but to do this, consider it a return to the game as captain once again." After receiving the report, Shen Junhang exclaimed softly, "It seems we have underestimated this mission." The voice on the other end suddenly spoke up, "Hello, this is the Satellite Management Bureau." The president immediately replied, "I am Shen Junhang. I hereby command the forced activation of the communication devices of each member of the hunting team, and simultaneously establish a yin-yang system." Shen Junhang added, "Furthermore, the position of captain of the hunting team is assigned to Zhou Zhang." At the same time, Xiao Jianling's walkie-talkie crackled to life with a call, "Leader Xiao." Upon hearing this, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. The walkie-talkie continued to emit the familiar voice of the hunting team members. Zhou Zhang spoke sternly, "I will temporarily take command of the battle now." Faced with the situation of being surrounded by the attacks of giant spiders, a steady voice rang out, "Given the current circumstances, I believe everyone understands that if we do not change our approach, the only outcome will be death." The voice belonged to none other than Zhou Zhang, who was calmly communicating through the walkie-talkie, "Now please trust me, listen to my commands." Then he raised his voice to give orders, "Zhang Han, your speed is the best, now you will help Xiao Jianling and Yun Dongwei hold off the light sword-sharp spider." Hearing this, Zhang Han felt a bit emotional, it was indeed a deadly mission. Nevertheless, after receiving the order, he immediately shot off like an arrow released from a bow. Through the walkie-talkie, Zhang Han's voice came through, "Out of respect for you curing my poison, I will trust you this time." Zhou Zheng continued to coordinate, "Xiao Jianling and Yun Dongwei, you two retreat first and deal with the ordinary spiders. With your attack power, you should be able to kill one in about 5 minutes." At the same time, Zhang Han had rushed over to the two. He spoke up, "Leave this to me." Surprised by his sudden appearance, Xiao Jianling turned her head to look. After a few moments of hesitation, Xiao Jianling complied with the order and immediately took off. Loudly, he said, "Following Commander Zhou Zhang's orders, we will retreat." Zhou Zhang stood high above, observing the situation. He continued to communicate via the walkie-talkie, "Qin Han, you and Oldly will use the parachute connection method, even though the remaining spiders are surrounding you. The others will work in teams to eliminate the solitary spiders." Under his direction, Qin Han gladly accepted the task, "You can count on me." With that, he swung a powerful strike forward. However, the situation seemed unfavorable as Qin Han was surrounded by 3 giant spiders. Meanwhile, Xiao Jianling was not much better off than Qin Han, as he was also facing other giant spiders. He soared high, using his sword to advance and attack. With the combined efforts of Zhou Zhang and Yun Dongwei, they finally managed to eliminate a significant portion of the giant spiders. Yun Dongwei inadvertently turned his head, his gaze directed towards the building. At the top, Zhou Zhang stood there, his sharp eyes scanning below, as if he were grasping every development within his control. In light of his skillful coordination, Yun Dongwei couldn't help but feel admiration. He had to admit that after Zhou Zhang took command, the team's rhythm had stabilized completely. With the situation under control, he slightly curled his lips into a smile. Zhou Zhang immediately informed everyone and coordinated, "Most of the mission has been completed. Now everyone work together to deal with the remaining ordinary spiders. Kong Nanfei will take Zhang Han's place so he can rest for a bit." After everything was arranged, he looked back at the spider carcasses scattered across the ground with a hint of regret. It was a pity to have so many spiders, if only he could gain some experience from them, it would be fantastic. Zhou Zhang quietly sat on the pile of ruins, his gaze fixed intently on the bow in his hand. He gently stroked it as if contemplating something, then murmured, deliberately asking July Company to create a blood moon using the latest inlay technique. I definitely need to use a bit of it. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhang charged straight towards the remaining spiders. In a decisive motion, he drew the bowstring, and the arrows whistled through the air, each one accurately piercing through the swarm of spiders. He continued to draw his bow, silently thinking, the damage is pitifully low, but this should still help increase my experience. Just when it seemed he had dealt with everything, suddenly another spider appeared. Seeing the urgent situation, Qin Han shouted, Zhou Zhang, be careful. Fortunately, Zhou Zhang quickly soared into the air, managing to dodge and draw his weapon in time. With a single slash, he took down the spider. It was unexpected that this could happen, Qin Han exclaimed in astonishment, indeed a prodigy, I wasted my worry on you. You're truly impressive, your speed is incredible. Yun Dongwei was equally astonished, no less than Qin Han. If it were me, could I have dodged that blow? Zhou Zhang stood firm atop the giant spider, his eyes blazing with determination as he shouted, everyone, stay strong. The tension of the battle thickened, with exhaustion slowly creeping into the team as they fought with all their might. Yet Zhou Zhang never wavered, his voice still encouraging, victory is just within reach. We're almost there, we can finally face the boss head-on. Suddenly, a massive spider appeared, its presence casting a shadow over the battlefield. Zhou Zhang, now visibly fatigued, was about to take a step back when Qin Han, without hesitation, rushed forward to shield him. With sword raised, he charged at the spider, but before he could strike, a massive web shot out, binding him instantly. The Spider King unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, its overwhelming strength pushing back any attempt at resistance. Zhou Zhang observed the unfolding scene carefully, his voice low but steady. As expected from a rank 8 Beast King, brute force won't work. We need to hit its weak spot. He turned to Xiao Jianling, his eyes hard with focus. Xiao leader, if I can momentarily halt the Spider King, do you think you can land a blow on its weak spot? Xiao Jianling glanced at Qin Han, who was still struggling against the giant spider, his determination unwavering. Xiao Jianling replied with resolve in his voice, if you can make it stop moving, striking its weak spot should be no problem. Zhou Zhang's eyes sharpened immediately, his response sharp and unyielding. No, its weak spot isn't its head. Xiao Jianling, momentarily confused by Zhou Zhang's certainty, raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The head is usually the most vulnerable part. Zhou Zhang's gaze didn't falter. He observed the Spider King, every move calculating, and with a sudden flash of insight, he said, its weak spot isn't where you think. We need to target its abdomen, right where the venom sacs are located. Seeing Xiao Jianling's hesitation, Zhou Zhang didn't say much and immediately used the weakness scanner. He confidently asserted, trust me, its weakness is in the neck. Xiao Jianling hesitated for a moment and asked, the neck? Are you sure? This opportunity might only come once. Before Xiao Jianling could finish his sentence, Zhou Zhang replied, his voice carrying absolute certainty, I'm sure. Ignoring Xiao Jianling's concerns, Zhou Zhang resolutely charged forward, shouting, I can immobilize it for 15 seconds, let's go. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jianling couldn't help but feel flustered and quickly responded, 15 seconds? You're not joking, are you? Without answering, Zhou Zhang focused all his energy and charged straight at the spider, delivering a series of powerful, precise strikes to its weak point. After a critical hit, the gigantic spider became completely immobilized. The moment had come, he shouted, start the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Jianling delivered a fatal blow. The strike was so powerful that even the unconscious spider let out a painful scream. At the same time, Zhou Zhang and Yun Dongwei charged forward together. While everyone was focused on the battle, Luo Tian stood at a distance, filled with worry, wondering, what's going on? What exactly has Zhou Zhang done? Standing firm on the neck of the spider, at the critical weak point, Zhou Zhang intently watched the clock, his expression somewhat tense. He announced loudly, in 3 seconds, the Spider King will awaken. His gaze was sharp, commanding, everyone retreat. Upon hearing the order, the team quickly turned towards safety. After ensuring that everyone had withdrawn, Zhou Zhang jumped to the ground, facing the gigantic spider directly. No one knew what he was doing, but moments later, the spider let out a horrifying, agonized roar. Just a moment after that, it seemed as if something had exploded. Witnessing this, everyone was filled with dread. As the tremors subsided, Zhou Zhang began to count, signal 3. Yun Dongwei quickly responded, signal 3. Next was Luo Tian, signal 13. The members called out their signals one by one. Signal. When the list was complete, Zhou Zhang nodded with a smile. Good, all 19 of you survived. Standing beside him, Xiao Jianling glanced at Zhou Zhang, watching his back, unable to help but exclaim, I really underestimated this kid. If it weren't for him this time, it would have been uncertain whether the mission would succeed, and we would definitely have lost more than half of our members. Fixated on the spider, Zhou Zhang couldn't hide his impatience. It's almost time, almost time. He thought to himself, there aren't many life points left, and I just fell into a bleeding state. The spider let out a thunderous roar, full of pain, its scream seeming to shake the very space around. Zhou Zhang stood atop the building, his sharp gaze looking down, and in an instant, the gigantic spider gradually became motionless. At that moment, Zhou Zhang felt a change in his body. The atmosphere erupted instantly, and everyone cheered joyfully, the Spider King is dead, we did it. Amidst the cheers, Zhou Zhang remained contemplative, feeling that he had reached level 90. His pupils suddenly turned a vibrant shade of blue. Before him, a system information panel appeared. He pondered for a moment and murmured, Resurrection. He carefully examined each line of text and read the special skill, Resurrection, Resurrection Ring. Resurrection Ring usage level. Level 90, profession does not enhance attack. 100 to 100. Special skill Resurrection, when the wearer dies, there is a 20% chance to restore health to the original state, accompanied by 5 seconds of invincibility. On his finger, a stream of golden light appeared, shimmering like a ring. Zhou Zhang thought for a moment and equipped it immediately. The light transformed into a small piece of fabric that wrapped around his finger. Lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out behind him, pulling him back to reality, young master. The voice belonged to Qin Han. He called out to him several times, what are you thinking about? Zhou Zhang replied nonchalantly, nothing, just a bit emotional. Qin Han excitedly urged, come on, let's go check out the loot. The loot is the blade of the knife-sharp spider king poison, the shell of the knife-sharp spider king poison, and the venom gland. Xiao Jianling held another item in his hand and said, this one too. Bei Yang exclaimed in surprise, black crystal. He looked at the item and said, very impressive, this is the first time I've seen a black crystal. Zhou Zhang then asked everyone, regarding the distribution of the spoils this time, does anyone have any objections? Everyone replied in unison, no. Sitting around the campfire, Xiao Jianling spoke up, in this operation, Zhou Zhang has made the greatest contribution. I propose that he receives a larger share of the spoils. What does everyone think? Hua Zi cheerfully responded, of course not. Another person teased, I'm just upset that this kid is pretending and tricking us so badly. Zhou Zhang humbly declined, no need, let's divide the rewards equally among everyone. Outside the building, the sky was dark, and black clouds covered the space. Zhou Zhang stood still, reading the information from the system, critical hit, level 90 active skill, create a critical hit that deals 500% skill damage, plus 5,000 damage, with a 10% chance of triggering a lucky attack. Suddenly, Zhou Zhang sensed someone's presence. A pair of shoes appeared in his line of sight. Luo Tian unexpectedly stepped forward, standing right behind him. Zhou Zhang softly asked, Luo Tian? Luo Tian approached where Zhou Zhang was resting and gently called his name, Zhou Zhang. Luo Tian's face clearly showed discomfort, his whole body trembling, his brows tightly furrowed, and his expression was filled with tension. Luo Tian kindly said, wait until we return, I will have the first seal come to Haiyang building to apologize. At this moment, Zhou Zhang calmed down a bit. He looked up at Luo Tian and reached out, using Luo Tian's support to stand up, as long as you agree, that's enough. That day, the hunting team returned, but the weather was uncooperative, the sky overcast as if it were about to storm. In the lobby of the building, many people had gathered, holding signs and flowers to welcome them. Banners reading "The Guardian" and "Welcome Back" were clearly visible, and everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Not making the supporters wait long, the spaceship carrying the hunting team landed, and the door opened wide. As soon as the familiar figures led by Captain Shao appeared, the crowd immediately erupted in cheers. The shouts rang out. "The Guardian! The Guardian! Captain Shao is so handsome! Heroes, you've worked hard!" The six returned as if they were heroes, walking with charisma, a slight smile on their lips, filled with pride. In the office, Shinjun Hang stood by the window, observing everything. He sighed softly, "This kid really doesn't disappoint." Yang Xiangzong smiled and added, "Third brother, Zhou Zhang is someone you personally developed, he truly is talented." The old man crossed his arms, smiling with satisfaction. In the report, half of the martial artists in the hunting team were saved by him. Among the strong, he probably has the most friends. Shinjun Hang chuckled lightly and replied, "Second brother, that's just because he was lucky." Yang Xiangzong responded coldly, "Is it still hard for you to distinguish between luck and skill?" Without hesitation, he praised Zhou Zhang's strength, saying, "Zhou Zhang is indeed powerful. If I get the chance, I'd like to train alongside him." Upon hearing this, Shinjun Hang immediately stiffened, quickly intervening. "Second brother, please don't. As the Speaker of the Parliament for the burial area, if your comments are overheard by others, it might cause quite a stir." Yang Xiangzong didn't argue. He simply stood up calmly, folded his arms, and said, "Let's go. You know I'll be leaving soon." The two of them walked down the hallway, exchanging a few words along the way. Yang Xiangzong spoke again, "The large beast this time is very aggressive. If we can sever its source directly, it will save us a lot of trouble." Shinjun Hang nodded in agreement but cautioned, "Second brother, be careful when you go outside. Things are still in turmoil out there." The small team earlier was completely surrounded. As expected, in the grand hall downstairs, the crowd had gathered around the returning hunting team. The noise was non-stop. "Leader Shao, please sign for me." "Don't push, don't push. Let me touch it." "Xin Han, this is a suit I sewed myself." The appearance of Yang Xiangzong and Shinjun Hang immediately interrupted the clamor. With a generous voice, Yang Xiangzong greeted them, "Welcome back home, warriors of the burial area." The crowd instantly looked up in awe, murmuring with admiration, "Oh my, it's Speaker Shin and Parliament Leader Yang. These two really are at the top, they carry themselves with such an air of authority." Yang Xiangzong focused solely on Zhou Zhang, silently admiring his potential. A young man like him reaching the 9th rank of martial artist, it was clear that his potential was boundless. Quickly, the old man snapped a photo of Zhou Zhang and sent it to the council meeting group. He then asked calmly, "Does anyone oppose the proposal I made earlier?" The room fell into silence, everyone calculating their thoughts internally. Yang Xiangzong reiterated, "I propose promoting Zhou Zhang to God rank martial artist." Finally, the silence was broken by a loud bang. A hand slammed onto the table, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. "I oppose," came the sharp voice. The person who spoke up was none other than Qi Zhiyong, known for his arrogance and lack of logic in debates. He raised his voice with disdain, "What qualifies a martial artist at rank 9? In contrast, Yang Xiangzong remained calm, his composure unwavering. He responded with a controlled but authoritative voice, "Qi Zhiyong, your records show that over the past year, you have been involved in many scandals, living extravagantly, indulging recklessly, and worst of all, using your God rank status to treat human lives as insignificant." Yang Xiangzong's words were backed by solid evidence, causing Qi Zhiyong to fall silent. He wanted to argue but couldn't find the words. Lowering his head, his voice faltered with discomfort, I don't want to waste time here." Yang Xiangzong wasted no time and continued firmly, "All right, let's proceed with the vote. Those in favor of promoting Zhou Zhang, please raise your hands." Without hesitation, Xiao leader raised his hand first. His gesture acted like a dagger to pierce the hesitation of the others. He made his stance clear: I believe Zhou Zhang absolutely deserves the god rank. Qin Han, sitting beside him, immediately followed suit, raising his hand with enthusiasm. No doubt about it, I agree. Shi Zhiyong, filled with frustration, exclaimed, Humph, what difference does it make if only two people agree? Immediately, a voice of objection echoed, shattering his arrogance, it's not just the two of them. Yang Xiangzong stood up, speaking confidently, I agree as well. I support elevating Zhou Zhang to god rank. As the head of the National Assembly, I have the authority to cast the final veto vote. His words, heavy as mountains, silenced the entire meeting room. However, Yang Xiangzong maintained his courteous demeanor, hoping to win Qi Zhiyong's submission. He continued, but to ensure fairness, if Counselor Qi believes Zhou Zhang lacks the strength, we could organize a one-on-one duel between the two of you. Counselor Qi would have the opportunity to compete fairly with Zhou Zhang. It was as if Qi Zhiyong had been waiting for this moment, and he immediately responded with confidence, fine, I agree. Internally, he smirked, I'll show you what fear truly is. As the meeting concluded, rumors spread quickly. Some whispered, have you heard? The person nominated for promotion to god rank is just a level 9 martial artist. Another hurriedly replied, it's Zhou Zhang, the one who caused a stir before. Someone else praised him, saying, so young, yet achieving such feats, this has never happened in history. In a secluded corner, someone sat on the roof, silently listening to every word. His face hardened, veins bulging, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke each word with growing anger, Zhou Zhang. It was none other than Zhang Ning. He tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, growling, fine. If that's the case, let's die together. Meanwhile, in another location, Zhou Zhang was still diligently working. He, alongside Yang Qinggong, was facing off against a monstrous tree, its body entwined with thick, sprawling vines. Zhou Zhang told himself, fame comes at a price. I need to reach level 100 to have better defensive capabilities. Time flew by, and half a month had passed. Zhou Zhang continued to work diligently, steadily accumulating experience to level up. Today, he finally reached the threshold of level 100. After taking a moment to rest, Zhou Zhang softly said, I've reached level 10 as a martial artist, and my level is now 100. I've finally made it. Information appeared on the control panel. Upgraded level 95, ability to utilize materials to create deadly poisons, with toxicity varying based on the intensity of the materials. Skill at level 100, apply deadly poison to weapons, creating attacks with toxic effects. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhang gently tapped the control panel. A portion of the poison immediately fell into his hands. Following the detailed instructions, Zhou Zhang began the process of crafting the poison. Zhou Zhang was extremely focused, carefully executing each step. After finishing the poison, the next step was to apply it to his weapon. The purple light from the toxin quickly enveloped his knife in the blink of an eye. Zhou Zhang gazed at the weapon in his hand, now enhanced with deadly poison. He felt a sense of reassurance. The deadly poison from the knife-sharp Spider King had a limited usage of 15 times, with an effect duration of 30 minutes. Without further delay, Zhou Zhang immediately took the knife outside to test it on a few monsters. With just one slash, the results exceeded his expectations. Zhou Zhang couldn't help but be amazed at the effectiveness of the poison, which forced the opponent's health to drop rapidly. He thought to himself, it's hard to believe. Having learned a new skill, Zhou Zhang broke into a rare smile, telling himself, I will definitely be able to do it. Meanwhile, Yang Xiangzong's group was engaged in a real battle in the dark forest. The atmosphere was heavy, with dust swirling everywhere. Anything could suddenly leap out from the shadows to attack them. A large beast with black fur and fierce red eyes charged forward like a raging wave. Yang Xiangzong anxiously reported, a large beast of this scale, we cannot stop it. Turning to look towards the headquarters, he could not help but admit that this battle would be extremely arduous. In contrast to the chaotic situation in the forest, the town to the west was unusually peaceful. Life here continued at a slow pace, undisturbed. At this moment, Zhou Zhang was sitting alone by the sidewalk, his gaze vacant as if waiting for something. Suddenly, someone approached, recognizing Zhou Zhang and calling out to him, pulling him out of his thoughts. The person who called out was a simple girl, smiling warmly as she came closer to him. She extended her hand, her voice sincere and friendly. "I am Emolan, a member of the Blue Leprechaun team. I heard that you have hunted the knife-sharp Spider King poison." "The poison? Could you sell me some?" Zhou Zhang did not hesitate, responding bluntly, "If you want to buy my poison, then give me a convincing reason." "I will think about it." Emolan leaned slightly closer to Zhou Zhang, discreetly covering her mouth and whispering, "Actually, I have been researching a type of medicine recently. I just need this poison to complete it." She ended with a sigh tinged with hope. Emolan's serious demeanor resembled that of a diligent student desperately trying to find a way to solve a difficult problem. She earnestly pleaded, "Could you please sell me a little at a lower price?" Zhou Zhang quickly recognized the identity of the person before him, an alchemist. "If that's the case, then that's wonderful." He smiled enthusiastically and said, "If you truly have the ability, I am willing to provide you with the materials you need for free." Immediately after, he set a condition, "But the potion you create will belong to me." Upon hearing this, Emolan happily agreed. She even clapped her hands in cheer, her excitement unmistakable. Observing her enthusiastic joy, Zhou Zhang thought to himself, "I hope this alchemist will be somewhat reliable." Suddenly, the sound of a ringing phone pulled Zhou Zhang out of his thoughts. He quickly answered, and on the other end, he heard the steady voice of Lei Hu, "Special Envoy Zhou, I have gathered the files on Qi Zhiyong. I will now send them to you." Zhou Zhang politely replied, "All right, thank you for your hard work." After hanging up, he heard the murmurs of conversation outside on the street. Someone said, "Everyone, guess who will win between Qi War God and Special Envoy Zhou?" Another person responded, "I still think it will be Qi War God. After all, Special Envoy Zhou, no matter how formidable, is still only at level 9. Zhou Zhang watched the two figures pass by as they continued their discussion. "Yeah, that's true. Then I vote for Qi War God to win." The other person agreed, "All right, then I will vote too." Zhou Zhang immediately made a phone call, "Sure Han, help me with something. Bet against all odds on the duel between me and Qi Zhiyong. Use your personal name to mobilize all available funds, and place the bet on me winning." In stark contrast to Zhou Zhang's determination, Qi Zhiyong was enjoying his luxurious life at his mansion. He was having fun surrounded by women, with servants and attendants around, not a care in the world. The contempt was evident on his face. "Ha, how laughable. There are actually people who would bet their lives on that Zhou Zhang." However, being a seasoned veteran of the martial world, Qi Zhiyong didn't dare be completely careless. He took out his phone, dialed a number, and said, "All right, find someone to test his abilities first." At that moment, Zhou Zhang was working in Snake Valley. After many tiring days, he finally harvested a large amount of venom. But before he could relax, he suddenly felt a chilling killing intent engulfing the space around him. His enemies didn't make him wait long, they appeared right before his eyes. It was a slender figure, with light-colored hair tied back, two sharp swords hanging at his waist, and an emotionless gaze. Zhou Zhang focused intently, trying to find any openings in his opponent. The challenger was Duo Luan. His rank was unclear, but according to the files, he was a level 9 martial artist. Zhou Zhang furrowed his brow and thought, "What? Has he already reached level 10 in just 2 weeks?" Immediately, he reassured himself, "It's fine. Either way, he will die. I just need to focus." Duo Luan appeared, calling out to Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang coldly asked, "Did Qi Zhiyong send you here?" Duo Luan did not answer the question but instead spoke with a mocking tone, "Dark Shadow, Palace rank, right?" Zhou Zhang stepped forward, one step at a time, his sharp gaze fixed directly on his opponent. "Duo Luan, do you really think you can kill me just by relying on yourself?" Duo Luan was taken aback, his eyes wide. "How do you know my name?" Instead of answering, Zhou Zhang launched a surprise attack. Duoluan nimbly blocked it, gracefully sidestepping, then laughed derisively, "Is that all? What a boring ambush." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt something was off with his body. His vitality was rapidly depleting, causing him to panic. He stammered, "You. What kind of sorcery did you use?" Zhou Zhang merely smiled, not responding. He looked at the watch on his wrist, calmly counting, 6, 5, 4. At this point, he snapped his fingers loudly. Duoluan, despite trying to run, was forced to stop abruptly. Cold sweat poured down his face. Just a few seconds later, he collapsed, his whole body trembling. Zhou Zhang spoke slowly, "To die from the deadly poison of the level 18 knife-sharp Spider King, consider it a worthy end for you." Zhou Zhang pulled the sword from Duoluan's hand, calmly taking down his opponent. In just 26 seconds, he had defeated a god-ranked martial artist. Then, he began to search Duoluan's body, carefully looking for unexpected gains. From his bag, Zhou Zhang pulled out a cloth pouch along with a strange object. He examined the object closely but could not determine what it was. Zhou Zhang smirked slightly, "This is." As soon as the phone in Zhou Zhang's pocket rang, a hurried voice came from the other end. "Zhou Zhang? This is Mo Lan. You need to come to my lab, I've successfully concocted the potion." Not long after, he arrived at her laboratory. Looking at the vial of potion, he skeptically asked, "Is this the potion you made using the Spider King's venom?" Mo Lan confidently replied, "That's right. I've named it Berserk Potion. This orange-yellow liquid can enhance the user's attributes 3 times over for 15 minutes. Zhou Zhang followed Mo Lan out to the western outskirts of the town. After carefully observing the area, he said, "There's no one here, we can stay." Mo Lan eagerly asked, "Are you really going to try it?" Zhou Zhang stared at the orange-yellow vial for a moment. After a while, he became much calmer and firmly answered, "If I've placed all my betting money on you, then I will trust you." He carefully cautioned Mo Lan, "You should keep your distance. Just in case I lose control and it affects you." Mo Lan responded, touched, "Okay." Without hesitation, Zhou Zhang poured the entire contents of the vial into his mouth. In an instant, his pupils contracted sharply. The Berserk Potion had a powerful effect. He bent down, feeling the surge of energy filling his body. Without a second thought, Zhou Zhang assumed a running stance, his entire body brimming with spiritual power. Like a lightning bolt, he shot forward at a terrifying speed. Mo Lan was utterly astonished, unable to believe her eyes. Could her Berserk Potion be so powerfully effective? In the blink of an eye, Zhou Zhang appeared right beside her, smiling as he said, "Well done, I will continue to provide materials for you, and I hope you can create the next one." Mo Lan was still in shock, stammering her agreement, Zhou Zhang decided to head to the Zhu headquarters. When he arrived, Huazi warmly welcomed him right at the entrance. "Special Envoy Zhou, please come in." The two took the elevator together, which was convenient and allowed them to exchange more information. Huazi began, "Originally, our CEO Lu was supposed to personally welcome you, but due to her poor health, she cannot be exposed to the wind." Zhou Zhang understood and replied, "It's alright, I don't want to trouble anyone. Also, thank you to your company for taking care of the matter regarding the Red Crimson Moonbow." Upon reaching the 18th floor, they arrived at their destination. Huazi introduced, "Special Envoy Zhou, this area is where we mass-produce the first works of our company, Julie, and it symbolizes the highest level of creativity of the company." He continued, "Special Envoy Zhou, take a look at this set of equipment." Throughout the journey, Zhou Zhang remained as silent as possible. Before him was a suit of armor, and Huazi briefly explained, "This armor is made from materials sourced from a level 17 exotic beast. It lacks the splendor or extravagance of other armors, but its defensive capabilities are 3 times higher than those of ordinary armors." Huazi happily introduced further, "These 2 daggers are also made from materials of a level 17 mythical beast, with an armor-piercing value of 16. Zhou Zhang was fascinated and enjoyed closely examining these items. Hua Zi added, and this is a gift from our CEO Lu, for your first meeting. Wishing Special Envoy Zhou a swift rise to God rank. Zhou Zheng shyly waved his hand, refusing, this is truly too precious. Suddenly, a voice interjected, Special Envoy Zhou, there's no need to be modest. A slender young woman, always wearing a confident smile, walked over. Both of them were surprised. Ah, CEO Lu. Hua Zi exclaimed, CEO Lu. She kept the same smile as she slowly approached Zhou Zhang. She asked him, why does Special Envoy Zhou seem a bit surprised? Zhou Zhang sincerely replied, it's truly a bit surprising. I didn't expect the president of Julie Company to be such a young and beautiful woman. CEO Lu smiled softly, Special Envoy Zhou, you certainly know how to give compliments. Then, she straightforwardly turned to the main topic, so, this time, CEO Lu invited me to Julie Company. Surely, you don't just want to give me a simple set of equipment like this, right? She smiled, of course, this equipment is just a small token of our appreciation for Special Envoy Zhou. She gracefully walked up, running her hand over the surface of Julie's advanced machinery, then said, perhaps you already know, in the burial area, there exists the protection umbrella Julie. Naturally, we can't keep doing things the old way forever. He remained silent, and she continued, just in the next match, you will officially be promoted to God rank. A moment later, she looked him straight in the eye and said, our Julie Company will come under your command. At the same time, in the eastern town, a pickup truck sped through the gravel. The person inside the car was cursing loudly, idiot. Lan Shi was angrily scolding the person on the other end of the phone, Duoluan is asking for trouble. She was so furious that she exploded, shouting, how could Zhou Zheng be killed so easily? Just then, as they passed over a bumpy road, something fell out without her noticing. That object hid itself in the grass, and unless someone went to great lengths to search for it or stumbled upon it by chance, she might never find it in her lifetime. 3 days later, the competition had arrived. On the street, people were bustling, come on, place your bets, place your bets. The last 2 hours are about to close, HSBC Company welcomes everyone to place their bets. Someone confidently said, I bet on Qi War God. Another person replied, I bet on Special Envoy Zhou, I bet on Qi War God. Upon meeting Xiang Shirhan again, Zhou Zheng immediately asked, how's the betting going? She replied, it's all arranged properly. He smiled, good, then I'm off. Xiang Shirhan, worried, grabbed his arm. Zhou Zheng turned back, seeing her anxious face, and he couldn't bear it. In the end, he gently ruffled her hair and said, trust me. Today, Zhou Zhang and Shi Zhiyong will meet at the Dong Entrance Martial Arena, one of the most magnificent venues with bold and distinctive architecture. The crowd is truly massive, pouring in droves. As the arena opens, Zhou Zhang appears in a completely good mental state. His opponent, Shi Zhiyong, with a strong physique, holds his sword and calls out to him, Zhou Zhang. Shi Zhiyong approaches him, a sneer of disdain on his face, and asks, are you ready to die? Seeing Shi Zhiyong and Zhou Zhang face to face, the martial artists gather around, excitedly cheering, oh oh. One person asserts, Qi God rank will definitely win. While another enthusiastically cheers, Special Envoy Zhou, go for it. Shi Zhiyong slings his weapon over his shoulder and thinks to himself that he can eliminate the dark shadow level assassin easily. He glances over Zhou Zhang and notices that he looks quite ordinary. This is the armor and weapon custom made for him by Julie Company. Shi Zhiyong thinks to himself, but something feels off, there's definitely something strange. I can't let my guard down, I must end this match quickly with a decisive blow. At this moment, a martial artist beats a drum to signal the start. The audience shouts loudly as the match begins. Shi Zhiyong quickly takes a defensive stance, ready to attack. Zhou Zhang also faces him with a serious expression. Both exude a powerful aura that captivates the audience, who cannot take their eyes off the scene, all intently watching. Oh, the cheers erupt. Shi Zhiyong tenses up, unleashing his inner strength, preparing for a powerful strike. Zhou Zhang observed calmly, a slight smirk on his lips as he raised his hand forward. Below, Zhang Ning recognized this gesture and, in a fit of rage, clutched his head. It was that same move again. Zhang Ning, having been controlled by Zhou Zhang once before, could never forget it. At that moment, Qi Zhiyong took the initiative to charge in for an attack. However, with just a few simple moves, Zhou Zhang had him ensnared in the two boats crossing, rendering him completely immobile. Qi Zhiyong was now stuck, his body rigid. Meanwhile, the martial artists below were puzzled. Why has the Qi God rank suddenly stopped? They couldn't believe their eyes. No way, with such speed, how could he just stop on command? At that moment, Zhou Zhang smirked slightly and began to draw his weapon. He swung his sword with great force. Even though he had attacked Qi Zhiyong, the latter remained unscathed. Zhou Zhang thought to himself, the armor is too strong, even the new dagger can't break through it. He quickly assumed a defensive stance, realizing that he could only use his skills to reluctantly chip away at his health. Zhou Zhang continuously unleashed strikes, executing a double attack from behind, followed by a critical hit. After a series of blows, he calculated that his reluctant skill had only reduced Qi Zhiyong's health by 1/5, thinking to himself, he must have at least 300,000 health. At the same time, Qi Zhiyong's health bar displayed 3 seconds, which quickly dropped to 1 second. At that moment, Qi Zhiyong broke free from the control and began to move. He suddenly coughed up blood, not even understanding why himself. Below the stands, hissing shouts erupted, calling for a break in the match due to cheating, as they loudly scolded Qi Zhiyong, "What god rank? It's a scam, just standing there for others to hit." Qi Zhiyong calmly remarked, "Is this your trump card? Too bad you can't break my defense." He leaped high into the air and closed in on Zhou Zhang. Qi Zhiyong, infuriated, screamed, "You're the one who's going to die." Faced with the skilled attack, Zhou Zhang was momentarily startled but still agilely dodged. Seeing this, Xiang Shirhan couldn't help but feel worried. Suddenly, Qi Zhiyong's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Huh?" Zhou Zhang had executed a micro-dodge, so he was completely unharmed. Qi Zhiyong, furious, shouted loudly, "Ha!" He continuously struck at thin air. Zhou Zhang calmly evaded and thought to himself that he couldn't break the defense. He also wondered if the detoxification skill worked like in the game, where just attacking would be effective. He quickly jumped back to avoid the impact of Qi Zhiyong's power. After a moment, Zhou Zhang thought, "I'll just take the risk and see what happens." He resolutely decided not to dodge but to confront Qi Zhiyong directly. Zhou Zhang combined the two short swords in his hands to form a pair of scissors, his gaze fierce and determined. Just as Qi Zhiyong launched his attack, Zhou Zhang blocked him. Qi Zhiyong angrily shouted, "Are you being stubborn with me? Do you want to die?" Without a word, Zhou Zhang tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, his strength creating a powerful explosion. Below, people murmured to each other, "Is it over? There's too much smoke, I can't see clearly." Some whispered, "A strike from a Qi god rank like that, surely no one could dodge it, right?" At the same time, Qi Zhiyong was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, when suddenly Zhou Zhang charged down from above towards him. He swung his sword with precision, slicing through the air like a chef preparing sashimi. Qi Zhiyong tried to assess the situation and countered with his own sword, but Zhou Zhang had already soared up in time to evade the attack. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Could a level 10 martial artist be that formidable? It was terrifying. They lamented, "What a blunder! If we had known, we should have suppressed Zhou Zhang earlier." At that moment, Zhou Zhang seethed inwardly, thinking, "Damn, without breaking through the defense, I really can't poison him." Simultaneously, Zhou Zhang gathered his internal strength and told himself, "Forget it, let's try again." Seeing the opponent's speed, Qi Zhiyong was taken aback and immediately teleported. Zhou Zhang quickly ascended and launched a direct attack. Qi Zhiyong effortlessly parried and smirked disdainfully, "What if your attack is stronger?" Qi Zhiyong swung his sword in response and shouted, "If you can't break through the defense, it's all in vain." At the same time, Zhou Zhang thought, "I can't drag this out any longer, I need to change my strategy." He stomped hard on the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise up thickly. Zhou Zhang quickly ran around to disrupt the space, creating a haze of smoke that obscured his figure. The martial artists around him complained irritably, "What are you doing? How can we watch the match like this? What on earth is happening?" Zhang Ning quickly realized Zhou Zheng's intention. He wanted to create a battlefield advantageous for himself. He smirked disdainfully, thinking to himself, "But what good will that do?" On the other hand, Mo Lan was somewhat surprised, not understanding what Zhou Zhan was trying to accomplish. Shi Zhiyong hissed softly, "This is just a petty trick. Do you really think you can hurt me by creating a cloud of dust?" Zhou Zhang thought to himself, "Now, surely no one can see me anymore. I'll strike quickly and decisively." He continued to generate smoke all around. From the midst of the dust, a powerful shockwave erupted. Zhou Zheng suddenly launched an attack while Qi Zhiyong was still trying to regain his bearings, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Qi Zhiyong, furious, retaliated and shouted, "What a sham!" He tightened his grip on his weapon and yelled, "Eh!" Qi Zhiyong threatened to attack Zhou Zhang. "You're asking for death, go down to the underworld for me." Faced with this situation, Zhou Zhang merely smirked knowingly. He effortlessly parried Qi Zhiyong's attack. Suddenly, Qi Zhiyong exclaimed in astonishment, "There it is!" Just a second later, Zhou Zhang swung his sword and pushed his opponent back, sending him stumbling several meters away. Qi Zhiyong was thrown back, but he still couldn't believe his own eyes. He muttered to himself, "How is this possible?" Zhou Zhang didn't stop. He charged forward with renewed aggression, his gaze intense and full of powerful energy. Zhou Zhang swung his scythe directly at Qi Zhiyong, sending his body crashing into the stone wall. Qi Zhiyong collapsed, sprawled on the ground, utterly stunned. The force behind this blow was even greater than Xiao Jianling's. He couldn't help but wonder, is he really only at level 10? In that moment, Qi Zhiyong began to spit blood, coughing up a mouthful of fresh red liquid. His body trembled with each breath, and he gritted his teeth, saying through clenched jaw, "I won't accept defeat. I will not lose." Refusing to give up, Qi Zhiyong surged forward once more, roaring, "I'll kill you." In an act of desperation, he lunged at Zhou Zhang, tackling him with all his might, shouting, "Ah!" The force of Qi Zhiyong's strength propelled them both through the solid stone wall. Watching the scene unfold, the martial artists around them gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Qi Zhiyong has gone mad. What's he trying to do? Isn't this against the rules?" Zhang Ning smirked, hissing, "Fool." Shen Junheng murmured, "Everyone stay calm. In this fight, I can say one thing for sure, the one who gets back on their feet will be the winner." Meanwhile, Qi Zhiyong and Zhou Zheng continued to clash like two raging bulls. Zhou Zheng's eyes narrowed, realizing they had distanced themselves from the others, and the battle should be nearing its end. Qi Zhiyong furiously swung his sword, but Zhou Zheng dodged just in time. He sensed the effects of the battle were starting to take their toll on him. Qi Zhiyong smirked and asked, "So, what do you think? Zombies aren't so bad, right? This is a zombie skill, completely different from ordinary toxins. Humans call it a virus, a rule that contradicts human society, a type of toxin that is strictly prohibited." Zhou Zhang shouted angrily, "Do you dare to defy the rules and use zombies?" Upon hearing this, Qi Zhiyong burst into laughter, "Haha, with a class rule like mine, do you think any rule can restrain me?" He laughed heartily, confident that as long as he employed a few tricks, no one would be able to investigate the cause of Zhou Zhang's death thoroughly. Zhou Zhang began to bring out his trump card, speaking with determination, "All right, if you think that way, I'll show you what despair really is." He quickly swallowed the vial of medicine that Mo Lan had concocted. Seeing this, Qi Zhiyong was somewhat taken aback, wondering, where did that vial come from? He sneered, "Humph, pretending to be a god or a ghost, do you really think drinking that nonsense can solve the zombie problem?" After downing the entire vial, Zhou Zhang forcefully crushed the glass container. He glared and said, "You'll soon find out whether it's pretending or not." But when his opponent suddenly stepped back, Qi Zhiyong exclaimed in shock, "It's gone, how can this be? How can a person just disappear without a trace?" At that moment, something rushed toward him. When did Zhou Zhang get so close to his opponent? He sneered, "Dying from your own arrogant ignorance." You're not the first one, you know. Zhou Zheng narrowed his eyes and said, of course, I'm not the last one standing either. At that moment, the square, which had been eerily quiet, suddenly erupted with commotion. Everyone gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, is he back? Curiosity buzzed through the crowd. Who survived? Could it be the victor has returned? Then, their eyes widened in surprise. It's Zhou Zhang won. How did he manage that? Shen Junhang smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, this kid really doesn't disappoint. He raised his voice and announced, I declare the winner, and the one who has ascended to the god rank is Zhou Zhang. Below, the martial artists erupted into cheers, chanting in unison, Zhou Zhang, Zhou Zhang, Zhou Zhang. Xiang Shihan was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Zhou Zhang, Xiao Jianling, and Yin Dongwei all shared a proud smile. Back at headquarters, the results had already reached them. CEO Lu gently placed her pen down and smiled softly, thinking, looks like my investment was well placed. The captain of Team 7 proudly shouted, Fifth brother, I knew you could do it. The members around him laughed joyfully, ha, kid, from now on, you've reached God rank. They hoisted Zhou Zhang into the air, causing him to jump in surprise. Zhou Zhang flustered, saying, hey, boss, this makes me look like a kid. Unexpectedly, Team 7 threw him into the air to celebrate. Zhou Zhang shouted in despair. As he fell to the ground, the captain remarked, as long as we don't catch you, it won't be called childish anymore. Zhou Zhang, bewildered, exclaimed, ha. Sitting sprawled on the ground, he thought to himself, God rank level, I've finally reached God rank level. Zhou Zhang was acutely aware that with greater power came greater responsibility. When he returned home, Xiang Shihan asked worriedly, what's wrong? She said, it seemed like you were preoccupied on the way back from the arena today. Zhou Zhang immediately sat up and gently asked, Shihan, do you miss home? Xiang Shihan hugged Zhou Zhang and replied, He softly said, after this period, once I finish things in the burial area, we'll go back to Titan City. Xiang Shihan then smiled reassuringly. The next day, Zhou Zhang went to the warehouse to check on the pink egg. He muttered to himself, it seems like there's been no change. Zhou Zhang reached out to touch the egg and said, this little brat has consumed so many star crystals from me, yet there's still no sign of activity. It can't be, right? He continued to pull out a pile of precious crystals at any cost. It has to respond to the red one, right? Immediately, the crystals in his hand floated into the air. Watching the egg enveloped in a stream of red energy, Zhou Zhang's eyes widened in surprise. It's moving. Could it be that the red crystal is effective? He silently thought to himself, if it can bloom during this time, it will be able to catch up. The next day, Zhou Zhang returned to the headquarters. Shen Junhang spoke softly, Zhou Zhang, congratulations on advancing to the god rank, but I'm afraid we don't have much time to celebrate with you. Zhou Zhang immediately asked, has something happened? Yang Xiangzong spoke sternly, I suspect someone is causing trouble with the large beast this year, causing the battle to occur earlier. The large beast this time is in the burial area, and I'm afraid it will happen in the next few days. In the peaceful countryside, everyone was busy harvesting rice. A farmer, worried, spoke up, I don't know how long this large beast will last. An old friend reassured him, don't worry, the eastern town has gathered a large number of martial artists. They will definitely stop it. We just need to focus on harvesting the rice. The farmer looked toward the distant mountains and sighed deeply, Haze, I hope the scale of this one isn't too large. At the same time, in the fortress, the battle was intense. Martial artists shouted orders, and fire bullets shot out. Immediately, the bullets were fired down, aiming straight at the fierce beasts, creating powerful explosions. However, the beasts were unfazed, charging aggressively forward. A mechanized squad began to take action from above. Martial artists wearing masks commanded, aim at the beast, prepare to bomb. Immediately, shells and bombs were continuously dropped to the ground, causing the beasts to fall into a state of panic. One of the martial artists in the group spoke up, good, it's effective. Suddenly, a piercing screech sounded, KT. Facing the mechanized squad was a flying monster dragon. The entire team screamed in panic, "We're done for!" The monstrous dragon angrily spat out streams of fiery red flames, much like the dragon bridge in Da Nang. In the blink of an eye, it wiped out an entire fleet. Witnessing this horrifying sight, the martial artists were left stunned. Zhang Ning calmly stepped forward, his gaze icy, thinking to himself, "Zhou Zhang, do you see this? All this commotion is because of you." He curled his lips into a cruel smile. To eliminate Zhou Zhang, so many have to die, but so what? Meanwhile, Zhou Zhang was battling the beasts to save everyone. In an instant, the vicious creature was eliminated. A martial artist joyfully shouted, "God Ranksho, thanks to you, we wouldn't have been able to handle this otherwise." The person next to him nodded in agreement. "That's right, without God Ranksho providing the antidote samples, we wouldn't have been able to fight freely." Zhou Zhang sternly reminded, "Don't be careless. The first wave of large beasts hasn't ended yet." From the forest, the sounds of growling echoed, startling the entire team. A giant, fierce hand reached out, rummaging through the bushes. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was a horde of enormous zombies, each one growling loudly. Seeing the situation before them, the martial artists were taken aback. They anxiously exclaimed, "So many high-level zombies? Even large beasts can't easily leave their base, let alone these gigantic ones." Zhou Zhang's eyes widened, filled with indignation. In his mind, he vividly recalled the previous events. He spoke up, his voice angry yet resolute, "Not again, could it be?" Turning to his teammates, Zhou Zhang quietly instructed, "You guys go ahead. I'll handle these zombies." At that moment, the horde of zombies launched a fierce attack. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhang charged towards them. Thanks to his stealth technique, he easily slipped past without being detected. Zhou Zhang calmly pulled an item from his bag and without hesitation pressed the switch to verify. Hearing the commotion, a high-level zombie turned its head, growling ferociously. Zhou Zhang muttered, his eyes filled with resentment, "Just as I thought. They were the ones who killed countless innocent lives before." Grinding his teeth, he spoke coldly, calling out a name, "Dark Shadow." At the headquarters, Shinjun Hang listened to the report, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes. "Are you saying that this large beast was also caused by the Dark Shadow organization?" Without hesitation, Zhou Zhang affirmed, "Zhang Ning is the clown who ranks in the top 5 of the God rank." Upon hearing this, Shinjun Hang ordered sternly, "I will send someone to retrieve the metal rod from your hands right now." He continued, his expression growing tense, "If this is truly related to the Dark Shadow organization, then we must be prepared to confront them this time." Meanwhile, in the forest, Zhang Ning had directly sought out the team of martial artists. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards them with a calculating demeanor. Zhang Ning tightened his grip around a man's neck, his eyes filled with ferocity as he growled, "Where is Zhou Zhang?" Shinjun Hang, standing beside him, coldly added, "There's no need for these people to exist in this burial area any longer." After taking down the horde of zombies, Zhou Zhang glanced around, a sense of worry creeping into his heart. He thought to himself, a considerable number of zombies have been eliminated, but I wonder if the eastern town can hold them back? Suddenly, Zhou Zhang sensed something unusual. He jolted, his instincts on high alert as he thought, did a zombie slip through? No, this killing intent. It doesn't belong to a zombie. From the bushes, a masked man slowly stepped out. It was none other than Zhang Ning. He smirked, his voice dripping with provocation, "Zhou Zhang, I've finally found you." Without hesitation, Zhang Ning charged forward, shouting, "Die." He swung his sword, creating a powerful arc, sharp enough to be terrifying. But Zhou Zhang remained calm, quickly dodging and redirecting for a counterattack. Zhang Ning laughed sinisterly, gritting his teeth as he hissed, "I've been waiting for you to come here." Zhou Zhang realized he had fallen into a trap. Panic surged within him, "This is bad." The two plunged into a fierce battle, their weapons clashing and sparking. One of Zhou Zhang's attacks grazed Zhang Ning's face, but immediately after, Zhang Ning's sword inflicted a wound on him. Blood gushed from Zhou Zhang's abdomen, dripping onto the ground. Clutching his injury, Zhou Zhang gasped in pain, I was careless. Couldn't dodge in time. Zhang Ning, with a triumphant glint in his eyes, turned around. He laughed loudly, his voice laced with mockery, that wound? In less than 7 minutes, you'll bleed out and die. Zhou Zhang curled his lips into a smirk, positioning the 2 daggers in an X shape in front of him, his voice full of challenge, let's see who dies first. Without delay, Zhou Zhang used his stealth technique, leaving Zhang Ning stunned. He spun around, eyes scanning frantically, and shouted in panic, impossible. How can a human just disappear without a trace? Zhou Zhang stood in the darkness, his eyes gleaming with determination, thinking to himself. He's seen my greatest secret. Today, I must deal with him. Without wasting time, Zhou Zhang immediately closed in behind Zhang Ning. Meanwhile, Zhang Ning kept yelling angrily, Zhou Zhang. Stop hiding. If you're a man, come out and face me in a fair fight. In an instant, a faint glow appeared right before Zhang Ning's eyes. Zhou Zhang suddenly materialized, his gaze cold as he spoke, all right, I'm here. Zhang Ning's eyes widened in shock. In his mind, quick calculations raced, he really can turn invisible. But so what? I'm a martial artist of level 18, wearing reinforced armor. Even if he can control me for a few seconds, he won't be able to break through my defense. Zhang Ning furrowed his brow, grinding his teeth. Seeing the extreme tension in his expression, Zhou Zhang gave a slight smirk and said, I know what you're thinking. Suddenly, he grabbed Zhang Ning's armor, pulling hard with his sharp gaze, you think your armor makes you invincible? Think again. Before Zhang Ning could react, Zhou Zhang yanked off the armor. Stunned beyond measure, Zhang Ning was powerless to stop him. Zhou Zhang raised his weapon with force, his eyes blazing with killing intent, his voice cold and steady as it echoed in the silent air, this ends now, Zhang Ning. Zhou Zhang quickly rushed forward, launching a series of attacks towards Zhang Ning. Although he couldn't break through his defense, he thought to himself, this poison is enough to kill you. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhang silently calculated, the time for disruption is coming. At the same time, Zhang Ning opened his mouth and shouted loudly, Aye! He hurriedly took out a vial of medicine from his bag and drank it all. Pleased with himself, Zhang Ning laughed and said loudly, didn't see this coming, did you? I heard this antidote was formulated from the very prescription you provided. Its effectiveness is truly terrifying. Zhou Zhang gritted his teeth, angrily thinking, damn. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ning charged forward, swinging his sword and shouting, die. Refusing to back down, Zhou Zhang quickly pulled out a vial of yellow liquid and drank it without hesitation. Faced with Zhang Ning's powerful attack, Zhou Zhang remained unfazed. He swiftly dodged to the side, leaving Zhang Ning standing there, furious and crazed. Zhang Ning shouted angrily, you despicable scoundrel. At that moment, zombies appeared, blocking the way. Zhang Ning swung his sword fiercely, roaring in anger, get lost. He frantically unleashed his attacks, clearing the surrounding zombies. After a while of fighting, Zhang Ning rubbed his eyes. When his vision cleared, he was taken aback by the sight before him. In front of him, a ferocious king zombie approached, roaring loudly. Its gaze emitted a terrifying aura, enveloping the surrounding space. Zhang Ning stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. He mumbled as if experiencing déjà vu, it's it again. It's brought this monster here once more. He took a few steps back, his eyes filled with panic, then shouted angrily, retreat first. But before he could act, Zhou Zhang suddenly appeared, blocking his escape route. Zhou Zhang coldly spoke, his gaze sharp, where do you think you're going? As soon as Zhang Ning turned around, he was immediately subjected to Zhou Zhang's control technique. A loud noise echoed, shaking the entire forest. The martial artists, who were busy fighting the beasts, were startled and paused when they heard the explosive sound. Everyone couldn't help but be astonished. At that moment, the king zombie had captured Zhang Ning in its grasp. It roared in anger, thrashing wildly, Zhou Zhang. But Zhang Ning could not escape. He was in a state of utter panic as he saw the king zombie opening its mouth wide, preparing to swallow him whole. Ultimately, the gigantic monster stuffed him into its mouth, brutally chewing on his head in the literal sense. After finishing off Zhang Ning, the king zombie turned its head, its red eyes gazing towards the city. It roared ferociously. The king zombie took powerful strides, its strength causing the entire area to tremble violently. As it walked, it roared thunderously, exuding an overwhelming aura. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhang was perched on a branch, observing the situation below. He suddenly realized that the king zombie was heading towards the eastern town. Zhou Zhang immediately checked his communication device, silently thinking, fortunately, the defensive forces in the eastern town must have retreated to the burial area by now. With that thought, Zhou Zhang did not hesitate any longer. He jumped down to the ground and quickly dashed off. While the king zombie's speed isn't too fast yet, I must return to support the burial area immediately. At the same time, at the headquarters, Shen Junhang was monitoring the signals on the map. As soon as Zhou Zhang made contact, he hurriedly asked, "Shen brother, have you figured out the situation with the metal rod yet?" Shen Junhang replied softly, his voice steady, "Yes, everything is clear." "You've been working hard during this time." Shen Junhang held a metal staff in his hand, his voice low as he explained, "The principle of this device is to emit signals that can confuse the zombies." He added, "According to our investigation, the zombies this time were lured by the Dark Shadow organization, and their numbers are estimated to be around 3,000. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhang nodded and replied softly, 3,000 zombies should still be manageable in the burial area. Besides, all we need to do is destroy those metal staffs, and it'll be over." Shen Junhang nodded in agreement. If it's just the zombies, they're certainly not enough to pose a serious threat. However, he continued, his gaze filled with concern, but if the large beast is also fully formed by then, the situation will become much more difficult. Zhou Zhang furrowed his brows slightly, already grasping the situation at hand. Shen Junhang placed a hand on his shoulder and quietly reassured him, "Luckily, with the antidote you provided, our losses haven't been too severe. According to calculations, the large beast won't truly break out for at least another week. You should rest for a bit." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Oh, and one more thing. The Dark Shadow organization. We've completely eradicated them." At this, Zhou Zhang nodded, a sense of relief evident on his face. He turned to leave but not before saying, "Thank you, Shen brother." Zhou Zhang walked toward the storage room. Before him was a glowing red egg, dimly shining in the darkness. He sat beside it, his expression solemn. His voice gently rose, as if speaking to someone who had passed. "Father, Dark Shadow has vanished from this world." Memories suddenly flooded his mind, causing him to feel a surge of emotion. He softly added, "Father, you can rest now." Looking at the symbol of Dark Shadow in his hand, Zhou Zhang remembered the comrades who had once stood by him and trusted him. He silently told himself, "I once thought that, with the bloodline of a thief like mine, I could sever all ties and live solely on my own." His gaze gradually became resolute. The painful past had now closed, but the precious connections he had formed were deeply etched in his heart. Zhou Zhang clenched his fist, his eyes shining with determination. He whispered softly, "But you were wrong." He gritted his teeth, crumpling the Dark Shadow badge in his hand. By now, Zhou Zhang had come to understand one thing: in this world, no matter how strong a person is, they cannot achieve anything if they are alone. When faced with a more powerful force, even the strongest person is nothing but dust crushed to pieces. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed, startling Zhou Zhang. He turned to look at the pink egg. It began to stir. Zhou Zhang gently asked, "Do you want to come out?" Without hesitation, he took out 3 bright red crystals and softly said, "Let me help you." The 3 crystals quickly dissolved into the egg, and a shimmering red light spread out, accompanied by a chirp-chirp sound resonating from within. Zhou Zhang smiled, a strong sense of hope rising in his heart, with such a strong royal aura. This time, it must be right. The egg began to crack. The fissures gradually widened, and soon after, a small green dragon poked its head out. It wriggled, shaking off the remaining shell fragments clinging to its body, and then gently made its way toward Zhou Zhang. Seeing the enormous size of the newly hatched dragon, Zhou Zhang couldn't help but be astonished, momentarily freezing in place. He stammered to himself, "You just broke out of the shell, and you're already this big? You better not bully me later." The green dragon squatted down, its adorable posture resembling that of a fishmonger, and then suddenly let out a loud roar. It turned to look at Zhou Zhang, its eyes full of curiosity. Zhou Zhang panicked, thinking it was about to attack, and quickly stepped back a few paces. But contrary to his expectations, the little dragon simply jumped over and affectionately rubbed its head against him. Zhou Zhang couldn't help but laugh helplessly as he watched the little dragon continuously whine, nuzzling against him and making adorable sounds. "Oh dear, what are you doing?" Not wanting to keep the little dragon in the cramped space, Zhou Zhang decided to take it outside. He gently placed his hand on its head and said, "From now on, your name will be Xiao Shou." The green dragon joyfully leaped up, letting out an excited cry. Zhou Zhang smiled, his eyes shining with hope for a new future, alongside this special companion. Zhou Zhang sat on a rock, gently gesturing, "Come here, Xiao Shou." The green dragon immediately turned its head, letting out a cry in response. It quickly ran to Zhou Zhang's side. He took out a piece of meat and tossed it high for Xiao Shou to catch. The green dragon nimbly snapped up the meat, then crouched down, obediently chewing away. Zhou Zhang glanced around, thinking to himself, "Fortunately, there's no one outside the city right now. If such a commotion were to be discovered, it would be quite troublesome." He gently stroked Xiao Shou, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. "Since you broke out of your cocoon, humility seems to no longer be your companion." Suddenly, Zhou Zhang's communication device emitted a signal. He quickly answered the call. On the other end, Shen Junhang's worried voice rang out, "Zhou Zhang, I've just received news that a new wave of large beasts has formed." Outside the city, terrifying sounds echoed continuously. The beasts roared. The martial artists around couldn't help but feel anxious. One person murmured, warning of a level 1 large beast. "I have a bad feeling about this." Not long after, Shen Junhang summoned everyone to the conference room in the burial area. He stood before the entire assembly, his voice serious. "I'm sure everyone has heard the news. A new wave of large beasts has gathered. The town to the west has fallen." The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Shen Junhang continued, his voice lowering but filled with weight. "Since this place was established, we have faced countless confrontations with large beasts. But this time..." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire conference room before concluding, "This time will be the greatest challenge that the burial area has ever faced." Shen Junhang spoke sternly, "Due to the number of exotic beasts this time being 5 times greater than before, each one is fiercely charging towards the city." From above, a martial artist urgently reported, "The flying beasts are 50 kilometers away, and the ground beasts are 40 kilometers away." Immediately, the army prepared for battle. They shouted in unison, "For the burial area." The martial artists quickly surged forward, bravely confronting the horde of monsters, all shouting, "Kill!" Time gradually passed. 3 days had gone by amidst the smoke and flames of battle. The martial artists were nearly exhausted, their eyes weary from the lack of restful sleep. At the same time, Zhou Zhang quietly performed a stealth technique, sneaking out of the city. Under the bright moonlight, he extended his hand to summon Xiao Shou. Instantly, the green dragon appeared before him, joyfully letting out a cry. Zhou Zhang spoke softly, his eyes filled with sympathy, "You've been wronged. This is a tough time, it's only now that I can let you out to breathe some fresh air." Once freed, Xiao Shou excitedly dashed away. It suddenly spread its wings and soared into the sky. Zhou Zhang couldn't help but be astonished, murmuring, "So fast, and you've already learned to fly?" Xiao Shou circled in the sky, joyfully calling out. After a while of frolicking, it returned to Zhou Zhang, its eyes shining brightly upon seeing the piece of meat in his hand. Zhou Zhang smiled, holding out the meat. "All right, I know. I'll reward you." However, Xiao Shou acted a bit aloof. It didn't snatch the meat immediately but turned its face away, calling out. Zhou Zhang laughed, his eyes filled with love and helplessness at Xiao Shou's adorableness. Seeing this, Zhou Zheng couldn't help but shake his head and said, "Indeed, a little bear still knows how to be picky." He then took out a red crystal. Upon seeing it, Xiaoshu obediently opened its mouth. In the blink of an eye, the green dragon quickly swallowed the crystal whole. Zhou Zheng sighed and muttered, "Haze, it's all gone." Looking into Xiaoshu's sparkling eyes, he gently asked, "Aren't you full yet?" Taking out 3 green crystals from his bag, Zhou Zheng said, "This is all that's left." However, Xiaoshu showed no interest in eating, turning its face away and calling out. Seeing that his pet only liked to eat luxurious items, Zhou Zheng had no choice but to rummage through his space bag. He thought, if it won't eat low-level star crystals, what about those mutated plants I collected before? They must contain some star crystals. Zhou Zheng mumbled to himself, wondering, "I wonder if this will work?" He reached into his bag and pulled out something he remembered casually stealing from a pile of exotic beasts during a leveling session. Although he wasn't sure of its use, the energy within it was indeed abundant. He offered the strange item to Xiaoshu and asked, "Will you eat this?" Seeing the green dragon quickly gulp it down, Zhou Zheng was taken aback and exclaimed, "Why did you swallow it all in one go?" Suddenly, Xiaoshu's eyes lit up with a strange glow. It began to unleash its power and continuously shrieked, "Oh oh oh." Zhou Zheng panicked and quickly asked, "Xiaoshu, what's wrong with you?" The green dragon could no longer control itself, launching random attacks. After a while, it lay motionless in a hole, panting heavily. Zhou Zheng anxiously called out, "Xiaoshu." The body of the green dragon trembled continuously. Zhou Zheng quickly shouted, "Come back." He had no choice but to put Xiaoshu into the spatial bag to avoid causing further trouble. Landing on the ground, Zhou Zheng silently reassured himself, "The beast confinement board in the system has the ability to restrain, as long as I don't let it out, it should be fine." He sat down beside the pit, holding his head in self-reproach, "It's all my fault, I shouldn't have rushed to feed it that." Suddenly, Zhou Zheng heard a roar from behind. He worriedly realized, the large beast is coming again. A swarm of flying monsters was rushing in. 3 days had passed, and the martial artists continued to battle the ferocious beasts. Everyone couldn't help but feel anxious. The large beast seemed to have no intention of retreating. If this continued, it would not end well. At that moment, Zhou Zheng appeared just in time and successfully controlled the situation. The martial artists cheered joyfully, "God rank show. Thank goodness we have God rank show by our side." Observing from above, Yang Xiangzong remarked softly, as expected of Zhou Zheng, "This level of combat power is not something ordinary martial artists can exhibit." Shen Junhang pondered, no matter how powerful a person is, there are still limits in the end. He looked at the ferocious beasts and couldn't help but worry whether the burial area could withstand this time. Suddenly, a fierce beast resembling a tyrannosaurus appeared in front. Shen Junhang exclaimed in astonishment, "Pteranodon beast." At the same time, 2 more pteranodon beasts emerged. Shen Junhang quickly issued orders, demanding that all martial artists retreat to the city to defend it, no longer needing to hinder this wave of attack. At the same time, the monstrous beasts had invaded the entire city, rampaging through the streets. Zhou Zheng landed on a building to observe the situation. Upon seeing the pteranodon beast charging forward with a murderous gaze, Zhou Zheng felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Could we really be doomed to repeat the mistakes of the last siege? Suddenly, he noticed something strange. "Huh?" The pteranodon beast aggressively slammed its head into the stone wall. The martial artists quickly formed ranks and shouted, "Everyone, get ready! We can't let them destroy the city walls." However, human strength was no match for the terrifying power of the pteranodon beast. It merely had to lift its head to send the martial artists flying, each of them crying out in pain. Soon after, another group of monstrous beasts arrived, their roars shaking the very earth. Shen Junhang swiftly commanded everyone to launch a full-scale attack on the pteranodon beast. "This bunch of small fry, leave it to me." One martial artist, so shocked that he trembled, spoke up, "The burial area looks like a third-world battlefield, with monsters everywhere, both in the sky and on the ground, all ferocious. Is it really true that we can't hold on any longer?" Meanwhile, the civilians were taking shelter inside the tall buildings. A father comforted his children, soothing them, it's okay, everything will pass. He gently continued, this large beast will surely be driven away by the martial artists, just like last time. The determined daughter said, Dad, wait until I grow up, I want to become a martial artist too. The father gently patted his child's head and softly replied, Shaoling will definitely. Suddenly, a pteranodon beast crashed into the building, causing both father and child to jump in shock. It opened its blood-red mouth, devouring the delicious prey in front of it. With no other choice, the father could only hold his two children tightly in his arms. After a moment of silence, he cautiously opened his eyes to assess the situation. The three of them were utterly astonished by the scene before them. A green dragon had clamped down on the pteranodon beast, making it howl in pain. After subduing this monster, the green dragon continued to target its next victim. It boldly confronted the entire pack of beasts without any fear. The green dragon showed no regard for the father and children, it charged straight into the battlefield. Seeing this, Shin Junhang couldn't help but exclaim, where did that giant beast come from? Yang Xiangzong's face darkened, not expecting such a powerful creature to appear. It's over, it's all over. The brown-haired girl cheerfully said, that's. The old man beside her immediately added, that giant beast is helping us fight against the large beast. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the mysterious giant beast immediately bit down hard on the neck of a pteranodon beast in front of it. After dealing with this one, it swiftly lifted another pteranodon beast with its two hands and flew high into the blue sky. Then, it executed some kind of move, striking directly at the back of the pteranodon beast. Shin Junhang broke into a cold sweat, stunned as he asked, what on earth is happening? Lin Wu Tian's mouth hung open in shock as he replied, there's someone on top of the giant beast. Zhou Zhang, remaining calm, issued a command, Xiao Shou, drive all the mutant beasts out of the burial area. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shou immediately raised its head, opened its mouth wide, and let out a deafening roar. It then charged directly toward the large beast, gathering fiery energy in preparation for an attack. Once the energy reached its peak, Xiao Shou unleashed the full force, sending a torrent of flames down upon the large beast, burying all the surrounding monsters in a fiery storm. The man with black hair watched in amazement, his voice filled with excitement, the giant beast is helping us. The long-haired man smiled, marveling, my goodness, could it be sent by an angel? The bald man chuckled in delight and added, we're saved. We've been saved. While the others rejoiced, Xiao Shou continued to use its flames to push back the mutant beasts. As time passed, more and more of the creatures, terrified of becoming roasted under Xiao Shou's fiery onslaught, began to flee in panic, unwilling to waste a single moment. Shin Junhang watched in disbelief, muttering, the large beast is retreating. With the danger seemingly averted, the black-haired soldier thrust his spear into the ground, kneeling as he exhaled in relief, saying, we won. The brown-haired soldier, witnessing the situation, immediately collapsed to the ground, tilting his head back and gazing at the sky, exclaiming, thank goodness, we're safe now. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. His face lit up with joy as he shouted, Zhou Zhang. It's Zhou Zhang, the God Rank Show. The three nearby soldiers heard this and joined in the celebration, shouting in unison, Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang's voice rang out, commanding attention, brothers, now is not the time to let our guard down. While the beast tide retreats, we must strike back. The burial area will forever be ours. His words fueled the soldiers' spirits, and they responded with a unified roar, kill. Shin Junhang stood at the side, witnessing the scene, and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. He murmured, indeed, there's always something mysterious about him that no one can fully understand. As soon as he finished speaking, the citizens around them cheered in unison, Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang. Their cheers further solidified Shin Junhang's belief. With a resolute voice, he proclaimed, Zhou Zhang alone saved the burial area. From today on, this place will forever remember his name. With that, he raised his sword high and issued the command, his voice strong and clear, brothers, let's counterattack. A week later, the city gates had been repaired by the soldiers and citizens working together. Supplies and equipment were fully delivered by the government and military. At that moment, on the rooftop of a building, Zhou Zhang softly asked, "Is everything ready?" Xiang Shirhan responded with a simple, Hearing her words, he immediately commanded, "Xiao Shou, let's go." Upon receiving the order from his master, Xiao Shou flapped his wings and soared straight into the sky. Unaccustomed to this sensation, Xiang Shirhan couldn't help but let out a scream. Meanwhile, as Xiao Shou glided through the sky, Zhou Zhang wore a bright smile, raising one hand high into the air, looking incredibly excited. As if sensing his master's joy, Xiao Shou let out a growl, as if wanting to share in that happiness. Seeing this scene, the brown-haired soldier pointed to the sky and shouted, "It's God Rank Show." The curly-haired soldier chimed in, "That's right, God Rank Show." Zhou Zhang unexpectedly spread his arms wide and joyfully shouted, "Titan City, I'm back." At that moment, in the Zhouji grocery store, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before Su Yunwan. She couldn't help but feel emotional, covering her mouth with both hands as tears streamed down her face. Seeing her, a level 10 warrior named Lan Shi immediately jumped off his vehicle and joyfully ran to her. At the same time, in the burial area, in the high-level conference room, Shen Junhang unexpectedly suggested, "Considering Zhou Zhang's abilities, I propose that he be included in this central selection list." Yang Xiangzong replied seriously, "With Zhou Zhang, the performance of the Asian regional team this time will surely exceed expectations." Time flew by like a dog running in the fields, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lan Shi couldn't hide his surprise as he stepped into a new land. "You," exclaimed in astonishment, "this is indeed burial area, completely on a different level from Titan City." Xiang Shirhan cheerfully replied, "In terms of business, you are far better than I am. It's truly wonderful to have your help this time." Su Yunwan humbly responded, "I'm not that skilled, it's all thanks to the young master's guidance." Seeing this, Xiang Shirhan gently called out, "Yunwan. In this world, where no one can guarantee that they will live to see tomorrow, if you like someone, you must be brave enough to express it." Upon hearing this, Su Yunwan felt flustered and stammered, "Huh? Me?" Her face turned as red as a tomato. Xiang Shirhan chuckled softly and said, "Although I don't want to share my feelings with anyone else, I've heard many good things about you from him." Xiang Shirhan continued, "If it were you, I wouldn't mind at all." Watching the two, Zhou Zhang silently thought, "Why do I suddenly have this ominous premonition?" Not wanting to waste any more time, he quickly left and headed to the conference room at burial area. Inside the room, Shen Junhang spoke up, "I apologize for interrupting your rest." He continued, his voice filled with pride, "You have successfully negotiated to make Titan City a subsidiary city of burial area. This is largely thanks to you, Zhou Zhang." Then, he got straight to the point, "The super team that the central government has chosen for the Asia region this time will consist of the 9 strongest fighters from each area. This selection process is extremely fierce. Shen Junhang emphasized seriously, therefore, this time when we go to the central government, we must win." Before long, everyone had gathered to send Zhou Zhang off on his journey. He placed his hand on Lan Shi's shoulder and advised, "This time it will probably be more than a year. Everyone staying behind must take good care of themselves." Lan Shi replied resolutely, "Young master, don't worry. I, Lan Shi, swear to protect everyone with my life." Hearing this, Zhou Zhang smiled with satisfaction. He turned to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye, "Wait for me to come back." In contrast to Lan Shi's excitement, Su Yunwan, standing behind, could not force a smile. Zhou Zhang said nothing more and quickly stepped inside the machinery. As the train began to depart, Shen Junhang spoke up, "This selection is a great opportunity to meet talented competitors from other regions." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhang slightly raised his head and murmured, "Talents gathering, huh?" He thought to himself, "It's a pity I'm not a talent. No matter what, during the competition, I absolutely cannot fall behind in leveling up." His gaze was resolute as he looked ahead, reminding himself to do his best. A moment later, the announcement from the train conductor rang out, "We have arrived at the central area." As soon as the train stopped, Zhou Zhang and Shen Junhang got off. A bald man approached and introduced himself. Welcome, experts from the burial area. I am Tang Su, responsible for welcoming you to the training base. He took the initiative to lead the way, saying, Everyone, please get on this vehicle. While observing, Tang Su couldn't help but be astonished by Zhou Zhang's rank. He exclaimed, Huh? Somewhat stunned, he murmured, Martial Artist Level 10. Tang Su quickly regained his composure and continued, The training center this time is located in the northern central area, about 30 km away. All martial artists will have to undergo training in practical combat, accumulating points from the start. He softly said, The deadline is 1 year, with a ranking of levels to be held every month to determine the final ranking. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhang immediately asked, Tang brother, is the training center a closed-off facility? He thought to himself, if I'm locked in one place for an entire year, my thief rank will surely drop. Fortunately, Tang Su answered, No, it's not. At the training center, everything is free, as long as you report once a week. At the same time, a group of martial artists noticed the arriving vehicle. One person spoke up, That must be burial area's car, right? Another quietly said to the team leader, I heard Xiao Jianling from burial area has strength comparable to yours. One person in the group, with a calm expression, took a sip of tea and then spoke, I heard that Shinjun Hang and Yang Xiangzong are even more formidable. He smirked, confidently saying, Anyway, the top 10 this time can't compare to the strength of our Hailan city. At that moment, the vehicle reached the training center's headquarters. The members began stepping down one by one. Tang Su spoke up to introduce everyone, this is the headquarters of the training center. He pointed at the large sign at the entrance, this is the ranking board. Rankings will be updated daily, based on each person's strength. Looking at the ranking board, Zhou Zhang silently set a goal for himself, now that I'm here, I must make it onto this ranking board. Just then, the loudspeaker announced clearly, everyone is present. Next, please proceed to the registration area. Martial artists' registration will begin. The martial artists immediately gathered and took turns approaching the registration table. The first was Shinjun Hang, ranked 19. Upon seeing the results, the martial artists exclaimed in astonishment, No wonder he's Shinjun Hang, truly a rank 19. One person quietly remarked, I thought the burial area was just an ordinary residential area, but I didn't expect such a master to be here. Next was Yang Xiangzong, also ranked 19. Once again, everyone gasped in surprise. Wow! Another rank 19. The crowd buzzed with conversation, it seems we can't underestimate the burial area anymore. At this moment, it was Zhou Zhang's turn to step up. As soon as they saw his rank, the martial artists froze, their expressions turning to shock. They couldn't help but exclaim in confusion, Are you kidding? A rank 10 dares to come here? The guide gently reminded Zhou Zhang, this tactical watch will help verify your identity. It has various functions and will automatically transfer everyone's personal data into the common database. Just then, a martial artist shouted, Look! The rankings have just been updated. All eyes turned to the leaderboard. The list appeared in order from top to bottom as follows. Chu Fei 12,671 points. Yi Yihong 12,510 points. Su Chenglin 11,945 points. Hichu 10,772 points. Zhang Ruochang 9,870 points. Looking at the names and scores on the board, the older martial artists couldn't help but sigh, it seems the score difference between first and second place isn't too large, but this Chu Fei is truly too strong. Zhou Zhan was slightly surprised when he looked at the rankings. He muttered, Yang brother is only ranked 17th, and Shin brother is even worse, all the way down at 30th. Yun Dongwei, feeling frustrated, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, I don't even know how this ranking is determined, yet I've been pushed down to 56th place. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang gently said, Just keep laughing to yourself, look at me. Everyone's gaze turned to the rankings, where Zhou Zhang's name appeared at the very bottom with a mere 31 points. Mocking laughter erupted, 31 points? That's really a new low. As people looked at the point gap, no one could hide their disdain and contempt. The second-to-last rank had 2,971 points, leaving many puzzled as to what Zhou Zhan was even doing here. However, Zhou Zhang only thought to himself, just the first three for now. By that time, who knows who will be at the bottom. At that moment, a martial artist spoke up and asked, "What do you think?" Xu Chang replied, his expression somewhat contemplative, "It's a bit beyond my expectations. At the very least, it's not inferior to strong regions like America." He continued, "But Zhou Zhang, being near the bottom of the rankings, is a level 10 martial artist and can still participate in the training." Someone next to him quietly asked, "Do you look down on him too?" Xu Chang shook his head, stroking his chin and said, "Not exactly. I just find this person very interesting." The martial artist beside him reminded, "Chang Zi, remember that any martial artist who can enter the training center is not simple. The unusual occurrences definitely have something strange about them. Zhou Zhang is no exception." After thinking for a moment, Zhou Zhang turned around and decisively said, "Let's go." The martial artist thought to himself, once tomorrow's training session begins, everything will become clear. The next day, everyone had gathered in the waiting hall. Zhou Zhang, with a serious face, patiently waited for the rules to be announced. Xu Chang stepped forward and introduced himself, "I am Xu Chang, your instructor. Over the next year, I will be in charge of your training." His eyes were sharp as he scanned each person, his voice firm, "Where you come from, you may be the favorite. But here, all of that is nonsense." Upon hearing this, many martial artists felt uncomfortable. However, before they could react, Xu Chang raised his voice, "Anyone who is unconvinced can step up and challenge me. If you win, I will immediately request central authority to guarantee that you are in the top 3. He continued, his tone filled with authority, "To make it clear, at the central level, I rank 3rd, martial artist level 23. My immense energy can envelop my entire body." This declaration stunned all the martial artists. Everyone fell silent, their initial arrogance quickly replaced with caution. Seeing this, Xu Chang smirked, "Looks like everyone knows their place. Now, I will start announcing the scoring rules." He continued, his voice clear and serious, "Challenges will take place in a separate fighting arena. Challenges cannot result in death, or else, even if you win, no points will be awarded. The training rules have been displayed on your tactical watches. Points will be awarded based on the following criteria. Rank advancement, points will be awarded based on the level you achieve. Task completion, points will be awarded based on the difficulty of the task you complete. Killing mutant beasts, points will be awarded based on the number and rank of the mutant beasts you kill. Challenging a higher-ranked martial artist, if you win, you will receive 1/1 of the points from your opponent. If you lose, you will lose 1/10 of your own points." Xu Chang swept his gaze over everyone, ending with a challenging look. Xu Chang added, "Every day, we will summarize the scores once. After a year, the official rankings will be determined. Other detailed information will be displayed on everyone's tactical watch." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhan was focused on gathering information. Xu Chang turned his back and said, "As for personal freedom, we have no restrictions. Everyone should be self-disciplined and maintain order." He tilted his head, signaling for the meeting to disperse, while wishing everyone to achieve higher scores. Back in the room, Zhou Zhan continued to closely monitor the situation. He smirked, "I didn't expect there to be so many ways to earn points. I must say, this training method really suits me." Suddenly, Zhou Zhang was taken aback, "Huh? The training area here is not located on the continent." The tactical watch displayed the location of Kyushu Island, reserved for martial artists of level 20 and above. Zhou Zhang widened his eyes in wonder, level 20 and above, just how dangerous is this island? A notification suddenly appeared on the screen, Zhou Fei has arrived at Kyushu Island. Zhou Zhang was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. Following that were a series of notifications. Su Qinglin has arrived at Kyushu Island. Yi Yihong has arrived at Kyushu Island. Shinjun Heng has arrived at Kyushu Island. Yang Xiangzong has arrived at Kyushu Island. Zhou Zhang watched intently, telling himself, Shen brother and Yang brother have also arrived. The competition is really fierce. Zhou Zhang stood up and softly said, "It's rare for everyone to be so enthusiastic, I should take the opportunity to take a look around as well." Zhou Zhang softly said, "Shen brother, be careful on the road." Shen Junhang placed his hand on his shoulder and smiled, replying, "Don't worry, I hope you will create a big surprise during this training session." After that, he boarded the helicopter and left. At this moment, Tang Su approached and quietly asked, "Do you want to request a ride from the central government?" Zhou Zhang immediately responded, "Yes." Tang Su seemed puzzled and asked again, "Student Zhou, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? The nearest training location is only 100 kilometers away." Zhou Zhang firmly said, "No need, for me, the central government is much more appealing." Hearing this, Tang Su had no choice but to accept, saying, "All right, I will help you request a vehicle." Watching Zhou Zhang get into the car and drive away, Tang Su muttered to himself, he must have given up. With his level, no matter how hard he tries, he won't succeed, he might as well go to the central government to have some fun. Zhou Zhang drove the white car down the highway, thinking to himself, with my scores compared to the monsters in front of me, unless I hunt a few giant beasts, otherwise improving my own strength is still the best option. After a while, Zhou Zhang arrived at the martial artists guild. He parked by the roadside and walked in by himself. Sitting there watching the computer screen, Zhou Zhang sighed softly. As expected, the central authority has abundant medication and materials. He recognized the familiar vial, the special drug, and thought to himself, sure enough, it has come all the way here, but it's too expensive. The screen displayed information, special drug, 58 vials, priced at a low-level red crystal per pill. Zhou Zhang had no choice but to grit his teeth and buy them all. He even thought, even poison needs to be supplemented a bit. 10 minutes later, he casually stepped outside and spoke, "I must quickly return before the liberation," throwing Zhou Zhang into the top martial artist group of the server, so for now, I need to work much harder to catch up with them. Zhou Zhang clenched his fists, his gaze filled with determination. He murmured, "But in the end, I can finally start my special training." At the same time, at headquarters, Tang Su was reporting the situation. "Director, Zhou Zhang has just requested to go to the grassland of the river valley." The director asked lightly, "That's probably the area with level 16 beasts, right?" He looked over Zhou Zhang's file, nodding. Zhou Zhang is indeed not simple, really makes others look forward to what comes next. At that moment, Zhou Zhang was leisurely riding his green dragon. He shouted loudly, "Beast, appear!" The green dragon quickly soared into the sky. Zhou Zhang landed in a sleigh position. Before him lay the grassland of the river valley, teeming with monsters. They were level 16 fluorescent wolves, each one drooling at the sight of a delicious morsel right before them. Zhou Zhang calmly consumed a vial of frenzy medicine, then he charged forward, shouting loudly, "Kill!" The next day, Tang Su brought the score report and said, "Director, here is today's score growth rate." After reviewing it briefly, the director was slightly taken aback. He furrowed his brows and said, "Mr. Chu Fei, who ranks first, actually increased by over 3,000 points." When he looked at the name of the person with the highest score increase, he was even more surprised. "Zhou Zhang?" The director muttered softly, "That's right, he's gone to the level 16 River Valley Plains, and a level 10 challenging level 16. He thought to himself, indeed, one cannot just casually send a weak person to determine benefits for themselves. At the same time, Zhou Zhang was leisurely sipping water on top of the pile of fluorescent wolves. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed, and the data was updated. Zhou Zhang, level 12, ranked 138, with a score of 19,780. At the training base, martial artists were buzzing with discussion. Is he even human? In just a few short days, he has leveled up twice, and his rank has risen to 138. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhang didn't care much. He walked leisurely, his gaze calm as if nothing mattered. At the dining hall, Shen Junhang softly remarked, "Zhou Zhang, this time you really opened their eyes." Zhou Zhang, munching away, humbly replied, "Don't talk nonsense, what have I done to open their eyes?" In the bustling cafeteria, a martial artist suddenly slammed the table fiercely, startling everyone around. He shouted loudly, "Zhou Zhang, I challenge you. Do you dare to accept?" Xiao Jianling glanced over and recognized the opponent. It was Zhang Wei from Hurricane City, a peak level 18 martial artist, ranked 197 th. The surrounding martial artists started to discuss. One person nodded and said, "That's right, a level 18 challenging a level 12, isn't that just bullying the weak?" Not wanting the situation to escalate, Xiao Jianling stood up, looked straight at Zhang Wei, and said, "Zhang Wei, if you want to challenge someone, you can aim for me. I don't mind playing with you." Zhang Wei stubbornly retorted, "I'm asking Zhou Zhang, not you." "Zhou Zhang, do you dare?" Zhou Zhang remained calm, gently putting down his bowl. He smirked, his tone full of disdain. "If someone is eager to gift me points, then why wouldn't I dare?" Immediately, his watch displayed a notification, "Zhang Wei, Hurricane City has sent a challenge. Do you want to accept or decline?" Xiao Jianling became worried and softly said, "Zhou Zhang, there's no need to accept this boring duel." However, Zhou Zhang only smiled, reassuring him, "Don't worry." Saying that, he pressed the accept button, his eyes filled with confidence. "I have my own plans." Hearing this, Xiao Jianling sighed and shook his head, haze. He then turned to Zhang Wei, flashing a half smile, "Kid, I've been merciful. You better hope for your own good." Zhang Wei shivered slightly upon hearing that. The next day, the martial artists gathered in full force at the arena. A bespectacled man excitedly shouted, "Now, the first training match between Zhou Zhang from the burial ground and Zhang Wei from Hurricane City. Don't be afraid of me not paying up, I just fear that you won't dare to bet." A martial artist with a bun then placed a red crystal, boldly betting on Zhang Wei. Yun Dongwei confidently placed 3 red crystals, causing everyone to buzz with discussion. "Is this keto crazy?" One person in the crowd shrugged and sneered, "If he has the money, he can do whatever he wants." At that moment, Xiao Jianling pushed Yun Dongwei aside and irritably said, "Now that the bets are placed, hurry up and go, don't hinder my chance to make money." Yun Dongwei then asked, curiosity evident in his voice, "So, Mr. Xiao, how much do you want to bet?" Xiao Jianling simply held up 3 fingers, saying nothing more. Seeing that, Yun Dongwei laughed mockingly, "Showing off like that, it's just 1 crystal more than me." Xiao Jianling confidently replied loudly, "What do you think?" "I bet 3 black crystals." The spiky-haired martial artist nearby whispered to his companion, "Boss, right now the people betting on Zhang Wei have already taken more than half. We won't make a profit." The bespectacled man stroked his chin and said with a faint smile, "Do you understand anything? We need to get more people to bet on Zhang Wei, only then will we profit." The spiky-haired man was slightly surprised. "You mean Zhou Zhang is destined to lose?" The bespectacled man smirked coldly, "I haven't said anything yet. The referee's chair has been prepared." Zhou Zhang confidently steps onto the ring. Zhang Wei, with his weapon in hand, smirks, thinking, "This is my chance to bully the weak." Yun Dongwei shakes his head, thinking to himself, "What's there to fight about? Zhou Zhang just needs to summon that beast, and it will be over in an instant, right?" Xiao Jianling promptly corrects, "That will work. Have you forgotten about Qi Zhiyong?" As Zhou Zhang walks by, the director greets him. Zhou Zhang lightly nods and replies, "Director, you've worked hard." The director thinks to herself, this Zhou Zhang, though only just reached level 12, gives off an unpredictable vibe. She smiles, giving him an encouraging gesture. However, when Zhang Wei walks by, all 3 judges fall silent. He angrily thinks, "Why is no one greeting me?" Once both competitors are on the stage, the director says, "The rules for the challenge, I believe I don't need to elaborate further. The person who is tagged will receive 10% of the points from the loser. Zhou Zhang, 21,241 points. Zhang Wei, 18,940 points." She announces loudly, "Begin the match." Immediately, Zhang Wei points at Zhou Zhang's face and shouts, "Zhou Zhang, I have no personal grudge against you, but one should still be a bit humble. Prepare to fail." Zhou Zhang assumes a defensive stance, his gaze full of confidence. Alright, based on your words, later I might not harm you. Being despised, Jiang Wei clenched his weapon tightly in anger and shouted, You hurt me? Are you still asleep? He charged forward with a powerful strike, but the attack just barely missed. Taking the opportunity, Zhou Zhang quickly counterattacked. Jiang Wei smirked and yelled, looking for death. Watch me chop your arm to pieces. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhang easily deflected his attack with the tip of his knife. Jiang Wei couldn't help but shiver, bewildered, thinking, how is this possible? How could he block it? Sitting below and watching, the director smiled with interest. Huh? This Zhou Zhang is indeed fascinating. On the stage, Zhou Zhang lowered his voice, his gaze sharp as ice. Then I'll start now. With that, he charged forward, launching a flurry of rapid attacks. The blows came so fast that Jiang Wei couldn't react at all. Too fast. Is this level 12? Jiang Wei exclaimed in shock, then shouted, Tell me, is this level 12? Zhou Zhang did not answer, he just surged forth like a whirlwind. His eyes ignited with killing intent. Following that, he swung his sword, creating a powerful arc. In an instant, Jiang Wei was completely overwhelmed, his clothes torn to shreds, leaving him with not a scrap of fabric to cover himself. Zhou Zhang pressed the dagger against his throat and gritted his teeth, asking, Do you want to continue fighting? Below, Chu Fei smiled slightly and exclaimed, Too strong. Finally, Jiang Wei released his beloved weapon. He bowed his head in deep humiliation. Tang Su loudly announced, In the challenge match, Zhou Zhang wins. On the leaderboard, Zhou Zhang's score surged to 23,213. He smiled with satisfaction, walking past the astonished gazes of the martial artists below. When he returned to the headquarters, Zhou Zhang enjoyed a peaceful sleep. He woke up with a long yawn, checked the clock, and headed straight to the dining hall. The atmosphere was quite empty at that moment. Zhou Zhang thought to himself, perhaps everyone has gone to earn points, right? Suddenly, a bespectacled martial artist called out, Zhou Zhang, if you don't mind, come sit over here. Zhou Zhang smiled politely, Hello brother Jia. The bespectacled person reluctantly replied, Hello. But inside he mumbled, I waited here for you for an hour. The bespectacled martial artist continued, Thanks to you yesterday, I managed to earn a considerable amount. Zhou Zhang humbly responded, It's mostly thanks to brother Jia's keen eye. Hearing that, the bespectacled person laughed heartily, Brother Zhou, once this training session ends, I'll treat you to a real match in the central area. The two clinked their glasses joyfully, It's settled then. After the meal, Zhou Zhang escorted the bespectacled martial artist out to the yard. The person named Jia said, Brother Zhou, see you next time. Zhou Zhang waved his hand, smiling back, See you next time. As he watched the helicopter gradually disappear, Zhou Zhang smiled faintly and thought to himself, I should get going too. Without hesitation, he took a deep breath and sprinted quickly into the dense forest. After a while of running, Zhou Zhang stopped in a deserted area. He looked around, ensuring that no one was watching, and then silently thought, this should be far enough. After confirming his safety, Zhou Zhang summoned his beast. A colossal green dragon appeared, letting out a thunderous roar. Zhou Zhang quickly jumped onto the dragon's back, looking quite pleased with his transportation. He gently stroked the beast's neck and laughed, saying, This is not much slower than a helicopter, is it? Pointing toward the horizon, Zhou Zhang shouted out his command, Beast, today we are heading to the desertification place. The green dragon responded with a powerful roar, flapping its enormous wings, and soared straight into the sky. At the headquarters, a martial artist rushed in to report, Captain, today Zhou Zhang did not request a vehicle from the training center. Zhang Ruocheng frowned, astonished as he asked, Are you sure? The martial artist nodded, confirming, the intelligence was provided by the staff, it is absolutely correct. Zhang Ruocheng pondered for a moment before lowering his voice to give the order, notify all teams in that area. As soon as there's news about Zhou Zhang, report to me immediately. He turned, his gaze sharp, I don't believe it. Outside this area, anywhere else would be a death zone for him. Standing next to him, Zhang Wei looked worried and asked, "Captain, why do we have to eliminate Zhou Zhang?" Zhang Ruochang glanced at Zhang Wei, casually replying, "Ah Wei, how strong do you think Zhou Zhang really is?" Zhang Wei took a deep breath, recalling the fight with Zhou Zhang, his voice turning somber, very strong. His mysterious movements and attack waves felt overwhelming, even made me feel despair. Zhang Ruochang looked up at the sky, his tone thoughtful. Any tree before it grows into a large tree must go through a stage of being a young sapling. He paused for a moment and continued, his gaze sharp, and if we want to grow from a sapling into a big tree, the first step is to eliminate him. At the same time, Zhou Zhang had set foot in the desertification place. He checked the information on his watch, thinking, if this area continues forward, it seems to be the territory of a level 19 snake and dragon. The poison of the snake and dragon. It is said to be a premium ingredient for making poison. Standing amidst the wilderness, Zhou Zhang began to scan the situation around him. Suddenly, his eyes stopped when he discovered a group of people facing off against a massive snake and dragon. Looking closer, Zhou Zhang realized that it was the group from the Business Alliance, a major force in the central region. In front, the snake and dragon opened its mouth and roared, its screech reverberating through the air like a shockwave. Its gigantic body exuded a menacing aura that made everyone around tense up. A martial artist in the group hurriedly pushed a teammate aside and shouted, "Get back!" The Business Alliance immediately coordinated, quickly throwing nets in an attempt to subdue the snake and dragon. However, the situation was not going smoothly. A loud scream rang out when the captain and San Zi from the group were simultaneously poisoned. "Captain! San Zi!" Everyone panicked. A stunned martial artist asked, "What now?" "If we go back to the center for treatment, we definitely won't make it in time." The captain tried to remain calm, his voice hoarse. "San Zi, use star power to suppress the poison right now. Otherwise, you're definitely going to die." San Zi's face was pale as he struggled for breath, shaking his head. "Captain, I can't do it." Watching from a distance, Zhou Zhang frowned. He thought to himself, the Business Alliance is a significant force in the central region. Getting to know them can certainly do no harm. Thinking for a moment, he immediately made a decision. Zhou Zhang took a vial of medicine from his pocket and thought, moreover, being able to save 2 people will definitely improve my mood. Upon seeing the arrival of the stranger, the Business Alliance immediately activated their defense protocols. The captain shouted loudly, "Who are you?" Zhou Zhang then presented a pink-red vial of medicine and spoke softly, "I have a way to detoxify everyone." Without much hesitation, Zhou Zhang administered the antidote to the 2 injured people. The martial artists anxiously exclaimed, "Hey, what are you giving the captain?" Zhou Zhang calmly continued to feed the medicine to the captain. Suddenly, a martial artist widened his eyes in astonishment and quickly yelled, "Everyone, look! San Zi's poison is gone." After the detoxification, the captain joyfully said, "Brother, thank you for your help." Zhou Zhang gently replied, "It's nothing, really." That night, Zhou Zhang stayed at the camp with the Business Alliance. San Zi loudly proclaimed, "Brother Zhou, my life was saved by you, so if there's anything you need, just let me know." Hearing this, Zhou Zhang humbly responded, "San Zi, you're overstating it. I was just passing by here to hunt, and I couldn't just stand by and watch when something like this happened." At that moment, the captain softly spoke, "Brother Zhou, this place is not suited for your level. Isn't it too dangerous?" Zhou Zhang opened his information watch, revealing the badge of the training center, causing everyone to be astonished that he was a trainee attending assessments in the Asia region. The captain let out a sigh and thought to himself, "I was short-sighted. It seems that Brother Zhou certainly has the skills to hunt here." San Zi laughed heartily, I knew Brother Zhou was not simple." The next morning, the captain reluctantly asked, "Brother Zhou, are you sure you don't want to join us? Hunting the poison of snake and dragon together would definitely be beneficial." Zhou Zhang politely declined, "No, my fighting style is different from everyone else's, it's better to hunt on my own." Watching his figure leave, San Zi couldn't help but be amazed. "I never expected Brother Zhou, at level 12, would be able to hunt in this area." The captain thought that some talents could not be compared based solely on levels. Immediately, Zhou Zhang moved to the area with the snake and dragon. It roared ferociously, howling. Zhou Zhang shouted, "Beast, go!" The green dragon quickly charged in and successfully subdued the snake and dragon, causing it to cry out in pain. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Sitting next to the carcass of the snake and dragon he had just defeated, Zhou Zhang smiled in satisfaction. "I have collected a few vials of snake and dragon venom, I should head back now." He stood up and softly said, "Beast, let's go." A moment later, Zhou Zhang arrived at the trading area of the Martial Artist Guild. It was extremely bustling. Zhou Zhang saw a young man holding a sign to buy snake and dragon blood at a high price. He quietly stepped forward. Zhou Zhang softly said, "Find a place where there are no people talking." Hearing this, the young man took Zhou Zhang to an alley. He spoke, thinking he also knew market prices. "I can make a little money too. The current market price is 2 high-level 16 red crystals, I can pay 2 high-level red crystals." The young man added, "Even so, it's safer than selling it directly on the regular market, at least the fees won't just be this much." Zhou Zhang gently replied, "The price is fine, but I wonder if you can handle the goods I have." The young man immediately said, "Whatever you have, I will buy it all." Zhou Zhang took out a vial of snake and dragon blood and said, "Just this amount." Seeing the large quantity, the young man's eyes widened in shock. After the transaction was successful, he waved as he left, "Pleasant cooperation, remember to look for me next time you have goods." Next, Zhou Zhang continued to find others. "I have goods, give your price." He softly asked, "How much can you buy? Give me a price." As soon as he received the information, a man clenched his fist in frustration. "I want to know what this is all about." The headquarters of the Business Alliance angrily shouted, "Just earlier, a large amount of snake and dragon poison flooded into the market." He immediately ordered, Tian, send someone to investigate who exactly has shipped the goods?" The subordinate quickly replied, "Yes." The headquarters gritted their teeth and added, "And also, buy back the poison for me, then raise the price." The price of snake and dragon blood continuously changed from 2 red crystals to 4 red crystals. Just one day later, everyone could not help but be astonished. Oh no! The selling price of snake and dragon blood had dropped to 3 red crystals. The Business Alliance was extremely shocked. Or have those people who buy red crystals gone, hanging around with 4 high-grade red crystals that nobody wants to buy? After that, the selling price of snake and dragon blood continued to plummet. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Zhang quickly operated the screen and confirmed that the order had been successfully placed. He let out a sigh. "Phew, I'm sorry, it's not that I want to deceive everyone, it's just that you all are too greedy, wanting to dive into this muddy pit and drown for sure." Zhou Zhang lightly smirked. "However, that business alliance is indeed powerful, acting quickly and accurately." Having finished his task, Zhou Zhang went outside and murmured, "Disrupting the market, and they can even hit the timing just right, cannot escape." He stretched and told himself, no matter what, giving them the money to arrange things here is considered a profit. Meanwhile, another real estate employee happily exclaimed, "Brother Zhou, You mean?" She looked at him with sparkling eyes and asked, "Does he want to buy the entire villa complex next to the beach?" Zhou Zhang immediately responded, "That's right." At the central capital airport, Xiang Shihan, Su Yunwen, and Lan Shi had arrived. They joyfully greeted each other. Zhou Zhang was then holding on to 2 sisters, one of whom grinned and teased, "Brother Zhou, has it only been a short time and you're already feeling uncomfortable?" Zhou Zhang replied with a punch to the other person and said, "Brother Zhang, everyone has had a hard journey." The martial artist with spiky hair lightly asked, "Brother Zhou, calling us to the central capital secretly like this, is there something you need to say?" Looking at the fancy building in front of them, everyone was wide-eyed in surprise. "You are giving each of us a villa to settle in the central capital?" Zhou Zhang gently said, "Of course, this is just the first step." After hearing Zhou Zhang's plans, everyone was a bit stunned. "Opening a company?" Zhou Zhang quietly said, "That's right, to stand firm in the central capital, we must have our own base. I have also purchased this building." Hearing that, everyone was stunned to the core. The captain of team number 7 raised the question, "Fifth brother, buying a building like this in the central capital must cost a lot, right? Zhou Zhang looked at the building and replied, 5 high-grade red crystals, but I believe it will be worth it. He then stated, from today onwards, its name is Starlight Building. Time flew by, and in just a few days, Zhou Zhang's rank had dropped to 255. He had been busy with many tasks recently, so he couldn't go earn points. Zhou Zhang let out a sigh, these idiots, it's only been a few days and I've already been pulled down so much by them. A martial artist spoke up, Brother Zhou, don't worry, just focus on your training, the Starlight Brigade has us. The captain of Team 7 also nodded, that's right, your matters are more important. Hearing that, Zhou Zhang stood up, turned away, and confidently said, alright then, I'll leave the Starlight Brigade in your hands, I'm off. Watching Zhou Zhang ride off on his beast, Lan Shi looked on in admiration, young Master Slay is incredible, when will I be able to be like him? A martial artist quietly advised, then hurry up and train, level up. The next day, Zhou Zhang continued battling beasts to earn points. He faced off directly against the aggressive serpents. Seeing Zhou Zhang's rank rise quickly, the director softly remarked, indeed, I believe Zhou Zhang's strength is definitely within the top 50. In just half a month, the aggressive serpents swam in the water, mouths open, ready to devour their prey. Zhou Zhang happily shouted, finally reached level 13. Zhou Zhang thought to himself, maybe I can take a little break. He took advantage of the time to cook. Lying in the shade, he secretly praised, the system backpack is indeed a travel treasure. Suddenly, Zhou Zhang opened his eyes and exclaimed, huh? He noticed an unusual movement, someone was coming. At the same time, a group of people was setting up camp in the area next to him. They sat around the fire, and a martial artist glanced around, sniffing the air, what's that smell? So fragrant. He looked over at Zhou Zhang, who was leisurely perched on a tree branch. Another martial artist asked in amazement, Captain, what's going on? Why does this kid dare to come here alone? And he looks so carefree too? The captain replied, wait until the mouse returns, we will know then. Soon after, a green-haired martial artist rushed over to report, Captain, I've got the scoop, there's only him nearby. Moreover, this kid seems to be only level 13. Hearing this, the captain gripped the rice ball in his hand tightly, level 13? Is he exaggerating? Enjoying hot pot and napping, it's like a vacation here? He glared and told the mouse to take a few brothers over there to teach him a lesson, to show him what it means for a big fish to eat a small fish. While resting during the afternoon, Zhou Zhang suddenly heard some noise. A group of unfamiliar men, rugged and armed, grinned maliciously, hee. Zhou Zhang sternly asked, what do you want to do? The black-haired man immediately drew his sword and shouted loudly, ha, what do we want to do? We want you to understand the cruelty of this world. They all charged towards Zhou Zhang, simultaneously shouting, die. The strong man with a bun violently smashed the long chair Zhou Zhang was sitting on, but to his surprise, Zhou Zhang had already stepped back and smirked disdainfully, no matter where you go, you can always meet a bunch of brainless fools. If you're not bored, then I'm already bored. Seeing this, the group couldn't help but be astonished. In just a blink of an eye, 3 of them were lying motionless on the ground. Witnessing the scene, team leader Bang was taken aback and shouted, how could this happen? He grabbed the collar of his subordinate and loudly questioned, didn't you say that person was only level 13? Zhu Ti, how did they die? At that moment, Zhou Zhang stepped forward and lightly asked, just because I am level 13, does that mean I can't kill someone? A level 13 martial artist dares to come to this forest alone, isn't that unexpected? He continued, on the contrary, you all didn't think about why I dared to come here alone, and instead were foolish enough to actively provoke me. Even the villains in novels wouldn't dare to kill someone as foolish as you. Just then, above Zhou Zhang's head, a beast was soaring with outstretched wings, the powerful green dragon roaring loudly. The impact from it was enough to throw the group into a state of panic. The strength of the beast caused the very earth to shake violently, trees falling down. In the blink of an eye, the beast had wiped out the group of people. Zhou Zhang leisurely picked up their items, and some money entered his account. He glanced at the leaderboard and murmured to himself, the point gap has increased greatly, looks like I need to work harder. At the same time, a group of martial artists was earning points in the swamp. One person spoke up, with the team leader helping me today, even a level 20 long-nosed pig is nothing. The martial artist behind subtly reminded, kid, don't let your guard down because of that. Suddenly they noticed unusual activity, and another team was here. Zhang Ruochang immediately rushed forward, saying, let's see what it is. At that moment, Zhou Zhan was busy fighting with a wild boar. He realized in shock, someone is coming. From the bushes, Zhang Wei was astonished to see the person who had once humiliated him. It's him. Zhou Zhang and Zhang Wei quickly drew their weapons, not expecting to find him here after searching for so long. Zhang Wei asked the team leader, do we need to take action? Zhang Ruochang quietly replied, not yet, let's watch first. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhang was engaged in combat with the monster boar, thinking to himself, those people seem to not plan on coming here. He continued to focus on the battle, determined to deal with this long-nosed pig first. He quickly dodged each attack from the monster, and then Zhou Zhang waited for the perfect moment, right in front of it. Zhang Ruochang felt a slight fear, the way he dodges at such a close distance, he has mastered it to such an extent. He gritted his teeth, but even if he can dodge, so what? With his level, breaking through level 20 would not be easy. At that moment, Zhou Zhang skillfully launched an attack towards the wild boar. Zhang Ruochang's eyes widened in amazement, he broke through, how did he do that? He thought to himself, impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhou Zhan leaped high in response to the monster's fury, then struck a powerful blow to the head of the wild boar. Seeing this, Zhang Ruochang thought, not good, this kid's potential is too frightening, he must be killed before he fully matures. Zhang Ruochang believed, only by killing him can he maintain his position in the top 5. He clenched his hands in frustration. At that moment, Zhou Zhang sensed the aggressive energy, not good, they want to make a move. He quickly leapt away, retreat. Zhang Ruochang immediately chased after him with a murderous gaze, want to run? Can you escape? Facing the attack from Zhang Xiechang, Zhou Zhang felt a bit stunned. So fast, I can't dodge in time. Suddenly he realized, that's right, there was this skill. Zhang Diqing threw a powerful punch straight at him, shouting loudly, die. Zhou Zhang forcefully raised his hand to block the attack, his eyes revealing a clear sense of worry, a powerful ray aimed straight at Zhou Zhang. After checking the situation, Zhang Ruochang was somewhat surprised, there was no trace of blood. That blow earlier could have definitely penetrated him. At that moment, Zhou Zhang stood firm in a defensive stance and spoke, it seems you're not as strong as I imagined. He thought to himself, had he truly been hit just now, Zhou Zhang would have activated his damage transfer skill, level 125, which allowed him to transfer all damage for 3 seconds. The cooldown was 2 hours. Zhang Ruochang appeared not to believe his eyes, how is that possible? I clearly. Zhou Zhang softly replied, thank you for escorting me a short distance. Then, he immediately turned around and ran quickly, not forgetting to say a farewell. Zhang Ruochang angrily shouted, bastard. After chasing for a while, he was astonished, wondering, why is there not a single trace left? How can he run so fast? Zhang Ruochang opened his mouth to call, Zhou Zhang. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhan was using a stealth technique and hiding behind a large tree. Zhang Ruochang loudly threatened, Zhou Zhang, this time I let you run, but next time you will definitely not be so fortunate. After not finding any traces, Zhang Ruochang turned and ordered his gang, go. Zhou Zhan let out a sigh of relief, finally gone, my ears are about to be deafened by him. He muttered to himself, Zhang Ruochang, if you do one thing, don't blame me for doing 15. At that moment, Zhou Zhang's phone suddenly rang. After answering, his expression turned slightly stunned. At the same time, Lanqi painfully collapsed to the ground, only able to cry out, woo. A martial artist anxiously rushed over and called out, Lanqi. The opponent immediately brought the sword close to his neck and shouted threateningly, don't move recklessly. He fiercely stomped on Lanqi, not of high level but with a fierce temper. A martial artist quietly said, hey, if we only wanted to take your turf, we could have talked it out nicely, we would leave. The opponent merely clicked his tongue, then grabbed Lan Shi's head tightly, while stating, "No, no, no, you guys are not at fault. The fault lies in the fact that your armor is just too good." He arrogantly declared, "Have you heard that Bright Wing Company ranks 13th in the capital? If you know what's good for you, hand over your weapons and armor to us, and I can let you survive and return." The martial artist softly responded, "You guys aren't children, stop with the deceptive words trying to lure us. Even if you are backed by Bright Wing Company, I fear you'll regret it in due time." Upon hearing this, the opponent shouted loudly, "Am I being courteous to you by speaking decently?" Suddenly, a thick cloud of dust and smoke rolled in. In the blink of an eye, everything around was engulfed in haze, and no one could see anything. Zhou Zhang appeared just in time, and the members rejoiced, shouting, "Leader, leader, you finally arrived." Hearing this, the man showed a curious expression, "Leader?" Then he burst out laughing in a very derisive tone, "Huh?" He stepped in front of Zhou Zhang and loudly mocked, 13th level leader. "Ha, came here to hand out money, huh?" At that moment, a man jumped down from above and shouted loudly, "I hate the type who pretends to be what they're not." Zhou Zhang immediately dodged the attack, leaving them in a state of confusion. The leader exclaimed in astonishment, "What's this? Am I seeing things?" At this time, two martial artists simultaneously rushed towards Zhou Zhang, yelling, "Want to die? Trickster, cut him down!" Zhou Zhang remained composed, smirking and insulting, "You fools, only one word from you can hurt, so here we go." Outside the skyscraper, a deafening scream rang out from Bright Wing. Inside a tightly shut room, the owner of the scream seemed still unable to quell his anger. Saying that, the man slammed his hand down on the table. He stood before a screen where images of three men were tangled together. "Can anyone tell me?" This man was none other than the CEO of Bright Wing Company, Chen Yunnan. Chen Yunnan paused for a moment. Chen Yunnan's face darkened, and his gaze became colder. Each word reverberated in his mind like thunder. What on earth is going on? The bespectacled employee next to him, seeing Chen Yunnan's expression, immediately panicked and hurried to explain, "The CEO, it must be Pan Shanghua who initiated the conflict, but for some reason, he ended up captured by this team. They are even demanding us to pay 47 low-grade black crystals for his release." The white-haired man sitting next to Chen Yunnan, who had been silent until now, slowly stood up. He looked at the screen and softly spoke, "A team of 10 actually dares to shout at Bright Wing?" Then he turned to Chen Yunnan, his voice icy, "As the minister of Bright Wing, Zhao Chongguang, I will lead people to eliminate them." The employee panicked, waving his hands frantically, "Director Zhao, Director Pan is still in their hands. They said that if we dare to act, they will kill the hostage." Zhao Chongguang exploded in anger, immediately dismissing his words, "Borrow a few of his guts and see if he dares." Chen Yunnan remained motionless in his chair, his gaze unchanged. In the sudden silence, he finally spoke, "Have you confirmed the origins of the opponents?" The employee quickly replied, "We have sent people, news will come soon." Before he could finish speaking, Chen Yunnan's phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. He turned around and stepped out of the meeting, his expression tense, answering the call with a worried tone, "Hello?" Unclear about what monumental news he had heard, all Chen Yunnan could perceive from the shadowy figure was a question, "What?" Chen Yunnan's hand fell limply, his face devoid of any expression, as the phone screen continued to illuminate. His complexion was becoming increasingly unsightly, and he lacked the courage to look Chen Yunnan in the eye. He timidly said, "CEO, I think this matter is a bit difficult to handle." The scene shifted to Zhou Zhang, as someone from their group asked him, "Captain, do you think they will agree? After all, that's the third ranking force in the central capital, how could they tolerate us causing them trouble?" Zhou Zhang smiled, confidently affirming, "Don't worry, they will agree. Even if they want to send someone to deal with us, I wouldn't mind letting them come back empty-handed." Although Pan Shanghua had been humiliated, sitting in a corner, he still wouldn't back down. He spoke up, "You won't be happy for much longer. Seeking your own death, you can't blame others." That arrogance was quickly extinguished by a foot that landed squarely on his face, distorting his features. Despite Pan Shanghua being shocked and wide-eyed, Zhanhu, with a fierce expression, walked over to him and said, "I figured you out, the only thing strong about you is your mouth." At that moment, the watch on Zhou Zhang's wrist suddenly chimed, and a voice said, "Brother Zhou, Zhao Chongguang from Bright Wing has left with the shipment, it's just him alone." A satisfied look appeared on Zhou Zhang's face as he casually replied, "San Zi, thank you." In response, Mr. Zhang on the other end replied, "Brother Zhou, there's no need to be polite, as long as you say the word, I'm willing to help you with anything." As Zhou Zhang had not yet finished the conversation, he turned his eyes towards the edge of the forest. A white car was speeding towards him, waiting for the training to end. All surviving trainees will automatically receive the identity of a representative of the central capital. No matter how big Bright Wing is, they are not qualified to go against the representatives. If they know their place, that would be good. At a high speed, the car suddenly accelerated, causing its tires to skid and smoke. The long car made a complete turn and parked neatly to the side. A silver-haired man stepped out, carrying a white sack over his shoulder. Upon seeing Zhou Zhang, his expression showed some surprise. Zhou Zhang surprisingly regarded it as a greeting, smiling broadly in response. "Director Zhao, up ahead is Zhou Zhang." He raised his hand to his chest, appearing friendly, but his words were sharply pointed. "I didn't expect Director Zhao to come personally, did you bring enough? If even one is missing, we won't release anyone." Behind him, Mr. Hu was angrily kicking Pan Shenghua in the face. Zhao Chongguang surprisingly responded cheerfully, "Huh, you really have guts. Just with you guys, I can handle it all by myself." Zhou Zhang raised a finger and shook it a few times. Despite appearing to smile, there was a deep calculation in his eyes. "You cannot." Zhao Chongguang surprisingly showed no anger at all. Instead, he cheerfully praised him, "You truly are reckless." He let the hand holding the burlap sack drop and continued, "If it weren't for the fact that your burial ground has no people, just based on your level 13, you would be worthy of being in the training center, worthy of becoming a reserve council member of the central capital." Zhou Zhang waved his hand and chuckled, "Whether I am worthy or not is up to you to say." Zhao Chongguang's expression became serious again as he slowly raised the bag he was holding. Stop with the words. Do you want to take the crystal? Do you dare to pass this trial of mine first?" Zhou Zhang replied without hesitation. Seeing him agree without a trace of doubt, Zhao Chongguang was immediately taken aback and exclaimed, "You truly are not afraid of death." Having said that, he bared his teeth and threatened, "If you die, don't blame me." Zhao Chongguang swung the bag behind him and confidently advanced straight towards Zhou Zhang. He looked at him with a cunning smile, preparing to deal with him. "No need for armor or weapons, you can strike first." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhang took out a weapon from his person and spun it a few times in the air with his fingers. "Director Zhao, don't blame me for not warning you if I strike first." And then he paused, gripping that weapon tightly in his hand. He looked at him haughtily and continued, "I fear you won't have the chance to strike back." Zhao Chongguang on this side had not yet panicked, while Pan Shenghua behind him quickly expressed concern for him. "Minister, what he says is true, if not, there may really be no chance to act." Zhao Chongguang angrily turned around and shouted at him, "Shut up, and wait until I deal with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly returned with a nonchalant attitude, telling Zhou Zhang, "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Zhou Zhang smiled and said, "Okay," in a flash. Zhou Zhang dashed towards Zhao Chongguang, his face brimming with confidence. Zhao Chongguang frowned and yelled, his hand raised at the same time. Zhou Zhang smoothly zipped past Zhao Chongguang, the man's hand stiff in midair, his whole body frozen in shock. Pan Shenghua helplessly sighed, "It's over, it's this trick again." In the dark space, Zhao Chongguang's voice echoed, "Ha!" Under the sunlight, his eyes slowly opened. Zhou Zhang sat beside him, grinning widely, pretending to be concerned as he asked, "Are you awake?" As soon as he saw Zhou Zhang's face, Zhao Chongguang immediately jolted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He panicked and jumped up. Pan Shenghua, seeing this, anxiously called out, "Minister!" Zhao Chongguang suddenly grabbed the bag beside him and threw it fiercely at Zhou Zhang. "Take it." But he was still quick-handed enough to catch it. Zhao Chongguang quickly returned, his expression as cold as ever. After a crushing defeat, he brought along Pan Shenghua, who was still bound, while behind him were the gloating and somewhat teasing words of Zhou Zhang, "Mr. Zhao, take your time, you're welcome to come again next time." Once back, a noisy commotion erupted in an apartment. Have you heard? Inside, a group of people was continuously chattering excitedly. Bright Wing was caught off guard by a starlight. One person chimed in, "I heard." It seems Zhao Chongguang stepping in didn't help at all. The two of them continued to talk animatedly. Apparently, that Starlight team was founded by a guy named Zhou Zhang. I heard he's also a member of the camp. If you hadn't heard of Zhang Zhou, he's the real deal. In their conversation, Zhou Zhang stood proudly in front of them, even adding to the excitement of the tale. Looks like in the future, if we encounter Starlight, we need to be a bit more honest. As his words concluded, in a dark corner unseen by anyone, Zhou Zhang secretly wore a mischievous smile. Soon after, he returned to his familiar room. Zhou Zhang sat in the middle of the dark room, the only source of light coming from the computer in front of him. "President Liu, it's not that I can't help you, but the data from the 22ND session, except for a few crazy top-notchers in the training center, probably no one can hunt them down." On the other side, President Liu was also sitting in front of the computer screen. She replied, "I understand, but I still believe in the abilities of War God Zhou." Looking at the screen, she smiled and continued, "If you can truly help us obtain the materials for Course 22, then your future equipment will surely be superior in quality." Zhou Zhang opened his mouth slightly and replied, "Right now, in the Central Capital's Fighting Guild, the materials for Course 22 all start at the price of a rainbow crystal." He leaned back, stretched, and cheerfully said, "You don't have to tell me, I already know the value of this. I will try my best to see what I can do." Zhou Zhang reclined, crossing his hands behind his head, looking up at the ceiling, and continued, "As for Course 22, currently, only Kyushu Island has any exciting developments, but it seems like the freaks there have become quite numerous." Just as he mentioned that, Zhou Zhang's eyes suddenly widened as if he had just thought of something. "That's right, with beasts here, isn't it difficult to explore?" In the blink of an eye, Zhou Zhang triumphantly rode a beast soaring through the vast sky. Sitting atop the beast, he joyfully encouraged it, saying loudly, "Beast, let's fly far, to places with fewer people." Gazing into the distance, the focus of his sight was now on a snowy mountain. Seeing that, Zhou Zhang directed the beast straight toward the peak. It landed powerfully, immediately kicking up a cloud of dust that filled the sky. Zhou Zhang also set foot on the ground for the first time. While adjusting himself, he grumbled irritably, "That bastard told it to fly far, and it really flew far like this for me. In this snow, not even a deserted village can be seen." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Zhang heard a commotion behind him. He turned his head and saw the beast leaping with a ground-shaking thud. Seeing that it had another frozen monster in its hands, he broke out in a cold sweat and said, "No wonder it brought me here, it usually comes here to hunt for food, huh?" Having obtained its prey, it began to gnaw on it while glancing at Zhou Zhang, who was currently observing the surroundings. "I wonder what level of beast this is. Surely it has a crystal inside its head, right?" Then, Zhou Zhang struck a spark, tiredly sighing. He immediately produced a piece of rainbow crystal. "Rainbow crystal, seems like I found the right place." Suddenly remembering the beast behind him, he quickly turned around to stop it. "Hold on, don't eat it yet, quickly take me to find the place where you usually hunt." Listening to that, the beast obediently spread its wings and soared, carrying Zhou Zhang high into the sky. Sitting on the beast's back, every word he uttered was accompanied by a breath of cold air. "Are you sure this is it? Below, there's nothing but snow." Then the beast seemed to encounter something, and it suddenly roared. Immediately interrupting Zhou Zhang's train of thought, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. In front of them at that moment was a swirling snowstorm so intense that Zhou Zhang couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh!" Beast, without hesitation, pointed him straight into the snowstorm. Under the pressure of the storm, Zhou Zhang clutched the head of it tightly with his hands. Every muscle in his face seemed to be bracing against it. However, the effectiveness was minimal. He lost his balance and was blown off Beast's back. Zhou Zhang was hurled away to an unknown location, struggling to stand up straight. Before him now lay a tranquil expanse, in stark contrast to the storm that had just passed. Next to a lake, he discovered two green creatures drinking water, beside which a panel displaying information labeled green-scaled beast appeared. Zhou Zhang stood aside, silently observing and grimacing. I can't see a level, definitely an existence far beyond. The scene shifted again. Zhou Zhang was once more sitting on Beast's back. It crouched down, and he panicked no less than before. What do you want to do? It seemed to have detected another beast and charged in to attack, completely forgetting that Zhou Zhang was sitting behind it. He shouted loudly, I told you to lead me, not to follow me into a fight. Beast opened its mouth and roared, immediately releasing a ring of fire surrounding them. On the other side, the monster was not to be underestimated either, launching a ball of power. The two streams of energy collided, immediately shaking the entire sky. Faced with such a horrific scene, Zhou Zhang couldn't help but curse, shit. He was both worried and had to observe the situation. It seemed that humans in perilous situations could easily stimulate their potential. I've leveled up. Zhou Zhang was both angry and scared, gripping the beast's head tightly to the point where its features were distorted. Can't fight, if it continues any longer, I'm done for. A tactical retreat. Fortunately, this time it obeyed him, taking off into the sky to flee. Yes. Leaving the furious monster below, watching them leave. After a tough struggle, the two finally managed to rest by a lake. Today I've opened my eyes, witnessing the high-level world of your beasts. Then the beast suddenly moved, its jaws clicking together. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang hastily asked, Beast, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Right after, it regurgitated an indeterminate green object. He bent down to observe the strange thing and said, Isn't this a scale from the dragon that just soloed with you? Zhou Zhang's eyes suddenly brightened, and he smiled with satisfaction. It's so big, a scale this size should be enough material for me, right? The beast in the sky was diving straight down at an incredibly fast speed, attacking the grotesque blue monster on the ground. The beast bit fiercely into the enemy's neck, then struck the back of the blue creature's head. The beast had knocked it out. At this moment, the beast had brought down the enemy while Zhou Zhang charged in and shouted, Beast, the rest is up to you. A week later, the beast was carrying Zhou Zhang on its back. The beast was flying over the mountains with strong winds blowing against them. Zhou Zhang was tying up a bag, pulling it tight, and smiling as he said, We've collected so many materials, it should be enough to make some armor and weapons. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise. He looked down and said, Oh, is there another beast to hunt? Below was a red-eyed tiger, its body covered in spikes, racing forward. As it ran, it growled, and suddenly a dagger was drawn out. It turned out the one wielding it was level 24 Norwich. He said sternly, I'm going ahead to check the area. The level of mutated beasts there is not suitable for you, you two should head back. The two behind could only listen in silence. The one standing behind, noticing Norwich had left, finally spoke up, No wonder he's the war god of our Dijing team. The other beside him nodded in agreement. He rubbed his chin and said, If Norwich can break through to level 25 this time, he could become the strongest martial artist in our country. Under the snowstorm, Norwich struggled alone against the cold, trying to move forward. Suddenly, a loud, terrifying roar sounded. As Norwich walked, he suddenly froze in shock, the snowstorm continuing to rage on. Sensing a change in the situation, Norwich hurriedly hid behind a rock to observe. Holding his weapon, he saw in front of him a beast engaged in a fight with an enemy, and fear washed over him, making his face pale. He thought to himself, Where did this huge beast come from? I've never seen one in this area before. Suddenly, the beast raised its head and roared. Norwich realized he had been discovered and thought, This is not good. Then, he drew his weapon, but it seemed the beast had overlooked him. The beast flew straight up into the sky, and Norwich sighed in relief. After noticing the beast had left, Norwich slowly approached the spot where the creature had been defeated. As he walked, he said, Great, with so many, I can harvest plenty. Just as Norwich was planning to bring the monster's corpse back, someone suddenly approached. Zhou Zhang was leaning against a nearby rock, arms crossed, and said, Brother, that is my prey. Norwich jumped and turned to see Zhou Zhang, and he thought to himself, The guy is only level 14. Norwich was filled with arrogance. He thought, No matter who he is, I'll cut him down first and then talk. Then he charged forward to attack Zhou Zhang. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang felt incredibly helpless and cradled his face, saying, "I knew it would be like this, beast, come." Suddenly, the beast appeared out of nowhere, flying down to land in front of Norwich and letting out a roar. Norwich, having seen the beast, trembled in fear and shouted, "Why have you come back?" He then turned to run away. Seeing Norwich terrified and trying to escape, Zhou Zhang grabbed his weapon and chased after him, shouting, "You still want to run?" Norwich couldn't believe that Zhou Zhang jumped over and flipped in the air from behind to the front. Norwich looked up and saw Zhou Zhang right above him, descending with his weapon, and he couldn't escape. Norwich hurriedly raised his hands and weapon to defend against Zhou Zhang's attack. At that moment, he thought, "Is this person crazy? What effect could such an attack have? What does he want to do?" In contrast, Zhou Zhang was incredibly excited, smiling as he lunged down towards Norwich. Norwich's face turned pale, and he felt his body unable to move anymore, still maintaining his stance. He thought, "What's going on? My body cannot move." Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhang jumped away without killing Norwich immediately. Upon landing, Zhou Zhang spoke, "Indeed, it cannot break through the defense. Beast, it's up to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the beast charged towards Norwich. After being attacked by the beast, Norwich collapsed on the ground. At this moment, Zhou Zhang gathered his things into a backpack. He held something glowing in his hand and said, "No wonder so many people like to kill in the wilderness, the money comes in fast." Seeing Norwich lying on the ground, his face still bearing the look of fear before death, Zhou Zhang added, "It's a pity that such a powerful martial artist can't rely on his own strength to fight yet." At this moment, in the sanctuary, the snowstorm was still howling fiercely. In the intelligence room, everyone was staring at the information board. The cell on the board corresponding to Norwich had turned from blue to bright red. A girl, seeing this, involuntarily exclaimed, "Oh my God." The girl next to her turned pale. She said, "That's Norwich." In the conference room, only two people were discussing. The bald man was pointing at the map on the screen and said, "The Alliance Chief Protector Speaker detected the life signals of war god Norwich doused out here." Then he added, "And it was doused out in an instant. So we speculate that Norwich was killed in an instant." It turned out that the bald man was Andrew, the director of the intelligence center. The silver-haired man listening beside him was Vologa, the Alliance Chief of Alliance A. He closed his eyes and thought and said, "So what is the result of your investigation?" Upon hearing this, Andrew quickly replied, "From the wounds on Norwich's body, it seems to have been caused by a beast, but his weapon and crystal are completely missing, so it could also be that a martial artist passed by and picked them up." Vologa clenched his fists. He said seriously, "Send someone to investigate the market to see if Norwich's sword has appeared anywhere. This matter must be thoroughly investigated." On this side, Zhou Zhang was sitting on the back of a beast, his gaze focused on the system panel, his expression calm but with a mind full of calculations. He looked at the defense stats displayed on the screen and said, "Still missing 45 levels." Zhou Zhang continued to observe the panel, where his stats were displayed, then broke into a smug smile. He thought to himself, "At level 180, I will be able to wear all divine gear." He then looked at the watch on his wrist, the corners of his mouth curling up in a confident smile, and said, "Wait until that time, that's when I'll really put in the effort." Then he raised his eyes, staring into the distance as if preparing for a great challenge. "As for the point accumulation, let you all have some fun for now." At the burial area of Julie Company, a sudden voice rang out, "Oh my God, I can't believe." The doctor looked at the materials soaking in the solution and exclaimed in wonder. He said, "This is the first time I've seen materials at this level." Zhou Zhang sat in the room along with President Liu, monitoring the doctor through a large screen. The doctor continued, "The materials brought by CEO of Chu War God have 24 ranks." Upon hearing this, President Liu immediately said, "So? I hope I haven't disappointed you?" He then looked over at Zhou Zhang, smiled, and continued, "I truly appreciate you. This batch of materials is extremely valuable, and we will definitely repay you." Zhou Zhang merely smiled, appearing calm. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and waved his hand, responding, "The materials can be sold to you, but I have a small request." President Liu immediately replied, "What request?" "We will do our best to meet it." Zhou Zhang took another sip of tea, then slowly said, "I want you to use the rank 24 materials to craft me a set of armor. I will give you 20% of the profits from these materials. What do you think?" President Liu looked at the scale in her hand, her eyes seemingly wide open in amazement. The scale emitted a sparkling light, unlike any material she had ever seen. Contemplating its potential, she couldn't help but feel confused. This scale was not only a precious item but also contained powerful energy, far beyond what she had imagined. No, that's not right, she told herself, her mind racing. A feeling of anxiety began to creep in. She was not only astonished by the appearance of the scale, but its energy was clearly extremely powerful, no less than level 24 as she had thought. Immediately, she couldn't contain her curiosity and hurriedly snatched the scale from Zhou Zhang's hand, her eyes sparkling brightly. She studied it intently and began to calculate in her mind. How could that small bag of his contain something this large? She wondered, but quickly realized that the issue was not the size but the scale itself. It was clearly not an ordinary item. Without hesitation, she held the scale in her hand, abruptly opened the laboratory door, startling the doctor inside. She shouted, "Everyone out!" The doctor and the staff in the room were shocked and quickly left, leaving President Liu alone with Zhou Zhang. She quickly placed the scale into the scanner, anxiously waiting for the results. After a moment, the scanner's screen displayed results that made her take a deep breath. Level 30 plus. President Liu stammered, "Level 30 plus?" She stared at the results, unable to believe her eyes. The entire room seemed to pause, everything falling into silence for several seconds. Zhou Zhang stood behind her, arms crossed, a smug smile on his face. He spoke in a calm tone, but it carried a note of pride. "Well, isn't that shocking?" President Liu immediately rushed to hug Zhou Zhang and shouted loudly, thank you, Mr. Zhou Zhang." Then, President Liu suddenly realized something and froze for a moment. She quickly turned away, shyly covering her face with her hand and said, "I'm sorry, I just thought about how this material can have a huge impact on Julie Company. I got too excited." Zhou Zhang saw this and replied, "It's okay, I just want you to make 2 pieces for me first." Hearing this, President Liu was delighted and eagerly said, "No problem, I will do it myself." After a week, the armor was completed and was being stored in a glass case. Zhou Zhang held the new weapon in his hands. He said, "No wonder it's a weapon with an armor-piercing rating of 30 plus." At this moment, President Liu stood behind, excitedly adding, "But we haven't named them yet." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhang jumped up to show off his skills and continued, "Let's call it Qing Lin." At this time, at the central training base in the capital, everyone was training seriously. A long-haired soldier was sitting drinking water. He said, "I think starting today, there will be a lot going on at the training center." Tang Su heard this and asked, "What's up? Has the higher-ups assigned any missions yet?" Seeing Tang Su so curious, he forced a smile and replied, "Right now, the head of the council has officially announced that the mission channel of the training center has been approved and is about to be officially launched." Tang Su, puzzled, hurriedly added, "Isn't assigning missions a good thing? It can give the participants an additional path to earn points." The soldier replied, "Do you think those people can negotiate to complete a mission if they encounter each other in one?" After that, he turned away and said irritably, "And if they meet in the mission, can they complete it?" Tang Su was taken aback by this and then thought about the image of his teammates training for battle, and he added, "After all, our original intention is merely to select the best martial artists. Only by surviving the sands can their true worth be proven." Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhang's watch displayed a notification, and the mission channel was officially live. Zhou Zhang, preparing to eat, was a bit surprised when he read the notification. After finishing reading, he calmly continued to eat, then said while eating, "Just as I thought, there will indeed come a day like this." After finishing his meal, everyone gathered in a room with 4 people. Shin Jun Hang said seriously, "Does anyone have any good opinions regarding the mission system?" Xiao Jianling added, the missions from the channel will definitely cause martial artists to start forming groups at gathering places. Individuals taking on missions will absolutely become the targets for other groups. At this moment, Zhou Zhang was deep in thought. He contemplated for a moment and said, my suggestion remains that it's better not to encounter each other. Even if in teams, no one can ensure that their team will definitely catch the other. Shen Junhang was sitting with his arms crossed, and upon hearing that, he spoke up, that's not wrong, although the rewards are very attractive, with our strength, we should still hold our ground. Inform the other team members not to touch this task system. Xiao Jianling, seizing the opportunity upon hearing Shen Junhang's words, turned to Zhou Zhang and said, just because we can't, doesn't mean you can't. You and your dragon can handle any team, right? Don't you have any ideas? Suddenly, Zhou Zhang thought of something and said, let's see if there's a suitable task before talking. The next day, at the training center, everyone was reading the announcement on the information board displaying, Mission 1, Rank S, Snake King S Venom, Reward, 30,000 points, Description, Snake King S Venom Level 22. Mission 2, Exotic Herbs, Reward, 15,000 points, Description, 5 mutated purple flowers growing in the deserted land. Mission 3, Rank S, Top Secret Hard Drive, Reward, 35,000 points, Description, retrieve the main server hard drive on the 61th floor, Yangtze Xing Building, in the large area number 6, located in the central area of City S. Zhou Zhang approached from a distance, looked at the information board, and said, the third mission looks very suitable for me. In such a street area, there will definitely be plenty of toxins, but for me, it poses no difficulty at all. Zhou Zhang looked at the system display of the watch, which was showing the tasks. Task 1 had 30 assignments, Task 2 had 127 assignments, and Task 3 had 50 assignments. Then, Zhou Zhang accepted Task 3. He clenched his hands tightly, walking away from the crowd while saying, 50 people, but there's only one hard drive. The difficulty of this task is not just zombies. After a moment, Zhou Zhang and Beast arrived at the task execution location. He excitedly exclaimed, this is it. Zhou Zhang checked the information on the watch and murmured, oh wow, this task already has 113 participants. He jumped down below and thought to himself, if so, then let's go for speed. After that, Zhou Zhang quickly opened the parachute he had been carrying on his back. He calmly assessed the situation below. At the same time a small squad was about to embark on their mission. Zhang Wei hurriedly reported, Captain, we've secured the aircraft. He spoke breathlessly, there are 4 triangular fighter jets escorting us to the sky of City S. Zhang Ruochang then replied, all right, time is of the essence, let's move quickly. He sternly instructed, earlier I saw Luo Ping has also set out, we absolutely cannot let them get ahead. At that moment, the zombies spotted Zhou Zhang and began to scream like animals that had been starved for a long time. The parachute suddenly detached from his backpack. Zhou Zhang excitedly dove down. He landed heavily, causing a cloud of dust to rise up. The zombies immediately surrounded him and began to howl incessantly. Zhou Zhang surveyed the area and then turned around to dash away. In the blink of an eye, he had shaken off the horde of undead. He sighed in relief, fortunately, there aren't many zombies around. Zhou Zhang quickly moved towards Building 67 and said, this is the place. He inspected the equipment and thought to himself, I didn't expect that after so many years the warning electrical system is still intact. Zhou Zhang swiftly pulled out the items, but even with the warning, so what? He slammed the control panel and shouted, I hope the security personnel come to catch me. The siren immediately began to blink and sound repeatedly. At the same time, 3 airplanes were headed towards City S, where the mission was to take place. One person announced, Mr. Zhang can prepare, parachuting in 3 minutes. Immediately, the martial artists took turns to jump and got ready to descend into the city. Zhang Ruochang smirked proudly, alright, let's see who can be quicker this time. Suddenly, he heard the continuous sound of the siren. Zhang Ruochang was startled to realize the warning, someone got there before us. Down below, Zhou Zhang cursed out loud, shit. He was irritated and wondered, with so many servers, which one is actually correct? Zhou Zhang then randomly picked up a hard drive, whatever, I think taking them all is the right thing to do. In an instant, Zhou Zhang's spatial storage was filled with hard drives. He smirked in satisfaction. Zhou Zhang quickly left and shouted for a cleanup. In just a moment, he had completed the task before the other martial artists could arrive. Zhou Zhang kicked the door open and saw the group of martial artists flying around in the sky. Upon seeing him, Zhang Ruocheng exclaimed in surprise, "Zhou Zhang, why are you here?" Wait, the alarm was triggered because he touched it. He yelled loudly, "Shu Zhou Zhang!" Zhang Ruocheng rushed over and shouted angrily, "As a man, don't run away." Before he could run, he was suddenly scolded. Zhou Zhang smirked disdainfully, "An old acquaintance, huh?" He raised a weapon and spoke, "Just in time to send you off a bit." Seeing Zhou Zhang's weapon pointed at him, Zhang Ruocheng shouted, "What do you want to do?" Zhou Zhang quietly replied, "Don't you feel it?" He then launched an attack and mockingly said, "Isn't the landing speed too slow now?" The pointed end of the weapon pierced through Zhang Ruocheng's parachute. As he fell freely, he yelled furiously, "Zhou Zhang!" On the other hand, I just relaxedly watched Zhang Ruocheng perform his antics. He landed with a thud, causing the earth and sky to shake, and a cloud of dust rose up. Zhang Ruocheng coughed angrily a few times, "Krug krug." Blood began to flow from his head, and the game was over. Zhou Zhang called out in disappointment, "And yet he still isn't dead." He immediately deployed his parachute and left, no longer having time to play with you guys. At that moment, the crew members rushed to Zhang Ruocheng's side. They anxiously called out to the captain. Zhang Wei asked, "Captain, are you okay?" Zhang Ruocheng irritably spat out a mouthful of blood and yelled, "Zhou Zhang, just wait until I catch you." At that time, Zhu Wei quietly said, "Captain, I noticed that Zhou Zhang doesn't seem to be carrying anything on him. It's very likely that he didn't obtain the solid ground." Zhang Ruocheng held his head and pondered for a moment, then he loudly ordered, "Clean up all the zombies, we're moving up." After breaking into the building, the martial artists were stunned and cried out to the heavens. Zhang Ruocheng was taken aback and shouted Zhou Zhang's name. Inside was completely empty, the mean had eaten everything without leaving any scraps. Zhang Ruocheng angrily concluded that it must have been Zhou Zhang's doing. At the same time, Zhou Zhang leisurely soared through the sky. He examined his equipment and thought to himself, "I need to fix the wings next time, they're too slow." Suddenly, Zhou Zhang noticed something. Below, the zombies were flocking towards the building where Zhang Ruocheng and his team were standing. Zhou Zhang smirked disdainfully, hoping that today would be enjoyable for them. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the training center where missions were assigned. A girl spoke up, "Respectful student, greetings to you. If you need to receive a mission, you can do so directly inside the combat watch." Zhou Zhang corrected her, "I came to hand in my mission." Hearing this, the girl was taken aback. Handing in the mission, but it hadn't even been a day yet. Looking at the pile of hard drives behind Zhou Zhang, the martial artists were buzzing with discussion. These things were all brought back by him. They secretly exclaimed, "How extravagant." At the same time, a group of martial artists was engaged in a direct confrontation with the horde of zombies. They were howling madly, their mouths watering at the delicious, tender meat after days of fasting. The strong martial artists retaliated fiercely, with the team leader shouting commands, "Accelerate." Despite the warning echoing, those people were certain they would be surrounded. Who would grab the hard drive was still uncertain, and the brothers behind quickly responded, "Okay." Suddenly, the watch displayed a notification of mission completion. Zhou Zhang saw this and they were so overwhelmed that they spat blood. Wasting efforts fighting zombies without any harvest, the group of martial artists shouted in frustration, "What am I doing today?" At that moment, the director received the news and smiled with satisfaction. It hasn't even been a day since completing the hardest S-level mission. How did this Zhou Zhang manage to do it? From the documents I've obtained, there must be a huge beast as the final move. Perhaps he used the huge beast? What other surprises can he bring? At that time, Zhou Zhang was riding on the back of Xiao Tu, and the watch chimed with Xinjun Hang's voice, "Zhou Zhang, well done." This time, the martial artists who took on the mission must be furious. Zhou Zhang humbly replied, "Just lucky, took a step ahead. Shinjun Hang gently asked, "So, what are you preparing to do next, Brother Zhou?" Zhou Zhang looked ahead and answered, "Kyushu Island Sliver Snake Valley." An island bathed in the golden hues of sunset appeared before him. Zhou Zhang thought to himself, "It is said that unless one has a ranking near the front, one cannot take on the mission for the Silver Snake King." He believed, but they don't have the antidote, so it definitely won't be easy to complete like that. Thinking about it, Zhou Zhang pressed the button to accept the mission. At the same time, the Sliver Snake Valley enveloped in an exceptionally gloomy atmosphere. A martial artist rushed over and called out, "Brother, I need to report the situation." Yi Yihong seemed to have also brought his people over and was in the east. Chu Fei subtly remarked, "Su Qinglin and their team have arrived in the north." The martial artist, panting, asked, "Do we need to call a Xian in their group?" Chu Fei calmly said, "There is no need, you stand up and confidently think that I alone is enough." Hearing this, the martial artist next to him let out a light sigh of relief. "That's right, after all, no one can penetrate deep into the center of the Silver Snake Valley, we just need to stay outside and wait for the Silver Snake King to appear." He continued, "Even if the Silver Snake King appears with them, only Brother Fei has the strength to capture it." Upon hearing this, Chu Fei smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, a strange noise came from afar, and Chu Fei immediately turned his head to look. A fierce white snake flicked its tongue and roared loudly, its eyes blazing with murderous intent. Chu Fei was slightly taken aback. At that moment, Zhou Zhan was riding on the back of a white tiger. He gently said, "In front is the Silver Snake Valley, little tiger, let's go." After landing, Zhou Zhang silently lamented, "It's freezing cold outside, yet in the valley, it's unbearably hot." Suddenly he heard a commotion, so Zhou Zhang went to check the situation. The scene of Chu Fei and his team battling the monstrous snake caught Zhou Zhang's eye, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Chu Fei!" A martial artist shouted loudly, "Brother Fei, it's Zhou Zhang." Chu Fei remained focused on fighting the monster and ignored him, prioritizing the battle with this snake first. The fierce snake opened its red mouth, devouring some delicious prey. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang turned and walked away, thinking to himself, "It seems they want to keep watch, but I can't wait." The martial artist couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Fei, he just walked in like that." After resolving the matter, Chu Fei puzzledly wondered, "What does this person mean?" Thinking for a moment, he leaped towards Zhou Zhang, who had just left. Chu Fei loudly instructed his teammates, "You gather materials, and I will go take a look." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhan was striding alone. He remained silent while assessing the situation. "Have I already been poisoned before even entering the central area?" Zhou Zhang then took out a vial of antidote. "As long as I have this, I'll be temporarily safe at Silver Snake Valley." At that moment, a martial artist reported the situation, "Captain, Chu Fei has entered the valley." Yi Yihong asked seriously, "Are you sure?" The martial artist replied, "I'm sure." But before Chu Fei, it seems Zhou Zhang also entered. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be astonished. Zhou Zhang, with his level, isn't he just asking for death by coming here? Yi Yihong stood up and said, "That person just completed an S-rank mission, and has come here to stir up trouble. There must be something strange going on. I will go take a look." Two people were keeping watch outside, and the teammates responded, "Yes." At the same time, Zhou Zhang had already sensed the presence of some beasts ahead of him. "Oh, there are quite a few." Suddenly, he felt a strange energy. Chu Fei asked seriously, "Zhou Zhang, are you seeking death?" Zhou Zhang said, "If you want to take my life, just based on this extremely toxic substance, I'm afraid you won't manage to do it." He suggested, "Chu Fei, how about we collaborate?" Hearing this, Chu Fei could not help but be surprised. "How do we collaborate?" "Behind you are still two martial artists." Zhou Zhang spoke accurately, pointing towards the back of Chu Fei and softly said, "It's us four working together to accomplish this mission. If I'm not mistaken, the ones coming are Yi Yihong and Su Qinglin." Chu Fei asked in astonishment, "Where are they?" At that moment, Su Qinglin and Yi Yihong emerged from the bushes. Chu Fei was a bit taken aback. "I didn't see anything just now, but how did he know who was coming?" In the blink of an eye, four powerful martial artists had gathered together. Zhou Zhang snapped his fingers and, in a friendly manner, said, "Alright, everyone, let's not be so tense. To say it, we can consider ourselves classmates." Zhou Zhang continued, "Everyone has come here for the Silver Snake King, but you also see the situation here. Even if you all manage to hunt the Snake King outside, who can guarantee that others won't interfere?" Chu Fei quietly asked, "Then do you have a good plan?" Zhou Zhang suggested, "Let's form a temporary team of 4. You all stay at the mouth of the valley while I lure the Snake King out. The materials from the Silver Snake King will be shared equally among everyone." Yi Yihong was somewhat skeptical. "On what basis can we trust that you can draw the Snake King out?" Zhou Zhang replied, "Just based on the fact that I can stand here now." He added, "So even if I can't lure the Snake King out, you won't suffer any losses and can continue to watch over this place, right?" Hearing this, Su Qinglin was convinced. "I agree with this plan." Chu Fei beside her also said, "Me too." Yi Yihong thought for a moment, then calmly said, "I definitely don't have the ability to lure the Snake King. If he dares to go, then it's definitely not a loss." Looking at Zhou Zhang's back, Yi Yihong quietly asked, "What do you all think? Can Zhou Zhang do it?" Chu Fei softly replied, "Who knows?" Su Qinglin thought, "I believe he's not simple. I once investigated his background." Yi Yihong continued, "Moreover, we have formed a temporary team through the center training system." Yi Yihong believed, completing the mission will earn the team members points. He wouldn't abandon this opportunity. At the same time, Zhou Zhang was making his way alone towards Silver Snake Valley. He walked carefully step by step. Zhou Zhang was slightly startled. The poison here is so strong, no wonder a strong man like Chu Fei wouldn't dare to step inside. Behind the bushes, a snake peered out. Zhou Zhang quickly activated his stealth technique and quietly approached. After getting closer, Zhou Zhang was extremely shocked by the scene before him. Several snakes were coiled together. He asked, "How do we deal with this many?" He noticed one that was different, with golden scales. It must be the leader of them, alongside 2 Silver Snake Kings. Zhou Zhang thought to himself, even though the mission only requires the Silver Snake Kings, triggering just one snake will definitely lead to a chain reaction in the valley. He silently calculated, the antidote is only effective for 30 minutes, if I stay here for a day, I would need to use up over 40 bottles. Zhou Zhang jumped down and told himself, let's see, if there's still no opportunity, I can only resort to extreme measures. At that moment, everyone's communication device beeped. Looking at the image of the monstrous snake that Zhou Zhang recorded, everyone exclaimed in shock, is it really that dangerous inside? After waiting for a while, Zhou Zhang thought that the snake showed no signs of wanting to move. He could not wait any longer. Outside, Su Qinglin grew impatient and said, it's been a long time, has something happened to Zhou Zhang? Should we contact him? Chu Fei calmly replied, he had previously said, don't contact him actively, let's wait and see. Suddenly, there were terrifying tremors coming from the forest. Zhou Zhang quickly reported, the snakes are coming out, gather everyone to prepare for action, the points from the 4 of us will be shared, but the materials from the Snake Kings can be evenly distributed among everyone. Hearing that, Chu Fei couldn't help but feel confused. He asked, Zhou Zhang, what are you doing? How can one Silver Snake King call everyone to divide? Zhou Zhang loudly clarified, what are you talking about? It's not one Silver Snake King, it's 3. Are you sure the 3 of you can handle it? At that moment, Zhou Zhang was sprinting to lure the group of snakes. The martial artists exclaimed in shock, God, you hold it down, we'll call for help. After gathering his teammates, Chu Fei shouted, everyone prepare, don't panic. At the same time, large tremors continuously spread, and the vicious snakes crawled forward. Zhou Zhang managed to run back in time, announcing, the prey has arrived. The martial artists then shouted, kill. After a moment of running hard, Zhou Zhang tried to catch his breath. Seeing the actions of the martial artists, he was taken aback. Zhou Zhang loudly commanded, Huang Long, step back, it's about to spit poison. Hearing that, Huang Long began to assess the situation. He jumped to the side just in time to avoid the poisonous strike from the monstrous snake. Huang Long stammered, thank you. After that, Zhou Zheng continued to guide everyone. Lulu, you need to aim for its head, otherwise, expect to get bitten by the snake. Li Shubin, attack its left eye, that's its blind spot. Seeing this, Xu Fei thought to himself, I didn't expect this kid to have such practical combat experience. He looked ahead. If he wasn't mistaken, the Snake King of Su Qinglin had definitely been severely injured. With his level, being able to inflict serious harm on a Snake King in a crowd of snakes was impressive. Xu Fei thought to himself, indeed, there are talents that cannot be judged by common reasoning. At the same time, Zhang Ruochang shouted angrily. Zhou Zheng's call was displayed on his watch. Zhang Ruochang couldn't help but be surprised. The city lord gently reminded him, Ruochang, I have found the materials you need, but regarding Zhou Zhang, I think you should carefully consider your relationship with him. Zhang Ruochang angrily replied, City lord, you don't know Zhou Zhang, he. Before he could finish, his superior cautioned him, regardless of any issues between you and him, I hope you can let them go. Because Zhou Zhang has the strength to kill, you'll understand after you review the materials. After going through the report, Zhang Ruochang could only gawk in astonishment. At that moment, Zhou Zhang rode on his beast and gently asked, Boss Shen, are you really not coming over? Shen Junheng firmly stated, no, the most important thing for us right now is to improve our combat experience, otherwise, we won't be able to keep up with your pace. Hearing this, Zhou Zhang had to agree, alright, when you encounter difficulties, you must find me. Shen Junheng reminded him, you are now famous at the training center, so be careful. The first time the martial artists saw the beast, they were astonished. Su Qinglin widened her eyes and exclaimed, Zhou Zhang, you're something else for hiding a beast like this. Luckily, we didn't mess with you, otherwise, we wouldn't know how we would die. Xu Fei quietly remarked from behind, even without thinking, this Zhou Zhang is definitely not simple. It's a pity those people from Hurricane City lack brains. Zhou Zhang smiled and spoke, today, everyone has gathered because I have a good plan that can help you all earn money while also gaining merit points. Yi Yihong immediately showed interest, asking, what plan? Zhou Zhang gently inquired, do you know what grinding monsters are? Grinding monsters means that for every certain number, you have to kill that many, and the more loot you gather, the better. After some discussion, Zhou Zhang took the initiative to lead the monster hunt, and someone from the other side asked, how many this time? Zhou Zhang replied, 27 monsters. Everyone cheered joyfully. 7 days later, there had been significant changes on the leaderboard. Yi Yihong ranked second, Su Qinglin ranked third, while Zhang Ruochang had dropped to 9th place. Zhang Wei anxiously comforted him, Captain, it's fine. You only fell from 4th to 9th, you can catch up quickly. Zhang Ruochang looked gloomy, as if hit by a dart of frustration. He shouted loudly, look at that Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang had risen to rank 78. At the same time, everyone was chatting in the canteen. Su Qinglin gently said, Brother Fei, we are thousands of points behind each other, it's so hard to catch up to you. Xu Fei replied, cut it out. A few thousand points? I remember it was a matter of just closing my eyes for you all to surpass me. Xu Fei looked over at Zhou Zhang and continued, on the contrary, that guy over there, with that appearance of his, it would just be a matter of time before he catches up to us. Su Qinglin quietly said, never mind, anyway, having earned so many points like this, I don't intend to compete for points with this monster. Yi Yihong happily nodded in agreement, that's right, let's just see what tasks he takes on in the future. Zhou Zhang smiled and said, what if my ally stops working with me? What should I do? Would I have to do it all by myself? Suddenly he noticed a notification on his watch and Zhou Zhang mumbled, S-rank mission, steal phoenix eggs, interesting. After a while, he arrived at the gravel gobi. A man spoke up, bro, according to our intel, this is the nesting ground of the phoenix. Zhou Zhang then pulled out a crystal pouch, you've worked hard, this is your reward. The man happily flattered, hee, boss is generous. He then added, I know a lot, but the phoenix is a beast of level 23. What do you intend to do here? Zhou Zhang candidly replied, steal the eggs. Hearing that, the man couldn't help but be astonished, stealing eggs? Stealing phoenix eggs, just you alone? Zhou Zhang smiled knowingly and calmly replied, not necessarily. Perhaps a few unfriendly friends will pay a visit too. At the same time, Zhang Wei spoke up and asked, Captain, why do we have to take on this mission? Zhang Ruochang snapped irritably, what do you know to ask? Killing mutated beasts to earn points? Those few points can never compare to completing the mission. My points are already too low, this is the fastest way to improve. He thought to himself, if I succeed this time, I could earn 40,000 points, maybe even make it into the top 3. I must wash away the humiliation from before. Zhang Wei was stunned and stammered, Captain, really? As he was observing the situation, Zhang Wei noticed 2 red phoenixes flying around behind the rock outcrop. He immediately reported, Captain, I've spotted the phoenix's nest. Zhang Ruochang smirked, pleased, and said, that's great. He quickly ordered preparations. Suddenly, Zhang Wei shouted in panic, oh my god. He loudly called, Captain, you need to look. It seems there's someone by the nest. Through the binoculars, the image of Zhou Zhang struggling to climb up the rock outcrop instantly came into Zhang Ruochang's view. He yelled furiously, why do we keep running into this bastard? Zhang Wei was extremely anxious and asked, Captain, what should we do now? The city lord once warned not to provoke him. Zhang Ruochang's face darkened, his expression tense, as if he had just lost a valuable opportunity. He spoke softly, that bastard doesn't seem to have brought that giant beast today. Zhang Ruochang grinned with cunning, replying, well, if he suddenly dies there, it has nothing to do with us, right? Zhang Wei stood behind, trembling to the point of paling, devoid of any blood. At the same time, Zhou Zhang had climbed to the top. He jumped over a rocky outcrop, landed safely, and breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Zhang looked at the bright pink eggs before him, silently thinking, quick victory, if the phoenix returns later, escaping won't be easy. Without hesitation, he quickly stored the eggs in his spatial bag. Before leaving, Zhou Zhang kindly left a few eggs for Zhang Ruochang's group. He chuckled softly and muttered, don't say I'm not generous, leaving a few for you guys. After that, he immediately vanished from the place. Suddenly, Zhou Zhang sensed a disturbance below. A powerful attack struck him unexpectedly. Zhou Zhang was knocked back, crashing hard against a nearby rock outcrop. Zhang Wei excitedly shouted, if you don't die, at least you'll be left in misery. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed. The phoenix had discovered its beloved eggs were stolen. It roared frantically, its red eyes fixated on the group atop the mountain. Zhou Zhang looked at the scene before him, feeling that things were not looking good. He muttered, not good. Without delay, he quickly executed a skill. In an instant, Zhou Zhang vanished without a trace. Zhang Ruochang saw this and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, what's going on? Where did he go? At that time, Zhou Zhang had spotted the group on the adjacent rocky outcrop. He smirked coldly and thought to himself, very good, you dare to play tricks on me? Fine, I will show you what treachery is. Zhang Wei anxiously said, Captain, those phoenix birds originally didn't detect Zhou Zhang. If we continue to stay here, we'll surely be discovered sooner or later. Hearing this, Zhang Ruochang pondered for a moment and then ordered, withdraw for now. Zhou Zhang unexpectedly spoke up, his voice low but filled with menace, you probably won't have a chance to leave here anymore. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruochang was taken aback and swiftly turned around, gritting his teeth, Zhou Zhang, do you really think you can kill our whole team by yourself? You dare to come out here on your own? You really want to die? Zhang Wei was flustered, trying to find a way to convince the captain to retreat before the phoenixes returned. He stammered, Captain, we still. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Ruochang shouted loudly, shut up. You fool! Can't you see? We and Zhou Zhang are in a situation where it's either him or us. If he doesn't bring a beast, what does he have to fight against us? Hearing this, Zhou Zhang slightly curled his lips, his eyes full of disdain. He casually summoned a little beast and coldly replied, you think very clearly, but who told you that the beast isn't here? Immediately afterward, a roar echoed. A giant green dragon appeared, opening its mouth and letting out several resounding roars. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ruochang couldn't help but be stunned, stammering, "How? How is this possible?" Zhang Wei, standing beside him, also shouted in fear, "What? What kind of person is he?" Nevertheless, Zhang Ruochang still tried to maintain his composure, bravely asserting, "His weapon can't break our defense. No matter the beast, we must work together to kill Zhou Zhang." Zhou Zhang nearly smirked, drew his weapon, and his gaze turned icy. He asked mockingly, "Are you sure?" In an instant, Zhou Zhang launched a powerful strike, stunning Zhang Ruochang and his teammates, leaving them no time to react. Zhang Ruochang was caught off guard. He was astonished and shouted loudly, "Impossible! Impossible!" After being stabbed with a fatal blow, he panicked and cried out, "My armor! How could he penetrate it?" Zhou Zhang spoke sternly, his gaze cold as he looked at his opponent, "So, whether there is a little beast or not, your fate will be the same." Without saying another word, Zhou Zhang stomped hard on the ground and jumped high into the air. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he shouted, "Kill!" In the blink of an eye, the entire team was dispatched by him cleanly. In a campsite not far away, news spread quickly. Chu Fei exclaimed in astonishment, "All 6 of Zhang Ruochang's people are dead." Yi Yihong indifferently commented, "See, I told you, rushing in won't get you a hot tofu." Taking on a mission recklessly like that, truly asking for death. On the other hand, Su Qinglin was so shocked that she could only remain silent, unable to speak. After a moment, all 3 of them exclaimed in shock, "I remember that kid seems to have accepted the mission to collect phoenix eggs." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhang had returned to the training center. He spoke up, assigning the mission, "Phoenix eggs." The woman responsible for receiving the mission stared in amazement, exclaiming, "Ah, Zhou! You completed the mission so quickly?" In an instant, Zhou Zhang jumped to 41st place on the leaderboard. He cheerfully waved goodbye to the woman, while she was still in shock. Zhou Zhang told himself, "Very good. With the remaining time, I will take advantage of it to level up like crazy." Time slipped by, and before long, a month had passed. Looking at the leaderboard, everyone couldn't help but be astonished. Zhou Zhang has climbed to 1st place. Incredible! A martial artist said softly, "I could see that this kid was a genius from the beginning." Zhou Zhang has now defeated the Silver Serpent Valley and has become a level 15 martial artist. After killing snakes for a whole month, it's time to change places. Zhou Zhang quickly leaped into the air, below him were fierce beasts roaming around. He smirked slightly, then the hunting game officially begins. Time flew by, in the blink of an eye, 10 months had passed. Everyone gathered together again. Yi Yihong gently asked, "Brother Fei, how much has that kid grown now?" Zhou Fei replied, his voice filled with astonishment, "I can't even imagine." Su Changlin couldn't help but chuckle, "Haha. No need to imagine, just look at his point total, which alone is equivalent to the combined total of the top 9. The current 1st place has 134,670 points, while 2nd place only has 44,211 points, a gap that seems like it spans a whole round of the earth." At this moment, someone shouted, "Student Zhou! You've returned! After more than 10 months, you've grown astonishingly fast." Zhou Fei turned in surprise to look at Zhou Zhang, who had now become a level 21 martial artist. Zhou Zhang smiled and said, "Everyone has grown at a decent pace as well." Shortly thereafter, all martial artists gathered in the central training square. The head instructor stepped forward, seriously speaking, "Now, on behalf of the central capital, I officially declare the 1st place in this training session." She exclaimed, "Zhou Zhang." Shen Junhang joyfully exclaimed, "1st place! 1st place!" Yang Xiangzong was equally delighted, "Junior Zhou, I knew you could do it." The chief stepped up to announce, "A 10th rank martial artist has also jumped through reserve stages and ultimately became a city councillor of the central capital. Zhou Zhang will now assume the role of captain of the Asian regional team." Zhou Zhang lightly smirked with satisfaction, "Finally, I've reached this milestone. A person approached the first place, gently saying, "Zhou Zhang, I truly did not misjudge you. But I must remind you that guiding this team is no simple task." Zhou Zhang promptly replied, "Don't worry, I will make the other regions see the true strength of the Asian team." At the same time, in the Naban forest area, shrouded in a mysterious atmosphere, the captain of the European team, a level 26 martial artist, shouted, "Search carefully. The crystal fruit is definitely in this area." He drew a powerful weapon, while George reminded, "This time, the information about the crystal fruit is known not just to us. There's the Asian team, the American team, and the Eurasian Union team. We must not be careless." Suddenly, a powerful little beast appeared. Zhou Zhang immediately alerted through the intercom, "All squads pay attention. I have arrived at the target area." The voice on the other end responded, "Received, Captain. The command center has detected that the European team is likely near your position." Hearing this, Zhou Zhang raised an eyebrow, his eyes revealing curiosity. "Oh, in that case, I won't mind letting the little beast pay them a visit." Hearing a loud noise, George frowned slightly, wondering, what is that sound? Could it be that this rainforest still harbors such a large exotic beast? Immediately after, a roar echoed through the sky. George was taken aback, his eyes filled with astonishment. It was a little beast darting towards them at a terrifying speed, simultaneously roaring loudly. He said in a serious tone, "I cannot discern its level. This is a type of exotic beast that we absolutely cannot confront." The incident left George feeling bewildered. Clearly, during previous investigations, this rainforest had never been documented to have such a type of exotic beast. He looked up high, his eyes momentarily shocked, then murmured, "No, that's not right. I have seen this in the documents. Could it be the captain of the Asian team?" In the distance, Zhou Zhang was watching the formation of the Europe team, secretly marveling, "Oh, everyone looks like mobile iron towers, their momentum is truly impressive." He thought to himself, now only the Africa team and the Eurasian Union team have yet to appear. While it might allow the little beast to fly by and snatch the crystal fruit, it would cause the team members to miss out on a real training opportunity. Suddenly, Zhou Zhang's watch beeped with a notification. He smirked slightly and said, "The people have arrived." Without hesitation, he immediately dashed off. At this moment, Mambor, the captain of the Africa team, had arrived. With the strength of a martial artist at 26 stages, he unexpectedly unleashed a strong strike forward. On the opposite side, Lev, the captain of the Eurasian Union team, who was also a 26-stage martial artist, laughed loudly, his tone full of arrogance, "Ha, the crystal fruit is right in front." Lev looked around, his cold eyes filled with killing intent, then glared and grunted, "Look at those cowards running away. Who dares to stop us?" At that moment, a martial artist reported to the captain, "According to the inspection, the crystal fruit must be behind this mass of vines." The captain replied, "But the wall formed by the vines is truly a headache." Chu Fei nodded slightly in agreement, "That's right, this mass of vines is very difficult to deal with. If we focus all our energy on handling it, there is a good chance we will be ambushed by teams from other continents." Su Chenglin added, in a contemplative tone, "We can also think more broadly. Perhaps other teams are also struggling with these vines." After thinking for a moment, Zhou Zhang said softly, "I have some insights on dealing with this type of plant. Just watch the rhythm and the way I move. By coordinating with high-level armor-piercing weapons, we can quickly open a path." Under the watchful eyes of Chu Fei and Su Qinglin, Zhou Zhang said nothing more, only silently turned and stepped forward. Just then, a huge vine suddenly swung at him with terrifying speed. With lightning-fast reflexes, Zhou Zhang managed to dodge gracefully. Facing the enormous, writhing mass of vines, he showed no signs of fear. Tightening his grip on the weapon in his hand, Zhou Zhang smiled slightly, his eyes flashing with proud confidence. With just a few powerful swings, those mighty vine branches were severed piece by piece, falling to the ground. Turning around, he looked at Chu Fei and Zhang Ruochang, his voice tinged with a touch of pride, "Did you see that?" Zhou Zhang continued to dive into the midst of the vines, each powerful swing of his weapon causing the giant branches to break one after another. Acting decisively, he spoke, as long as we cut off the main branch of them, it will save a lot of energy. His confident and triumphant demeanor excited Zhang Ruochang, who stood nearby, prompting him to cheer. Don't say anything else, just this agility of the captain is cool enough. Hearing the praise, Chu Fei let out a sigh, not forgetting to throw in a jab. That's why he's the captain, while you can only be a team member. On the other side, a faint golden light shone down. After the fierce battle, George's team continued to catch their breath, sweat glistening on their foreheads. A teammate standing nearby tried to calm the mood, seriously reminding, "Be careful, the knights are coming." In response, Lev merely curled his lips slightly, a mocking smile briefly appearing. He coldly spoke, "Humph, just hearing that reveals they are a bunch of cowards who know nothing but hiding behind armor." In front of them, a massive pile of vines blocked their path. A subordinate behind Lev looked worriedly and cautiously asked, "Captain Lev, how should we deal with this vine situation?" Faced with the predicament, instead of answering directly, Lev indifferently countered with a question, "How to deal with it?" Saying that, he stepped forward, placing a hand on a nearby vine, appearing mysterious. "Of course, we must." As he finished speaking, he swung the weapon in his hand with great force, his body filled with a fighting spirit, roaring like thunder and crushing them. Among George's group, after observing the situation, he raised his voice to command, "Everyone take a rest for a moment, then use all your strength to push forward." During the break, Matthew let out a sigh and complained, "Phew, it's too hot." Suddenly, from somewhere, the sound of a gunshot ripped through the quiet atmosphere. A bullet flew straight in, hitting Matthew right in the neck. He immediately clutched his neck, eyes wide open, and let out a horrifying scream. Seeing something was wrong with Matthew, who collapsed to the ground, holding his neck in pain, George rushed over, calling out softly, his voice tinged with concern. Matthew struggled to support himself, and George quickly examined the wound. In just a few seconds, he realized the cause. From Matthew's neck, George pulled out a dark-colored arrow. He spoke seriously, "It's the Africa team." Returning to Zhou Zhang's group, Yi Yihong smiled brightly with excitement. "At this pace, we are definitely the fastest." Hua Zi, with his usual calmness, reminded, "Don't be too pleased, who knows what the other teams will cause." Zhou Zhang agreed, his tone calm yet firm, "No matter what comes, we will take it all." Suddenly, his gaze subtly glanced in one direction as if sensing something unusual. In the distance, 4 red horizontal stripes appeared, and Zhou Zhang's expression slightly darkened. He murmured, "There are enemies, and they have a purpose targeting us." Without hesitation, he informed his teammates, "There is a situation, you stay on alert, I will go check it out." Hearing his command, Hua Zi nodded decisively in response, "Yes." Under the dim light of the moon, the African team stepped forward steadily. Zhou Zhang concealed himself on a high branch, slightly leaning to observe, somewhat surprised, Africa team. The group suddenly halted as the leading figure signaled with a decisive gesture, kneeling down carefully to scout the situation ahead. In the meantime, one member of their group noticed him standing alone and pulled out a small tube, preparing to blow something out. But before he could act, Zhou Zhang's voice resonated from behind, steady yet challenging, "You also like playing dirty, or shall we compete?" Hearing this, the man was startled, his breath caught. He quickly turned around, his eyes filled with panic and sharpness. In an instant, Zhou Zhang swiftly subdued his opponent. With cold, piercing eyes, he quietly spoke, "There are 5 left." Suddenly, a painful scream echoed from Zhou Zhang's team. A member of the team was furious, shouting loudly, "Who ambushed us?" Hearing the shout, everyone immediately turned around, their eyes filled with vigilance. Su Chenglin stepped out from the shadows, her voice calm yet authoritative, "It was me." The one who shouted sighed in relief, "Captain, we thought we were under attack." But Su Chenglin coldly replied, "There was indeed an ambush just now." Upon hearing this, he was stunned, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, then what should we?" Su Chenglin smiled and said, "It was a few martial artists from the Africa team." Looking at those who had been subdued, she continued, "All settled. Jadamu at 24 stages, and Han at 23 stages." Su Qinglin's words left him momentarily speechless, marveling, "These people are all high-level martial artists from Africa, yet they were handled alone by the captain." Though he appeared somewhat terrified, his eyes could not hide the admiration. While he knew the captain was incredibly skilled, he never expected her to be this monstrous in capability. He quietly observed as Su Qinglin spoke in a steady tone, "Instruct the whole team to stay alert, there might still be ambushes." Just then, a series of loud explosions echoed from afar. Zhou Zhang spoke seriously, "Indeed, we are not the only ones being attacked tonight." The light of dawn gently illuminated the mountains in the background, but the atmosphere between the four team leaders was tense to the point of suffocation. The four individuals seemed destined to meet, unexpectedly facing each other in a completely random circle. George, the captain of the Europe team, his sharp gaze sweeping over each person before speaking, "Gentlemen, I am the captain of the Europe team, George. If everyone is here, perhaps we can have a conversation." The captain of the Africa team, Mambor, with an arrogant gaze and a cold tone, responded, "There is nothing to discuss. This is our territory, outsiders should leave." Hearing this, George's expression darkened, anger evident in his voice. "Mambor, I have yet to settle the debt from tonight with you. To dare use your strength to provoke 3 places alone, you truly have some skill, but do not think we cannot unite to eliminate you." Mambor showed no signs of backing down, a contemptuous smile curling at his lips as he challenged, "If you dare to come, then try." Lev, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected in a deep yet authoritative voice, cutting through the argument between George and Mambor, "Stop the nonsense. A sneak attack will bring no advantage to anyone. Instead, let us stick to the old rules. Whoever has the skill to take the crystal fruit will be the claimants, and afterward, no one is allowed to steal it." George narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Agreed." Mambor's voice rang out as well, without holding back, "Agreed." Zhou Zhang also concurred and added, "We agree as well." In light of the current situation, Yi Yihong, the team leader, acknowledged and said, "It seems we need to speed up our progress." He frowned and made an observation, "The other teams seem to have quite a bit of experience in competing for crystal fruit. In this regard, we are at a disadvantage." Zhou Zhang, standing beside him, contemplated and agreed, A moment later, he smiled gently and turned to speak to his teammates, "But we never intended to completely cut down all the vines to seize the crystal fruit, as it would cause panic among the ones behind." Zhou Jing pointed ahead, where the forest and vines were quite dense, explaining, "I just feel that these vines are very useful for practical combat training for everyone. As for the crystal fruit, we know how to seize it with discretion." He waved his hand, encouraging the morale of the troops. "All right, everyone, don't waste such a good opportunity for training." He ordered the continued cutting of the vines. The vines in this area were not easy to handle. If they struck a person, everyone had to dodge. One member of George's squad was hit painfully by a thick vine against a tree. George immediately yelled. As soon as he finished speaking, a firecracker was launched, flying towards George. Just as he sat up, diverting attention, everyone focused, and the firecracker exploded right above, creating unimaginable chaos. George anxiously instructed the soldiers, "The vines here are too thick, which is not advantageous for individual combat." Seeing the advantageous situation, a henchman from Lek Fu's legion smirked wickedly. Above the chaos, Lev's army lay in wait. The henchman then asked Lev, "Captain, what are we waiting for?" Lev calmly replied, "Of course, we are waiting for reinforcements. With the thicket so dense, I'm not foolish like those armored idiots." Lev, with his robust physique, merely draped a cloak over himself, showcasing all his muscular contours, looking very imposing. Flying above him was a fleet of attack aircraft, ready to bombard anyone who dared to resist. Lev mockingly said, "Though being strong suits me well, why not take the easier path if there's one?" Just as expected, waves of bomber planes relentlessly dropped bombs into the forest where the chaos was unfolding, creating an unbearable scene of devastation. Smoke and fire engulfed the area, with an innumerable amount of bombs being released. George, tiredly observing the scene before him, could only curse, "Damn wild beasts, they even know how to use technology." Immediately after, he pulled out his radio and shouted, "Deploy the combat support unit, we have one too." Mambor, perched on a rocky outcrop, anxiously watched the situation and couldn't hold back any longer, exclaiming, "Shameless, using such a method again. We can't wait any longer." On the other side, Zhou Zhang was sitting atop a tall tree, unaffected by the smoke and dust. After inspecting the situation for a while, he was also taken aback. Oh wow, there's still some brains here, and I won't be polite either. Immediately, Zhou Zhang summoned the little beast, a gigantic and mighty creature that let out a long, powerful roar as soon as it appeared. Lev, in fear, asked, "What is that?" George was stunned. "Oh my god." Mambor was a bit calmer. He furrowed his brow, wondering, could it be Zhou Zhang? It was clear that this time the little beast's appearance had already instilled a degree of fear and respect in the leaders. The little beast soared above the towering treetops. The little beast flew up, exuding a magnificent aura. Its first action was to let out a roar, then it shot up into the sky. George felt a bit confused, thinking that the little beast would just fly away like that. But soon he had to rethink. He yelled in a panic, looking for a place to hide, unsure of what it intended to do. The little beast surprisingly made a loop and flipped back, hurtling down toward the ground at full speed like a massive spaceship running out of fuel, freely descending toward the earth. It roared loudly. With such astonishing speed, even Zhou Zhang, who was riding the little beast, hadn't anticipated it. He shouted, "Aha! I told you it had momentum, not that it would end your life." Of course, the little beast was not a foolish creature. It landed firmly right in the middle of the battlefield, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. A few creeping vines that were just causing trouble suddenly recoiled in fear from a spark of fire gently blown from the mouth of the little beast, making them desist from their antics. However, due to their overwhelming numbers and the many protruding objects on the ground obstructing Zhou Zhang's path, the little beast had to roar and breathe fire downwards to incinerate everything, creating a clear path for him to walk. Zhou Zhang skillfully jumped down from the back of the little beast, a triumphant smile blooming on his face. The giant crystal fruit was right before him, protected by dozens of thick vines intertwined around it, while flames below were showing signs of growing larger. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhang quickly identified his target, confirming that there were no further obstacles. To avoid any potential troubles, he decided to strike decisively at the crystal fruit. Holding it in his hands without any hindrance, Zhou Zhang said with a grin, "I've got it, let's retreat." Riding on the little beast, he signaled to leave, and the little beast immediately soared into the sky, escaping the chaotic melee of the people still engaged in a fierce battle below the forest. Yi Yihong looked on and remarked, "It's the captain." Lev questioned, "The captain of the Asian team?" George frowned deeply, his mind filled with concerns. Could he still be the same as always? Mambor appeared much more subdued. He remained silent, but the expression on his face was extremely intense. Standing atop the little beast's head, Zhou Zhang announced, "Everyone, I have obtained the crystal fruit. It wouldn't matter even if the Lord came." He smiled faintly, and George expressed his concern, muttering, "It seems that from now on, the Asian region will have one more troublesome character." In stark contrast, Lev looked on the bright side and cheerfully said, "Great, very good. An opponent like that is just strong enough." Mambor's expression grew increasingly grim. His face turned pale, and he didn't utter a word, not even willing to look straight ahead. The news quickly reached the one in the eastern tower. Lan Shi reported to the council president, "President, Zhou Zhang and his team should be returning soon." He calmly gazed into the distance, sighing, "Crystal fruit, I thought we would have to wait longer, but unexpectedly, it has fallen into our hands within just a few days." Suddenly, a familiar roar sounded from outside. The president smiled and said, "He's here." The second council president, Lan Shi, and Zhou Zhang gathered in the conference room. The crystal fruit was neatly and elegantly placed inside a glass case, looking very prestigious. The president spoke first, "Everyone, this is the trophy of our Asian team." The crystal fruit lay quietly in the glass case as he continued to explain, "Previously, our Asian team had only heard of this item but had never seen it. This time, thanks to Zhou Zhang and the efforts of the team members, we have successfully recovered the crystal fruit. However, I won't go on too long. What everyone is surely concerned about is the value of this crystal fruit. An ordinary person only needs one fruit to directly enter the ranks of martial artists, even breaking through straight to 10 stages. Upon hearing this information, Lan Shi could only smile lightly, secretly thinking, this power is indeed comparable to an elixir. Zhou Zhang bowed his head, maintaining a faint smile on the outside, but internally he blamed himself. I almost thought of it, isn't this exactly like the experience gained in the game? The president began negotiating with Zhou Zhang. According to the rules of the Asian team, as the team leader, you are entitled to 10% of the loot. You have three options: 1 is to take 10% of the crystal fruit, 2 is to freely choose 10 kg of composite metal from the Central Weapon Manufacturing Company's warehouse, and 3 is to exchange it for cash, directly transferred to your personal account. Zhou Zhang questioned, if the crystal fruit is cut, will it retain its effects? The president replied calmly, don't worry, this has been tested. Zhou Zhang began to weigh the pros and cons. He thought to himself, 10% of the crystal fruit could certainly enhance my current strength, but if I want to progress further, what I need right now is better equipment. Only then can I continue to look for more crystal fruits. With his far-sighted vision, Zhou Zhang made his decision. He said, I choose the second option. Time passed, and 1 year later, Zhou Zhang was searching for crystal fruits alongside Little Beast. He leisurely sat on the back of the creature, smiling as he said, the crystal fruits we find will naturally belong to me. At this moment, Zhou Zhang had leveled up to level 185. Despite searching all day long, he had yet to find any signs of crystal fruit, which left him feeling a bit tired. Zhou Zhang yawned wearily, but soon after, his spirits lifted when he discovered a piece of epic thief gear crystal fruit. Finally, he could hit the field. He began to examine it closely, considering the equipment lines displayed on the information panel. After a moment of exploration, Zhou Zhang discovered something important. He exclaimed excitedly, there are energy fluctuations from crystal fruit within a 100 km radius ahead. While thrilled, he cautiously made a judgment, the position of this crystal fruit, if I remember correctly, won't be able to be contested for another 6 months. Nevertheless, he still wanted to test his luck, ordering Little Beast, let's go check it out. Without waiting long, he and Little Beast immediately made their way toward the target. In another place, someone was already waiting. He gently pressed a small switch on his hand. Instantly, a sea of traps was activated, all of which completely turned invisible in an instant. Everything was prepared to target Zhou Zhang. George, with a somewhat weary face but still wearing a satisfied smile, observed everything. Very good. His eyes flashed with a fierce glint, the trap has been set, just waiting for the mouse to come in. He informed his subordinate, Luis, take your men and withdraw immediately. When the trap is activated, the area within a 3 km radius will turn into a sea of fire. George confidently continued, of course, Zhou Zhang and his beast will definitely not escape this sea of fire. Before Zhou Zhang, a ripe crystal fruit unexpectedly appeared. He was astonished, not believing that there was actually a ripe crystal fruit here. Little Beast did not think much and immediately dashed toward the target in front of them. Suddenly, Little Beast stepped on something along the way. At first, Zhou Zhang only thought it was a normal obstacle, but the crystal fruit in front of them showed signs of being unusual. A thick mist suddenly enveloped him and Little Beast. Zhou Zhang widened his eyes, realizing something was wrong. At that moment, the crystal fruit that had just appeared vanished. He shouted loudly, the crystal fruit is a fake. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhang ordered, Little Beast, quickly retreat. But as he and Little Beast had ventured deep into the area, George was just waiting for this opportunity. He laughed loudly, unable to contain his glee, then pressed the activation button. Immediately, the entire surrounding area exploded. Each bomb station was triggered in unison, creating a series of huge explosions. Not stopping there, George and his companions had also carefully prepared additional artillery, firing relentlessly toward Little Beast. With its large body, Little Beast could evade a few shells, but with hundreds of shells attacking continuously, the situation became critical. Zhou Zhang tried to remain calm, ordering Little Beast to fly higher. Just a little bit more, and they could escape. However, before both man and beast could execute this, a strong pulling force emerged, stopping Little Beast in its tracks. Zhou Zhang's eyes widened in horror as he looked at the displayed data. A multitude of red dots representing enemies was moving ever closer, growing in number each moment. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, as expected, they were well prepared. A sea of fire is engulfing us, determined to hunt us down to the end. Little Beast saw this and immediately took a leap, trying hard to fly higher to escape. In the distance, Cutr, fully equipped with protective goggles, stood beneath the blazing sky with a sinister grin, coldly uttering, "Farewell to the Star of Asia." His sharp gaze landed on Zhou Zhang and Little Beast, and he softly remarked, "Your death in this grand trap is also considered a worthy demise." A massive explosion unexpectedly erupted, blocking Little Beast's path upwards. The pressure from the blast slammed both Little Beast and Zhou Zhang to the ground, sending them plunging straight into the sea of flames. Zhou Zhang fell, small and fragile in the form of a human, his heart screaming, "No! I don't want to die. This is not the ending I hoped for." He opened his eyes weakly and called out, "Little Beast." His gaze caught the loyal creature also tumbling down with extreme speed. Zhou Zhang tried to reach out, but it was in vain. In the final moment, before his eyes, everything began to blur. He struggled amidst the darkness and light. In that instant, familiar images reappeared in his mind. Xian Shirhan smiled and called out his name, Zhou Zhang. Su Yunwen stood beside him, softly calling, "Young master." Lan Shi's mischievous smile flashed by, "Young master, I am stronger now." And Zhang Shaoqi, with her always hopeful gaze directed at him. Beautiful memories, familiar faces, they were all waiting for him to lead. There were so many unfinished tasks, so many people who loved and worried about him were longing for his return. But now, in the face of this great calamity, Zhou Zhang bitterly furrowed his brows. In his heart, there was only one apology left. "I'm sorry, everyone." His body continued to fall, merging into the sea of flames, creating a colossal explosion that echoed loudly. News about the incident quickly spread everywhere. A shocking piece of news: the Star of Asia, Zhou Zhang, has been confirmed to have fallen victim to a deadly ambush. Everyone couldn't help but mourn, all sighing, "What a pity! A talent like him is gone." This is surely the act of some irregulars from other continents. Some readers worried even more, "Without Zhou Zhang, what will our Asian region do?" Zhou Zhang's spirit tablet now rests in the embrace of his loved ones. In the portrait, the youthful face appears with a gentle smile, alongside a solemn bouquet of white flowers. Xian Shirhan and Su Yunwen stand side by side, their gazes contemplative. Su Yunwen couldn't hold back her sobs. In a fit of rage, Lan Shi clenched her teeth and vowed, "Young master, I will definitely find out who ambushed you. I will avenge you." At that moment, a strange figure entered, drawing Lan Shi's attention. It was George. Despite the funeral, he remained arrogant. With malicious intent, George said, "What a pity, Zhou Zhang. So young and yet dead already. But precisely because you were so young, working without restraint led to this outcome, right?" Having said that, he unabashedly touched the wooden coffin holding Zhou Zhang's spirit tablet. Lan Shi, already suffering internally, was pushed to the brink upon hearing this. She yelled, "You bastard, what did you just say?" Zhang Shaoqi immediately held her back, reminding her, "Lan Shi, calm down. He is the top expert from the Europe region. If we create conflict now, we will have no chance of winning." Lan Shi knew that Zhang Shaoqi's words were true, but the anger within her did not subside. Ultimately, she could only furiously curse, "Damn it! Scumbag!" George glanced at Lan Shi, his eyes filled with disdain. He gave a cold, indifferent smile and said, "It seems you are no different from him, both of you do not know the limits." As he turned to leave, George added a threatening remark, "We will meet again someday. When that time comes, I will teach you how to be a person." Back on the battlefield, the place was now desolate, with no signs of life. The ground was cracked and arid, everything reduced to ashes. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shone from above onto a nearby mound of earth. The light gradually dissipated, revealing a figure lying on the surface. It was Zhou Zhang. He opened his eyes and shouted loudly, as if just escaping from a nightmare, I am not dead." Looking around, he realized he was completely naked. Zhou Zhang hurriedly checked his body and suddenly noticed the ring on his hand. He murmured, "Could it be the Reborn ring?" Information about the ring surfaced in his mind. Reborn ring. Usage level, 90. Profession, unlimited. Effect, increases attack by 100%. Special skill, when the wearer of the ring dies, there is a 20% chance of rebirth with full health and a 5-second invincible state. Zhou Zheng thought for a moment and then realized, but that's not right. According to the effect of the ring, I should have resurrected right here with full health, so why did I appear here? He continued to analyze, this place is clearly where I appeared when I first traveled to this world. According to the game rules, this could be an automatic resurrection point. After some contemplation, he gradually understood how the mechanism worked. Zhou Zheng smiled brightly, feeling a sense of pride within. If this is indeed like a game, then even if I die, I will resurrect. It's just that I will lose a level. Zhou Zheng currently had only level 184, and the reality of his demotion was an undeniable fact. However, he reminded himself that no matter what, being killed was still a great humiliation. His eyes burned with energy and killing intent as he gritted his teeth and swore, I will make you pay back this debt tenfold. Time flew by, and it had been 2 months since that day. Zhou Zheng tirelessly pursued leveling up, refusing to allow himself any rest. He tightened his new gloves, the shiny armor glinting, and smiled contentedly. At last, he had reached level 200. Raising his hand to his mouth, he let out a sharp, loud whistle. Little Beast heard it and let out a thunderous roar, then flapped its wings and flew toward him. Zhou Zheng looked at its large, imposing figure with eyes full of love and pride. He sat down on the barren ground, reflecting on the journey he had been through. In this world, he had finally reached the highest level, an achievement he once thought was out of reach. Remembering the difficult early days, the painful training sessions that left him exhausted, and the simple meals shared with his father in peace, every memory came flooding back as vivid as if they had just happened yesterday. Zhou Zheng clearly felt that he had matured, not just in strength but also in willpower. He looked up at the night sky with a determined gaze, then smiled and said, I am no longer the person I was yesterday. Turning to Little Beast, he gently said, Little Beast, we should head home now. Meanwhile, at a tavern, the night had fallen. Lanterns had been lit, casting a warm glow on the space, ready to serve patrons late into the night. Inside the bar, the atmosphere was as lively as usual. Many groups of people gathered, chatting animatedly, while some chose to sit quietly alone. A figure clad in a hood sat by himself in a dim corner, and suddenly, a glass of liquor was slid towards him. He looked up in surprise. Zhou Zheng stood there, with a polite smile, this drink is on me. The cloaked person nodded slightly in response, thank you. After taking a sip of the liquor, he approached Zhou Zheng, gently placing a bun in his hand, then quickly made his exit. Before disappearing into the crowd, he casually remarked, the bun is very delicious, I recommend you try it. Zhou Zheng glanced at the bun, then peeled it open. Inside the filling was a small USB drive. He gripped it tightly in his hand, his eyes flickering with confidence. He thought to himself, with this document, the upcoming performance is sure to be spectacular. At the same time, at George's magnificent residence, a grand party was underway. Hundreds of noble ladies and numerous dignitaries were invited to the celebration. The space was filled with laughter, fine wine, and soft music, exuding an atmosphere of opulence and grandeur. George, with an arrogant demeanor, stood on the highest podium. He clapped his hands, drawing the attention of all the guests. As every eye turned in his direction, he wore a self-satisfied smile and began a solemn yet empty speech, thank you all for being here today. He paused for a moment, a proud expression on his face as he continued, surely, you can guess the reason for this celebration. He laughed coldly, without any shame, declaring, indeed, 2 months ago, I personally ended Zhou Zheng, the captain of the Asian region, their brightest star. Below, whispers immediately rose up like a rolling tide. Many were shocked by the news, while others appeared to revel in it. A voice rang out amidst the crowd, it truly is George. Someone boldly asserted, this time, the Asian region will surely take many years to recover. Zhou Zheng leaned against the wall outside the lobby, secretly laughing, if you have the guts, just admit it yourself. He stepped up each stair with a cold gaze. Do you like to show off? Then let me give you a death that no one will ever forget. Meanwhile, George, now a bit tipsy, slung his arm over a henchman and instructed, the young ladies today are all top-notch, make sure to. After that, the henchman helped George into the restroom and carefully reported, Captain, I'll wait for you outside. In the meantime, Zhou Zhang pressed the switch to turn on the broadcast, thinking, today the whole world will witness your death. Instantly, the large screens in the biggest centers all began broadcasting from the Europe region. Even the central capital was drawn to this broadcast, as they had no idea what was happening. The Asian alliance was the same, large screens and small screens were everywhere. Suddenly, millions of screens around the world showed George in the restroom, laughing to himself, completely oblivious. The audience gawked in disbelief, astonished. The high-ranking leaders were grim-faced, not understanding what was unfolding. Among them, several recognized him and shouted, this man seems to be Senator George. Zhou Zhang spoke softly, his voice filled with haunting resonance, George, do you remember me? As soon as he heard that voice, George's expression darkened, confusion clearly showing on his face. Without having time to zip up his pants, George turned around, unable to believe it, absolutely unable to believe it. When he saw Zhou Zhang standing right there, he screamed, how can you still be alive? Immediately, his private parts were exposed in front of the public, causing everyone to gasp, and someone shouted, ah, pervert. George fell backward, pointing at him, Zhou Zhang, you should have disappeared long ago. Zhou Zhang walked closer, chuckling as he replied, that's right, but sometimes luck comes back. Instantly, those influential figures in the underworld reacted differently, Zhou Zhang, Counselor Zhou is not dead, you truly are a ghost, the ghost has returned. Su Yunwen stammered, he's not dead. Xiang Shirhan was no different, she softly replied, MHM. At the Starlight War Team headquarters, Lan Shi smiled brightly, young master, that voice is young master. Zhang Xiaoqi couldn't hide her joy, he indeed has returned. George rushed forward, shouting with force, are you ashes rising again? Then I will extinguish you once more. But before he could act, Zhou Zhang raised a hand. George immediately became a wooden statue, frozen in shock. It turned out Zhou Zhang was pointing a black sword right at his heart. Calmly, he said, George, I will finally teach you a lesson. The sword glimmered with a cold light, but Zhou Zhang did not rush, he kept admiring it, then continued, if you don't seek death, you won't die. He delivered the first blow to him, causing George to painfully stagger backward. He started the drone camera. Zhou Zhang chuckled lightly, below was an exciting performance right on site. Raising one hand in preparation, he leisurely led the way, inviting everyone to enjoy. He waved his hand, launching a powerful move like a tempest, destroying everything within reach into fragments. In that moment of carnage, the guards panicked greatly. One nearby shouted, what kind of monster have we provoked? Another said, Chairman, we must send people for reinforcement immediately. The chairman contemplated the situation and then replied, there's no need anymore, a martial artist like George can be easily killed by him. Sending more people would just be offering their lives. Zhou Zhang coldly advanced alone, witnessing this scene. The chairman sighed, perhaps the world's perspective changed the moment Zhou Zhang drew his sword to end George's sinful life. He claimed he would change for this person. All those who loved Zhou Zhang witnessed this historic moment. They rejoiced for him and felt vindicated that a ruthless villain had received just punishment. After completing the task, he returned to the Starlight War Team's base. Lan Shi excitedly waved to welcome him. He thought to himself, perhaps changing this world will not happen overnight. Returning to the embrace of those who genuinely loved him, he knew that at least he would do his utmost to protect his family and friends. He and they went to visit his father's grave, bitterly saying, Father, I've come to visit you. He knew that this place was the gravestone of the founder. He smiled resolutely at the future, once the place where dreams began, it will also be the place where dreams continue.